A crisp morning with gentle sunlight covering the city in a warm hue. On a tree branch, a pair of sparrows are showing affection to each other. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the sky, startling them and making them fly away. Oh my God, Miss Trang, could you please stop wasting money on those useless matchmaking agencies? An irritable young woman and her equally furious mother, who smacks her on the shoulder. Besides, don't you think preparing for these blind dates is too expensive? If you have that much extra money, why not buy me some clothes? Stop whining and hurry up. Subin is furious, but can only try to reason with her mother. Listen to your daughter one more time. She says, I'm not getting involved in this stuff anymore. Goodness, Mom, this absolutely has to be the last time. Her mother turns a deaf ear to her, hurriedly pushing her outside to the meeting place despite her protests. I hear you. Now get your butt out of here. Hurry up. Ugh, Mom. Being pushed out the door by her mother makes her lose her balance, almost falling flat on the ground. She mutters and grumbles as she walks. Mom is way too much. However, her anger hasn't subsided yet. Besides, why do I have to travel to such a faraway place instead of just selling tteokbokki, all just to satisfy her demands? She feels utterly helpless against a mother who arbitrarily decides everything. No matter how many times she tells her mother she doesn't want to get married, she just won't listen. Deep in thought, she suddenly notices something that makes her forget her gloomy mood. A dreamy atmosphere with pink petals fluttering in the wind, bringing a sense of peace to one's heart. She is enjoying the inherent poetic peace of this beautiful moment. Well, the weather today isn't too bad, is it? Shifting to another scene, inside a luxurious restaurant. Oh, a man is introducing himself as the eldest son in his family. At this moment, Subin smiles back to greet him. Oh, is that so? Well, technically, I'm still living with my family. I'm also the type to prioritize my personal life over work. He talks about his parents with great pride, telling her, my parents are very gentle and kind. They work day and night, yet I haven't been able to help them much. Faced with his self-praise, she can only offer a polite smile in return. So, I want them to be able to rest when they reach that age. Besides, that's the natural duty of a child, right? I understand. He is overly enthusiastic, asking one question after another. Ah, speaking of which, Subin, your father. Please go on. I heard he was in an accident? Yes. Mentioning her father suddenly plunges her into an indescribable silence. About 3 years ago, he was hit by a truck. I see. Right then, the two fall into an awkward silence. He hesitates for a while before finally daring to ask. So that means you're the only one shouldering the burden at home now, right? Just as she puts down her water glass, he brings up the topic of finances. I heard your family owns a shop. How big is it? Subin gives a forced smile and says, it's not very big. It's just a snack stall selling tteokbokki in front of a school. The landlord who rents the place to us is also a customer. So in other words, I also get some extra money from them. Is that so? He always finds a way to ask her about everything. Miss Subin, you still live with your family, right? I'm just a bit curious about that. After asking, he scratches his cheek shyly and says, it's not that I don't like you. On the contrary, I feel like I've been struck by lightning. Subin laughs and replies to ease his embarrassment. Oh my, what should I do then? You know, I'm an only child. Naturally, I don't have any siblings, and I plan to continue living with my family. I'm even thinking about keeping my job if I get promoted. After saying this, she stands up and faces him directly. I'm afraid we're not a good match. Feeling a bit awkward about rejecting him before getting to know each other better, she adds, I hope you find the right person for you. Wait, Miss Subin. He, however, refuses to accept her rejection and tries hard to explain things to her. Don't be so absolute, at least you should consider it. In his attempt to hold her back, he ends up saying some harsh truths. Are you worried that if you get married, you'll become an outsider? You can't just follow your parents around to serve them forever. His callous words leave her almost stunned. Besides, aren't you also facing many other problems in life? You haven't even thought about how you'll support yourself after retirement, have you? Having crossed the line of basic decency, she speaks up to interrupt him. I don't like this at all, but if you want, I'll even consider moving close to your family's house after we get married. Hey, mister. She seriously puts her hand to her forehead like a police officer enforcing the rules and says, I was trying to act like a polite, mature woman, but Subin is furious, clenching her fist to hold back, her face bearing a warning expression. Look at my face and see how patient I've been with you. You just love pushing my buttons, don't you? If you think your parents are that important, then so are mine. What? She intimidates him with a blazing aura of anger. Oh boy, turns out you're just a spoiled brat who loves to run his mouth. Her psychological blow is so effective that it sends him running for the hills. You better go home and treat them well first, you jerk. Igrigadis, excusame. Boiling with anger, she dives into eating everything on the table to vent her frustration. Who do you think you're to talk about my parents like that, you blockhead? She crunches on ice loudly, as if chewing on meat. Damn it, I really want to swear. After regaining her composure, she lets out a sigh. Ha, Shin Subin. At this moment, she tells herself, you're not going anywhere, because you can take care of yourself without needing anyone else. After stepping out of the restaurant, it is pouring rain outside. Subin opens her umbrella and looks up at the sky, exclaiming, what is wrong with the sky? Walking in the persistent rain, she secretly sighs in weariness. What should I tell Mom? Suddenly, she spots a mother looking worried because she didn't bring an umbrella, even though the child beside her looks very happy. There must be a convenience store around here somewhere, sweetie. Yay, it's raining. She walks toward the mother and child, tilting her umbrella over the mother, and says, oh, it looks like the rain is getting heavier and won't stop anytime soon. Right? It seems you didn't bring an umbrella, did you? Subin kindly offers her only umbrella to the mother and child, even though she will get wet. You have a little one with you, so please don't let the baby get wet. Here, take my umbrella. No, I'll be fine. Please just use it. After some gentle persuasion, the mother and child finally accept the umbrella. As they leave, they don't forget to thank her repeatedly. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, little one. After standing there to wave goodbye to them for about 5 seconds, she dashes off into the heavy rain. Suddenly, a man's voice rings out of nowhere, startling her. You still like to meddle in other people's business, don't you? Good heavens. At first, because the umbrella covers half of his body, she doesn't recognize him. Who is that? A criminal or a ghost? But when he raises the umbrella, she recognizes a familiar face. Jiehoon, it's been a while, hasn't it? Without any greetings, he gets straight to the point. You owe me a lot of things. Where did you pop out from like a ghost? You scared me. Your mouth is still as toxic as ever. Him calling her toxic out of nowhere makes her very annoyed. What do you mean my mouth is toxic? But after thinking about why he is here, she comes to a conclusion. She asks slowly, did you come here to collect money? Yeah, what else? His words leave her standing frozen, not knowing how to react. It's been 10 years. I'm here to get it back. Suddenly, Jiehoon drops a bombshell. Let's get married. Subin freezes for about 2 seconds, staring at him. After a long moment, the freezing rain snaps her back to reality, and she screams loudly. What? A clap of thunder echoes in the sky, making the atmosphere even more tense. What did you just say? Waiting a long time without him answering, she frowns and snaps. I asked, what did you just say? How is your mother doing lately? Him asking an unrelated question out of nowhere catches her off guard. Huh, she's fine. What about the shop? Same, thanks for asking. Jiehoon, with a cold face and tone, suggests, let's go somewhere to talk. Subin stands in the rain, scratching her head and frowning. Does it have to be now? Why can't it be another day? It's not like I'm running away from my death. Before she can even finish her sentence, she sees him strolling ahead. It's just that I'm not feeling very well right now. Hey, Jiehoon. In the pouring rain, the two of them are a study in contrasts. One is unhurried and calm, while the other is rushed and struggling. Hey, wait up. By now, she has run up behind him and raises her voice. You have an umbrella, and you're just going to let me follow you like this? His response is a heartless gaze, as if he couldn't care less about her condition, which fuels her dissatisfaction. This guy, Subin, has been very annoyed all this time, but hasn't been able to vent it out. Your personality is still as infuriating as ever. He replies with a remark that stabs like a knife. And your face is still as unlikable as always. The confrontational atmosphere between the two seems so intense that not even the thunder and lightning can interrupt it. This is driving me crazy. Ending the conversation, Jiehoon now recalls his father's words. This is your last chance. His father gave him an ultimatum. You have 1 month to get married, or I will choose who you marry. Dad, you know I have no interest in that. Suddenly, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed as his father slammed his hand on the desk and growled. Jiehoon, having run out of ways to persuade him, his father resorted to threats. If you don't get married, don't even dream of sitting in my chair. What? You have 1 month, and if you can't do that simple task, you will lose everything. Despite his fierce objections, his father remained stubborn in his decision. Dad, I don't want to get married. As a human being, there's a limit to what one could take, you know? Although he didn't want to force him, he had to because of Jiehoon's grandmother. Your grandmother. She only has 6 months left. Snapping out of his memories and back to the present, he contemplates how to tell her. Waiting for a long time without him saying anything, Subin asks grumpily, "So, what do you want to say? Let's get married." Hearing this soul-crushing sentence makes her jump and yell loudly, "Hell no." "Okay, I'll say it for the 3rd time." He is quite patient for the sake of his grand plan and repeats his request. "Marry me. Do you even understand the meaning of marriage, you lunatic? Are you on drugs? Don't look like I have time for that. Did you hit your head on something? I'm serious." She tries to explain to him what marriage is. "You don't understand anything at all. Marriage is not a game. Just 1 year. If you agree to marry me for 1 year, I will wipe that debt clean. We will pretend it never happened." Even though he offered a very attractive condition, she still couldn't accept it. Think about it. The conditions and rewards aren't bad, right? Marriage is not a game. You said so yourself. She grumpily lowered her voice and asked, Just because I owe you money, you're making a fool out of me? Don't get so worked up." Jiehoon knew all her thoughts. "Anyway, you don't have any plans to get married either." What? He stated an overly accurate number. If not, how could you have missed out 13 times like that? Just one sentence was enough to deduce that he had investigated her information. "Does your mother know you're this kind of arrogant person? Have you been stalking me?" He was like an arrogant person that made people hate him. "Do you think I just come to see you whenever I feel like it? I'm not the type to let my feet walk ahead of my brain. You know that well." Now she had verified a truth about him. This was who he really was, a cunning guy who would use any means to get what he wanted. It was exactly as she had thought. She stood up, faced him, and said, "Don't appear in front of me again. I will find a way to pay you back." Without waiting for her to refuse further, he said something that made her freeze. "How do you plan to pay? I've given you a whole 10 years. If you didn't have the money to pay in all that time, how do you plan to pay now?" He repeated the agreement time frame, as if wanting to advise her once more. "I already told you, the agreement is only valid for 1 month. I don't care about your circumstances, as long as you're on time on the exact date." Her hands clenched so tightly that her fingernails left deep marks in her flesh. As she turned around to leave in silence, he kept repeating, "Just think about it. And after that, I can send an amount of money enough for you and your parents to live a carefree life." Subin turned back, giving him a look and a disdainful smile. "Huh?" She contemptuously raised her middle finger and said, "Is your brain so dumb that you can't understand I just freaking don't want to? Learn to live beautifully like Tchaikovsky's swans." Having vented some of her anger, she huffed and walked away quickly and forcefully. What madman! Only he was left sitting there in silence, facing the harsh truth. Stepping outside the restaurant, she still didn't forget to curse at him to vent her anger. "Jiehoon, you lunatic, do you even understand what you just said? Hey, that's his umbrella." Outside, it was still pouring, and the rain seemed to be getting heavier. Subin took his umbrella, walking and mocking. "I'll just take this umbrella. Walk home in the rain, you idiot." After she arrived home, the rain showed no signs of stopping. "I'm home." As soon as she set foot in the door, her mother eagerly asked about the date. "You're back? How was the date? Did you manage to drag the guy back?" Faced with her mother's questions, she felt quite guilty because she had threatened and chased the person away. She then found an excuse to change the subject, saying, "Mom, I'm a bit tired. I'll probably go straight to sleep." Not giving her mother a chance to nag, she scurried straight to her room, but didn't forget to wish her a good night. "You should go to sleep early too, Mom." After showering and changing into clean clothes, she collapsed onto the soft bed inside. "I'm so dead tired." At this moment, as time quietly passed, she suddenly fell into thought, reminiscing about the past. "I've waited for you for 10 years, and you still say you'll find a way to pay me back?" Recalling the memories of how he had helped her family, Jiehoon lent me 100 million, an amount that could be considered quite large to start a debt. A number so large that she had to sigh. "I used that money to open a snack stall for Mom, and also to pay for Dad's hospital bills. Of course, in an emergency, I could still pay him back with another loan. It's just that I never thought he would want to be paid back with a wedding instead of money." Thinking back and forth for a while made her very tired. "This is driving me crazy. I still have to go to work tomorrow. I first met Jiehoon when I was 6 at elementary school. I'm sorry." The first meeting was also the last time their relationship drifted further apart due to a huge misunderstanding. But I honestly meant no harm. Recalling that stunned moment made her feel very helpless about their relationship. "Meant no harm. Are you satisfied now?" Right from the start, it had hit a dead end. During those school days, Jillian was always admired by the female students. "Oh, it's really him. He's like on a whole other level. How can he be so handsome? He's a new transfer student, right?" At that time, all the classmates praised him. Breathtakingly handsome. Suddenly, Jihoon saw a drink carton placed in front of him. Hey, want a drink? Young Subin at this time was also enthusiastic towards the new friend. You haven't eaten anything for lunch. Aren't you hungry? After a while, he looked at her with a contemplative gaze. Then he uttered a sentence that made her very dissatisfied, slamming her hand on the desk. Only ugly people drink that stuff. What? And his teasing also made her lose her temper. Naya, ugly girl. You drink it yourself? You think you're so pretty? If you don't want it, don't drink it. Jihoon transferred here when I was in 6th grade, and because of his handsome looks, he was the topic of discussion everywhere he went. During a class, the teacher casually asked about something. Isn't this the list of students who haven't paid the field trip fee? For those who haven't paid, tomorrow is the deadline. When leaving, if Subin wasn't mistaken, he hadn't paid the fee yet. It seems like Jihoon hasn't paid the field trip fee either. Is it because he's so handsome? He attracts attention wherever he goes. Suddenly, she heard a shout about the field trip fee that inevitably caught her attention. What the hell is a field trip fee? Go out to the streets and scavenge from the dying homeless. Hearing those harsh words, her footsteps slowed down significantly. How dare you show your face here to ask for money? Right at this moment, she noticed the window of a house where the shout came from. A man was abusing and beating a boy. Why are you so rebellious? But when she looked closely at who the boy was, she widened her eyes in shock. It turned out to be Jihoon, the person she had just thought of, mixed with the sounds of beating. Oh my God, a new day began again at the bustling, lively school. There was no one in the classroom at this time. Subin tiptoed in. Anyway, she sneaked over to his seat with a white envelope in her hand. It's not that he doesn't want to pay, but he can't, even if this is my field trip fee. How should I explain this to Mom later? If Jihoon sees this, he'll definitely tell me to get lost. Suddenly, noisy sounds echoed outside the classroom, making her jump in surprise. Because of that, she hurriedly hid the envelope of money in his book and ran away from the area. The envelope didn't fit neatly inside the book but stuck out a bit due to her rush. Now in class, a student reported to the teacher, "Sir, my field trip money is missing." The classmates gossiped together about the field trip fee. Jihoon hasn't paid the field trip fee yet, right? Didn't you know? He's dirt poor. His mother left him for his grandparents to raise. Oh wow, I've seen him at that semi-basement apartment. His grandfather yells loudly whenever he gets drunk, right? And so, her envelope of money caused a disaster for him. What? So it really was him? He was called to the office by the teacher. Jihoon, come to the teacher's office with me. Even though I explained that it was my envelope, the misunderstandings just kept piling up. The teacher thought I felt pity for Jihoon, so I stepped up to cover for him. In the end, we all concluded that the other classmate's field trip money was lost, only to realize later that he had slipped it inside a book. That disastrous mix-up brought their relationship into tension. I'm sorry. She tried to explain it to him until her throat almost gave out. I completely meant well. He didn't believe her and slapped the back of her hand that was grabbing his shirt. Meant well? He angrily yelled. Do you think just saying that will fix everything? Don't you think your ego is a bit too high? She asked. Then what should I do to make you feel better? I don't need anything. What? The two struggled back and forth for quite a long time. I said I don't need anything, so stop sticking your nose into my business. I will definitely avenge this grudge. Face to face with her, he raised his voice threateningly. That feeling, I will definitely make you experience it once in your life. Then you will realize how the gazes of others can kill you. That was how their relationship ended. In the end, we both graduated without ever intruding into each other's lives. And even so, it's hard to believe that both our lives turned upside down so much. After graduating, she and he had gone to a new school, and she had moved to a different house. Sadly, my dad's business went bankrupt. Phew, even though my family had to move. Subin remembered the house he had to live in when he was young. Now she had to live in a similar one. This is where Jihoon used to live, right? They said it was a semi-basement apartment. I think his mother remarried a rich man and moved away. Lately, we just act like we don't know each other at school. The atmosphere around him has changed too. It makes me feel scared. Recalling the scene where he and a classmate fought made her terrified. You're that guy Jihoon, right? After that heavy blow, he fell down with a wound on the corner of his lips. But he still didn't give up, standing up to counterattack the opponent. Sounds of smacks echoed throughout the hallway, and it only stopped thanks to a classmate running to report the incident. Sir, there's a fight here. The teacher's office was filled with strictness. At this moment, the office door opened, Jihoon came out, saw her, and said, You. She looked at him and made a firm statement. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He brought up their agreement. What's this? Didn't we agree to ignore each other? Why the sudden change? Don't come talk to me. Get lost. Wait about that. She asked worriedly. That guy, he said in front of the whole school that he would snatch the student council president position. So you got mad and went looking for him, right? I saw you two meet. What did you say to him? You provoked him, so he would hit you first, right? So what? She continued questioning. What do you mean, so what? Will that cause any trouble? Anyway, he's the winner. A little patience brings great peace. Did you think I would say that? You're really weird. I definitely won't teach my children to be that forgiving. Even when I'm near death, don't expect me to change. His words made her grit her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, she unexpectedly grabbed his arm and shouted, "Wait." She suddenly started stammering out advice to him, saying that holding a grudge would only make things worse. So you should just let it go. What I mean is, Jun grabbed her by the shoulders and asked quietly, as if asking himself the same question. Why do you want to help other people when you're scared yourself? He leaned close to her ear and said, are you scared because you think you might be the next target? After saying that, he walked away without a word of goodbye. Under normal circumstances, if he had done anything worse than the fight just now, he probably would have been expelled or suspended from school. But the student council's rule that everyone deserves to live a wonderful life had saved him from that. Yet because the brawl had happened, people would now seize the opportunity to confront each other on equal footing. And Ji Yejuan's standing as a top candidate would certainly be shaken. Because of that incident, they wouldn't let him live in peace. Ji Yejuan had changed so much. Now he had everything in his hands, and the only thing he needed to do was keep wearing that insufferable expression of his. By the time she entered high school, she was burying her face in her arms and sobbing quietly. And her father, he was still hanging in there. Her family was now on the brink of collapse. The street food stall her parents had worked so hard to build to help the family get by had been destroyed by gangsters. Her mother, though injured herself, still tried to comfort her, saying that her father would need to be hospitalized for at least 6 months. At that point, our family was truly in a desperate situation, so I was overwhelmed with sadness and fear. Those memories also made me feel so pitiful. And yet, ironically, he was the one who reached out a hand to help me through that hardship. One day, Yejuan came to her house to pay a visit. Hello. She was stunned to see him there. This is Subin's house, right? Without waiting for her mother to ask, he introduced himself. I'm a friend of Subin's. My name is Ji Yejuan. The sunset had sunk below the horizon, bathing Subin's house in a warm golden light. Her mother was deeply grateful for the money he had offered to sponsor them. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Oh, please don't mention it, ma'am. I'm happy to help. There was a time when I was in a very difficult situation myself, and Subin helped me. Did she not tell you that she paid my field trip fee for me? The loan he gave us was 100 million won, with a repayment period of 10 years, and the debt would start being counted from the day I began working. To put it more accurately, it was like a lifeline at exactly the right moment. He looked at her with a smile and said, please just consider it my way of repaying what your daughter did for me back then. I had wanted to refuse it outright without even thinking twice. Because the amount was quite large, her mother still hesitated and didn't dare accept it. But still, it really is a very large sum of money. The amount doesn't matter. He had gone this far just to get back at her. What matters is the intention, isn't it? She stood to one side, falling into a stunned silence at this bitterly pointed act of revenge. Oh, this is... Her mother looked puzzled at the person standing beside him. So he had to explain, my secretary, she'll help you with the contract. She had already prepared the contract and handed it directly to her mother. I filled in all the details. You can review it right here. Yejuan came to stand beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, don't worry, I'm not giving you anything for free. The words weren't harsh, yet she could still clearly recognize that this was the revenge he had spoken of when they were young. No matter where you go, even to the ends of the earth, I'll find you. Make sure you pay me back every last penny, all right? Those careless words from a careless person drifted past her without so much as a glance. Subin clenched her fist tightly at the humiliation. So this is what it felt like, being mistaken for the one who stole the field trip money back then, Ji Yejuan. This grudge is on a whole other level. Back in the present, a new day had begun, and she was at the office working. Assistant. A group of junior colleagues cheerfully proposed. It's been a month since your promotion. We have to go out for a meal, don't we? What do you mean? These people were only asking because they wanted a free meal. What do you mean by that? Come on, you're not going to let this just slip by in a daydream, are you, Subin? Even though she knew exactly what they were after, she still happily agreed. All right, fine. You want to eat? I'll treat you all. Subin is the best. The group, taking a mile after being given an inch, started demanding more dishes. I'll have the bone broth soup. I want the braised pork knuckle. 1 beef tenderloin for this girl here. Hey, who just said beef tenderloin? That's her over there. And then the meal quickly came to an end, and everyone said their goodbyes and headed home. Thank for the meal. She opened her current balance on her phone. Current balance on account. XXXX. Spent at restaurant. 20. She let out a quiet sigh and thought to herself, I'm going to be completely broke again this month. Even when I do earn money, bus 20 approaching the stop, it feels like none of it is really mine. Sitting on the bus, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander about her own fate. Ever since I've had to struggle through life like an ant, I've never been able to enjoy my own paycheck. But even so, listen, Subin, you have to admit that the reason you're chipping away at this debt little by little right now is because of that Yejuan, not because of that wretched IOU. Even though Yejuan helped my family escape that debt to the illegal lenders, if he came asking for repayment right now, I wouldn't have a single cent to give him. If you do what I say for 1 year, you'll be free. So think it over carefully. Please, I don't want to think about the word marriage, but I had almost saved up the full 100 million won to repay him, but I ended up having to use it to cover Dad's hospital bills. In the middle of her thoughts, a tiny Yejuan appeared beside her ear and said, Hey, Shin Subin, didn't I already say that I would take care of you and your parents for the rest of your lives? Then another Yejuan appeared alongside the first. With that money, you could open a shop for your mother on Jeju Island. Isn't that always been your dream? To be by your parents' side until their final days? Close your eyes and think it over. On her left and on her right, a Yejuan on each side kept urging her to accept. It's only 1 year. 1 year in exchange for freedom for the rest of your life. So, Shin Subin, you should, fed up with the nagging in her ears, she irritably waved her hands to shoo them away. Oh, for goodness sake, get out of my head, you pair of lunatics. When a notification chimed, she opened her phone and thought, I almost forgot. This week is Sun Young's wedding, isn't it? Let me think. How much should I give as a gift? She posed the question to herself. Should I even go? A question that was awfully hard to answer made her let out a long sigh. Get a grip, Shin Subin. In the end, after days of going back and forth, she did show up to the wedding. Oh my goodness. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness, Sun Young. Subin was congratulating the bride. You look so beautiful. Congratulations. Let's take a photo. She and two friends were now chatting about this and that. I heard she said her husband works at a big company. Really? She didn't tell me anything. But honestly, it's hard to believe. The two girls walking ahead of her kept discussing the bride's good fortune. I mean, just a month ago, she had just broken up with her ex-boyfriend. And then suddenly she's walking down the aisle with someone else, right? I always thought those two would end up getting married. Well, either way, Sun Young certainly knows when it's the right time to get married. The two suddenly turned to ask Subin, Don't you think so, Subin? Oh well, huh? Seeing her fumble for an answer, both of them didn't wait and kept going. Exactly. She'll probably be grateful she chose this path, as long as he treats her well. But honestly, I'm so jealous of all those wedding gifts. What a situation to be in, marrying a rich husband like that. Even if you divorce after a year, you'd have no regrets. You should try at least once in your life, right? I mean, am I wrong? I used to think that marriage was something bound together by love, not by conditions. Time, circumstances, social standing, everyone has their own view on marriage. Look at Sun Young's mother over there. She looks incredibly pleased with her new son-in-law. I used to dream of becoming a devoted wife and a loving mother more than anything. But perhaps now that's just a far too extravagant picture of the future for someone like me. She gazed at that joyful ceremony and, though with a tinge of regret, managed a small smile. Indeed, marriage really is something out of reach for me. Then tiny Yejuan appeared beside her ear once more. Hey, little miss feelings. So that's your dream after all, is it? Then stop hesitating and reconsider. She waved her hands again to shoo him away and muttered under her breath. Ugh, why is it that every time I think of something, you have to go and pop into my head? Get lost, you cold-blooded lunatic. Just then, the two girls from before were talking about a man nearby. What about that guy over there? Isn't he incredibly handsome? Could he be some kind of celebrity? Let's go sit with him at dinner, shall we? What if he's already married, though? What? She doubted her own eyes and doubted herself. I've been so caught up thinking about that lunatic that I haven't been paying attention to anything around me. Yejuan had spotted her and turned to look in her direction. Oh, he's looking over here. That one glance alone was enough to make her freeze in horror. Insanely handsome. Oh my God, girl. A shriek rang out across the venue. What on earth? She cried out in despair to the heavens above. Oh, please, give me one good reason. In her predicament, she hurriedly pushed the other two aside and steered them away. Why do I run into that face everywhere I go? Let's get out of here, come on. By now the reception had begun, and all three of them sat down at a table at random. Since it was a buffet, she was going around helping herself to food. Suddenly Yejuan's voice sounded right beside her ear, making her jump. "Your taste in food is still quite good, I see." "What the?" she complained irritably. What are you doing here? Is this another one of your schemes?" He helped himself to food as he explained the situation. "The groom is the son of one of our company's managers." A nicely arranged plate of food appeared before her eyes. "So of course it makes sense that I'm here." Even though the reason was perfectly reasonable, she still didn't buy it. "That explanation doesn't hold up at all. Do you think I'm that stupid? If you need an excuse, come up with a better one." "Do I look like I'm joking?" She glared at him through gritted teeth, her eyes full of contempt. Fuming, she blurted out, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you following me?" She shuddered when she heard him state flatly, "I am following you." "What the? Are you out of your mind?" She had spoken so loudly that everyone around them was bewildered and started murmuring among themselves. This left Yejuan equally baffled. The dishes at the reception were being praised by everyone as delicious. "Here they come." Subin noticed something and wondered. "I thought the elderly group was sitting there earlier." She asked everyone, "Hey, has the elderly group next to us already finished eating?" "Ah, maybe they're sitting somewhere around here. Did you see them leave?" Suddenly, a young man waved his hand, telling an acquaintance to come over. "Director O is here." That person came and pulled up a chair next to Subin, catching her attention. "Please, make yourself comfortable." The person who arrived was him, which startled her greatly. "What the heck, you?" He asked, "What's wrong? Isn't this seat taken by anyone yet? Don't anyone stop me. Let me fight him to the death." "Subin." The girl sitting next to her smiled and asked, "Do you know him?" "Ah, him. Director. Do you know her?" Why hesitate instead of nodding? After nodding, he explained further, "We went to the same elementary, middle, and high school." "Oh my god, wow, that sounds great. Nice to meet you. It's so good to meet Subin's classmate here. She actually knows a prince like him." Her friend at the table playfully joked, "And you two have never dated?" "Ha, excuse me, but what do you do?" "He called you director, right?" The other guy explained, "We work for a travel agency. Its name is Kadar." The two female friends asked in astonishment, "The Cat Hour affiliated with K Group?" "Cat Hour is the best service in Korea." "Good heavens." "Yes, the person sitting in front of us right now is the director." "Oh my." Suddenly, a man walked up and exclaimed, "Oh wow." He very naturally placed his hands on the shoulders of the two girls and said, "Who do we have here? Aren't these incredibly beautiful ladies?" After saying that, he noticed the person next to them. "Oh, it's you. Subin is here too." "Hello, Shin. Your beauty has really leveled up lately." He didn't hesitate to ask to sit between the two girls. "I can sit here, right?" "Please do, yes." He noticed Subin's attitude and asked, "What's with that face?" And naturally, without knowing them, he asked the two girls, "It's been a long time. How have you been? Are you doing well?" What a coincidence. Or maybe they know each other. I don't even know where he popped up from. Subin drank water while looking at him with an indifferent attitude. "Ah, him. His name is Choi Jin-young, known as the bomb of the university. Whenever alcohol enters his system, his head becomes completely empty." After evaluating him, she coldly answered his question, "Am I supposed to be happy to see you? Hey, what's with that attitude? It's been a long time since we last met." She raised an eyebrow, looking at him carelessly. "You seem to be a bit rude, don't you? So what? Am I supposed to jump for joy when I see you?" Jehoen, sitting on the side, smiled silently. Wow, she's still so fierce. He pretended to stroke his hair to show off his sparkling gold watch. "I'm quite popular these days." He smugly showed off. "Haven't you heard the news that I'm working for a trading company? They pay me even more than I expected." Despite his bragging, she continued to eat heartily. "Rumors have spread quite fast these days, haven't you heard? Like I care. You're always showing off anyway. I've had enough of the drama surrounding him." Truly, a leopard cannot change its spots. Honestly, she didn't care about him at all. "I never expected you to become a third-generation Chable anyway. Have you heard?" But he was so persistent that it annoyed her. "Hey, I'm asking you. I'm clearly talking about business deals." "I heard." She glanced at him and said, "The rumor about your company selling fake goods in China?" That fatal exposure made his face turn red. "That watch must be one of them, right?" He was so extremely furious that his whole body trembled. But he still didn't let her off, smiling sinisterly and saying, "Yeah, that's right. But what about that guy from the medical college?" He rubbed salt in her wound. "Isn't Koku getting married soon? There's a rumor that he dumped you because he felt it was more beneficial to date the niece of a major company CEO, you know." Having achieved his goal of provoking her, he smirked. No matter how angry she was, he continued to poke at her, saying, "Isn't that right?" Jin Young mocked. Huh, didn't you say you were going to marry that doctor? I'm not the only one who remembers that, right? Subin sat silently and motionlessly. He gleefully slammed his hand on the table, laughing and saying, "You're really arrogant, Shin Subin." Jehoen, sitting next to Subin, had been silently observing her all this time. He heard Jin Young's sarcastic remarks, but bragging like that is a bit too much. "So, have you become Pinocchio now?" Subin tightly gripped the fork in her hand, suppressing her anger. He pushed his luck and dug up the past. "When you were in college, you weren't popular at all because you always locked yourself in the dorm." Jin Young burst into laughter as if he had hit the jackpot. He teased, "Isn't that right, Subin? But a rumor like that is quite a disadvantage for a woman, isn't it?" The female colleagues sitting around whispered among themselves. The girl with highlights nervously patted the shoulder of the girl next to her and called out, "What's wrong with her ex-boyfriend? Hey, do something." The other girl, scared and quietly crying, replied, "Sob, but what should I do?" Seeing no reaction from Subin, he became annoyed, raising an eyebrow in challenge and asking, "Hey, honestly, it's just tit for tat, but how are you planning to get married now? Who will want to marry you?" Jin Young continued to use insulting words against her. "Don't make a fool of yourself when you don't even have any self-respect to begin with." He raised his voice in contempt and asked, "You know what I mean, right?" Subin was infuriated. She growled and scolded, "That dog-bitten mouth of yours." Her hand tightened around the fork handle, intending to attack him to teach him a lesson. Jehoen noticed the situation worsening and quickly grabbed her arm holding the fork, advising, "Don't be too extreme." He glanced at her to reassure her, but didn't forget to mock Jin Young. "You'll only make yourself tired. Just ignore the dog barking in your ear." Am I wrong? His words made her switch from anger to startlement. She couldn't believe he could say such things. Hearing this profound curse, he became dumbfounded. Then he got angry, frowned, and yelled, "What?" Jehoen glared at him in annoyance. He still didn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Dog barking? Do you know who I am?" Jehoen replied indifferently, "Do I need to know?" Seeing his contemptuous attitude startled him, forcing him to swallow his anger. His hand was currently gripping Subin's hand tightly, holding her back to prevent her from acting impulsively. Jehoen advised, "Just let it go." Jin Young, true to his nature, continued to laugh and tease her. "Hey, have you forgotten your past? So this guy is your boyfriend?" Subin was so angry that her face contorted, but she still tried to hold back. She wanted to curse at him, "You lunatic." He added fuel to the fire, saying despicably, "Then congratulations on being so stupid again." Hearing his words, Jehoen remained as calm as before. He replied softly, "We don't need to hear that from you." After saying that, he turned to look at her and called, "Subin." His hand gently rubbed the back of her hand to soothe the anger in her heart. He smiled caringly and asked, "Are you upset?" Jehoen showed affection towards her by constantly asking about her out of concern. "Tell me where you want to go later, okay? Or should we go on a date somewhere and grab something to eat?" This left Subin speechless with shock, unable to understand what the heck he was doing. "No, why is he not stopping there?" Jehoen enthusiastically whispered as if they were deeply in love. "Oh well, how about we? You know what I mean?" The colleagues around them whispered incessantly. Some even blushed in admiration and exclaimed, "Oh my." Meanwhile, Jiang, being ignored, got frustrated and called out to them, "Hey." Subin's whole body trembled with rage as she silently screamed, "I can't take this anymore." Not being paid attention to, he became even more frantic. He stepped closer to her and shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Subin glanced at him with some anxiety when he was about to lunge and grab her shoulder, yelling, "You!" Which scared her. Someone was faster and pulled her back to dodge the attack. This person was none other than Jehoen. With one arm, he pulled her into his embrace to protect her, and with the other hand, he grabbed a glass of water from the table. He quickly splashed the glass of water straight into Jiang's face. He flinched and cried out, "Arg." He taught him a lesson. People must have their limits. You know, he still hadn't recovered from being splashed. Water was dripping from his hair and face down to his clothes. Suddenly, two waiters appeared and firmly pinned his arms, politely saying, "Sir, you cannot behave like this here." He put the glass down on the table and, along with Subin, looked at Jiang's pathetic state in front of them. He didn't forget to warn him, so toned down the arrogance. His face contorted in anger as he ground his teeth and cursed. "What? You bastard." The waiters dragged him away and demanded, "Please leave, sir." Jiang stubbornly continued to make a scene, swearing, "You son of a BTCH, how dare you? Why are you making me leave when that bastard was the one who threw water in my face?" He was dragged away in front of the crowd, resisting with all his might. Let me go, do you hear me? You guys. Although he was no longer in sight, the incessant noise outside could still be heard. The female colleagues rushed over to check on her. Are you okay, Subin? Someone even panicked and cried out, "Oh my God!" The bodyguard accompanying Jihoon also approached and asked worriedly, "Director, are you all right?" He just waved his hand, signaling that it was nothing, and dismissed them. The girls took turns gossiping. That guy really has a problem. What was he thinking doing that? Are you okay? Making Subin feel a bit awkward, she hesitantly replied, "Ah, yes." Suddenly, Jihoon reached out his arm to support her back. Seeing their intimate gesture, the crowd became curious. But I mean, the girls blushed, covering their mouths and giggling as they teased. Were you two just lovey-dovey with each other? She quickly retorted, "Not at all." Subin was so angry she felt like she was going to emit black smoke. She snapped back, "Lovey-dovey with what? No way." What was she saying? In her heart, she thought, "We're more like cats and dogs." Seeing that Jihoon didn't react to the teasing, they pressed on with their questions. "I don't think so, right, sir?" Hearing that, Subin turned to stare at him, her mouth wide open. She was so angry she was speechless, stammering, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Seeing him acting so gently and affectionately towards her, giving what could be called a smile worth 10 doses of love. His male lead aura radiated everywhere, and she just wanted to curse. "Smile in my ass. Why are you suddenly acting crazy?" She went frantic, lunging to grab Jihoon's collar, gritting her teeth and yelling, "Are you gonna put that face away or what?" He still played dumb, speaking vaguely. The truth is, looking at the group of people sitting around them in front, he bluntly declared, "I'm the one chasing after her." The whole crowd blushed in embarrassment, shouting in unison, "Oh my gosh, good heavens." The embarrassed women patted Subin on the shoulder and whispered like a congratulation, "You little devil, I knew it all along. Oh my goodness, and here you were hiding it all this time." Her whole body trembled from this injustice, and she tried to explain, No, it's not like that." But nobody bothered to listen. They even showed envy and told her. "So that's why that Jian guy was going crazy with jealousy, huh?" My heart. She used every ounce of her strength to clear her name. "No, don't listen to him. He's completely lying." Right at that moment, Jae-jun spoke up again like a lover advising her. "Stop denying it, Subin. Didn't I come to see you the other day? To propose." He smiled warmly, looking at her with eyes full of love. Subin pointed her finger at him, so shocked she was speechless. "Hey you," the women behind her shyly exclaimed. "Oh my." He grabbed her pointing finger and gently comforted her. "I promise I will cherish you and treat you like a princess." Then he held her hand and softly confessed his feelings. "So, don't hesitate anymore and fall into my arms." The group of people continued to squeal in this atmosphere full of PDA. "Oh my God, why are you so sweet? You two look so good together. Oh my heart." He suddenly guided her away from her seat and said, "Let's get out of here." They continued to exclaim, "Oh my God." Outside the room, melodious music was playing, and the singing for a ballroom dance went shalala, shalala. As soon as they got outside, Subin's face turned red with embarrassment, and she yelled loudly, "Hey, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly spout nonsense in front of my friends?" Hearing that, Jae-jun clicked his tongue. TSK. He pointed his finger at the middle of her forehead and said, "You." He pushed her back and scolded, still as foolish as ever even when I stepped in to help. Being pushed unexpectedly, she panicked and cried out, "Ack," but didn't forget to scold him back. "Who needs your help anyway?" He looked at her seriously and asked, "Can you really say that?" She asked back in surprise, "What?" Suddenly, her look at this moment reminded him of the past. He remembered the moment everyone alienated him. The eyes of those children, the eyes that judged me. Those ice-cold eyes. He's a money thief. Remembering this, he suddenly asked her an abrupt question. "Did I ask for your help back then?" This question made Subin nervously swallow a gulp of saliva. Gulp. She looked at him for a moment and then suddenly blurted out, "Right?" She covered her ears with her hands and angrily yelled, "Just keep your mouth shut, please." She crossed her arms and bluntly exposed him. "You didn't do that just to help me, did you?" Not hearing an answer from him, she impatiently asked again, "Well, tell me, you didn't plan to do that to help me, did you?" Jae-jun didn't answer, but asked her back, "What?" Subin stared at him and loudly asserted, "You did that to make them believe we are getting married. And also, with my friends, who do you think you are?" Hearing that, he tiredly let out a few hum sounds as an admission. He stroked his chin, praising and teasing her at the same time. Well, seems like you've finally gotten a bit smarter, huh? Jae-joon turned his face away and superficially added another compliment. That's better. His action made her angry and she scolded. Hey, are you deaf? She raised her fists, waving them back and forth to threaten him. Did you hear my question? Why did you suddenly tell them we're fooling around with each other? He gently dodged. Suddenly, Subin's heel slipped and she panicked and cried out, Hey! Her whole body stumbled unsteadily and she startledly screamed loudly. Jae-joon quickly reached out his hand, ready to catch her. When she closed her eyes, instinctively preparing for the fall, his hand caught her elbow, saving her from the fall. Subin looked at him in astonishment and a bit of embarrassment while he teased. TSK, seems like it's a good thing I'm here, isn't it? He helped her up and let go of her hand, not forgetting to poke fun at her, or else that empty head of yours would have kissed the floor. Hearing this, she trembled with anger and grumpily scolded. What, are you tired of living? Jae-joon waved his hand, turned around, and walked away, ordering, Let's go find something to eat first. She was extremely furious at his insolent attitude and called him back with a gruff voice. Hey. Seeing him ignore her anger, Subin was so mad she clenched her fists, wanting to hit him a few times, muttering, I've gotten smarter? It's a good thing you're here. Worry about your own life first. In her heart, she thought to herself, Don't anyone stop me. I have to punch him. After her bout of anger, she remembered the reunion with her old friends at a friend's wedding, where she happily chatted with them. She pondered, well, it's true that I don't see them often, but I can't avoid them forever. Subin reassured herself. Fine, what's done is done anyway. Suddenly, a voice calling out interrupted her train of thought. Hey, it turned out to be Jae-joon. Not seeing her follow along, he had come back to look for her. He approached, looking annoyed at having to wait, and asked, Why are you just standing there? He made a suggestion. Let's go find something to eat and then talk. Hearing that, Subin let out a scoff. Her attitude took Jae-joon by surprise a bit, and she asked him in a cold voice, Eat? She tucked her hair behind her ear and questioned, Do you think I'll just nod in agreement if you treat me to a meal? This question made him ponder for a long while. He suddenly called her name. Shin Subin. He looked at her unblinkingly and asked bluntly, Do you know how complicated you are? This left her stunned. Jae-joon brought up an incident from the past, like that time you gave me the chocolate milk carton. Subin, feeling clueless, unconsciously said, Huh? He turned around to leave again, his voice softening to soothe her. I didn't know that just sitting down for a meal together would make you hesitate so much. He took a few steps, then turned his head back and waved his hand, offering an alternative. If that bothers you, grabbing a drink is fine too. Whatever you want to drink, it's my treat. Her mind had been in a chaotic swirl of thoughts all this time, and she only snapped out of it when he was about to walk out of sight. Wait, she remembered the chocolate milk carton. That time, she had asked him, Do you want to drink this? That was when they were in elementary school. After the lunch break, she didn't see him eat anything, so she worriedly brought the milk carton over to check on him. You haven't eaten anything for lunch. Aren't you hungry? Returning to the present, Subin's face looked slightly sad. Her hands clenched tight. She thought to herself, what about that milk carton? I'm very grateful for what you did and accepted it. So what if I'm being a bit overly sensitive? At that time, Subin was just a little girl who wanted to care for him as a friend. So she ran to his desk and did that without thinking much. She felt a bit aggrieved and thought, we've been like that since we were kids. Suddenly, his voice rang out again. I'm very busy, you know, startling her back to reality. Jae-joon glanced at her, showing impatience, and raised an eyebrow, demanding, So can you hurry up your steps? She looked in the direction he had just left, lost in thought. I remember that was during elementary school. Subin walked after him. Her high heels made a clacking sound as they hit the tiled floor. She sighed wearily. All right, coming. She walked while looking at his back. She secretly thought, but when he raises his eyebrow, he looks really good. I hate to admit it, but he's still freaking handsome. There's not much to worry about anyway. Her heart was in a tangle with chaotic thoughts. But truly, deep down, I have thousands of different emotions. I should thank him for helping me with that Jin Young guy. Actually, I was quite surprised too. I felt grateful, but just couldn't say it. Looking at the person in front of her, it was Jae-joon, someone who could be considered close to her, yet made Subin harbor many difficult questions in her heart. Why can't I say thank you for what he did? The things I couldn't understand back then have gradually become clearer as I grew up. Her face became colder and more distant than ever. Subin tightly gripped her handbag strap, deciding to just cross the bridge when she comes to it. She brushed aside her chaotic thoughts. She quickened her pace. Stepping closer to him, she complained a bit. Hey, don't go to some cheap place. I want to go to a luxury spot. Jae-joon indulgently replied to her with a few words. All right. They went out to the parking lot and stood in front of a shiny, expensive car. As soon as they got inside the car, with him in the driver's seat and her sitting next to him, Subin secretly admired. Wow, I'll see it done. Neither of them had chosen a place to dine yet, so he took the initiative to ask for her opinion. What do you want to eat? She acted polite and replied, You choose. It's your treat anyway. Hearing that, he murmured in thought. Jae-jun suggested, Let's go eat meat. You've always liked meat. Feeling satisfied, she muttered, Sure. The car zoomed down the road. Thinking about this meal, Subin already felt happy. She excitedly thought, those expensive places? Just wait and see. You'll have to order a ton of beef, hee. On the way to the meat restaurant, Jae-jun's phone rang. He fumbled to find his phone. The screen displayed the incoming caller as his grandfather. He quickly connected his earpiece to the phone and answered. Yes, Grandpa, go ahead. His grandfather's voice asked urgently. Where are you? By this time, they had reached an intersection with a traffic light. He replied, in Seoul. Is something wrong, Grandpa? His grandfather informed him. Your grandmother just fainted. Hearing this emergency news made Jae-jun panic. Immediately, he honked the horn and made a U-turn. The car turned around as quick as lightning, startling Subin into screaming. Oh my lord. Her face darkened, and she angrily scolded. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly change direction so abruptly? Seeing his hands clenched tightly into fists, she got scared and immediately fell silent. She leaned closer to him and asked worriedly, What's wrong with your face? Did something happen? Where are we going? Jae-jun suppressed his emotions, his voice becoming weak. My grandmother just fainted. Subin looked at him in astonishment, speechless. He also remained silent. His hair fell over his face, hiding his expression. He stepped on the gas pedal harder, steering the car to zoom swiftly down the road. Subin was immersed in memories of the past. She remembered that she had never met his grandmother, but she knew that she was the one behind the money loan he had given her back then. I've always wanted to say thank you to her if I had the chance. Indeed, that time he had brought her to meet his grandmother and introduced her. She is my secretary. Remembering her benefactor, she anxiously urged, then you should hurry up. Following her urging, he hurriedly pressed hard on the gas pedal, rushing the car to the hospital. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she was still terrified and screamed, Let's get there fast, oh my God. In her heart, she thought, but perhaps it's already too late. At the hospital, it was currently early afternoon. The two of them managed to reach his grandmother's hospital room. Jae-jun sat worriedly by the hospital bed, not taking his eyes off her. Meanwhile, his grandfather was discussing her medical condition with the doctor. The old woman was weak, her eyes heavily cracking open. Has she regained consciousness? Seeing that his grandmother had woken up, Jae-jun hurriedly approached, touched her forehead, and asked, Have you regained consciousness? The old woman replied tiredly, Yes. Seeing the anxiety in him, she gently comforted, I made you worry. Hearing his grandmother's voice in his ear made him choke up with emotion and call out, Grandma. Jae-jun's heart tightened. He heavily said to her, Please don't leave me behind. The beating in his chest pounded intensely and continuously, making him feel as if his heart had just stopped beating. The old woman looked at him warmly. Her weak, wrinkled hand gently patted his hand as a word of reassurance. She smiled and coaxed, How could I leave you behind? I will overcome this battle. It's just a little illness, it's nothing. Subin, who had accompanied him to the hospital room door earlier, stood outside waiting. She anxiously gripped her bag strap, as was her habit whenever she was tense. She fell into a state of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, thinking in a panic. What should I do? In this situation, if I had known things would turn out like this, I should have just stayed in the car. From inside the hospital room came the sound of the old man choking back tears. Cough, cough. Why are these tears? I'll go to the restroom for a bit. Subin leaned against the door outside and pondered. I can't just barge in and say thank you for the money you lent me before. She struggled with her own thoughts, not knowing what the right thing to do was. Out of options, Subin sneaked a peek inside to observe the situation. The old man had reached the door. The two bumped into each other, and she exclaimed in surprise. He took off his glasses, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and asked kindly, Who are you? Did you come here to visit her? Subin shyly bowed her head and greeted politely, Good afternoon. I am. The old man pushed up his glasses and stared at her, making her sweat with fear, and she stammered, I am Jae-jun's friend. Seeing the old man's serious attitude, she was frightened. She thought, What? Did I say something wrong? He suddenly grabbed her hand and exclaimed joyfully, So you are Jae-jun's girlfriend. Oh my, Did you kind of check on her? Subin panicked at the misunderstanding of their relationship and subconsciously replied, "Excuse me?" The old man held her hand and pulled her into the hospital room, asking, "You were with him when he got the call earlier, so he brought you along. Am I right?" She foolishly followed him and, upon hearing his question, hurriedly answered, "Ah, yes." Approaching the hospital bed, he called out cheerfully, "Honey, look." Seeing Subin being dragged in by him, Jaejun was horrified. Huh? As for her, she just wanted to swear. Damn it. The old man introduced her to the old woman. "This beautiful girl is Jaejun's girlfriend." She was surprised by his words. Hearing that, he hurriedly stood up and went to stop him. "Grandpa, wait," making him look at him in confusion. Over here, Subin was acting coy and shy like a blooming flower. She felt proud. Oh wow, it feels so good to be praised as beautiful for the first time. Jaejun hesitated, not knowing how to clarify their relationship. The old woman lying on the hospital bed spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Jaejun's girlfriend? She used her strength to sit up, looked at Subin, and gently called her. "Why did you come here?" "Come here quickly." Still in shock, she vaguely replied, "Ah." Her hand with the 4-needle suddenly slipped off the edge of the bed, and the old woman cried out in panic. Oh my! Her body lost its balance and swayed, about to fall off the bed. The old man called out in panic, "Honey." At the same time, Jaejun also rushed over in fear and called, "Grandma." Subin reacted quickly, reaching forward and using her arms for support. Her arms caught the old woman's body. The old woman startled and cried out reflexively, "Oops." She anxiously asked about her condition. "Are you okay?" After that near fall, everyone became closer to each other. Subin sat next to her, smiling warmly. She secretly thought the atmosphere has also gotten better accordingly. The old woman also happily let out a few laughs and then praised enthusiastically, my. She looked at the girl in front of her with satisfaction, patting the back of her hand and chatting intimately. Such a beautiful person could become Jaejun's girlfriend, indeed. "What is your name?" Subin, still a bit shy, replied, "I am Shin Subin." She continued to praise her endlessly. "Even your name is pretty." The old woman excitedly inquired about their story. "How long have you known him?" She smiled awkwardly and hesitantly replied, "Have known each other since elementary school." The old woman patted her hand a few more times as a comfort and asked curiously, "Oh my, that long? A beautiful girl like you could be his girlfriend." This question made Subin fall silent, not knowing what to say. An indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Beautiful? I think that's too much. It's been so long since anyone pampered me like this. It's also the first time I can feel affection from someone else's eyes. She remembered her past relationship. Her ex-boyfriend's family had torn her heart apart. They didn't like what I had, even though we had planned to get married. That painful separation is probably one of the reasons I don't want to get married anymore. Is it because I remember that terrible past that my heart hurts so much? The old woman sincerely said, "It is very nice to meet you." Subin embarrassedly urged, "Hee, then please get well soon." Sejun sat on the side, quietly observing their conversation, his eyes never leaving her. He silently calculated. Choosing Shin Subin was indeed the right decision. After his grandmother's health stabilized, the two left. It was now late afternoon, right at rush hour, with the endless honking of cars. Sitting in the car, the two didn't know what to say. It was so quiet that only the sound of the car engine could be heard. Looking at his stern face, Subin felt the atmosphere seems to have gotten more serious. She felt her body was a bit weird. Her chest felt strange. Subin lowered her head and called out softly, "Hey, do you want to eat gapchang?" The gapchang she mentioned was grilled intestines. "I know a place nearby." They went to a grilled intestines restaurant. As soon as they went inside and sat down, Subin spoke up to order, "Ma'am, gapchang and a bottle of soju here, please." Sejun proactively poured the alcohol, the sound of the liquor flowing into the glass making a trickling noise. He took a sip first, then put the glass down and glanced at the girl in front of him. He sternly proposed to her again. Shin Subin think it over carefully. Sejun curiously asked her the reason why she rejected him. "If you don't think marriage is a wrong choice, then why did you refuse my proposal?" She evaded the question and changed the subject. "I am very sorry for what your grandmother has to go through." He reminded, "The money you borrowed, it wasn't mine." Subin's face showed a hint of sadness as she nodded to show she understood. He started talking about the past, about that money. At that time, he didn't know who to rely on, so he went to his grandmother. When she saw him looking sad, she gently called, "My grandson." She gently patted his head and whispered, "Is something bothering you?" He stammered, "Grandma, actually." She smiled reassuringly, "I'm listening." That day, he took a risk to borrow money from his grandmother to help her, and there was one thing he kept hidden. Of course, I couldn't tell the whole truth. He told his grandmother, "A friend who helped me before is currently facing difficulties." Sejun expressed his worry. "I want to help her, but I don't know what to do." Actually, in his heart he thought, because I didn't originally intend to help her sincerely. He didn't expect that she would agree and carefully instruct. "Sure, then don't tell your parents. This will be a secret between us, okay?" Back to the present, he recounted, "My grandmother gave it without letting the family know." Hearing his story, Subin felt a bit awkward. They didn't know. He clearly explained everything. More accurately, "I borrowed the money from my grandmother." He glanced at her, silently thinking, I didn't intend to do this just to get someone else's sympathy. Seeing her awkward expression, he had to admit, but what other choice was there? That's just how she is. Subin remembered the past. She recalled the dilapidated makeshift house sheltered under a tent where she lived as a child. When she was helped by his grandmother, she felt as if the floor where she was standing at that time began to flood with water. She wanted to collapse and cry by her hospital bed because she was the benefactor who saved her life. When visiting her, seeing that warm smile, she always reminded herself to remember, I will always be grateful to his grandmother, the one who reached out to me during my difficult times. She also remembered when the grandmother gave her loving looks and affectionate pats. Back to reality, Subin sighed and decided, but no matter how simple-minded I am, I'm not the type to go around deceiving everyone with a fake marriage. She pondered, getting married, is this really the only way? She spoke up to probe his thoughts. So, all you need is a wedding, huh? It's not that simple, you know? Sejun decisively told the truth. My father won't take back what he said. Her hands intertwined and rubbed against each other, showing her hesitation. He bluntly revealed everything to make her understand. He doesn't step foot anywhere other than his office and home, except in emergencies. He also won't attend any events. Seeing him pour out all the thoughts in his heart, she felt as if Ji Sejun was standing on his own precipice. Sejun looked up at her and hesitantly said, so. He looked straight into her eyes and sincerely expressed, all I want is for you to be able to pay off that debt. He remembered memories from when he was a child. He lived in a luxurious home, but full of hatred. He realized that he was a child no one expected to be born. In his memories, every day his grandfather would take out his anger toward his mother by drinking and beating him. After a while, he was taken away by his mother to leave that house. Unfortunately, even when he was brought along by his mother to her new family, living in a house many times larger, with no shortage of people coming and going, he still suffered greatly because no one cared about his presence except his grandmother. During a family gathering, his mother introduced, this is the eldest child of our family. Even though he was present there, no one introduced or noticed him, not even his mother. She presented the child with her new husband to the family. Go ahead and say hello, Leon. At that time, he could only stand silently in a corner and watch, carrying resentment, suppressing it by clenching his hands to hide his inner feelings. He had asked himself many times, I've spent almost my entire life wondering if I should open up to anyone. At times like that, his grandmother would come, hold his hand, and advise, Sejun, find someone to love and live a happy life. Even while lying on her hospital bed, she still whispered in his ear to advise, I hope you will meet a girl who will cherish you with her whole life. Every time she expressed her wish, she would smile and call him, my beloved grandson, my last wish is just to see you get married. Facing Subin in the present, he expressed his feelings for his grandmother. I don't want her to leave this world with her wish unfulfilled. She rested her chin on her hand, stared at him, and replied, anyway. She didn't continue, but curiously asked him instead, maybe your grandmother is everything to you, right? Sejun asked back in surprise, what do you mean? She had to brush it off, well, just maybe. Subin took a sip of her wine, slowly analyzing. Even though you said things aren't like that, well. She looked straight at him and bluntly spoke her thoughts about him. Why do I get the feeling that you want to take all the inheritance and everything your father has? She kept her eyes fixed on him and pondered, is it just me? No wonder you're so different from everyone else. No, maybe even much worse than others. She tapped her fingers on the glass, interrogating him like a criminal. Now be honest. Subin poured herself another glass of wine and interrogated, what's your real name? Sejun answered seriously, I've told you everything. He compared himself. I'm just like a snail that can't come out of its shell. I'm not a member of that family. She listened attentively to his words. His expression worsened, avoiding her gaze as he said, my father doesn't give me any chance to achieve anything. He glanced into space unconsciously to avoid the embarrassment of stating the cause of the matter. He can still control me if he wants to, so I promised to leave South Korea after inheriting the fortune. Sejun tried to persuade. It's the same for you, having a new life. Subin, now dizzy from the alcohol, boldly asked point blank. So, basically we are accomplices, right? She pointed straight at him, exposing his crime. You're trying to steal the whole house, huh? He just let out a breath and replied, that's not a bad comparison. In her drunkenness, her face became flushed, and she unconsciously called his name. Seyun, Seyun. Subin had collapsed on the table, but kept calling him continuously, Ji Sejun, Ji Sejun. He looked at the drunk girl in front of him and hesitantly asked, what is it? She only responded by calling him, Ji Sejun. He started to look annoyed and snapped, say what you want. Subin's voice answered brokenly in her drunken state, it's just. She held her head and naturally blurted out, you must have suffered a lot. She closed her eyes, lying collapsed on the table, and muttered, I really want to comfort you, but I'm afraid you'll get mad if I do. In the quiet space, only her whispering voice remained. I can't comfort you anyway. Do you think I look down on you? Sejun's face showed no expression. He just asked, you want to comfort me? He demanded in annoyance. Then don't just space out there and accept my request. Hearing him raise his voice like that, Subin looked up at him and heard him say again, it will help both of us. She expressed her thoughts about him. That could be considered a word of comfort. I know you're not that bad-hearted. On the contrary, he smirked. Is that so? My condolences because you got the wrong person. Subin propped her head on her hand, leaning sideways, her voice a bit resentful. Do you still hate me that much? Sejun quickly answered her, I don't know. Looking at the face of the person in front of her, seeing his tone of voice when talking to her, she pretended to scold. Wow, you really are an archenemy, you meanie. He unhappily repeated her words. Don't you meanie me. Sejun coldly exposed her way of living. You only need someone who can pay to cover your living expenses. Subin's legs swung gently as a habit when she was drunk. He continued to use cold words toward her. That's why I chose you, and the moment you fall for me, you will lose your value. Not only was Subin not angry, but she also calmly asked him, then what do you plan to do if I become useless? She buried her face in the table, sighed, and said, throw me away? He didn't hide it but told her straight. If that's what you want to know, I only have one answer for after you outlive your usefulness. The sound of tables and chairs shifting slightly rang out along with Jaejun's voice. Of course, I will abandon you. He stood up, placed a bill on the table, slid it in front of her, and said decisively, there's no reason left to keep you around. Subin, now deep in her drunkenness, closed her eyes and breathed evenly as if she were sleeping. He turned around, preparing to leave, not forgetting to instruct her, catch a cab home yourself, we'll talk more after you sober up. She remained motionless in her spot, making the mumbled sounds of a drunkard. He walked away, but still spoke up, I'll make sure you reconsider that choice. Jaejun left. He firmly stated, don't forget that I'm not the only one struggling with this life. Hearing his retreating footsteps, Subin groggily woke up. She looked at the 50,000 won bill on the table and angrily scolded. What a jerk. How could he just abandon a woman like this? She slammed the table and stood up, continuing to scold him. Heartless jerk. The sky had grown dark. Subin walked to the bus, stopped to wait for the bus. When she got on the bus, she stood in a corner, yawning repeatedly out of exhaustion. Looking at her own reflection on the bus window, she pondered, wow, really? She remembered how he had put the money in front of her earlier and told her, catch a cab home. Subin unconsciously tightened her grip on the bag containing that 50,000 won bill. Under the dark night sky, the bus moved slowly. Standing on the bus, she had to accept the truth about her hard life. This is reality, after all. In the staff break room, Subin sat deep in thought about the recent issues. First, she thought about what Jaejun had said to her. You only need someone who can pay to cover your living expenses. That's why I chose you. Subin rested her chin on her hand, engrossed in thoughts of him. I keep thinking about Jaejun since yesterday. On the paper were her notes. 11 years ago, we no longer had a home, paying hospital bills. 8 years ago, try to survive day by day. Then Subin circled the words 100 million won on the paper. Her face looked sad. Subin couldn't help but feel disappointed in herself. In 8 years, and I have nothing in my hands, I can't believe I even had to spend all those savings. Subin sat blankly looking at the paper with a myriad of stray thoughts in her head. I spent my entire youth eating, buying clothes, and buying everything I wanted. Subin suddenly felt tired and told herself, and I also have to realize how huge that debt is. Subin couldn't forget Jaejun's words, I've waited for you for 10 years. The heavy rain from that day suddenly flashed through her mind with the image of Jaejun standing in the cold rain. He coldly asked her, and yet you still say you will find a way to pay off the debt? Subin frowned and sighed in distress. It seems like he has no intention of understanding my situation either. This is the reality we are living in after all. Her hand holding the pen continued to tap on the paper. Subin muttered softly, even if I postpone paying off that debt. She posed a hypothesis and automatically extinguished it. If my family manages to pay off that debt, we'll still have to live a bleak life with no end. Subin bit her pen, struggling in a chaotic mess of thoughts. In the case of paying the debt with my salary, I'd have to find 2 or 3 more jobs to manage. Finally, she bit the pen tightly, sighed in exhaustion, and realized, in that way, marriage will forever be just an illusion for me. She sat on the chair with her arms crossed, her tired body leaning backward. Her eyes closed as she pondered inwardly. No one can bear the burden of debt. Just trying to survive day by day is already too exhausting. Subin still wished she could wear a wedding dress on the big day of her life. So she thought, even if I covet money and wealth, I don't want to sell myself out for it. She opened her eyes, slowly looked up at the ceiling, and asked herself, does he think I'm that weak? She tapped her foot and pouted, in your dreams will I marry you. I wonder if I'm just satisfying myself like this. The image of Jae-jun politely holding out his hand to her with a voice full of temptation appeared. Just 1 year, you just need to turn a blind eye for that 1 year. He firmly said, I guarantee we will all be happy. Subin wondered whether she should take his hand or not. The image of her parents suddenly appeared in her mind. Then my parents won't have to suffer anymore. Suddenly, a knock on the door and a loud call startled her. Miss Subin, a colleague reminded her, get ready for your shift. She quickly calmed down and said, ah yes. In a luxurious and elegant restaurant space, Subin returned to being a busy person at work. Time passed, and it was finally time to get off work. She waved goodbye to her colleagues and left. Subin got on the familiar bus. As soon as the bus arrived at the stop, she yawned repeatedly and stepped off. She walked briskly on the deserted street, Subin's face looking tired. I just want to go home and take a nap right away. Luckily, tomorrow is a holiday. I'm going to sleep in and eat to my heart's content. Just as Subin thought of this, a figure suddenly appeared walking behind her. The person called softly Subin, making her, who was sleepy, wide awake again. Subin slowly turned her head, and the person continued, it's been a while, hasn't it? That familiar face and voice belonged exactly to her ex-boyfriend. Gunho looked at her with a gentle smile. How have you been lately? Right after speaking, he immediately stepped forward and closed in on her, constantly calling her sweetly, Subin, which gave her goosebumps. Unable to stand it anymore, Subin immediately yelled at him, don't. The expression on her face clearly showed her annoyance as she threatened him, if you dare to take one more step. But before she could finish her sentence, Gunho unexpectedly raised his hand. He gently patted her hair while speaking in a pitiful voice, I'm sorry. Gunho gently patted her head. I know you'd be surprised to see me. Subin stood motionless, staring at him. After we broke up, I had to think about how to react if I ever met him again. Thinking this, she decisively yanked her hand away from his. Subin shouted loudly, don't touch me. Gunho was stunned by her. Now that she met Gunho again, she realized that all of it was useless. Subin's eyes were sharp, and she asked in frustration, why are you here? She asked bluntly, what do you want? Faced with her unpleasant attitude, Gunho's eyes widened in bewilderment. The two stood in silence, looking into each other's eyes. Subin suddenly felt very annoyed. How embarrassing. I promised myself that I wouldn't be bothered by any man anymore. Gunho looked at her intently, then put on a sorrowful expression. Where should I start? What should I do first to make you feel better? Hearing him, Subin scoffed. If I tell you, will you do it? Gunho nodded firmly. I will try. Subin crossed her arms, looked straight into his eyes, and smiled mockingly, then get out of my sight. Unfortunately, Gunho was unaffected by her. He said sadly, you can hit me as much as you like, as long as you want to. Hearing that, Subin was so furious, she could have fumed. She snapped back, you think I'm like you? That I go around hurting people? Gunho hemmed and hawed, then turned it around on her. Is that why you're still angry? His expression made Subin feel utterly deflated. She thought to herself, it's been years since we met, and in the end, nothing has changed at all. Subin frowned and bit out each word. Even if you do change, don't expect me to forgive you. So get lost. The moment she finished, her phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out and checked. It was an unknown number. If he weren't here, she wouldn't have answered. Thinking that, she decisively pressed to pick up hello. From the other end came the low, husky voice of a man. It's me. After a brief moment of surprise, Subin stammered, oh. She thought for a second, then put on a sweet voice into the phone. Goodness, why are you even calling me? Didn't I already tell you to just rest? Gunho furrowed his brows and looked at her curiously. The caller was none other than Jae-jun. He raised an eyebrow in surprise when he heard her call him honey. Soo-bin spoke sweetly into the phone while shooting Gun-ho a sarcastic smile. You miss me that much? Darkness had settled over the bustling city. On a small street corner, the man named Gun-ho stood there dumbfounded, listening to Soo-bin speak triumphantly into the phone. Honey, you miss me that much? She said, deliberately smirking at Gun-ho as she spoke. In that brief moment, Soo-bin truly had no idea what she was doing. She cursed under her breath, damn. The words that had just come out of her mouth gave her goosebumps. She could not believe she had just impulsively called Jae-jun honey. Jae-jun couldn't believe his ears either. He asked back over the phone whether this was really Soo-bin's number. Who could have seen that coming? Soo-bin thought, then kept playing the role of his girlfriend. She put on her sweetest voice and said, Why are you calling me? I already told you to rest, didn't I? You miss me that much? Jae-jun had no idea what was going on and cursed at her. Are you out of your mind? She cheerfully replied, Nope, of course not. I miss you too, baby. His voice turned alarmed. Have you lost it? Soo-bin paid him no mind and kept up the act. Where are you right now, honey? With no other option, Jae-jun sighed and answered, I haven't gone home yet. I'm near your mom's shop. Hearing that, she immediately panicked. Why on earth is he at her mom's place? Under Gun-ho's suspicious gaze, Soo-bin cleared her throat and feigned irritation. I'm at the bus stop right now. She pressed her lips together, her voice urgent, as if signaling to Jae-jun. Can you come pick me up? Gun-ho frowned as he listened to her wheedle and coo at her boyfriend. I've got some random guy keeping me here. Jae-jun, completely lost, grew impatient and asked her, What exactly are you trying to do? Soo-bin didn't answer him, just said, Hurry up. Faced with her strange behavior, Jae-jun said through gritted teeth, Fine, let's just settle this once and for all. I'll be there in 5 minutes. A beep, the call ended. Soo-bin raised an eyebrow and looked at Gun-ho with satisfaction. You heard that, didn't you? Do I need to explain anything further? Soo-bin asked him, her tone exasperated. But Gun-ho said nothing at all. He just stood there in silence, staring at her. That made Soo-bin furious, and she raised her voice. I think that's more than enough to draw a conclusion. So why are you still just standing there like a statue? Then she thought to herself, why won't he just go already? She frowned, pressed her lips together, and held his gaze, then muttered to herself, I didn't prepare a plan B, did I? Absolutely none. Suddenly Soo-bin grew anxious, thinking, if he actually runs into Jae-jun. Not letting that happen, she immediately shouted, Haven't I told you to get out of here? All of a sudden, Gun-ho spoke up in a sad voice. Are you going to get married? Soo-bin shrugged and replied calmly, of course. Did you think I'd fall apart after you left me? Her blunt attitude made Gun-ho sigh. He persisted and explained, No, I didn't think that. Then he said softly, You're a good person. The moment he finished, Soo-bin clenched her fist tight. Unable to take it anymore, she turned and walked away decisively, her voice heavy with exhaustion. I'm not going to say thank you. So please, just leave, will you? Gun-ho panicked and tried to stop her. Wait. In 2 or 3 strides, he caught her hand and held it tight. Gun-ho said, his voice trembling, I want to be certain about this. He finished speaking, and that made Soo-bin spin around sharply to look at him, stunned. Her eyes bore into Gun-ho's face. The problem was that they had known each other so long that they could each tell what the other was thinking. Gun-ho's sharp eyes stared at her fixedly, and Soo-bin felt a stab of fear. If he met Jae-jun, he would see right through everything. Whenever Gun-ho suspected something, he would dig and dig until he got to the bottom of it. Thinking of that, Soo-bin immediately screamed at him, Let go of me. Suddenly a car horn blared loudly, and Gun-ho couldn't help but glance over. He narrowed his eyes and said quietly, He's here. Your boyfriend. He said it just as the sound of hurried footsteps came pounding toward them. Soo-bin's heart lurched, and she squeezed her eyes shut, silently chanting, Please, not now, not now. Then Jae-jun suddenly spoke up in a warm, affectionate tone, as if calling out to his girlfriend. Hey, babe. His voice right next to her ear made Soo-bin's eyes go wide with shock. He smiled gently. Have you been waiting long? Then Jae-jun suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist, and she froze, looking up at him. He said to Gun-ho, his tone displeased, Hey, you go grab someone else's wrist, will you? His hand gripped Gun-ho's hand, and at the same time Jae-jun said coolly, And let this hand go, gently if you don't mind. Soo-bin watched the scene unfolding right in front of her and genuinely wanted to blurt out, This is unreal. On the other side, Gun-ho yanked his hand back in anger. In for a penny, in for a pound. Soo-bin had no choice but to keep playing her part. She smiled pleasantly, pointed at Jae-jun, and introduced him. See, he's my fiancé. Gun-ho narrowed his eyes, looking at the two of them with a hint of jealousy. Suddenly, Gun-ho got a phone call. He said politely, "One moment." Then he turned away to take it. "Yes, Professor." While Gunho was busy talking on the phone, Jae-jun smiled slyly, leaned down, and murmured into her ear, "Who's the fiancé now?" Gunho answered the professor. "Ah, yes, speaking." On the other side, Subin felt a chill run down her spine and blurted out, "What?" Jae-jun tightened his arm around her slender waist. "Answer me." He had no intention of letting her off the hook. Jae-jun pressed her. "Do you want to marry me or not?" Seeing that she wasn't answering, Jae-jun leaned in close to her cheek. "What's your answer?" The moment he finished, Subin exploded in anger. "You lunatic! Are you having another episode? Don't you understand?" She struggled fiercely. "This is the most absurd situation of my entire life." On the other side, Gunho was still deep in his phone call. Meanwhile, Jae-jun, with that infuriating look on his face, winked at her. "But it's also the perfect moment to get you to walk down the aisle." Subin couldn't help but gape at him in disbelief. She looked into his deep, unreadable eyes and thought bitterly. That's right, Jae-jun is exactly this kind of schemer. Unaware that she was calling him a lunatic with an oversized ego in her head, Jae-jun relentlessly coaxed her. "Just marry me already." Subin glanced over at Gunho, then pursed her lips and thought to herself, "No surprises there, this conniving guy." Suddenly, Jae-jun pulled her firmly by the shoulder, his voice dropping low. "So you're not going to answer?" Subin clicked her tongue in frustration. "Are you seriously going to do this?" He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I'll decide what to do next depending on how you answer." After hesitating for a moment, she said firmly, "And if I say no?" Jae-jun replied shamelessly, "Then I'm sorry. Who are you again, sweetheart?" She immediately shot back, "I dare you." Then he looked at her again. I don't think I know this person at all." Then he turned and shot Gunho a sharp look. "Isn't he a bit of a nuisance?" Jae-jun murmured into her ear, "Looks like he's your ex, doesn't he?" At the same moment, Gunho hung up and looked over at the two of them. Jae-jun didn't want to drag this out any longer. He said in a cold voice, "Answer me before I count to 3. As he counted, he slowly stroked her hair. 1. The number 2 came just as Gunho was walking toward them. And Subin stammered and cried out, "Wait." Subin's face scrunched up like a puffer fish. Jae-jun calmly counted to 3. Under the pressure, Subin was forced into agreeing. She cried out in complete helplessness, "You rotten bastard. Fine. I'll marry you. I'll be your bride. Whoever said I was allowed to live a decent life?" The moment she finished, Jae-jun had gotten what he wanted. He leaned his head down onto her shoulder with satisfaction and said softly, "You're way too easy to convince." Then Jae-jun stroked her flowing hair. Right before Gunho's stunned eyes, Jae-jun said not a word and pressed a passionate kiss to Subin's lips. A moment later, Jae-jun gently pulled back from her lips. Subin stared at him wide-eyed, so dazed she stood frozen for several long seconds. And yet Jae-jun curled his lips into a small smile, as though nothing had happened at all, and said, "I love you, Subin." With a light pat, he draped his arm around her shoulder and said in a sweet voice, "Besides, you've probably been standing here long enough to be tired." He flashed a bright, gracious smile at Gunho and said, "If you'll excuse us." He added, "We were supposed to meet at that corner cafe. At this rate, the fun will be long gone." Then he turned her away decisively and raised an eyebrow with a satisfied grin. "My girl loves the food there, you know." Leaving the man standing there in silent stillness, Jae-jun led Subin away. Before going, he left him with one last remark, "Take your time getting home. Drive safe." At their usual barbecue restaurant, Subin sat holding a glass of liquor, lost in her thoughts. Then Jae-jun suddenly said to her, "Why don't you pull yourself together?" Jae-jun casually picked up some food and placed it in her bowl. There, all done. She thought back to the moment he had kissed her, and Subin couldn't hold back. Her cheeks puffed up with anger. Her hand clenched into a fist, and she suddenly threw a punch at him. Subin shouted, "A righteous punch. I will absolutely settle the score for this." Jae-jun clicked his tongue and dodged, but still snapped at her irritably. "Look at you, same old habits." Subin's face twisted as she cried out, "What did you just say?" Jae-jun put on a pitiful expression. "I did all of that just to help you, and this is how you repay me, treating me like a monster? Relax." She made no effort to hide her contempt. "A monster?" Jae-jun looked at her, baffled, as she fumed. "How could you just kiss someone like that?" The composed, handsome Jae-jun pursed his lips and said, "Kiss?" Subin grabbed her own hair in frustration, wishing she could just punch him. Yeah, was that even necessary? Subin thought back to when he had placed his hand over her lips and pretended to kiss her, and thought to herself, well, he didn't actually kiss me on the lips, at least. Jae-jun shrugged indifferently and said calmly, "So what?" To pull off the act, it had to be done. She muttered under her breath, cursing him. Then Jae-jun scoffed at her. "Are you dense?" He frowned and explained bluntly, "Do you think a man would just stand there and do nothing when someone comes to pick up his ex-girlfriend?" Jae-jun quietly recalled Gunho's face. He was suspicious of you. He wouldn't have believed it so easily without seeing it with his own eyes. At that, Subin fell into thought. She watched Jaejun pour liquor into his glass. Jaejun raised his eyebrows, sighed, and said, "Do you think everyone is stupid enough to believe your bullshit?" Her mood was deflated by his words. Subin held the wine glass in her hand and fell into deep thought. I can't even argue back because he's not wrong. She pursed her lips, doubting life a little. Did we manage to get away with it? I don't know, but looking at him makes me feel weird. Subin glared, staring at him intently. She gripped the glass tightly in her hand, trying to stay calm and not hit him. Can someone lend me a paper bag to put over my head? She was so tired she wanted to scream out loud. What am I supposed to do with this marriage? Thinking about it, she yelled loudly, "Auntie, another bottle of soju over here." A moment later, the table was filled with empty liquor bottles. Subin was dead drunk. She giggled and yelled, "Bring it on." "Oh my, that's the 5th bottle, isn't it?" Subin narrowed her eyes and giggled. She slurred, "Not even 3 bottles, just a little tipsy." Jaejun sat opposite her in speechless silence. "She's acting up again." He was burying his head in his food when she suddenly asked, "By the way, Jaejun, how did you know my phone number?" Jaejun replied nonchalantly, "You've already agreed to marry me, so there's no need to know that." She dropped her jaw and frowned. "Are you crazy?" Subin narrowed her eyes, looking at him suspiciously. "Seriously, did you secretly look at my info again?" Jaejun blinked, acting innocent. "Because someone said they didn't want to talk, so I thought I had to contact you in the most polite way possible." Hearing his words, she panicked. He smirked, listening to her questioning him. "Since when did you know how to be polite to others? You're always cursing people out." Subin propped her chin on her hand. Despite being drunk, she tried to look serious and wondered, "Hey Jaejun, let me ask you." He nodded. She immediately asked, "Why me?" Jaejun pouted and teased her. "Don't expect me to say, because it's you." In her daze, Subin irritably stabbed her fork into the food and scolded, "You brat." She pointed her spoon in front of his face. "I don't freaking like you either, okay?" Jaejun shrugged and replied, "The feeling is mutual." Then he said, thoughtfully, "To survive the battle, you are the most suitable breakup partner." She sneered, "Oh really?" Saying that, he took a sip of liquor. Then Jaejun chuckled, "Bullying you is also fun, so living with you won't be boring." Hearing this, Subin was so angry her lungs could explode. She slammed her hand on the table and cursed inwardly, "This bastard. I can't curse him, but he's a son of a bitch." Unable to take it anymore, Subin stood up and yelled, "Hey, that's enough, I'm going home." Jaejun frowned in surprise. "Going where?" "We're not done talking." Subin picked up her handbag, turned around to leave, and said, "It's late, my mom will kill me." Suddenly, her eyes started spinning in circles. The image in front of her blurred, and Subin collapsed heavily onto the ground. Before fainting, she saw Jaejun's panicked face as he shouted, "Hey Shin Subin." After that was a pitch-black darkness, like clouds fogging up her mind. Suddenly, she startled awake. Subin found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. The sky was bright outside the window. Subin dazedly asked herself, "Where is this? Who am I? Why does the ceiling look so luxury?" Thinking of something, she unconsciously rolled her eyes. With her face still sleepy, she sharply turned her head to look next to her. Sunlight seeped through the crack of the door into the warm room. Jaejun was lying naked face down beside her. He buried his head in the pillow, opening one tired eye, and his deep voice rang out, "Sleep well?" Subin dropped her jaw in shock, watching him let out a long yawn. She immediately lifted the blanket to check her clothes. Subin's face instantly darkened, and she screamed out, "This is surreal." Jaejun raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked, "What?" Subin looked at him trembling. "Why are you stark naked?" Jaejun buried his head in the pillow, calmly replying as if nothing happened, "I can't sleep well with clothes on." Saying that, she blinked at him, asking in an embarrassed voice, "Did we sleep together?" Subin stared at the tissue stuffed in Jaejun's nose and asked, "What's that stuffed in your nose? A tissue? Did you get a nosebleed?" Jaejun touched it. "Why are you so surprised?" She pointed at his face. "Was this too much for you? So you got nosebleed?" He nodded nonchalantly, "Yeah." Then Jaejun realized he was being teased by her. He asked himself, "Do I really have to answer that?" Subin instantly burst into delighted laughter. "I'm dying of laughter. Something's not right here." She laughed hysterically while he glared at her. Suddenly, Jaejun smirked wickedly and asked, "You don't remember what happened last night, do you?" Subin didn't answer. She quietly pulled the blanket over her head. She decisively pulled his blanket and rolled herself up like a spring roll, ignoring his protest. "Hey, that's my blanket." Suddenly, Subin hugged the blanket, jumped up, and ran away. "Goodbye and see you never." Suddenly, she frowned and stopped in her tracks. Subin picked up the thing stuck to her foot to take a look. Holy crap, it was her leopard print bra. Instantly, she screamed loudly, "Why did you?" Jaejun, still sleepy, looked at her and scolded, "You're really terrible." Subin hugged herself while scrambling to find her clothes. Clothes? Where are my clothes? Where did you put them? Jaejun covered his mouth, trying to hold back his laughter, and replied, "Huh? What? Who knows?" She yelled furiously, "Aren't you going to let me leave?" He couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Then Jaejun pointed behind him in the bathroom. Subin immediately dashed in and threatened him. "Just you wait." Jaejun lay sprawled on the bed, indifferently watching her slam the door shut. In the bathroom, Subin held her face, which was as red as a tomato. Oh my god. She tossed and turned, so embarrassed she wanted to hide in a hole. "I'm going crazy, but something is definitely wrong here. What kind of face should I put on to meet him later?" As she was whining, she suddenly noticed her soaking wet clothes hanging on the door rack. Subin grabbed the wet shirt and put on like a fish taking to water. She wondered to herself, did he wash it last night? Let's just put it on for now. By himself? Subin narrowed her eyes, looking back and forth in the mirror. The shirt is a bit thin, but more importantly, I'm still wearing my underwear. Just looking in a mirror, Subin had to exclaim in embarrassment, "Holy shit, my makeup is all smudged." What on earth happened last night? As Subin buttoned her shirt, she recalled asking him earlier, did we sleep together? He had answered nonchalantly, of course. That left her full of doubts. So he was telling the truth? "Let's wash my face first," she said, then hurriedly splashed water on her face. After washing, her face gradually became bright and clean. Next, out of extreme embarrassment, Subin stood hesitating by the door. "I don't want to go out. I'm glad nothing happened last night. But what if it really did? What if it's something I don't even want to imagine? What should I do?" Frustrated, she banged her head against the wooden door with a thud. In the end, it was all a mistake. Thinking of something, Subin determinedly clenched her fists. Right? It was just a mistake. Jaejun must think so too. She took a deep breath and muttered, "So let's just forget everything." Then Subin grabbed the doorknob, about to open it. "Okay, let's just say that." The impatient, handsome guy Jaejun crossed his arms and glared at her, his face clearly showing annoyance. "Is the bathroom yours?" He questioned her, "Why haven't you come out? I thought you fainted in there and broke your back." Seeing his bare upper body, Subin immediately stepped back. Her voice trembled as she replied, "Well, I'm still conscious. And if I did, it's because you carried me here." Before she could finish, Jaejun pushed her aside. "Step aside, please." Subin lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Oh my god. She angrily yelled at him, "Hey." Jaejun didn't care in the slightest. She watched him flick his shirt and resentfully cursed, "Damn bastard." Subin glared at him. "Son of a bitch, how do I make him disappear from my life? This hateful debt collector." Jaejun turned his head, pointed at the door, and spoke coldly, "Aren't you going to close the door? I have to shower now." Subin suddenly walked in. She frowned, looking at him seriously. "I have something to say." Jaejun paused. "What?" Remembering last night, Subin stammered again. "That." She yelled, "Last night." Before she could say anything, the handsome Jaejun interrupted, "Well, to be brief, you didn't do anything wrong to me anyway, right?" Subin flinched at his words, "Anything wrong?" Jaejun pointed to his swollen nose and demanded compensation from her. "I was assaulted. Your compensation fee for my nose is 200K. After a moment of acknowledging the truth, Subin gritted her teeth and told herself, "To save my pride, I have to sort out this mess." Thinking that, she clenched her fists and said in a low voice, "I'll say this because maybe you don't fully understand me. No matter how drunk I was, last night was just a mistake." Jaejun pulled the tissue out of his nose, narrowing his eyes as he listened to her explain, "And even if we did the deed." Feeling guilty and not daring to look at him, she said softly, "It was still just a mistake." Jaejun suddenly took a step forward, standing close to her. Jaejun looked at her bowed head. "What? A mistake?" He crossed his arms, pretending to be angry. "Say that again." "A mistake?" Subin stayed silent, avoiding his dagger-like gaze. She wondered to herself, it's really strange. Even if I wasn't sober enough to control myself, it's both of our faults. But why do I feel like I'm the only one at fault here? Thinking that, she asked him directly, "What do you want?" She said firmly, "I will pay you back in full, except for the things that are impossible to get." Jaejun raised his eyebrows and said in a low, husky voice, "You made a promise yesterday." Jaejun deliberately lowered his voice to remind her, "I thought you knew very well." His sharp, cold eyes stared intently at her. "To repay me for rescuing you from your ex-boyfriend." As soon as he finished, Subin immediately frowned in shock. "Hold on, I don't think I could talk about that right now." She stopped him. "Wait, about that." She stealthily looked up to evaluate the expression on his face. but it's strange. It's as if Jae-jun is secretly laughing. The two were in a tug-of-war when suddenly, a phone ringtone unceremoniously interrupted them. Subin gave an awkward smile and said to Jae-jun, "Give me a few minutes to answer this call." Jae-jun shrugged, "Then I'll go take a shower." On the other side, Jae-jun fumbled through his jacket pockets. "Found it." Jae-jun narrowed his eyes. "Who's calling?" Then she stared at the phone screen with a face scrunched up like dried jackfruit. Subin trembled as she looked at the name of Mrs. Jong on the phone, her heart pounding with fear. "Mom, this is the end." Mrs. Jong's voice showed concern for her daughter. "Subin, did you sleep over at Jisoo's house last night?" Subin stammered in reply, "Yes, Mom." Hearing her say that, Mrs. Jong nodded, relieved. "I understand. I was just worried you'd be surprised because no one was home yesterday. There was an emergency, so I didn't have time to text you back." She suddenly sighed and announced, "Dad is injured." Mrs. Jong was somewhat afraid she would worry, so she reassured her. "He fell down the stairs. It's not serious, so don't worry. Dad is already being treated at the hospital. 3 years ago, Dad always had to rely on a wheelchair after the car accident." The image of her dad sitting in a wheelchair was always deeply engraved in her mind. It was truly a miracle that he was able to walk again after that. But one side of his body began to show signs of paralysis, so Dad had a bit of difficulty walking. Mrs. Jong couldn't hide her exhaustion. She asked her daughter for a favor. "If you go home, please lock the store for me. I was in such a hurry that I just left like that." Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry." Subin silently hung up the phone, her heart extremely troubled. Is he really okay after falling down the stairs? Subin sat quietly on the cold ground, thinking about her dad. Mom said he wasn't hurt too badly, but there would definitely be some bruises on his body. She comforted herself. Mom said he would be fine, but a drop of water suddenly pattered onto the floor. Jae-jun suddenly appeared, touching her shoulder with his soaking wet hair, and gently asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Subin took a deep breath and sighed aloud. "My dad fell." Her whole body trembled violently. Suddenly, Subin stood up abruptly. Ignoring his concern, she hurriedly ran off. Jae-jun held her phone and yelled, "Hey, your phone." Subin shouted urgently, "I'm going to get my bag first." A moment later, Jae-jun opened the car door and put her handbag inside for her. Then he said, "Get in." Jae-jun opened the door and waited for her. "I'll drive you there." Subin looked at him hesitantly. Jae-jun lost his patience and directly pulled her into the car. "Come on." Subin was dazed like a wooden dummy, being forced into the car by him. Jae-jun casually closed the door and asked, "To the store first, right?" Subin was so worried that she unconsciously bit her nails. Mom said she didn't need to worry, but she took a bite and thought to herself, what if he is seriously injured this time? Jae-jun frowned, standing outside the car and looking inside. She was just thinking in the past. Suddenly, Jae-jun snapped his fingers, making Subin instantly snap out of her panic. Jae-jun lowered his head, worriedly and softly said, "Snap out of it." Subin pursed her lips to calm herself down, while Jae-jun quickly got into the driver's seat. He handed her a towel. "Wrap this around yourself. Your clothes are too thin." Subin looked at his hand in surprise. "A blanket?" She quickly took it. "Yeah, okay." Then she suddenly sneezed, spraying everywhere. Jae-jun covered his face in disgust. "Could you please wrap it around yourself?" She wiped her nose and nodded with difficulty. Then Subin couldn't help but sneeze several times in a row, making Jae-jun angry and threaten. "Do you want to wrap it around yourself, or do you want me to put you in a coffin?" Saying that, Jae-jun thoughtfully turned on the heater in the car. The warm air spread, making her unable to help but glance at him. She noticed his hair was completely wet. Subin hesitantly opened her mouth to ask, "What about you? Don't you need a blanket?" She looked worried. "You look even wetter than me." Jae-jun nonchalantly replied, "I don't need it." Subin frowned and said gruffly, "Don't talk nonsense and catch a cold. Wrap something around yourself." Jae-jun flatly refused. "I know what to do when necessary." Subin ignored him, picking up the blanket and handing it to him. "Otherwise, use this." Jae-jun tiredly glanced at her. "Worry about yourself first." Saying that, he ruffled his hair into a bird's nest, making water splash everywhere. Subin backed away and immediately yelled, "Hey, you're splashing water everywhere." Jae-jun smirked, looking at her handsomely and smugly. "Gosh, catching a cold is not in my dictionary." Subin said sarcastically. "Then what kind of disease is in your dictionary?" She sighed, still determinedly handing him the blanket. "Stop being ridiculous here. Use this." Knowing she was sad, he didn't take it but unexpectedly said warmly, "Just calm down." The ice-cold, handsome man suddenly cared for Subin. Everything will be fine. After finishing his sentence, Jae-jun stepped on the gas and drove off like flying. Subin was silent for a moment and then replied, "Yeah." A few minutes later, Subin looked at the door in surprise. "What is this?" She stepped into the store, her mind full of questions. Not only did she not close the door, but she also left her slippers outside. Subin glanced around at the items in the store. They looked really messy too. Her eyebrows furrowed. Subin wondered, why does mom always act like this? Subin gritted her teeth sadly. Is there really nothing to worry about for me? A long while later, she pulled the store door and locked it. Jae-jun stood to the side with his arms crossed and suggested in a low voice, "Let's go. I'll drive you to the hospital." Jae-jun silently paid attention to her. After that, the two continued moving. In the car, Subin's phone rang again. She picked it up, and it was Mrs. Jong's voice. "Hello." She calmly asked her, "Mom, which hospital are you at?" Mrs. Jong frowned and asked, "Are you coming?" Subin pursed her lips and nodded. "Yes." She sighed deeply. "There's no need to come." Subin shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Just tell me. I'm already in the car." Having no other choice, Mrs. Jong gave her the address. Subin nodded happily and thought to herself, "Yes, luckily it's not too far." She gave some instructions, and she smiled and said to her, "Yes, I know. I'm hanging up now." Subin was about to hang up, but suddenly she called her name again, Subin. She was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes, tell me, Mom." Mrs. Jong said tiredly into the phone, "I haven't even had a cup of coffee yet. Could you buy one for me?" Subin immediately agreed and replied, "Coffee? All right, I'll buy it." Finishing her sentence, she hung up the phone, her eyes somber and thoughtful. Didn't Mom say she was fine? She can't stand going a day without drinking coffee. She must be at her limit now. A long while later, the two of them arrived at the general hospital. Jae-jun bought 2 cups of coffee and walked back to the car. He held the coffee in front of her. "Take this with you." Subin widened her eyes in surprise. Why are you taking such good care of me all of a sudden? It gives me the creeps." Subin felt self-consciously hesitant. "You don't need to take care of me." Before she could finish her sentence, she tripped over the car door and fell backward. With a thud, Jae-jun caught her, and he let out a sigh. "Can't you even walk by yourself?" Under Subin's stunned gaze, he pulled her hand into the hospital. "Let's go." Subin looked in panic at his hand, tightly gripping her wrist. "Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go, I can walk by myself." Jae-jun turned his head and glared at her. Then, his voice became strangely gentle. "Don't put on such a gloomy face." Subin was made as stiff as a rock by him. After that, without saying a word, Jae-jun decisively pulled her along. His sturdy back was deeply imprinted in her eyes. "He's not someone I can rely on to begin with." Subin momentarily widened her eyes in a daze, unable to reply to him at all. "And I also know I shouldn't rely on this kind of person," Subin told herself in her heart. "But I keep getting dragged from one place to another, just like that, and just like that." At the City General Hospital, Jae-jun watched Subin frantically running as if chased by a ghost. She ran while saying to him, "I know how to find a room myself." Jae-jun looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. Subin muttered, counting the numbers. 512, 512. "Oh, here it is." The hospital room appeared before her eyes at the same time as the familiar voice of a man. "Oh, honey." Her dad whined to her mom, "Scratch my back for me." Subin stood silently outside the door. "He seems fine, thank goodness." She was about to knock on the door when she suddenly heard her dad say to his wife, "By the way, did Subin contact that boy?" He asked Mrs. Jong curiously. "The guy she met last time, he seemed polite." She smiled gently and replied, "She'll probably bring him over next week." He suddenly exclaimed, "Why? Did it not work out? Did our Subin not like him?" Subin stood outside the door, biting her lip as she heard Mrs. Jong reply, "I don't think so." Subin's dad sighed deeply and helplessly. "It just feels like because my daughter is too pretty, it ends up being a lot of pressure." Subin's dad casually chatted with his wife. She kept muttering something like, "Oh gosh, he's not my type." She quietly stood still, falling into deep thought. "They've never brought up these kinds of things in front of me." Suddenly, she heard her dad blaming himself. "It's just that she doesn't want to love anyone else after breaking up with Gunho." His voice sounded hesitant. "I wonder if it's because of me?" Hearing this, Subin unconsciously felt her heart skip a beat. She was angry and wanted to scream. "Poor Gunho." Mrs. Jong felt her husband was going a bit too far. She smacked him on the shoulder and scolded, "Oh, stop it. Shut your mouth." He panicked and exclaimed in pain, "Ouch, mommy." Subin's dad rubbed his shoulder and cried aggrievedly, "Honey, why are you still so strong? Look at my back, it's all red." Mrs. Jong clenched her fists and threatened her husband, "Don't ever mention it again." Why do you always have to bring up the past? Subin's dad angrily raised his voice and replied, No, it's just because I saw them suddenly break up after already planning for the wedding. As he was speaking, Subin suddenly stormed in from outside the door and yelled, I'm not getting married. Subin's dad was startled. Then he calmed down and talked to her. Here is my precious daughter. Are you here to visit your dad? Mrs. Zhang looked at her and asked softly, How is the store? Did you lock the door? Subin didn't answer the trivial matters her mom mentioned. She frustratingly declared once again, How many times do I have to say it? I don't want to marry anyone, so stop talking about it. Her dad couldn't hide his worry. Subin, seeing the coffee in her hand, Mrs. Zhang quickly changed the subject. Coffee? I only wanted 1 cup, you know? Why did you buy so many? Subin scoffed coldly and said through gritted teeth, Anyone who hears it would think it's gold-plated coffee. It's just coffee. What's the problem, Mom? Mrs. Zhang got annoyed, but still calmly explained, Well, I only wanted 1 cup. How many cups do you think are in that pile? Subin pouted, losing a bit of control over her words. Right? That's really how it is, isn't it? You spend your whole life selling rice cakes in paper cups just to be able to drink 1 cup of coffee. Huh? Subin said and let out a tired sigh. I don't know how many times I've asked myself this, but you know what, Mom? Her parents simultaneously listened to her seriously, wanting me to marry a rich husband through those matchmaking companies and drinking an expensive cup of coffee are all the same. Subin was determined in her thought that she didn't mind if she felt miserable, but she didn't want to sell herself cheap just to feel miserable. Then she clenched her fists. Subin's voice filled with grievance. Me going on all those blind dates isn't the issue. It's not that pathetic, but Subin avoided her parents' eyes. She firmly spoke up. No matter what you say, Mom, I don't want to have to marry someone I don't love. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Zhang frowned in confusion. Daughter, who told you that? Who told you that you have to marry a rich husband? She tried hard to explain to her. Mom and Dad just want you to meet a man who can be with you for the rest of your life. Subin abruptly cut her off. Mom, wake up. She tried to make her understand her feelings. Mom, this is reality. There is no such person in my life. Her dad anxiously intervened. Subin, I know what you were worried about. He softened his voice and gently said to his daughter, You want to be with us your whole life? Of course, if I could live another 1,000 years, I would want that too. His voice was thoughtful and sad. But you must know that you can't, no matter how miserable you are. He lowered his voice. Wouldn't it be better to rely on someone? Do you understand what I mean? Subin silently looked at her dad slowly. 3 years ago, he had an accident and experienced a near-death moment, and now it has become a habit for him to prepare to pass away at any time. Subin pursed her lips in anger, thinking to herself, Am I that precious to you? To the point that you can't feel at ease, leaving me alone? But it's all because of greed. She wanted to scream, What do you know about the person I will be with for the rest of my life? Subin spoke up resentfully. What's wrong with you, Dad? Let me live my own life. He sighed and called softly, Subin. She swallowed her tears, trying to stay composed. It's my life. I want to decide it myself. Subin didn't want to hear another word from him. She persistently explained, Can't you just let me do that? Didn't you like the guy you met last time? Is it because of that? Mrs. Zhang suddenly spoke up to advise her. He seems like a nice guy, and his family background is fine too. Subin yelled angrily, Oh my God, are you even listening? What is wrong with you two? She gritted her teeth in frustration. You and Dad don't understand anything at all. You have no idea what I had to hear. Subin screamed resentfully every time I go on a blind date. After she finished speaking, Mrs. Zhang was immediately stunned. What are you talking about? What did you have to hear? Subin bit her lip, thinking angrily to herself. No matter how terribly the other person treated me, I don't want my parents to know about it. Subin thought helplessly. Those 13 blind date partners made my self-esteem collapse and made me miserable every time I encountered the curses I had to hear. Mrs. Zhang yelled at her angrily. What? Why are you only telling me this now? Subin said pitifully. Did you ever ask? Her voice was filled with choking sobs and resentment. All you care about is how many blind dates you can get from me. Suddenly, Subin loudly declared, I want to live alone. She hugged herself tightly and firmly said, I'd rather live a lonely life than be deceived by someone and cry over them. After speaking, Subin pursed her lips. I've said everything. Despite her mom and dad's worries, she dashed outside. Mrs. Zhang yelled at her wait. Subin decisively pushed the door open, her mom's voice echoing across the room. Subin. The sound of running footsteps echoed on the cold floor. Subin ran headlong, thinking sadly to herself, the worst thing in my life. Jaejun's gaze shot toward her like a blade. Subin ran past him, and Jaejun silently darted his surprised eyes at her. In that brief moment, Subin's eyes full of resentment were deeply etched into his mind. Jaejun pursed his lips and just looked at her without intending to stop her. He silently crossed his arms and stood aside, letting her run away. Mrs. Zhang chased after her, shouting, "Subin!" Bumping into him, Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Jae-jun, you're Jae-jun, right?" He politely replied, yes, good morning." She nodded happily. Yes. After speaking, Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but smile awkwardly at him. "When did you arrive? Did you come with her?" Jae-jun glanced at her and honestly replied, "Yes, I thought going inside would make her uncomfortable, so I waited outside." Mrs. Zhang nodded shyly. "Ah, I see." After speaking, it was inconvenient for Jae-jun to stay long, so he bowed politely to say goodbye. "Please tell Uncle I said hello, and there's no need to worry about Subin. I will come back later." He was about to run off right away when Mrs. Zhang unexpectedly pulled his shirt to stop him. Jae-jun." Jae-jun blinked and looked at her. "Yes, please go ahead." Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but hesitate, wanting to speak but stopping. Finally, Mrs. Zhang looked at him and asked miserably, "You came here to get that money back from Subin, right?" Her face clearly showed guilt. "I won't forget what you did before. I will definitely pay it back as promised." Mrs. Zhang awkwardly asked for his understanding. "I hope you won't mind it." Jae-jun remained silent and didn't reply, asking himself, "Really? How will you pay it back?" With that thought, Jae-jun bowed respectfully. "Then I will take my leave." Mrs. Zhang nodded. "Yeah, Jae-jun." Looking at his retreating back, she softly pleaded, "Just please keep an eye on Subin for me." As a mother worrying about her daughter, Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but sigh in distress. The bus started to pull into the station. Even if it was a hard journey, the three of us had a peaceful and stable life. Subin sat in a corner of the bus stop, her mind wandering, constantly reassuring herself, and that alone is enough for me. A sorrowful figure, yet her thoughts were like self-comfort to soothe her mother's worries. "You and Dad don't need to worry much about me anymore. That's what I want to say." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a pair of hands gently rested on Subin's shoulders. It was Jae-jun, his tall figure standing close to Subin. He softly said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Despite his offer, Subin remained sitting there and refused. "It's okay. I can take the bus home myself." Jae-jun was a bit worried and stammered. "But you..." Jae-jun stared blankly closely at Subin and said, "Right now you look like a soulless corpse." Hearing that, Subin was also stunned and annoyed. "Really?" After that, Subin eventually agreed to get in the car for Jae-jun to drive her home. Jae-jun's hands gently closed the car door. Subin sat in the car, her face showing extreme tension. She thought, the tears just won't stop. Then Jae-jun also quickly got into the car and prepared to drive her home. Meanwhile, Subin was extremely embarrassed as her tears kept flowing. She continuously wiped her eyes and thought to herself, "It really hurts my self-esteem." Realizing Subin was sniffling, Jae-jun, a considerate guy, offered his handkerchief to Subin to wipe her tears. Subin did not hesitate to reach out and take it, but in her heart, she was screaming, "So annoying." The car engine started, and Subin kept crying. Jae-jun drove with a cold expression, while Subin continued to sniffle incessantly. The music in the car started playing, and Subin sank deeper into her own sorrow. She sobbed, unable to stop. Thoughts kept creeping into her head. "I understand better than anyone else why my parents wanted to get married so badly. It's the reason that makes me sick." Subin seemed to imagine her childhood dream of wearing a beautiful, radiant wedding dress. She thought to herself, "Marriage, marriage, marriage. I've always dreamed so much about it since I was little because I grew up independently and wisely. My wish became even more urgent to have a happy life." Countless happy fantasies with her first love, Gunho, appeared in Subin's mind. With her first love, who was also her last love and the only person she gave her whole heart to, Gunho, the beautiful memories were soon followed by sorrow. She reminisced until the time she broke up with him. Her dad's accident happened 3 years ago, the accident that led to the end of our relationship. The past came back as if it were happening right before her eyes. The day Subin talked to her mom, "Mom, I don't want to date anyone anymore. Do you hear me?" Subin's mom, quite worried about her future life, replied, "Don't talk as if your life has come to an end." Mrs. Zhang's face showed a hint of irritability, as if she could read her daughter's mind. "You can meet him again if you want." Hearing that, Subin immediately waved her hands in constant denial. No, I've changed my mind. Really, I don't even understand why I want to get married anymore. Mom and Dad don't know exactly how everything happened. She immediately reassured her, I'm fine, you know? I only need you and Dad. And that was exactly how she hid that immense pain. Since then, the beautiful dream of a wedding disappeared, leaving my heart with nothing but doubt and emptiness. With tearful, sniffling eyes, Subin softly asked, You heard me, right? She continued, I can't leave them alone. What if I tell them now that I'm getting married? Jae-jun just listened in silence. Subin's heart was heavy with sorrow. So it turns out it was all a lie. They are just selling their daughter because of a debt they can't pay. How will my parents feel? One day they find out that their only daughter entered an arranged marriage only for it to end. Hearing that, Jaejun's eyes wavered slightly as he softly glanced away. Subin clenched her fists on her lap. Her voice choked with tears as she confided, They're the only ones who understand how much I fantasized about marriage. They want me to be happier than anyone else. She lamented, and look at my situation right now. I have no interest in holding on to someone else through a marriage. Hearing that, Jae-jun casually suggested, Then do it with me. Subin seemed to freeze, not believing her ears. What? Jae-jun continued to suggest with a slightly shy look. If it's me, the story will be completely different. I won't be a good husband, but I can guarantee to be a good son-in-law. Jae-jun thought to himself, Well, you said your hands are tied. I think I'm the one with the key to unlock them. Subin suddenly got grumpy. Do you understand me? Fine, if I marry you, what will you do within a year? Win over my parents? Hearing that, Jae-jun coldly said, I understand what you mean. The problem isn't simply about paying off the debt anymore. We get married so we can live freely. I'm just using marriage as an excuse to avoid being bound by marital obligations. Jae-jun drove while stating his viewpoint, thoughts, and desires. I want to have a free life. He leaned forward over the steering wheel, then turned to look at Subin and said, I will go abroad as soon as the promise is fulfilled. He laid out his plan. I will return to South Korea once a year to visit my parents. There are many reasons to return to South Korea, so don't worry too much. We can still pretend to be newlyweds, right? And of course, I will provide enough for you, so don't worry about making a living. And if one day you meet the right person, Jae-jun's voice hesitated, yet full of understanding, his face nonchalant but strangely handsome. He continued, Then let me know. I will arrange everything for you to be with that person. You can put all the blame on me. Hearing that, Subin's face showed a hint of surprise. Jae-jun brought his hand to his chin and thought, Oh, speaking of which, don't think that you're being sold off. It's simply taking a course. God, how cheaply have you sold your self-esteem? Are you even a real human? Subin got angry hearing that one. Jae-jun continued talking. I don't know what will happen if I push you off a cliff. Subin said in annoyance. What? Then, Jae-jun's deep voice softened, full of reliability. I promise, this marriage won't lose anything and no one will suffer. Subin turned to him in confusion and asked, What the hell is this? Jae-jun confidently affirmed, I'm sure you will have to agree. The car screeched to a halt, and Jae-jun turned to ask, Have you changed your mind yet? Subin sat silently in the car without saying a word. Noticing her attitude, Jae-jun smiled slightly and teased, You look like you're tempted. Huh? Honestly, it would be strange not to be convinced in this situation. Jae-jun continued, Well, if you hesitate, I have no choice but to persuade you with all my might. In front of the building, the two sat in the car, and Jae-jun continuously persuaded her. It will all be the same since this is your last chance. The last chance to refuse my offer. Tell me right now if you don't want to do it, or if you don't say anything until I count to 3, it means you've agreed. Subin then spoke up and asked, Right now? Jae-jun quickly replied, Yes, right now. I will count slowly. If you've made up your mind, you'll have plenty of time to refuse. He slowly counted 1, 2. Subin was a bit startled. Then came 3. Just as he finished counting to 3, Subin cried out, Wait, but it was too late. He had already counted to 3. Jae-jun then reached out to open the car door and said, All right, my job here is done. Get home safely. Subin held tightly to her seatbelt and said, Wait, hold on a second. She said softly, Before I agree, I need to make sure of a few things. Jae-jun asked, What is it? Subin then quickly opened the car door and hurriedly told him, You don't need to know that. I'll check it with my own eyes. See you tomorrow after work. Stepping out of the car, she didn't forget to remind Jae-jun, And don't eat dinner. Wait for me to eat together. Anyway, I'll treat you to something delicious, so make sure to come with an empty stomach. Jae-jun had a cold face, but his words were incredibly adorable. I can eat a lot. Remember to keep your word. Subin turned and ran off, not forgetting to wave to Jae-jun and say, Tomorrow will be the last day. I'm patient with you. Thank you for today. See you tomorrow. The sound of Jae-jun's car faded into the distance. Subin then turned around, clenched her fists, and thought, All right, let's give it a try. Suddenly, her phone notification rang. She checked her phone and received a message from Jae-jun. I will pick you up at the hotel where you work. See you tomorrow. Subin walked briskly home, firmly affirming in her mind, all right, I will verify it myself. Moving on to the next day, as Subin was standing in front of the hotel with a colleague, her friend exclaimed with excitement, oops, spotted a handsome guy at 2 o'clock. Excuse me, assistant manager. That's Jae-jun, the handsome face waiting for Subin. His elegant and calm demeanor attracted so many girls. Hit the jackpot. He's really handsome. Subin also quickly played along and replied, confirming there's indeed a handsome guy at 2 o'clock. Her boy-crazy colleague excitedly praised, so handsome, life is truly worth living. Subin confidently offered, well, she proudly said, do you want me to make a move for you? The colleague asked back in panic, what? If you succeed, I'll be your fan for the rest of my life. If you really pull it off, remember to share your secret with me. Subin turned and walked away, firmly stating, okay, watch and learn. Seeing this, the colleague couldn't help but admire. The assistant manager is so cool. Watching Subin's silhouette approach Jae-jun, she wondered, will she get his number? Let's bet. Let's make a bet. What a bet? We can't even hear what they're saying, can we? On this side, they were extremely curious about what Subin and the handsome Jae-jun were talking about. Everyone could only marvel. Wow. He smiled. Oh my gosh, he's drop-dead gorgeous. Subin quickly linked arms with Jae-jun and turned away, but didn't forget to look back and give a happy signal. A perfectly successful action. She waved goodbye to her colleagues. I'm leaving now. The colleagues exclaimed in awe. She hit the jackpot. Then, as promised, Subin took Jae-jun to a small street food stall and ordered. Annie, Subin excitedly said, give me some chicken feet and a bottle of soju, please. Jae-jun seemed unaccustomed and was speechless. Is this what you want to eat? The stall owner also replied quickly, coming right up. Subin happily replied, huh, did you see them earlier? They must be so surprised, so cute. Jae-jun didn't seem very interested and retorted dryly, what's so funny? Hearing that, she didn't care and still found it cute, affirming, it's hilarious. Quick as lightning, the food was brought to the table. Here you go. Under Jae-jun's uninterested gaze, Subin was extremely joyful. Oh, it looks so delicious. Then she put on gloves and asked, by the way, do you know how to eat this? Jae-jun teased sarcastically, wow, you asked too early. I don't know how to eat this dish. Subin asked back in sheer surprise. What, really? She handed him a chicken foot and offered, it's very delicious, try it. Jae-jun coldly said, I don't want to eat anything. Sitting in the eatery, Jae-jun said, just drinking? Subin asked with concern, is that okay? It seemed Jae-jun was perfectly fine with that. Subin was thrilled as the first step of her plan went smoothly. She thought to herself, mischievously, succeeded in finding the food he hates. Watching Jae-jun continuously drinking soju, she thought to herself, I need to get him drunk, but I don't know his alcohol tolerance. Just keep drinking on an empty stomach. Seeing Subin silent, Jae-jun spoke up and asked, what's wrong? Can you continue talking about last night now? Subin seemed to wake up to reality and stammered, I will. I'm just wondering about one thing. Jae-jun generously said, ask away. With a bright face and eyes shining like stars looking at Jae-jun, Subin asked, is there no one better than me? Or is it because I'm too perfect? Hearing that, Jae-jun was speechless and stunned. Then he awkwardly replied vaguely, I can't do it without you. Hearing that, Subin was overjoyed, smiling brightly. Really? Come on, let me hear the reasons. Jae-jun irritably asked, are you crazy? But then Jae-jun also gave in and explained, I just can't. The two clinked glasses, and Jae-jun calmly explained, because I don't need anyone, I don't care about anything, and you are the perfect person for that position. Seeing that, Subin replied, thinking about it now, your mind is quite simple. Jae-jun still seemed confused and stammered. Why suddenly? But before he could speak, Subin continued asking, it seems like you're living comfortably, huh? Jae-jun then asked, hey, what do you think I've been doing? Subin sat eating, resting her chin on her hand, and confided, after that time I got drunk, I realized we had a wonderful night, right? Hearing that, Jae-jun seemed to freeze. He was curious, as if he had figured it out. So that is the last thing you want to check, huh? Do you think I'm a scumbag who takes advantage of a drunk woman? You want to know if we slept together or not, meaning you're curious, right? Subin raised her glass to take a sip, her eyes sluggish as she thought. He has quite a sense of humor, doesn't he? Jae-jun scratched his head, sighed, and said, I know what you're thinking, but you misunderstood. No matter how much I hate you, do you think I'm the type of person to take advantage of a woman when she's drunk? Subin heard that, but seemed unconvinced and pressed. How can I trust you? I don't remember anything about it. Jae-jun retorted equally. Then why are you doubting something you can't remember clearly? Subin then leaned towards Jae-jun and spoke loudly in a rapid-fire manner. But that day you said I was overreacting. When I asked if we had slept together, your mouth said yes. Jae-jun irritably asked back, oh, really? Then did we sleep together or not? Leaving Subin confused and dumbfounded. Then he poked her forehead and said, I bled because your rock-hard head hit me, and I even broke my back washing the clothes you puked on. With a weary face recalling the past, Jae-jun couldn't understand it either, just continuously venting at Subin. I tried to take you home so your parents could see what their daughter was like, but I was so tired then that I just went straight to sleep. He felt a bit of regret. I should have slept on the sofa so that when you woke up, you wouldn't have to see me with nothing on, right? Subin was so embarrassed that she yelled, hey. Then why when I asked if we slept together, you made me misunderstand right there? The two bickered back and forth. Jae-jun refused to yield from the very beginning. You were the one who made me misunderstand. Subin didn't back down. Why didn't you just explain it right then? Suddenly, Jae-jun's voice deepened as he asked her, so how should a crying child from the hospital be explained to? Still dealing damage, Jae-jun dropped a bombshell. And you are not a woman in my eyes. Subin angrily shouted at Jae-jun, who wants to be a woman in your eyes anyway. You are not a man in my eyes either. In her mind, Subin thought to herself, so you mean only I was drunk, right? Continuing the drinking session without stopping, Subin ordered more. Annie, can I have another bottle of soju, please? Jae-jun was fed up. You want to drink again? He was getting a bit impatient. So have you found the answer to your question? Subin replied curtly, yes. Jae-jun was blunt. Then do you want to marry me? That question made Subin freeze. Gazing thoughtfully at this handsome guy, she wearily replied softly, okay, fine. Subin said, I agree. Jae-jun asked again, really? But Subin seemed to still have her own plan and said, I'm not done talking. She held the soju bottle in her hand. With a serious face, it's not a wedding, but an agreement. Jae-jun was shocked and stammered, huh, since when did you? Subin didn't let him speak and immediately interrupted, all right, that's enough, drink with me to celebrate. Jae-jun was a bit bewildered, but had no chance to ask as Subin poured the wine and brushed it off. Oh, come on, I was very embarrassed about what I did. The two glasses clinked together, so don't be shy and drink your heart out. We're not leaving until we're drunk. After a few glasses, Subin was dead drunk again, slumped on the table. Jae-jun wearily called out softly, Shin Subin. Then he stood up, turned around, and walked away. You clearly asked me if I would abandon you, so don't blame me when you wake up. Seeing this, the stall owner hurriedly asked, young man, isn't she your girlfriend? Is it okay to leave her here alone? Jae-jun put on his coat, intending to slip away quickly, and nonchalantly replied coldly, she's not my girlfriend. He was about to find the driver's phone number when he saw two drunk men walk in, teasing each other. Well, let's drink some more, Mr. Chicken Park, my treat. Which girl should we call? This caught Jae-jun's attention, making him turn back curiously, secretly thinking about something. Finally, he decided to carry the unconscious Subin back on his back. On the way to the car carrying her, he kept complaining, this suit is definitely going to get wrinkled. Damn you, Shin Subin. Why do I have to carry you? The driver saw this and asked, oh my, your wife is dead drunk. He hurriedly asked, please open the door for me. On the way back, he was endlessly annoyed. Just wait, I'll settle the score with you later. It was late at night, and the lights on the building were still on. Jae-jun left Subin lying on the floor and went somewhere. Subin suddenly opened her eyes. With a completely sober face, she thought, if I knew it would be like this, I would have become an actress. Watch out for me, Jae-jun. Recalling Jae-jun's nonchalant face earlier tonight. So this was what she wanted to verify. Recalling his assertion, do you think I'm the kind of bastard who takes advantage to do bad things when others are drunk? Jae-jun stepped into the bathroom, drops of water running down his legs to the floor. Subin knew, but thought still popped up to ensure certainty. I know, but how can I trust him? Jae-jun's large, breathtakingly handsome figure under the shower could captivate hundreds of hearts. Outside, Subin promised herself, I will find out everything about you tonight. Waiting for Jae-jun to enter the bathroom and the sound of running water, Subin forced herself up. She clenched her fists, punching the air behind his back, and cursed softly, Jae-jun, you bastard. She recalled how Jae-jun had just dropped her heavily onto the floor, bitterly asking herself, how could he throw me to the floor like that? Remembering when they were at the restaurant, Jae-jun had asserted, you think that. His face calm. Do you think I'm such a bastard that I'd take advantage of a drunk woman? Thinking about it, she firmly asserted in her heart, even if this is a fake marriage, I absolutely cannot live with that kind of person. After that, Subin threw a few practice punches just in case that worst-case scenario happened. She was confident, I have a heart of stone, I'll teach him some manners. While Subin was still sitting in the middle of the dark room, there was suddenly a click of the door opening. Footsteps walked out. Jae-jun, still damp from the shower, walked towards Subin, who just a moment ago was throwing boxing punches but was now lying flat on the floor. Jae-jun, his whole body still wet and steamy, looked down at Subin. Realizing his gaze was on her, Subin felt briefly flustered. Why is he looking at me so intensely? Why do you keep staring at me? Jae-jun glanced over, perhaps thinking Subin was completely wasted, and casually asked, how did she end up lying on her back? Are you awake? Saying that, he immediately picked Subin up. He held her securely in his arms, a scene straight out of a romance novel. Subin was still awake, lying in the arms of the guy who had just finished showering. She caught the scent from his hair and thought, the smell of shampoo. Jae-jun carried Subin towards the bed, and she thought to herself, phew, I haven't been caught yet, right? Thank goodness. Then, as they approached the bed, Subin felt it was a bit sudden. Isn't this a bed? She slightly opened her eyes to peek at Jae-jun. Does he always shine like this whenever he carries someone? But then she immediately squeezed her eyes shut and thought, he isn't even drunk. Amazing. While Subin was still lost in her thoughts, Jae-jun unceremoniously dropped her onto the bed with a thud, making Subin let out a yelp. Having done that, Jae-jun turned away. Subin lay there cursing inwardly. Oh my poor waist, you bastard. You could have at least put me down gently. Jae-jun walked to the corner of the room, and the sound of a hairdryer buzzed. Jae-jun's broad back stood there as he blow-dried his shirt. Seeing this, Subin stole a glance at him. A tall, muscular, and incredibly handsome figure was standing there drying his shirt. Suddenly, Subin's eyes widened in slight shock. It turned out Jae-jun was getting ready to change his shirt. He revealed a highly toned physique, captivating enough to charm 1,000 people. Even though Subin hated him, she felt a bit guilty. I don't have a hobby of peeping at other people's bodies. Her eyes kept staring at Jae-jun as she praised him in her mind. Even though I really hate him, I have to admit he knows how to take care of his body. After changing his clothes, Jae-jun glanced towards Subin on the bed. The whole room seemed to fall silent. Subin looked like a novel's female lead, looking beautiful even while sleeping on the bed. Jae-jun's gaze was cold as he looked at her, yet somehow held a hint of gentleness. He sat down next to her. Despite her being dead drunk, Jae-jun called out, "Hey Shin Subin." As he called out, his hands gently reached towards Subin. Jae-jun placed a hand on her cheek. Subin couldn't resist and could only feel annoyed in her thoughts. "Hey you, where are you putting your hand? Showing your true colors now, aren't you?" But unexpectedly, Jae-jun pinched Subin's cheek so hard that her face contorted in pain. Pulling her cheek, Jae-jun said, "Hey, you should be grateful that I carried you back. Otherwise, you would be in trouble right now." Subin could only whine in her head, "That hurts." Not stopping there, Jae-jun also flicked Subin's forehead, making her eyebrows knit together. He scolded her, "You're this old, and the only thing you're good at." He looked at her and continued, "It is drinking and passing out all over the place?" Subin was extremely furious inside. That's so annoying. Then Jae-jun left, leaving Subin lying there. She watched Jae-jun's back as he walked out the door. Waiting until he had just stepped out, Subin snapped her eyes open and asked, "What was that? He just leaves like that?" It was then she realized the pain was still lingering on her face, and she threw a fit, screaming, "Why did you flick my forehead? You crazy jerk, it really hurts." She rubbed her forehead and complained. Nothing happened. So my plan completely failed. I don't fully remember what happened that day. Fragments of memories came back. The image of Jae-jun calling her, "Hey, Shin Subin." She remembered that on that drunken day, she had headbutt Jae-jun painfully. Then she just passed out on the ground, leaving Jae-jun to handle everything himself. Thinking about it, she gave a soft smile. She brought a hand to her nose and chuckled. Wow, so nothing really happened. I shouldn't worry about it anymore. She sprang up, fixed her hair, and called Jae-jun. Jae-jun was a bit surprised. What are you doing? I thought you were dead drunk." Subin just smiled. She continued, "Let's have our families meet," making Jae-jun pause in apparent surprise. Subin kept smiling, unconcerned. "I think next week is reasonable." Jae-jun was still surprised, but before he could finish, she immediately interrupted. "What's wrong? The sooner the better, right?" Subin played with her hair and rattled on. "Come talk to my parents first, then we'll go to your house. Check your schedule. Good luck, bye." Jae-jun was speechless, putting a hand to his forehead in helplessness. Thinking, I thought she was completely wasted. Subin let out a sigh and thought, "It's only for a short time. I'll make the most of it." She hung up the phone, thinking about the things to come and how she would make the best use of them. Subin's face lit up with excitement, as if she just came up with a new idea, which was a plan to divorce him. "Let's give it a try." The city had turned to night, and the lights gradually thinned out. In another setting, a pair of feet stepped into a house with extremely heavy, loud thuds. It was Gunho's mother and Gunho, Subin's first love. His mother shouted, "Gunho!" The miserable guy collapsed on the floor, continuously apologizing. "It's all my fault." Seeing this, his mother was extremely worried. "Why are you so drunk? Why do you keep making me worry?" Gunho didn't listen to his mother's words at all, repeatedly hitting the floor. His mouth kept saying, "I'm sorry, Subin. Everything is my fault." His mother immediately yelled, "Hey, Park Gunho, will you sober up?" He was truly out of his mind, tears streaming down his face. Mom. He cried out loud, "I can't take it anymore. Subin, please give Subin back to me." At this moment, Gunho cried out in extreme pain, "Mom, I can't take it anymore." He kept muttering, "I miss Subin so much." Hearing that, Mrs. Yun-Young's face filled with worry as she repeatedly asked, "Park Gunho, are you going to stop or what? What the hell are you doing?" Gunho, like a madman, knelt there crying his eyes out. I was wrong. Seeing that, his mother immediately smacked Gunho's back hard and said, "Son, why are you crying over a girl like that? Marriage is not child's play." Yun-Young shook Gunho violently and yelled, "You should marry someone who loves you and is ready to support you from behind. How many times have I told you? Wake up, my dear. Love will never feed you." Gunho recalled his image back then, coldly breaking up with Subin. "I will do everything my mother says. So let's break up, Subin." Afterwards, his mother's face was full of worry as she thought to herself, "I thought he was only going to date that girl for a while. How did I make them break up?" Gunho suddenly spoke in a weak voice, tears streaming down. "Mom, I really can't endure this anymore. I think it would be better if I just died." Hearing this, Mrs. Yun-Young panicked, utterly shocked. "Gunho," she shook her son vigorously and screamed, "What are you saying to me? I can't live without you." Gunho at this point could only hold his face in pain, sobbing, "I'm begging you, Mom, ever since you chased Subin away, I want you to give her back to me." That sentence pierced her heart, making Yun-Young's whole body tremble along with her son. The two stood in silence in the middle of the empty house. The scene shifted to the hotel where Subin worked. She was on duty at the hotel entrance. Subin thought in boredom, "Why do days like this even exist?" Subin let out a soft sigh and looked up. It wasn't any special occasion, but it was busier than usual. Excited for her shift to end, Subin thought, "My shift will be over after we serve the last guest for today." Just as she finished her thought, the door chime rang. Subin immediately changed her attitude, smiling cheerfully as she said, "Welcome. It's a pleasure to." Suddenly, she stopped, hesitating a bit because she saw someone. It turned out to be Mrs. Yun-Young. Subin couldn't forget her and recognized her right away. "Park Gunho's mother?" She then spoke up. "Why are you suddenly stuttering?" Looking at Subin's name tag, she said, "An assistant manager?" Yun-Young's face showed a bit of contempt, looking at her wearily and judging. "It seems you're still not professional at all, huh?" Then, simply because it was Subin, she showed her displeasure. "It seems I came to the wrong place." Subin's eyes showed annoyance, but she still had to endure it. She thought, "The person who almost became my mother-in-law, she hasn't changed a bit in the past 3 years." Subin returned to her work. She politely asked Mrs. Yun-Young, "Excuse me, ma'am, have you made a reservation?" Mrs. Yun-Young casually replied, "I haven't." Seeing that, Subin followed the procedure and replied, "I am very sorry, but we are fully booked right now. It will be a bit difficult to find a room for you." Mrs. Yun-Young, seemingly wanting to pick a fight, immediately got irritated. "You can't even find a room for me?" As a manager, Subin didn't hesitate to outright refuse. "No, ma'am. If so, you can only reserve a table for a meal. I will lead you there if you agree." But that only made Gunho's mother want to pick a fight even more. She was absolutely furious and screamed in Subin's face, "Are you trying to provoke me?" Since Subin was still an employee, she could only bow and explain, "I was simply following our policy. But I sincerely apologize if you felt offended." Noticing the tension, the friend accompanying Gunho's mother gently patted her on the shoulder to calm her down. "Why are you getting upset again? Let's just go inside." To defuse the situation, Subin's manager stepped out. He hurried over and asked, "I'm terribly sorry, ma'am. Is there anything I can help you with?" Simply because she was a customer, Yun-Young put on airs, pointed at Subin, then turned to ask him, "Are you the one in charge here?" The manager replied, "Yes, that's correct, ma'am." She immediately complained about Subin. "What kind of staff are you training?" She didn't answer me politely, and she even said it was difficult to find a room for me. The manager soothed her. "I understand, and I sincerely apologize, ma'am." Subin stood to one side, forcing a smile and holding herself back. The manager then led Gunho's mother away, courteously saying as they walked, "Please allow me to show you the way." After only a few steps, Yun Young still hadn't finished asserting her superiority and turned back to say with contempt, "Oh, before we go, shouldn't I be getting an apology from her?" Subin could only bow politely and apologize to Mrs. Yun Young to smooth things over, just fulfilling her duty. She said, "I sincerely apologize, ma'am." Then she glanced up and watched Mrs. Yun Young's figure walk away, thinking to herself, "She knows I work here. What more does she expect from me?" She recalled how, in the past, the woman had tried to block the marriage between Gunho and Subin. She knew the woman despised her, even though she and Gunho had already broken up. So why on earth had she come here? The manager called for Subin after he had escorted the troublesome guest inside. He called out softly, "Hey, Subin." Subin responded promptly, "Yes, sir." The manager, a little worried about her and somewhat hesitant to bring it up, said, "That guest has requested you to serve them personally. Are you okay with that?" Subin accepted the task with a bright smile. "Yes, I'll go right away." "Please don't worry, sir." But deep down, she quietly reassured herself, "I just need to get through this unpleasant task as quickly as possible." With that, she knocked politely on the door. "Excuse me." Subin carried in the crab soup and cheerfully set it down on the table. "I'll place the crab soup right here." Gunho's mother's friend responded with perfect courtesy. "Thank you." In contrast, Yun Young cast a glance at Subin filled with contempt. She let out a little "oh" and then asked, "How is your father doing?" At that question, Subin's hand trembled slightly, but she answered briefly, "He's doing much better, thank you." The woman wasn't done and kept prodding. "That's good to hear. And your mother?" Without waiting for Subin to answer, Mrs. Yun Young sneered. "Is she still selling tteokbokki in front of the school gate?" Noticing that Subin's expression had turned quite sour, Yun Young seized the opportunity to dig further. "Oh, why aren't you answering? Did I ask something so shameful?" Another friend of hers asked somewhat hesitantly. "That, Yun Young, do you know this person?" The woman answered with full confidence. "Oh, she used to chase after Gunho for a while." Her mouth curved into an uncontrollable smirk, dripping with sarcasm as she sneered at Subin. "How would you even know what Jeju Island looks like when you're still here carrying trays and washing dishes at this restaurant?" Subin was quite uncomfortable, but still managed to keep a composed smile. Mrs. Yun Young continued to humiliate her. She even tried to get in my son's way. Once Subin had finished, she left, still offering one last courtesy. "Enjoy your meal, ma'am." Stepping out the door, her face had gone pale, as though she'd been deprived of oxygen. Subin gave herself a little pep talk, both cheering and reassuring herself. "All right, you did great. That's the way, Subin." Finally, Mrs. Yun Young had finished her meal. "Thank you for dining with us, ma'am." The receptionist at the cashier asked her, "Were you satisfied with our service today?" Gunho's mother replied dismissively, "Oh, I suppose so." Mrs. Yun Young suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled a few bills from her purse, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot." She shoved the bills at Subin in a manner that felt like an insult to her dignity, saying with contempt, "Here, a tip for you." She didn't stop there, adding, "Your feet must be aching from standing all day, so take a taxi home." Subin took the money, eyes cast downward. The woman still added, "You wouldn't refuse a guest like me, would you? Even if you feel you don't deserve it, just take it." Mrs. Yun Young turned and left, not forgetting to promise, "Haha, I'll be back." The colleague standing beside Subin was seething with anger and immediately asked, "Manager, can't you tell her not to come back?" The manager could only sigh and reply, "Doing that would only lower our own dignity." Subin also understood to some extent and laughed it off cheerfully. "Haha, it's fine, I'm okay." Then Subin said with resolute eyes, "Having our dignity trampled on by someone like her is not something I'm grateful for." And so Subin's shift came to an end, and she was walking briskly toward the exit. She happened to pass by the guest lounge near the hotel entrance. Gunho's mother was sitting there, waiting. As Subin walked past, the woman quickly set her cup down on the saucer with a sharp clink. Seeing Subin walk past her, Mrs. Yun Young spoke up. "Hey you." Subin turned around, and the woman proposed, "Can we talk for a moment?" Subin sat down in the chair across from her. Mrs. Yun Young quickly asked point blank. What she said caught Subin off guard. "How long do you intend to keep doing this job?" She rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue, clearly unimpressed. Yun Young sneered and continued to speak in vague terms that made Subin somewhat uneasy. "You don't understand what I mean, do you? Get to the point. What is your reason for being here?" She kept up her relentless mockery. "Right, that's just the kind of person you are, isn't it?" The image of you in that uniform, bowing before everyone, seems to have made quite an impression on Mrs. Munn. You must find it very hard to imagine what you look like in front of others, don't you? Subin let out a slow sigh and gradually rose from her seat. "If you have nothing more to say, I'll excuse myself." Yun Young suddenly slammed her hand down on the table in anger, glaring at her and snapping, "Sit down. How dare you walk away when someone older than you is still speaking?" seeing the woman start to drag her parents into it. Subin could only stay silent helplessly. Is that how your parents raised you? I'm not finished talking. Yun kept praising her own son, all while putting others down. Gunho already has a career. Don't you feel ashamed carrying dishes every day like this? This is a prestigious hotel, but you don't have to be working at the front desk. She put forward a suggestion. Why not quit and find an office job instead? Subin frowned in confusion. Why would I do that? Why not? Yun raised her teacup and took a sip. My son is a doctor. How could I possibly accept his future wife washing dishes at a restaurant? Only then did Subin realize. Gunho must be so heartbroken that he can't turn away from her. So I had no choice but to come and say this myself. She quietly observed the woman putting on airs in front of her. Now she understood why the woman had come here. Subin smiled inwardly, amused that he still couldn't get over her. She pressed her lips together tightly, her mind beginning to drift back. But if I disappoint her now, she'll just blame me again. People don't change that easily. On that day, beneath the rustling cherry blossom trees, Gunho had stood waiting for her with a smile always lingering at the corners of his lips. The moment he saw Subin, he held out a gleaming metal ring box. Subin, will you marry me? There was no need to say how happy she had been in that moment. Her eyes brimming with tears, she rushed into the arms of the man she loved. We had promised to stay by each other's side. On that very first day, when she called out to the woman, Mom, full of eagerness, Yun had thrown a bucket of cold water right at her face. Oh, she looked at Subin with eyes full of contempt and said, Who is your mother? You think you're going to marry my Gunho? That was the very first thing the woman said to Subin the day she came to meet her. I'm afraid someone might hear, so don't call me that, understood? Yes, she said, her hand tightening around her own arm. And the moment her son was out of sight, the woman changed so completely that she became an entirely different person. Then, when news came that Subin's father had been in an accident, she had immediately forced Subin to break up with Gunho, throwing a wad of cash in her face as though she had been waiting for exactly this opportunity. Thinking back on it, Subin couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. Even now, it still bothers me. She's still just as cold-hearted as ever. That reaction immediately irritated the other party. Oh, Yun slammed her hand down on the chair in fury. Did you just laugh in the face of someone older than you? Do you find this funny? Well, it's been 3 years since we last saw each other, and you suddenly show up here. Isn't that a little ridiculous? Subin calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. And what if I don't change jobs? She tilted her head, and the way she addressed the woman began to shift. Who do you think you are, deciding how I should live my life? Oh, the woman grew more and more intolerable, shrieking nonstop. What did you just call me? How do you want me to address you then? As ma'am? Or as his mother? Are you done talking? Seeing Yun getting more and more out of line, Subin immediately cut her off. I couldn't even say anything back there at the restaurant. How dare you? It's not that you couldn't, it's that you chose not to. She let out a helpless sigh. Even a 7-year-old knows how to behave properly at a restaurant. Subin picked up her bag and stood up. Only children throw tantrums, cry, and complain about things they can't have. What? She turned to leave, not forgetting to deliver one final withering remark. I hope I never have to see you again. Yun could only sit there, fuming and firing back into the void. You should be ashamed of yourself as an adult. What did you just say? Every word Subin had said hit so close to the truth that the woman couldn't argue back. How shameful that she couldn't even recognize what she had just done. You think I'm the one in the wrong? Subin walked away, unwilling to waste another moment on this woman. If you come here again, I'll call the police. Do you think Gunho will let this go after what you've done to me? Unable to win the argument, the woman resorted to threats. You still want to get hit like last time, don't you? Oh goodness, watch your mouth. Subin turned around with a mocking smile. Thanks to his mother, I realized that living alone is far more enjoyable. She followed it up with one final devastating blow. Don't you think you should change the way you talk if you want to keep your precious son around longer? What? Just at that moment, Subin's phone rang, and she answered it cheerfully. Oh, honey. The person on the other end seemed quite surprised by the way she answered. Is that your ex-boyfriend's name again? She glanced at Yun and replied casually, No, this time it's his mother. Where are you? At the hotel's cafe lounge. The person on the other end asked with concern, I'm almost there. Do you need me to come in? No, just wait outside. I'll be right out. After hanging up, she turned to inform her, Oh, I'm getting married soon. Hearing this, Yun was startled, her face contorting to an ugly degree. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have met him. Subin smiled and bowed. I'm truly very grateful. She stammered and chased after her. Wait, as if suddenly remembering something, she stopped. Hey, why are you doing this? All right. Subin turned around and held out the stack of cash she had given her earlier. Take this back and feed your family with it. She placed it into that continuously trembling hand. I don't need it. She said her goodbyes and walked out, leaving the awful woman purple with rage. Yun Young, furious, crumpled the bills. How dare you? She ground her teeth. Do you think I'll just let this go after you insulted me like that? Hurriedly chasing after Subin, she constantly cursed like an uneducated person. You bitch. You're mistaken. Her cheap shoes clacked loudly against the tiled floor. Even if you act foolishly like this, you're just like a fish out of water. Yun Young quickly rushed outside. You'll never meet a good man. Reaching the door, she still didn't stop screaming. Hey! Oh, what struck her eyes was the affectionate image of Subin and Jae-jun. Her squawking voice seemed to have caught his attention. Jae-jun wrapped his arm around her, his eyes glancing towards her. Yun Young stood frozen, as if dead. He looked towards her, his lips curving into a sarcastic smile. She stood bewildered, watching the two of them happily walking away side by side. The luxurious car's door slowly closed right before her eyes. Yun Young's whole body turned to stone, the bag in her hand dropping as she helplessly watched the car leave. Subin sat in the car, looking into the rearview mirror reflecting the image of the awful woman standing dumbfounded. She glanced at the driver's seat next to her. Jae-jun appeared at just the right time in front of that terrible woman. His face, as if stepping out a comic book, was radiating a dazzling aura. I didn't even need to pretend to make her believe it. Subin nodded in satisfaction. That was more than enough. She's the type of person who is easily swayed by appearances, so she could guess that, obviously, she would think the two of them were really dating. Thinking about her once glorious past, Subin couldn't help but shudder. Seriously, I can't believe I almost became a daughter-in-law in that house. Good thing I hit the brakes in time. She immediately burst out laughing at her own thoughts. For a moment there, I thought marrying Jae-jun might be 10,000 times better. Seeing her sudden extreme reaction, Jae-jun wondered, did you lose a few screws again? What are you laughing at? Nothing, I was just thinking a bit. How interesting. Subin slowly recounted. I wonder if you felt the same way when you fought with that guy who tried to take your student council president position? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Jae-jun pursed his lips. I still believe that forgiveness is a good thing. I thought that the younger generation has a hard time expressing themselves in front of adults. She directed her gaze toward the sunset ahead. So I try to behave as politely as possible so as not to be like that person. And I always wondered why you were so stupid and stubborn. The two of them were completely immersed in their childhood stories. Do you remember what you said back then? Said what? Subin mischievously pulled the corners of her eyes up and mimicked Jae-jun's voice. The loser is the winner. Forgiveness is a virtue. Go home and teach your kids that. As for me, I'll live a life where if people hit me, I'll pay them back double. Until the day I close my eyes. Something like that, man. And then you slanted your eyes up like this. He was speechless, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. I just have to punch her, guys. She let out a breath and smiled faintly. I can't pay people back double after being hit by them. But letting people constantly provoke you isn't good at all, is it? Jae-jun was a bit sulky. If you listen to me, everything will be a piece of cake. Subin burst out laughing once again. It's quite funny that we both run into these kinds of things, isn't it? She leaned back and looked at the person next to her. I guess marrying you wouldn't be too bad. Jae-jun curled his lips into a happy smile. The car continued cruising smoothly down the empty road. It's on a whole other level, of course. When they arrived, Subin got out of the car, clutching her chest and panting. She tried to regulate her breathing to calm herself down. Why should I feel nervous when you're the one meeting my parents? That day, while Mrs. Jong was humming the lyrics, "Spring has come, spring is still dreaming," Subin suddenly announced, "Mom, there's someone I want to marry. We'll come to talk to you soon." She couldn't believe it and rushed over to give her a beating. You brat, I spoiled you too much so you've gone bad, haven't you? Causing trouble again, huh? Mom, no, that's not it. Just thinking about it was enough to send chills down Subin's spine. Just a few days ago, I declared I'd be single for life, so it's only natural they feel this way. Trembling, she pressed the doorbell. I couldn't even tell them that person was Jae-jun. Yes, please come in. As soon as the door opened, he followed Subin inside. What did your parents say when you told them we were coming? Not much. She awkwardly asked, what do they like? Should we buy something to bring? It's fine, my mom and my younger siblings are on vacation. These words immediately confused Subin. Tomorrow we will only meet my dad. Going on vacation while the two of us are coming over? She silently clicked her tongue. Well, they'll meet eventually when the two families meet. But didn't he say his dad was the only one who knows about this marriage contract? As soon as the door was opened, Subin said loudly, I'm home. Her parents rushed to the door and were startled in surprise. Seeing Jae-jun, they cried out in shock. Why is Jae-jun? Yes, he's the one I want to marry. What? The two elders were so happy they couldn't close their mouths. constantly smiling. Oh my goodness, please come in. Pardon my intrusion. After that, the four of them sat face to face so Jae-jun could say something about the death, ending with the sentence, "Please give your daughter to me." The conversation concluded with her parents pretending to have lost him. Subin's parents were still extremely happy when seeing him off. "Get home safely, son Jae-jun." "You shouldn't call him that, Jong." Watching the two of them teasing each other made her furious. "You should call him Subin's husband, right? A perfect son-in-law act. Hollywood is calling your name." Jae-jun suddenly turned around. "Oh, ma'am, I bought this on the way here." He took out a sparkling bouquet of flowers from the car. "I wonder if you like flowers?" "Oh my." She shyly reached out to take it. "It's so beautiful. What woman could ever hate flowers?" "I'm so glad you like it." Subin started to feel insecure. "Your own daughter isn't going to be cast aside, is she?" Jae-jun politely asked to leave. "Then I'll take my leave." "All right, get home safely." Subin's husband. An arm suddenly rested on her shoulder. He hugged Subin and smiled faintly. "I'm heading home." Her whole body froze stiff, standing next to her parents and waving like a robot. "Drive safely." The car started and gradually disappeared behind a small street. Subin secretly sighed. Did we pass the test smoothly? Her parents still couldn't stop praising him. He grew up to be so handsome. I don't know who he takes after to be so bright. His parents must be satisfied just looking at him. Turning to go inside, Subin still tried to glance back one last time. I wonder what his family is like. The next morning, she dressed neatly and brought her stiff body to his house. Relax. Standing in front of the huge house, she couldn't hide her shock. Today we are going to Jae-jun's house to pay our respects. Even his family's maids made Subin nervous. The power of money, I suddenly feel so small. The master is waiting in the dining room. His father walked over and gave a polite, faint smile. "Welcome." She spoke respectfully. "Hello, I am Sim Subin. Very nice to meet you." Faced with his soft-spoken manner, Subin could only smile. "I hope to have your help in the future." "Yes, sir." Mrs. Moon used to be like that too, right? She had worried whether she would be treated like before. But things weren't like that at all. The three of them sat facing each other, eating in silence. Setting the obligation aside, why isn't anyone saying anything? Subin stealthily glanced at the two of them. The suffocating atmosphere made her realize that the two of them were obviously uncomfortable with each other. She awkwardly put another bite in her mouth. "It seems I don't care about other people's business either. I'll just eat then." Before leaving, Subin carefully gave him a gift. "Although it's nothing grand, my parents prepared this." "Thank you." He handed it to the maid and quickly bid them both farewell. "Then we'll take our leave." Stepping out of the place, Subin still couldn't help but look back. How should I put this? There's nothing making me hesitate, but strangely, I feel like things won't be easy. She directed her gaze to the person next to her. Is this what it feels like to live in that house? Jae-jun always wore an unapproachable expression under the rustling trees. Jae-jun walked forward silently without any emotion. It seemed like only Subin was busy with her own thoughts. He'll never change, will he? The atmosphere in the hospital room was bustling and happy. Subin held the grandmother's hand and asked, "We're here. Are you feeling any better?" She answered happily, "Oh my lovely granddaughter-in-law. I feel much better because you're here." Subin took out a box and handed it to her. "My parents were very worried, so they told me to bring this traditional medicine to you." "Mama, is that so?" "Thank you so much, my dear." She didn't forget to remind her, "Please take them and get well soon." The grandmother took a piece of candy and put it in her mouth, holding her cheek with a warm smile. "This is truly the only way to help me recover quickly." She reached out to caress the face of her dearly beloved granddaughter-in-law and confided sincerely, "I wish the two of you would get married soon and have a cute baby. Please stay by my grandson's side and help him for the rest of his life." Subin listened attentively to her words. In her heart, she felt immense pity for her. She looked so much weaker. She kept praising her. "Oh my, how's my granddaughter-in-law? So warm and beautiful." Subin replied modestly, "You are too." In the background, Jae-jun watched the two of them without taking his eyes off them. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. After chatting for a while, it was time to say goodbye. The grandmother and granddaughter-in-law hugged each other for a long time. "I'll see you later then." Jae-jun looked at that scene, wondering how difficult this must be. She really hasn't changed at all from before. Finally, that day arrived. It was a beautiful sunny day. The weather was extremely favorable, as if one had joined the fun for the big day. It was the meeting between the two families. They sat opposite each other at a long banquet table. Subin's parents spoke first. "It's a pleasure to meet your family." The other party politely replied, "It's my pleasure too." Next was the scene of the parents talking. Subin didn't dare to say anything, but sit still. We can skip those formalities. I hope you won't feel pressured by it. No, it's fine. We have prepared a little something for the kids. After all, it's the kids' matter. Adults like us shouldn't get too involved. I just want to do something for the kids, though it's not much. Is that so? Subin glanced over the members of her boyfriend's family and thought to herself, well, it seems they don't talk much either. Even Jae-Jun's siblings look quite indifferent to the meal. No, it's as if they don't care much about this marriage at all. But there were times when the younger sister kept staring at Subin, making her a bit uncomfortable. Wow, guess we'll be loving sisters right from day one. In a flash, the meal ended. It seemed everything went smoothly. The adults noisily greeted each other, then have a safe trip back. The two fathers shook hands, exchanging pleasantries. Your daughter is very beautiful. Thank you very much for agreeing to marry her to my son. No, we are very happy that you accepted her. It's an honor to have her become a member of our family. Subin stood nearby, her expression a bit thoughtful. Time flew by, and before she knew it, the wedding day was approaching. The bride was ready. Subin looked absolutely stunning in her pristine, flowing white dress. A gentle, elegant beauty blended with the mature grace of a true lady. She was so beautiful that it brought her mother to tears. Seeing this, Subin grew worried and quickly asked, Mom, are you crying? Her mother sniffled, wiping her tears and stammering to hide her emotions. What are you talking about? Of course not. Perhaps wanted to ease her mother's tension. She joked, you're not? Oh my, don't get so emotional. Or should I just call off the wedding? Sure enough, her mother immediately regained her composure and playfully scolded her daughter. I can never win an argument with you. Subin looked at her mother and smiled brightly. Then she admired herself in the mirror. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. She smiled softly in contentment, waiting for this veil to be lifted, waiting to appear in a white wedding dress, waiting to see the awestruck face of the man I love. Scenes like that. Although she genuinely felt happy, Subin never forgot to remind herself that right at this moment, the scene unfolding before her was just a reminder that this was merely a fake marriage. She tried to suppress the churning anxiety in her mind to deceive herself. Well, I'll be fine. Subin looked at her mother with a somewhat reassured gaze. Mom is here with me, and that alone is enough. Then the big moment finally arrived. The wedding was held at a rather grand wedding hall. Groom, please step this way. Subin stood outside the doors of the ceremony hall with her father. A staff member said, the priest will be heading in shortly. She placed her hand on her father's arm and noticed he was trembling. Subin smiled reassuringly, Dad, relax. He immediately nodded. She watched her father gulp nervously and thought to herself, Dad didn't want any mistakes to happen while walking me down the aisle, so he's been practicing this over and over for days. The MC solemnly announced, here comes the bride. Her father took her arm, leading her step by step toward a new chapter of her life. He whispered, Subin, please be truly happy, my daughter. Hearing those words, an indescribable wave of emotion choked her up, a stark contrast to her calm demeanor when she was reassuring him earlier. Standing face to face with the groom, Subin suddenly felt a surge of confusion in her heart. Of course, everyone here expects a happy life, but why do I feel so guilty? Her father handed her over and requested, please take good care of my daughter. But at that moment, instead of meeting Jae-Jun's eyes, she simply looked away. Jae-Jun perceptibly noticed her unusual demeanor right away. He took her hand, and at that very moment, tears began to stream down her cheeks. The two stood side by side, facing the priest, who began to read the vows. Do you, Jae-Jun, take Shin Subin to be your wedded wife, and swear to always love her, care for her, and stand by her in times of hardship, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live? Yes, I do. Do you, Shin Subin, take Jae-Jun to be your wedded husband, and swear to always stand by him to share, love, and go through sickness and health together, for as long as you both shall live? Yes, I do. The response that slipped from Subin's lips felt a bit hollow. The remainder of the ceremony was lively, filled with music blending into the cheerful chatter of the guests. She looked over at the girls who were partying wildly and felt a twinge of jealousy. I want to be out there partying like there's no tomorrow, just like the girls these days. Her mood drooped, devoid of any energy. Or at least have my friend sing a song for me. Jae-Jun was still paying attention to every little detail about Subin, including her sniffling right now. He asked with concern, is the baby crying? Subin immediately denied it. Not at all. Despite her words, he still reached out to gently wipe her tears away, every gesture incredibly tender. Dae-yoon smiled comfortingly. Don't cry. But his next sentence was unexpectedly teasing. Your crying face is going to give me nightmares. Plus, everyone is taking pictures. A quick smile is worth 1,000 words of love. Smile like me right here. Subin was dumbfounded and cursed inwardly, this lunatic. But regardless, she couldn't help but chuckle. With that, their wedding ceremony concluded beautifully. Looking out the airplane window, night had already fallen and the passenger cabin was fully booked. Subin and Jae-jun settled into their seats. Gazing out the window into the distance, she spoke up. Hey, remember to keep your word. You said it yourself, that you'd be a good son-in-law for the duration of the contract. Jae-jun affirmed, I did say that. At that moment, the airplane's PA system crackled to life, announcing that the flight was about to take off. He said in a firm voice, no one will be at a disadvantage in this marriage. Subin suddenly stiffened, perhaps out of nervousness. Seeing her awkward demeanor made him curious. Did you eat something weird? Why do you look like a country bumpkin on her first trip to the city? Subin struggled to maintain a calm composure and replied, well, yeah, this is my first time flying in the sky. How else am I supposed to act? I really should have tried this at least once before when I had the chance. Just as she finished speaking, the plane experienced some turbulence, causing her voice to crack. Because they were taking off, the plane felt a bit unsteady and wobbly. Subin was so terrified she squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to open them. Shit. After a while, the plane stabilized. Only then did she dare to peek her eyes open, her tense nerves finally relaxing. Just glancing out the window, the entire panoramic view of the city illuminated at night was captured in her sight. The spectacular view left Subin wide-eyed and open-mouthed in awe. Wow. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out in awe. Oh wow, the night view is insanely beautiful. Jae-jun lightly pressed a cold canned drink against Subin's cheek. Here. His face showed no emotion, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. Quiet down and drink this. She reached out to take the can, showing nothing on the outside, but feeling very pleased on the inside. The two clinked their cans together. Cheers! Perhaps this will be the start of a fun trip. Subin drank while thinking to herself. Although this honeymoon wasn't exactly planned, it's still a vacation, right? It was clear that Subin was incredibly excited right now. I can't wait. Taking a red-eye flight made it impossible for Subin to fight off her sleepiness. She kept nodding off. In her drowsy state, she accidentally tilted her head and leaned it against Jae-jun's shoulder. He didn't wake her up. He just sighed and gently patted her head. Subin was completely fast asleep. She didn't realize she was leaning on him. Only her soft, steady breathing could be heard. But suddenly, Jae-jun shoved Subin away. Her head hit the side of the plane with a brutal thud. Geez, you're heavy. Even after being shoved that hard, she continued to sleep soundly as if nothing had happened, drooling all over the place. Jae-jun let out another exasperated sigh, took off his own neck pillow, and wrapped it around Subin's neck. And so, the rest of the flight passed peacefully. By the next morning, the two had arrived at the beach. Golden sunlight drenched the sky, cascading down onto the shady canopies of palm trees. Subin couldn't hide her excitement and gasped, oh my. Today, she was wearing a very summery, beach-ready outfit, a floral-patterned shirt and shorts, with a bright red fresh flower lay around her neck. The beach was bathed in golden sunshine and a cool breeze, bustling with other tourists, some laying out mats, others relaxing under large umbrellas. Subin cheered excitedly. It's Waikiki Beach. Completely immersed in the joy of the vacation, Subin said emotionally, I can't believe I'm actually in Hawaii. Jae-jun walked up and held out a card. Here. It was a hotel room key card. He smiled and said, Aloha, enjoy these next 5 days. But why were there 2 separate room cards? A moment later, the two bid each other goodbye and stepped into 2 rooms directly opposite each other, acting completely nonchalant without any further instructions, basically saying, every man for himself. Subin entered her room and closed the door. She immediately widened her eyes in astonishment. Whoa. The room had a direct view of the vast, mesmerizing blue ocean. Subin was utterly enchanted. Oh my God, look at this view. She ran straight out to the balcony, leaning against the railing in excitement. Wow, it's still so hard to believe I'm in Hawaii. The waves crashed rhythmically, the sound of the ocean filling her ears. Subin smiled in pure satisfaction. After taking in the view, she went back inside and plopped down onto the bed. Subin leisurely stretched her arms and legs, letting out a long, blissful yawn. Ah, this is the life. She lay on the bed, letting her mind wander. I want to go surfing and then eat a ton of delicious food. I love this. Subin nuzzled her head into the plush pillow, her face radiating pure contentment. Everything is absolutely perfect from A to Z. She couldn't resist the wave of drowsiness washing over her because the bed was just too comfortable. I'm passing out now. Just as she was dozing off, the phone suddenly started vibrating violently, startling her awake. Subin groggily sat up, casually wiped her drool, and looked over to the side. The phone? The name Mrs. Zhang appeared on the screen. A feeling of being caught behind someone's back welled up in her stomach, and Subin became extremely anxious. Damn, I don't want Mom to see me alone in a room. She immediately cleared her throat to regain her composure and answer the phone, Mom. A voice came from the other end. Daughter, did you arrive safely? Of course. We landed very smoothly. As soon as she heard the other end showing signs of asking about Jae-jun, Subin hurriedly covered it up, turning on her skill of lying without blinking. My husband? He's taking a shower right now. Even so, Subin was still nervous to death. Lying so much it made her dizzy. Oh, did I call a bit too early? You two haven't had a chance to eat yet, right? Her mother asked with gentle concern. What are you going to eat? Remember to take a few shots and send them to me. Zubin replied, Relieft? Yes. I heard there's a famous restaurant around here, so we'll probably video call you later when we get there. Oh, all right, I'll be waiting. Before hanging up, she added, enjoy your trip, daughter. Yes, I will enjoy it, Mom. She answered her mother while crying inside with regret. Damn, I should have said I'd send photos instead of video call. Having just breathed a sigh of relief for 3 seconds, another call came to bother her. This time it was even more deadly. It was her mother-in-law. Subin felt like lightning had struck her ears. Oh my god, my mother-in-law too? She hastily answered the phone. I'll just have to improvise. Oh, hello, Mom. Did I arrive safely? Yes, of course I did. Subin continued. I was just about to call you. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the other end. Can you buy me a bag when you come back? She hadn't even processed it yet. Yes. Buy a Chanel one. Subin reluctantly replied. Yes. Thinking to herself, sigh a bag? I was going to tell Jae-jun to buy it, but that boy isn't answering his phone at all. Well, she stammered her reply. He's taking a shower right now, Mom. Is that so? Oh my, I hope I'm not bothering you two? No problem at all. Next, she gave a continuous string of instructions. Right, the boy is married now. Anyway, enjoy your trip and send a few shots to Grandma. It would be better if you two video called. Subin reluctantly replied, Yes, Mom. Putting the phone down, she completely collapsed, her mood visibly dropping. I thought escaping here would mean freedom. Subin opened the room door, and as soon as she stepped out, she ran into Jae-jun, who was also holding his head in distress. She nodded in sympathy. Oh, you too, huh? This isn't good. He suggested, let's just go eat together today. Subin agreed sluggishly. Saud's fine. She staggered away. A moment later, the young couple arrived at the restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious food. He raised his phone, wrapping his arm around Subin's back to prepare for a report photo. Come here. In the camera was a happily smiling Jae-jun. He told Subin to smile and then snapped a shot as fast as lightning before she could even prepare. She irritably pulled at Jae-jun, trying to snatch the phone from his hand. Hey, I hadn't even opened my eyes. It's perfectly fine. The photo looks great. He sent the photo to the elders with a message. We're here to enjoy our honeymoon. Please don't ask too much. Echoing next to him was Subin's sharp cursing. Damn you. The phone rang, ding. Who are you calling? Grandma? The other end immediately picked up. It was Subin's parents. They greeted them enthusiastically. Oh my, here's our beloved son-in-law. Jae-jun flipped his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. The way he put on a welcoming, handsome face for them truly left Subin in awe. Hello, Mom. We're out to eat right now. What about you and Dad? We've already eaten. You two must be struggling a bit with the time difference, right? Jae-jun enthusiastically replied. It's fine. Next time, I'll bring you both here. Oh ho ho, thank you. How can our son-in-law be so adorable? It's nothing at all. Oh my, really? Oh ho ho. Subin sat next to him, flashing a smile that couldn't be more forced. On the other side of the screen, her parents were probably very reassured about their daughter and her husband. Look, dear, look at this pair of lovebirds. She glanced softly at him, a thoughtful look in her eyes. He turned off the phone and said, I already called Grandpa and Grandma earlier. Turns out he was thoughtful too. I was worried they would be asleep if I called late. She agreed. MHM, good job. Then there was a short silence. Only the sound of Subin chewing her food could be heard. He stood up to leave. Eat to your heart's content. She wondered, where are you going? Jae-jun turned his back to leave, taking the chance to call back. I'm gonna go eat something healthier. Subin didn't suspect a thing. He's considering what to eat, huh? She rested her chin on her hand, chewing her food and muttering. Actually, no, he just wants to stay a million miles away from me. Subin didn't mind those things. Now she only cared about filling her stomach. So delicious. Jae-jun returned to his room alone, just as the sunset was gradually casting a sorrowful hue over the sea. A sigh could be heard from somewhere. He poured himself a full glass of beer, his wistful gaze looking far out into the distant sea. Telling himself, now that's better. Standing in front of the lavish dining table, someone gently spoke. Good morning. Subin arrived at the dining table where Jae-jun was sitting, pulled out a chair, and said, Hey, let's eat together. Seeing her approach, he immediately got grumpy. Hey, where are you sitting? Get lost, will you? Jae-jun pointed to the bunch of empty seats behind him, saying in annoyance, Look at how many tables and chairs are behind me. Once you're done looking, pack up so I can enjoy my meal. Hearing him say that, Subin immediately flared up. This guy, I really don't like him. Right after, she smiled faintly and mocked him. Do you mind my presence that much, enough to make our little Jae-jun sick? Oh wow, I had no idea. Jae-jun didn't back down, immediately retorting, Worry about yourself first. Subin didn't continue arguing. She opened her phone and muttered, I haven't had a chance to meet your grandparents yet. They're probably waiting for me to call. A moment after the phone rang, someone answered, Hello. Subin immediately cheered with joy. Grandma. Grandpa, can you see us? We're eating breakfast right now. A gentle voice immediately came through. Oh my, look who it is. Looking at the sparkling flower trellis on the other side of the screen, Subin exclaimed, Wow, the flowers are so beautiful. Is Grandma out for a walk? The old lady smiled and replied, Haha, yes. Then, when they noticed the two's dining table, the old lady spoke up in dissatisfaction. But why is my grandson's plate full of greens? How will you have enough energy for tonight, my child? Jae-jun was teased so much he shyly covered his face with his hand, calling out helplessly, Grandma. Meanwhile, Subin took the opportunity to laugh gloatingly. She told her, Haha, don't worry. I brought Jae-jun a whole pile of meat here. The old lady was finally satisfied, praising continuously, good job, what a capable wife. Jae-jun rested his chin on his hand in boredom, listening to her continue chatting with his grandma. I hope Grandma's treatment goes well. I'll come visit as soon as we return to Korea. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Suddenly, something poked at the plate of food in front of her, making Subin turn her head in surprise. Seeing the food on her plate naturally being taken away, she looked bewildered. Hey! Her piece of food was casually put into his mouth by Jae-jun, and she screamed in anger. Wait, my eggs. He let go of the fork, giving a half smile and said, Didn't you want to be a capable wife sharing food with your husband? Subin was so angry she slammed the table. She yelled out in her frustration. Right after that, she picked up her plate of food, walked away, then turned back to make a funny face at him. If you want to eat, go get it yourself. She went to another spot and sat down, angrily scolding as she walked. Can't you even get a piece of meat yourself? Yeah. Jae-jun looked at her in boredom, sighing as he thought, It's because you acted like that in front of my grandparents. Then, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up into a smile. I appreciate your cooperation. Keeping that smile, he turned around to look at her and thought, but I never thought a girl like you would say that. Suddenly, Jae-jun's smile faded. He paused, stunned. Looking at Subin happily eating over there, he thought to himself, there are still many things I don't know. Even though she really is weird, she's still pretty good at this. She was still devouring her food, and Jae-jun's thoughts drifted away again. She's so hungry? Where'd she get the stomachache from eating like that? A moment later, Subin's face immediately turned pale. She squeezed her hands, thinking to herself, I think I have indigestion, probably from eating too fast. She glanced behind her, thinking, because I'm not used to eating alone. Looking at Jae-jun still leisurely eating breakfast in the distance, she thought, but I guess that's not a problem for him. Her feet gently stepping on the sand, she decided to let it go, whatever. Subin grabbed her selfie stick and excitedly ran out to the beach. She decided she had to enjoy this to the fullest. The click-clack sound of taking photos rang out. Subin looked into the camera, thinking to herself, I don't think his family will want to see this, but it's better to be prepared. I'll show it to my parents when I return. From the tall building echoed her cheerful shout, Aloha. And now, the most important part of the trip, the thing I've been looking forward to. The resort staff enthusiastically asked, How can I help you? Subin thought about her plan and immediately told the staff member, Can I book a dinner cruise? The sound of the engine echoed as the cruise ship slowly moved across the sea. Subin stood on the deck, enjoying the wind blowing through her hair. Around her were couples on dates. She kept her smile, but it felt a bit off. She thought helplessly, Don't tell me it's like this here too. The whole afternoon passed by as Subin strolled around and watched the sunset over the sea. She muttered to herself, sigh, but it's still fun. I got some recommendations, so tomorrow I'll try snorkeling. Listening to the crashing sound of the ocean waves, she suddenly thought his parents would probably love it if they came here. What a shame that I'm the only one enjoying it. Her footsteps stopped, and Subin's face looked like she was seriously contemplating something. Looking at the abundant beverage cooler in front of her, she curiously pondered, what should I drink now? Suddenly, an arm reached over beside Subin, and the person spoke up, how's traveling alone? Hearing him ask that, she happily recounted, I love it. I even went on a cruise. Jae-jun didn't say anything upon hearing that, just raised an eyebrow at her. He asked further, alone? Subin crossed her arms, replying impatiently, if not alone, then with who? She looked at Jae-jun for a moment, curiously thinking, I just saw him this morning, but it feels like it's been ages since I last saw his face. He took out a drink and held the door for Subin to choose, saying at the same time, everywhere around me is just full of lovey-dovey couples. Honestly, who would go to those places? She didn't say anything to that, just hummed to brush it off. After getting her drink, Subin flipped her hair, grumbling as she walked. Yes, so why did I come to Hawaii? I'll go wherever I want. Jae-jun placed his soda can on the checkout counter and asked her again, so are you planning to go alone tomorrow too? Subin replied flatly while paying, yeah, it'll be the same tomorrow. He asked again where to. Holding out her card to pay, she answered curtly, Hanuma Bay. As soon as she finished speaking, her face frowned, thinking to herself, why do I have to answer anyway? Jae-jun sighed helplessly, looking at her waving her hand as she walked away, and said, I'll go ahead. The can of soda was opened, and someone quickly chugged it down. After finishing the can, Subin said with satisfaction, ah, this is the life, this is the best way to end a long day. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, thinking to herself, it would be so nice if I could stay here for a month. In my 20s, how can I dream of a life full of roses? Looking up at the starry sky through the window, Subin clicked her tongue in praise. It's truly wonderful. The next day, with the gentle sunlight shining in the sky, someone said, here you go. A phone was held out. Please help me take a picture too. The person softly replied, sure. Subin stood posing by the beach. The person holding the camera for her called out, now, say cheese. She happily followed along, cheese. The picture was taken. After that, the couple holding the camera offered, let me take another one. Subin agreed immediately, thank you, 1, 2, cheese. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, making her hair fly in all directions, and her hat flew away with it. Watching the hat gradually fall down the cliff, Subin cried out in bewilderment, oops. Suddenly, a man's hand reached out. Subin widened her eyes in shock, looking at the person pressing close to her. The man reached over her, his hand catching the hat. Subin hesitated. Looking at Jae-jun's face, which was inches away, she asked in bewilderment, why are you here? Jae-jun put the hat back on her head and scolded, hey, what kind of couple's trip is this if you only take selfies? Think about what your parents will say when we return to Korea. At least we need some proof. The two people taking pictures saw him arrive and curiously asked, oh, is he with you? Jae-jun only noticed them now and replied, her? I'm her husband. Hearing his answer, Subin secretly scoffed in her heart. Husband? But then, she enthusiastically replied to them, yes, he's my husband. Hearing this, they happily said, oh, then let me take a picture of you two. Receiving their consent, the person called out 1, 2, cheese. As soon as the click sounded, the two quickly distanced themselves from each other. The eyes behind Jae-jun's sunglasses narrowed slightly as he spoke, hey. A hand rested on Subin's shoulder and pulled her back. He said, come here. She asked in surprise, what? Jae-jun put his arm around her shoulder, posing for the picture while saying, what kind of picture are we taking here? An ID photo. Are you going to cooperate or not? One more. Subin frowned and argued, that's up to me. But then she compromised, fine, let me retake it. But it didn't stop there. He proceeded to poke her waist and said, smile. With a click, their picture full of love was captured. Subin looked around, hearing people chatting. Here, at Hanuma Bay, the environmental regulations are quite strict, so please keep that in mind. Of course, seeing everyone in pairs, she thought to herself, is there anyone else all alone like me? Suddenly, a purple head appeared before her eyes. Subin softly gasped. Jae-jun took off his sunglasses, and his figure was fully captured in her eyes. Looking at the man in front of her, Subin smiled faintly. Just as he was about to leave, she called after him, hey, wait up, Jae-jun. With a crash, the sea waves surged as if wanting to swallow everything whole. Subin emerged from the water, her face pale from swallowing too much seawater. She lay limply on the beach, sluggishly thinking, this is not good. The waves aren't even big. What's wrong with them? Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching her, and the person said, stupid. Jae-jun walked over carrying snorkeling gear, looking at her state and sighing helplessly. Seriously, I can't stand you. You have to do it the right way. Subin, already annoyed, saw him and immediately snapped. What? You again? Jae-jun leaned down near her, chuckled softly, and said, let me teach you. While Subin was still bewildered, he reached out, grabbed her hand, and said, quiet, watch and learn. Her whole body was lifted up by him with one hand. Subin complained in annoyance. What's your problem, man? Why don't you just get lost? Jae-jun didn't answer her, only saying, all right, let's start. The two waded into the sea. Subin grumbled, you think you can swim? He held her hand and affirmed, yeah, much better than someone else. After that, Jae-jun held her still and put the gear on her. Open your mouth and bite onto this. Bite down tight, or your mouth will be full of water. Oh, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Subin annoyedly pinched his arm. Once done, Jae-jun gently instructed, inhale and exhale through your mouth. Breathe with your mouth. Looking at Subin's hair ties sticking up like two goofy ears, he thought to himself, this stupid girl. For some reason, just a few seconds later, passers-by had to stop curiously to watch the two struggling. She yelled, hey, who told you to flare your nostrils? Do you want your nostrils to be huge? Jae-jun was not to be outdone, yelling back, don't stop me. I want to punch her. After everything was prepared, Subin gradually submerged into the water. She soaked in the water for a bit and thought in amazement, oh, it really works. With a splash, Subin popped up and excitedly said to him, Jae-jun, look, it really works. Jae-jun was holding a pair of flippers in his hand. He said, yeah, now put these on. This time, there was no more struggling. She quickly compromised, fine. When she ducked into the sea again, he held her waist and reminded her, relax your muscles. Don't get ahead of yourself. Use the strength in your thighs to swim. Hearing that, Subin quickly followed his instruction, asking, oh, like this? Seeing her gradually getting the hang of it, Jae-jun praised her. That's better. Subin cheered in her heart, great. And then, with a splash, she dove deep into the ocean. Looking at the strange creatures down there, she marveled. Wow, it's truly magical. Subin quickly held out her phone, taking pictures while praising. It's Nemo, and the corals are so beautiful too. Tiny bubbles continued to rise. She thought to herself, I want to dive deeper, but taking off the life jacket is a bit scary. Suddenly, a noise beside her made her look over in surprise. Over there, Jae-jun had already dived into the sea at some point. The two were quite a distance apart, as he had gone deep down. Jae-jun didn't use any supporting gear, only wearing swimming goggles that covered his eyes. A fish swam by, and he reached out to gently touch it. It seemed very interesting, and the corners of his lips curled up into a gentle smile. This scene was fully captured in Subin's eyes. She thought to herself, I have to admit, this is a beautiful sight. With a click, she took out her camera and captured this moment. The beach gradually fell behind them, and a cheerful voice rang out. Wow, this is so fun. Subin stretched her arms as she walked. She sighed, what should we eat now? I am hungry. After some thought, she suggested, how about going back to the hotel and eating noodles? But at this moment, Jae-jun suggested, instead of eating noodles, let's go to those shrimp trucks. Subin asked in bewilderment, those shrimp trucks? The sound of a car engine roared. She greatly admired him. Wow, you actually rented a convertible to drive here. That's sick. As she opened the car door and stepped in, Subin suggested, so, are you going to escort this lady? Jae-jun replied, go if you want, and go if you don't. Hearing that, she immediately interjected, how could I not want to? My dream is to ride in this car. His hands gripped the steering wheel, and the car started up. The car sped along the coast, and Subin cheered happily. This is amazing. The fragrant shrimp dish was brought out, rich with the flavor of the sea. She took a bite, and happiness was clearly visible on her face. Subin looked up at the sky, hearing him say, let's go back. I'm tired. But she still wanted to go somewhere else. So she spoke up, hey, you know what? But Jae-jun immediately interrupted. No, there's nothing left to see. I don't want to go. Subin sighed wearily, thinking, this jerk. Jae-jun looked bored as she tried to persuade him. Come on, just a little bit. She smiled and held up her phone, her face full of anticipation. There's a place I want to go to. Amusing images appeared in Subin's mind, and she was extremely excited. I heard there's a pineapple plantation nearby. But Jae-jun didn't like this idea. He said, no, I don't want to go. Are you a 3-year-old? Hearing that, Subin angrily replied, so what? I want to try pineapple ice cream. Jae-jun got in the car and fastened his seatbelt, saying nonchalantly, go back to Korea and eat it. It tastes the same everywhere. She stood outside and yelled, "Hey, we went through the trouble to come all the way here. How could you say that, man?" Even though she was angry, Subin had to compromise, muttering, "Bastard." Just a moment later, as the car zoomed through the wind, she had fallen sound asleep. With her wish unfulfilled, Subin slept while her mouth still mumbled, "I want to eat pineapple ice cream." Suddenly, something cold touched her face, startling her awake. Subin raised her hand to wipe her face, bewildered. "Hey, are we there?" But what was in front of her made her exclaim in surprise. "What's this?" Jae-jun, with a cold face, handed her a pineapple ice cream. "Here, if you don't eat it by the time I count to 3, I'm throwing it away." Her eyes immediately widened, and Subin cheered joyfully. "Pineapple ice cream? Wow, am I dreaming? Thanks a lot." She licked a bit of the ice cream, saying with satisfaction, "Awesome." Jae-jun beside her was also holding a similar one, slowly enjoying it. She glanced at him and chuckled inwardly. "You listened to me, after all." The car sped off, and the two chatted again. Subin asked, "What should we eat for dinner later?" He asked in bewilderment. Eating again? This moment was incredibly happy. She thought to herself, if I had to pick the most memorable memory in Hawaii for me, it would be the day we hung out together. The plane took off into the high sky. "Goodbye, Hawaii. It's time to return to reality." They stood in front of the airport doors. Subin cried out, "I'm dead tired. A 10-hour flight. Reality is too harsh." Jae-jun looked at his phone as he walked, telling her, "Let's go to my parents' house first." Hearing that, she asked in a panic, "Wait, right now? Why not do it tomorrow? Are you trying to kill me?" Then, she listened in bewilderment as he explained, "There's a reason I have to go today." He continued looking at something on his phone and spoke, "I know you're very tired, so we'll just drop by for a bit. There's no need to stay for dinner. Let's just go to my house today, and then tomorrow we can arrange some free time to drop by your place." She looked at Jae-jun in astonishment, asking him, "You already planned all this in your head?" Jae-jun replied as he walked, "No, I just do whatever I feel like." Subin wondered again, "Hey, I thought you were uncomfortable at your house." She thought to herself, has it become harder for him after getting married? But he spoke up, "Not really." Jae-jun glanced at his phone, his voice still calm. "Isn't visiting much more comfortable than living there?" He held up his phone and immediately switched to a cheerful voice. "Ah, mother-in-law? Yes, we've arrived." Meanwhile, Subin was still lost in her thoughts. "Well, I know that, but still." They left the airport, her mind in a mess. Why do I suddenly feel so guilty? Both guilty and grateful. After that, they arrived at Jae-jun's house. Subin spoke up, "These are gifts for you, father and mother, and those are for the younger brother and sister." Everyone in the house sat gathered together, continuously thanking the two of them. Seeing that only Jae-jun's mother opened her gift, Subin felt a bit anxious and thought, except for mother, doesn't anyone else want to open their gifts? She took the bag out and said happily, "The design is so beautiful." "Thank you both, I love it." They hurriedly replied, "Haha, I'm glad you like it, mother." But she thought to herself, wow, she's the one who picked that design and told me to buy it. Subin watched his mother take the bag into her room, saying as she walked, "I have to go try on an outfit that matches it." She was dumbfounded. What? Was she only eagerly waiting for the bag? Then she looked over at Jae-jun, who was casually drinking tea. What about her son? She pursed her lips, silently wondering. Was his mother even looking forward to his return? Suddenly someone exclaimed, "What is this?" A hand lifted the bag out of the box. Yun-ae held the bag, examining it for a moment, and then criticized, "What kind of design is this? How does it suit a high schooler?" She questioned Subin, "If you don't know much about the current youth style, picking this bag is a real waste of money." She hurriedly spoke up, "Sorry." At this point, Jae-jun's father interjected, "Now, Yun-ae." She immediately got annoyed. "What, did I say something wrong? Hey, do you even know I'm a high schooler?" Subin could only force a smile in response. "Haha, I know." She thought to herself, "Do you want to shed blood with me? Do you know how much effort I put into this?" While Yun-ae continued to criticize, "But look at this, the design is just too." Jae-jun chimed in, "The one I picked." She asked back in surprise, "Huh, really?" Her attitude immediately changed. Yun-ae clutched the bag tightly in her hands, continuously praising, "You should have said so earlier. What a luxurious design." She hugged the bag and went into her room, muttering to herself, "I have to go try on an outfit that matches it." Seeing this scene, Subin erupted in anger. "Didn't you just complain that it didn't suit you? And call it a waste of money?" Jae-jun's father held his teacup, cleared his throat, and said, "She's the youngest, so we spoiled her a bit too much. She seems to speak a bit carelessly. As an adult, you'll understand, right?" Subin quickly replied, "Oh, of course. Please don't worry, father." Her willpower was boiling inside. She thought, just wait and see how I clean up this mess before leaving this house. Night had fallen, and they soon left. "Then we'll take our leave." "All right." As soon as the car door closed, she leaned back in her seat and sighed. I survived. Jae-jun, sitting next to her, said gently, "You saw it yourself. My family isn't very welcoming. It might be a bit difficult to deal with, especially for kids like you." Subin asked back in confusion, "Kids like me?" Jae-jun's lonely silhouette suddenly appeared. Unlike the boy from back then, Subin was loved by her parents. He slowly spoke up, "Kids who grew up under the sun." Hearing this, she suddenly stiffened. Under the sun? Does he mean kids raised with love? Jae-jun rested his chin on his hand and looked outside. He said, "After finding out that my grandmother doesn't have much time left, he started pushing me to get married as soon as possible. It didn't matter if it was real or fake, as long as I had a partner to marry." Images of everyone in the house appeared one by one as Jae-jun recounted, "My father is the only one who knows the truth behind this marriage. He didn't expect anything from it either, so things were much easier. My mother is no exception. My younger brother is the reclusive type. He rarely says much. As for my younger sister, she acts like the queen of the house. Yune would find out before anyone else notices." He sighed and continued, "Just so you know, I'm the only one she doesn't get grumpy around." Subin had witnessed this, but she still asked, "So she's that scared of her older brother?" His face seemed to light up as he denied it. "No, she knows her brother is super handsome." Jae-jun was extremely confident. "She's also pretty." Subin was too used to this, so she didn't react much. Then, he cleared his throat and warned, "I'm sure the others, except for Yune, aren't very interested in you, so just be careful around Yune. If you want things to be easier, just ignore the things she says." She didn't reply but thought, "You did help me earlier, huh?" Recalling the faces she had just met, Subin couldn't help but worry. "Just thinking about it makes me want to pass out." She rested her chin on her hand and looked out of the car, thinking to herself, "Even if we call them family, to his father, I'm probably no different from a business partner in the house." Suddenly, Jae-jun spoke up again. "When we get home, we'll write a pledge, so start thinking about it." She heard this but didn't understand at all. Subin hurriedly asked, "Do you mean a contract? We already wrote one before getting married, right?" But he replied, "No, a pledge." The car sped through the dark night, and his voice rang out, "It doesn't have to be legally binding like that one, but at least we should draw a line to follow when living together." Subin asked helplessly, "Do we absolutely have to do it tonight?" Jae-jun's eyes still looked straight ahead as he said, "Because it will be applied starting tonight." Subin's jaw dropped, thinking to herself, "I know you're in business, okay?" The sound of the car engine roared, and her heart also screamed, "But why do you have to force me to do it tonight when I'm already dead tired? Let me rest a bit." Night fell, and the houses in the city lit up one by one. Jae-jun handed her a pen and said, "Here, write down the things you want me to follow during the contract period." Subin let out a sigh, helplessly taking the cap off the pen. She groaned in despair. "What am I even supposed to write?" Jae-jun and she sat across from each other. They finished writing the pledge. "Be a dutiful son-in-law. Respect each other's privacy without hurting one another. Do not invade each other's personal space. Respect privacy. And it is strictly forbidden to tell anyone, including your family, that this is a fake marriage." Subin looked at the brand new pledge, still unable to believe it. "This? Seriously?" Jae-jun cleared his throat and said to her, "You don't need to be a dutiful daughter-in-law. Speaking of which, I'd be very grateful if you keep showing the world your excellent acting skills like you have so far." She lowered her head, calmly replying, "Obviously." He looked at Subin mumbling something at the pledge paper and asked, "You wrote them yourself, so what are you complaining about now?" She pondered, thinking for a second that it wasn't a great thing to mention, but then decided to speak up. "Touch." Jae-jun didn't hear clearly and asked back in confusion, "What?" When she used a tiny voice to say the word touch again, he got annoyed. "Speak up, will you?" Subin blushed deeply, closed her eyes, and yelled, "Ah, touching, touching. Where are the rules about touching?" As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became dead silent. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and said, "A man and a woman living together, and there are no rules about touching each other?" Subin wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and said, "Don't you find it hilarious? Even if it's a contract marriage, are you sure we look at each other as real human beings?" A moment later, she began to doubt herself again and muttered, "Hold on, is this really something to laugh about with a beautiful lady like me?" Jae-jun looked at her, helpless and not knowing what to do. Then she turned serious and said to him, "There will be times when we have to show the world that we are pretending to be in love." He immediately replied, "No way." Subin got angry. "How can you be so sure?" Jae-jun remained stubborn. "Why would we have to do that?" He crossed his arms, his voice full of disdain. "Excuse me, don't you find it troublesome? We're not even a real married couple." Recalling the events of that day, Subin sighed. Well, before our relationship even went anywhere, we slept together. It still looked like something happened between us. After saying that, she doubted herself. Wait a minute, does this ruin my reputation? At this moment, Jae-jun spoke up. Then go explain it to the world yourself. Subin lowered her head, wanting to write something. No, I'll add it just in case. But Jae-jun snatched the pen away and said, not necessary. Hearing him say that, she angrily yelled, what? Hey, you don't know what could happen between a man and a woman, do you? Jae-jun's face frowned, and he gritted out every word. Stop dreaming, please. A cold atmosphere enveloped them as he put the paper away. Subin cursed silently. This little punk, how dare you? The two of them were completely unwilling to yield to each other. She yelled, are your eyes on your feet? Go serve dog food. He immediately shot back. Are you crazy? My golden and silver hands don't want to touch you. Subin was so angry that she stomped her feet and screamed. You don't understand a damn thing. But Jae-jun ignored her and said, your room is at the end on the left. Their house was extremely spacious, and he continued dividing it up. My room is far off on the right. If anyone from either of our families drops by, just pretend that my room is our shared bedroom. Use whichever bathroom you want. I'll use the one opposite my room. As for chores, twice a week. I think the maid will do them too, but if possible, do the laundry and wash the dishes. As soon as he finished speaking, Subin craned her neck and said, my God, you don't need to remind me of everything. Jae-jun continued. Also, never invade each other's room. Even if you get dead drunk and use it as an excuse to go to the wrong room, don't blame me. She immediately pointed at his chest and said, you're the one who needs to be careful. Jae-jun didn't back down and argued. I don't drink and turn into a dumb dog like someone else, just like last time. Woof woof. Subin wasn't to be outdone. I'll remember that myself. Oh wow, you're such a good actor, huh? I couldn't even recognize you. Watching him sigh wearily and leave, she thought to herself, look at him, leaving without even saying a single greeting. Where's my room anyway? Oomph. Subin pushed the room door open forcefully, her mind still pondering. How can I stop that crazy guy? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. A spacious room appeared, and she happily exclaimed, oh my, what a huge room. She took a look around the room and couldn't help but exclaim, my dream, a room with a makeup area. Oh my, there's even a bathtub. Oh my God, a walk-in closet too? Living up to this day has been so fulfilling. Subin buried herself in the soft blanket, thinking happily, I can make full use of all that space. I have to tell my mom tomorrow. But then she paused, her eyes staring into space. Remembering Dion's face. Starting from today, her eyes were determined as she thought to herself, all right, today is the first day, a life without a hint of sweetness, and it has already begun today. Let's just not have any regrets when it ends. Thinking like that, but only a moment later, she fell fast asleep. The next morning, the sunlight shone down on the house. The two of them walked in together, and Subin happily waved her hand. Mom, Dad, we are here. Seeing the two of them arrive, her parents immediately welcomed them warmly. Oh my, you too. Her mother immediately rushed over to greet Jae-jun and said, you're here? Seeing this, Subin jealously cried out, Mom, is your daughter invisible? Hearing this, she hugged her and coaxed, me? How can I not see my daughter? Then, she rubbed her face and called the two of them inside. Come on, I've cooked your favorite dishes. She continued, come inside, kids. The two of them followed them in. Looking at the table full of food, Jae-jun said, it must have been tiring preparing all this. Subin's mother continuously picked up food for them. She said, how could it be tiring? I'm cooking for my daughter and son-in-law. He quickly replied, haha, thank you. Mother, I will enjoy the meal. He praised Subin. My wife is very capable. Whenever she goes to the kitchen, I always get to eat my fill. Hearing this, she immediately smiled happily. Really? That's great, son. If you want to eat anything else, just tell me. Her father also talked with him. What do you think of my wife's skills? Amazing, right? That's why I can never lose weight. Subin glanced at him and saw him gently reply, Mother must be a very good cook. Looking at Jae-jun's smiling face, she thought to herself, a sharp-tongued person like him is trying to be a good son-in-law. As expected, his acting skills are top-notch. Subin turned to him, wanting to say something, and he immediately turned to look at her. The two suddenly fell silent and turned away, no longer looking at each other. Her father saw this scene and suddenly paused. A moment later, Jae-jun was helping her mother prepare something. He said, you don't need to touch heavy things like this. Mother, just leave it to me. You go and rest. Her mother quickly refused. Oh no, let me do it. Meanwhile, Subin was getting ready to leave. She said, thank you for the meal, Mom. Then, she turned to her mother and said, just let him help you, Mom. I'll go peel some fruits. Hearing this, her mother angrily lectured her. Child, is this how you treat your husband? Now that you two are married, you need to change. Subin blankly lowered her head as she heard her mother continue. Do you want to hear your in-laws say that? Next, her father also chimed in. Speaking of which, you two have been avoiding each other. Did something happen during the trip? As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked at her. You two were friends before, but now you're married. Subin and Jae-jun turned pale, not knowing how to explain when they heard her parents say, "Then why are you acting so distant? Did you two have a fight?" After dinner with her family, during the cleanup, Jae-jun volunteered to clear the table, and Subin's casual reaction, as usual, made her parents suspect that the two were distant. Mrs. Jang took the initiative to ask, "Why are you two so awkward with each other? Are you fighting?" So as not to be exposed, she hastily stammered in response, "Fight? What fight? We are perfectly fine." However, saying this, Subin herself felt awkward. Right, I'm dead, sisters. Jae-jun also decided to slip away quickly, leaving first. But how could they fool her? Her mother crossed her arms, gave a slight side eye, and said, "That looks too suspicious," making Subin bristle and deny it. Not all. Then, to confirm that nothing unusual was happening, she hurriedly sat next to him, although her smile was a bit forced. "Ha ha ha ha," but still trying to act natural, she called out, "Let's just eat some fruits first," amidst the shocked, gaping expressions of her parents. A few minutes of eating apples passed, afraid that staying too long would expose them. Subin hurriedly pulled Jae-jun's hand toward the door, making her mother confusedly ask, "Are you two leaving already?" That was definitely the case, so she brushed it off lightly and replied, "I still have to go to work tomorrow, Mom." Hearing that, she didn't force her daughter to stay. The two went outside, got into the car, and started the engine. Vroom vroom. Sitting in the car, Subin finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Jae-jun remained silent from beginning to end, his face cold. And then she herself opened up with a rather melancholic look. If we have to compare it with what we did before, today we were a bit complacent. Thinking back before the wedding day, I felt guilty because I couldn't answer my mother, which made him speak up and ask, "Did she ask something?" Leaning her head lightly against the window, Subin replied, rather sadly, "Few just normal things that mothers would ask their daughters. Questions that I could answer immediately if we were truly lovers." And the events of yesterday suddenly flashed clearly in her mind. Subin's mother gently turned to face her daughter and asked how it all started. Who confessed first? And when she heard the question, "What did my son-in-law like about my daughter?" it made Subin herself only able to giggle to brush it off. But then she herself fell silent, causing her mother's all-seeing yet warm eyes to look at her and say, "Daughter, are you happy?" Hearing that made her feel warmer than ever. Subin smiled, looking quite natural, and nodded in reply. But then, understanding the thoughts and psychology of her precious daughter, Mrs. Jang also gave some advice. "I still have to say this. You have no idea how heartbroken we were when you said you wanted to live alone. But now that you have met a good guy, I'm so glad. I could even pass away happily." But even knowing it was the truth, Subin couldn't bear to hear her mother say that. "Mom, don't! How could you say that? You still have a long way to go with me." However, patting her, Mrs. Jang gently pulled her daughter's shoulder down and reassured her, "My dear, who's passing away now? I was just saying that casually." It scared Subin to death as she pouted and grumbled, "Humph, you and Dad are the main reasons I got married." Then she also had to emphasize, "Don't worry, I won't be able to close my eyes until I see my grandchild." But hearing this made her daughter's heart ache a little as she fell silent. Time will pass. Life is unpredictable. I just want to tell Subin that you must live well, my daughter, and she gently squeezed her hand. To reassure Mrs. Jang, she also responded to her mother by tightly holding her hand and replying, "Don't worry, Mom, I will live well." But deep down, Subin understood well enough that she couldn't answer a single question because this was the reality. In her heart, she also thought of the possibility that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to. Because of that, to give her parents more peace of mind about their daughter, when they got home, Subin made a decision, pointing straight at him and demanding, "Tada, hey Jae-jun, let's strategize," making him freeze upon hearing it, his eyes glancing tensely. Jae-jun didn't understand what her intention was, raising his voice sourly and questioning. "Strategize what?" "Let me tell you." Subin put her hands on her hips and explained, "It's not just my mom and dad. Your grandfather and grandmother will also notice if we keep being like this." Therefore, her eyes filled with sharp determination as she grumbled, "We must remind ourselves of the purpose of this marriage. The biggest goal, of course, is this stubborn guy Jae-jun, for my own independence and freedom. After all, I'm only here for my parents, while Jae-jun is here for his grandmother." Then, in this moment, he rested his arm on the sofa, widening his eyes in doubt. "So what are you planning to do?" Since Jae-jun asked, Subin was ready to answer immediately. Spreading her hands, she argued, "We have to live under the same roof for a year anyway. We have to rehearse to act like a real couple." But the foolish guy just cluelessly asked, "Rehearse what?" Therefore, she herself also came up with a plan, pointing her finger straight and answering, "Rehearse the MAC." But hearing this, it was unknown if Jae-jun understood anything. He just looked confused, his eyes wide in bewilderment as he blurted out, "HC?" And to let Subin explain a bit, it was practicing calling each other things like honey, darling, sweetheart, so that it sounds a bit natural. Once we get used to it, we can comfortably call each other that anywhere. She also didn't forget to set an additional goal and deadline, holding up her hand to let Jae-jun know they had to practice at least 3 times a day. Unbelievable, so fierce, making Jae-jun freeze. It seemed hard to persuade him. The guy disdainfully glanced around and scoffed. What are you babbling about?" However, he was quickly opposed by Subin. "I'm not doing it for you. Put that face away." Next, she also had to correct her partner's behavior. At the time when your grandmother was sick, only the 3 of us, me, you, and your dad, decided this matter, so try to learn it. Don't you think that if your family or my family found out, they would pass out from shock? Subin understood the issue and emphasized to Jae-jun that the adults are not foolish, meaning that at least you should cheat them a little bit, making him also have to reconsider. But thinking Jae-jun would agree, but no, oh my god, the guy made a very strange proposal. Instead of that, how about we just sleep to make it quick? Making Subin scold him. How is that any different from now? If you want to do that now, you have to be careful because this shouldn't affect the contract. If your money flies away, my money will fly away too. Because Jae-jun married to inherit the fortune while she wanted to pay off her debts. If everything fell apart, they would lose everything. Therefore, she herself became even more determined, raising her hand and firmly calling out, "Anyway, that's it. Do you understand my point?" Then she kept poking Jae-jun's cheek, bothering him so much that he reluctantly agreed. All right, please explain the 3 times a day thing." So let's begin. Subin started planning. I think it should be like this. Once before going to work, then since we both have to work all day, calling each other is fine for the 2nd time. Then once more before going to sleep, we will greet each other with those phrases. But the chill demeanor from earlier was gone. Subin's eyes grew tense, lowering her voice sternly. "Honey, darling, sweetheart. One of the 3, we have to rehearse so that we don't freeze like logs in front of everyone. So remember to hold hands and face each other too. A perfect performance to become a couple. One look and the whole family is happy." Fortunately, because of the inheritance, Jae-jun also accepted the sacrifice and bitterly replied, "It's fine with me, though I don't think I'll enjoy it at all. So we have to try to know." Subin hurriedly urged, "Let's start right here and now." Hey you, making the guy freeze and stop to avoid it. Why not wait until tomorrow? His resistance failed. She was very resolute in forcing him. "No, we have to do it right now. Don't hesitate anymore." Then she took the initiative to hold Jae-jun's hand, placing one foot on the sofa, and then she suddenly stopped, both of them naturally falling dead silent. Then suddenly, both he and Subin burst out laughing, telling each other, "Why does this feel like playing a game waiting for a punishment?" It really does. Then when it came to asking who would go first, brother Jae-jun quickly pushed it on her, "You, of course." But it wasn't that easy to let it go. Subin immediately put her hands on her hips, frowned, and protested, "Are you kidding me? I don't enjoy this one bit either. So let's be fair." So they had to decide with a game. How about rock, paper, scissors? Being a guy, Jae-jun enjoyed these kinds of physical clashes and immediately laughed with wide eyes, suggesting, "Hey, how about boxing to liven up the house? That's what you call fair." Making Subin frustratedly curse back, "You selfish jerk, fair my foot." After getting scolded, he stopped joking around. Jae-jun sighed and agreed, "Haha, all right then, let's just do rock, paper, scissors for the first day." So they went to decide who won, cracking their knuckles. And the frame split in 2 like a battle. One side threw rock, paper, scissors, and then threw their hands out to decide. One side threw scissors, just like she said. And the lucky one who got hit was Subin, painfully holding her hand and screaming, "Damn it, that's your special move, isn't it, Agug?" Like a hunter aiming at his prey. Jae-jun was very smug about winning, crossing his legs, glancing over, and lightly raising an eyebrow to provoke. "Come on, hurry up, babe." Having lost, she was extremely annoyed, baring her fangs and hissing, "Agug." Then Subin had to choose between honey, darling, or sweetheart, but her mind was completely terrified, and she didn't want to choose any of them. Trembling with anger, she thought she wanted to slap herself awake 5 times. And finally, making up her mind, she swiped her hand and sighed, "Haha, Next, Soo-bin proactively held out her hand, demanding Jae-jun to give her his hand. Thinking he wouldn't listen, Jae-jun surprisingly followed the command and held out his hand. Taking the chance, Soo-bin gently moved closer, but her mind was confused. Sigh, what is this? Why am I suddenly feeling nervous and excited at the same time? However, she suddenly snapped out of it, startled and awkward, while he looked bewildered and stood still. Thinking he would let it go, he didn't. Jae-jun grabbed Soo-bin's hand. Because it was so sudden, she herself couldn't mentally prepare in time and was pulled down in astonishment. Following that was Jae-jun's gaze staring intently at her, her hand unconsciously placed on her chest. Before seeing the image, there was only fluttering hair accompanied by a strong call, "Come here." After the sudden pull from Jae-jun, because she wasn't prepared at all, Soo-bin was pulled closer by the hand. Thinking it was just a joke, but the two of them had agreed to do this every day. Sitting on a corner of the sofa, she looked quite confused and awkward, saying that. Meanwhile, her mind was about to explode. I'm probably going to die of embarrassment. Wiggling her toes, Soo-bin saw this as a pretty good opportunity. Fine, then explained to Jae-jun, I'm just a bit hesitant about which word to choose. Then she naturally switched to a touching phase and told him, thank you for being a good son-in-law. After that, thinking she would be criticized for being cheesy, Jae-jun nodded instead and even added, go on. It seemed that Soo-bin had already made a choice in her mind by now, blushing shyly and stammering as she called him. Dar. Awkward to death and having never tried it before, Soo-bin had to evade by shouting loudly into Jae-jun's eardrums, darling, making her contract boyfriend freeze immediately upon hearing it, not knowing if his hearing was affected, but looking utterly dumbfounded. Putting all her embarrassment into that sentence made Soo-bin regret it terribly, jumping up, smacking her head repeatedly, and screaming, oh my god, abracadabra, you monster, and then having nowhere to hide. She quickly ran faster than flying, her eyes rolling back as she screamed, I need to find a pair of pants to wear on my head. I'm going to bed first, good night. Hearing this made Jae-jun feel a bit let down, his expectant gaze vanishing in an instant. But then he cracked a smile and had to exclaim, goodness. Outside, Jae-jun looked quite happy, while inside that room, Soo-bin was agonizing and screaming wildly, ugh, giving the guy a chance to think of ways to tease her, wondering, should we do this every day? And then it drifted to the next day. Early in the morning, Soo-bin rushed out of the house, panicking and screaming, get out of the way, man. If she had been a bit more forceful, she would have knocked Jae-jun's water glass flying. However, because the storm came too fiercely, he became a victim, getting completely soaked and bewilderedly crying out, hey you, seriously? But it was too late. Soo-bin was in such a hurry, pushing the closet door to grab her stuff and leaving immediately, only dropping a few words, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm running late. Dashing outside, she could only wave her hand, looking back to remind him, I'm leaving first, don't be late. At that moment, Jae-jun didn't reply at all, walking away in dead silence. With less and less time, it urged Soo-bin to run for her life while checking her phone. So exhausted she wanted to scream, ugh, I can't breathe. After that, Soo-bin arrived at a house, accompanied by a mental note to herself. My life as a married woman has begun. If I have to point out the difference from my previous life, well, luckily, I finally made it to the right place. Rushing inside, she said, good morning, mother, did you sleep well? Hearing herself being called, Jae-jun's mother slightly turned her head back and calmly replied, ah, yes, good morning. She was currently standing in the kitchen, cooking something with a bubbling pot. Turning her head back to ask, did you bring the abalone? Soo-bin quickly replied, yes, I've already prepped them. That change was that her in-laws' house was a 10-minute walk away, and breakfast was always the main meal to be prepared every day. Then Soo-bin quickly put on an apron, tied her hair carefully under the instruction of Jae-jun's mother. Can you add a little sesame oil and stir-fry them? Then just pour boiling water in to cook. Having heard the instructions clearly, she took the job right away, confidently replying, yes, ma'am, while taking a ladle to stir the soup pot on the stove. Inside, Soo-bin kept thinking about this matter, well, not exactly every day, just 6 days a week except Sundays. This is something I never thought about before getting married. It's not easy at all, and that guy, Jae-jun, didn't even bother to remind me. I just want to punch him into oblivion. You bastard, you knew but didn't say a word, man. However, a sudden memory surfaced in Soo-bin's mind. The moment when Jae-jun stood in front of her with a serious tone, saying, Dad, Soo-bin has to go to work too. The guy himself found it hard to agree with his father's opinion and objected. She can't prepare breakfast every day. However, Jae-jun's father was very firm, stating this was decided by your grandfather for the next 3 generations, that everyone would have breakfast together. Not stopping there, he asked further, do you know that your grandmother was just discharged from the hospital? Hearing this, Subin immediately replied, yes. So his father used tradition as an example to enforce it. This has always been done even before she fell ill. Just consider it a family policy. Both your grandparents really like it, so keep that in mind. Hearing that, Jae-jun still firmly replied, but Dad, staring out the window for a moment. Jae-jun's father sadly turned back, unyielding, and revealed it was a difficult decision for everyone too. We had to discuss it for a very long time. Hearing this and feeling that everything was messed up because of her, Subin felt guilty and timidly said, Dad, it's no problem. I will do it well. It was both a responsibility and a sign of care. She wanted to convey her feelings to the grandmother. Therefore, even though she spaced out, Subin's hand kept stirring as she affirmed to herself, I can endure this well, because after all, I've planned to be a good wife. Until 2 spoons were dipped into the pot together. The only problem here was that his mother was the first to taste it, and the flavor was so uniquely strange that she grimaced and could only utter, As for herself, just as she was about to take a spoonful of broth to taste, the whole pot emitted an indescribably weird smell that left both of them bewildered. Weren't the abalones already prepped? Yes, I'm sure I scrubbed them and washed them with boiling water many times. Therefore, she could only cover her nose and think of a solution. Should we use instant rice packets to make fried rice instead? The real situation right now was that the mother's cooking skills had never been mentioned before. Tada, the auspicious hour arrived, and the whole extended family gathered fully around the table, waiting for Jae-jun's grandmother to speak. Let's eat. Then everyone scooped some up. The first 2 victims were Yeon-ae and June. After tasting a spoonful, their faces darkened as they gave up and cried out, Ugh, I'm full. Next was the old lady. After trying it, she just covered her mouth and softly said, It's too fishy, which made the old man seem displeased as he harshly judged, How could you use such expensive ingredients and cook up something like this? Watching the reactions and hearing all of everyone's words, his mother became even more sorrowful and sighed. Sigh. Meanwhile, Subin could only add to her streak of suffering, failing for 4 consecutive days. Let's review it with her. Day 1, whole mackerel soup. Day 2, whole octopus sashimi. Day 3, octopus again, but mixed with rice, which made Subin extremely confused. Why is it all seafood? Do they like it that much? Having completed her mission, she just bowed to say goodbye to her mother-in-law. Then I'll take my leave. You've worked hard today too. After that, Subin certainly got into the car driven by Jae-jun. While rolling along noisily, inside she had a scream out of sheer shock. Oh my God, didn't you say this has been going on for almost 20 years? Then she switched to asking how he was doing. You must have gone through countless hardships, huh? But seemingly too used to it. Jae-jun's face remained calm as he just called out, Hey, in the future, you'll be sharing the same fate, so just bear with it. Hearing this reignited Subin's anger, her mind exploding. No, you crazy jerk, annoyed but unable to do anything. However, regarding these trivial things, Subin calmly replied, I can endure it for the duration of the contract, but your mother, being her family member, how could Jae-jun not know? He just resigned himself and requested, just listen to what she says. So Subin didn't argue and sighed in agreement, all right. Talking all this time until the car braked. Jae-jun bluntly complained, Sigh, I'm probably going to be late for work. Hearing that made Subin frown, not backing down as she retorted, acting like you're the only one with a schedule, as if I don't have one. And then she quickly closed the car door, stepping out amidst Jae-jun's reluctant words. Yeah, well, good luck. Subin stuck her tongue out dismissively, thinking to herself, all things considered, it's quite exhausting. Because earlier, his father had asked and offered, Our house is a bit far from your workplace. Do you need to buy a car? But feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, she decided to decline. No, thank you. I don't have a driver's license yet. Because I don't have a driver's license, I feel grateful whenever he picks me up and drops me off like this, of course. Since our workplaces are in opposite directions, it must take him a while to get to his company, but it's not like I care or anything. So after a hard day's work, the sky finally turned glowing red as it set, the second-to-last trains gradually returning to the station, bam. Buying groceries in the supermarket, Subin sadly felt like crying over one thing. Actually, the fishy taste of the abalone bowl this morning was her fault. When she called her own family's authority, she was startled to realize. What? You didn't say I had to wash them with salt water? Having caused trouble for her mother-in-law, she only had one wish. Tomorrow will definitely be fine. After that, Subin proactively made a phone call to Jae-jun's mother. Ah, mother, if you haven't decided what to eat tomorrow morning, I'm thinking of miso soup with beef. And she successfully suggested it, to which she replied, I haven't decided yet. It turned out there was support from the bride's side. Subin excitedly shared, there's some miso and beef dipping sauce that my mom made. A little bit, well actually it's a bit too much because she made up to 22 portions. Hearing that, her mother-in-law was surprised and exclaimed, oh, is that so? Hearing her thorough preparation, Jae-jun's mother was completely okay with it. It's fine, just do whatever you want. This made Subin wildly excited, skipping around joyfully and replying, yes, mother, then I will prepare the ingredients for tomorrow. Until late at night, when Jae-jun finally came home, he heard a loud noise coming from the kitchen, thump thump, slowly stepping into the inner room. He found it strange and asked, what are you doing? Discovering him, Subin said, hey, you're back? I'm preparing the ingredients for tomorrow morning. This made him confused, and he wondered, didn't you say you'd be home late? Hearing that question, she bluntly replied, the appointment was canceled. Hearing that, Jae-jun rolled his eyes in disbelief and emphasized, you're full of it. What appointment? This made Subin annoyed, and she cursed, you crazy jerk, why do we have to bicker every time you come home? While pouring water, he casually asked, is cooking that hard? While rummaging through the fridge, she irritably snapped back, if I say it's hard, will you help me? But, just as expected, Jae-jun only asked for the sake of it and gave an entirely different answer. Of course not. He even added some hurtful words, everyone has their own job to do. You're even breaking your back to pay off your debt. Making Subin frown, absorbing every word, and cut him off, I know that. Then, after taking what she needed and standing up abruptly, she calmly muttered to herself, well, actually it's nothing at all. Waking up early like that is also a bit difficult. Hearing those comments made Jae-jun smile in satisfaction. Absolutely correct. And, as if intending to keep Subin around, he gently reminded her, don't put too much pressure on yourself right from the start. Or else, before a year is up, you'll run far away. But she ignored him, taking off her apron and sighing. Then, not forgetting her mission, Subin suddenly slid over, grabbed his hand, and called out, darling, you know I'm a responsible person, right? Gently lifting Jae-jun's hand, she smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, you must be very tired, so try to get a good rest. Then she laughed in delight because it felt so good. The perfect wife mission was a resounding success, completely catching him off guard. Subin quickly called out, your turn. Without feeling awkward or unnatural, Jae-jun naturally smiled back. He immediately said, you must have worked hard too. You did a great job. That cute scene probably lasted for about 5 minutes with 2 goofy smiles. Then it all broke down. They went their separate ways, dusting off their hands and sticking their tongues out in disgust, like EW yuck. Even though married life started a few days ago, as expected, it still makes me uncomfortable. I'm going crazy. During the time she was brushing her teeth and doing her personal hygiene in the bathroom. The moment from earlier automatically popped up, making Subin lose her mood. She gargled and spat out. While wiping her face clean and fresh after her skincare routine, she had to compare. When I first proposed that idea to him, it felt as if my world had collapsed. But anyway, I've adapted to it more now. Will I be able to get used to it someday? But what is this intense scene transition? Subin's face was being pressed hard against the bed by someone's arm. This made her extremely confused, asking her contract husband, Jae-jun, what are you doing, huh? Whatever special happened last night was unclear, but time had already flown to the morning. In the G family's mansion, there was a joyful call, Grandpa. Yane, having just woken up, yawned sluggishly and asked for permission. Can I skip Saturday breakfast? However, hearing that, the old man refused and said, come on, don't be so lazy. Meanwhile, the younger brother, Jae-hoon, only softly said, good morning. Then Grandpa added some intimate reminders. You haven't even changed out of those clothes. Try to wake up earlier, making her feel like she was eating chili for breakfast. So spicy she grimaced and let out a long sigh. Seeing that everyone's gestures didn't seem right, Subin assessed, this is a place to strengthen the relationships between family members, but it feels like they are just doing it for the sake of it. And the auspicious hour had arrived. She took a light sip of water, her eyes anxiously looking forward. It's time to try my mom's miso soup with meat sauce. I wonder if they'll like it. Looking at the family's dining table full of soup, rice, and meat, and hearing the words, thank you for the meal, please enjoy. She thought this time would be a failure, that Grandpa would give a long critique. But no, the old man's reaction was completely different. He emphasized his voice and said, give me another bowl. And Grandmother was the same, meaning she was pleasantly surprised, eating comfortably and exclaiming in awe. Oh my goodness, there were already positive signals, which made Subin boundlessly joyful, secretly celebrating. Yahoo! it's a success. However, what did she have to go through that she couldn't even celebrate for 5 seconds before freezing in confusion like a bolt of lightning struck her ears? Wait, is this the right time? And then making a decision, Soo Bin proactively asked Jae-jun, would you like some more soup? There's still plenty of rice, so let me know if you want to eat more. At this point, it was surprising. She spoke as if flirting. Seeing you enjoy the meal is my honor, combining the power of a divine touch. One side smiled radiantly, while the other side was shocked stiff. Next, as if guided by intuition, Jae-jun gently turned his head back. What caught his eye was grandmother's expression, staring passionately at their interaction, glowing with hope, while grandpa kept his original cold demeanor, considering it had partly made grandmother happy. Out of duty and affection for his grandmother, Jae-jun quickly cooperated, casting a gentle glance and saying, Thank you, darling. An unexpected display of PDA, but who would have thought it would be such a resounding success? Even though it looked very romantic, inside Soo Bin was screaming wildly, EW, that's so gross. Then, after that moment, Grandpa also voiced his thoughts on their relationship. Well, I used to wonder why you two didn't give each other any nicknames. But now I guess it's fine. Hearing her husband say that, Grandmother also cheerfully and warmly looked at them with a bright smile. Ho ho, I knew it, leaving Soo Bin to chime in with a forced laugh. Ahaha, you two are like that too. But that wasn't all. They still had to hold that pose for a little longer because Grandmother praised them further. You two look so adorable. This made both her and Jae-jun try their best to force a smile, but they felt so allergic to it that they tightly gripped each other's hands. Later, in his car, he was the only one driving and recalled what had just happened. In that moment, Soo Bin had waved goodbye and added a few reminders. It's been a while since he got a day off, so go all out, while she herself had to carry her bag to work on a Saturday, which made Jae-jun chuckle and think she really tried her best, huh? Recalling Soo Bin's moment during breakfast earlier, it was truly phenomenal. From her appearance and words to her demeanor, nothing was out of place. This made him both shocked and amazed, unable to close his mouth from smiling as he admitted, truly a top-tier actress. And so, rarely getting a day off, Jae-jun made the most of his time doing what he liked. First was going for a swim. Next was heading to a bookstore to read some comics he had been obsessed with for a long time. Then, not forgetting to lend Soo Bin a hand, Jae-jun unexpectedly had the heart to go to the supermarket and accidentally noticed something on the shelf, exclaiming in surprise. Perhaps even though they didn't like each other much, living together had helped him roughly understand her habits and behaviors. Whenever she got off work, she would look for snacks and drink until she forgot her way home. Truly a drunkard. Even though his mouth criticized her, somehow Jae-jun hesitantly reached out his hand to grab it. Just one should be fine. Adding a pack of snacks to the shopping cart, he slowly pushed it around the supermarket. He reflected on that moment. I even called her darling in front of my family. That's not like me at all. The scene now shifted to a clock continuously ticking, tick-tock, tick-tock. Thanks to it, Jae-jun realized the time, lightly rolling his neck in surprise. Is it dinner time already? For an independent guy, this cooking stuff was normal. He turned into a domestic expert, going into the kitchen to cook his own food, chopping and slicing. It only took a few minutes to finish his dinner. Just as Jae-jun was about to take his first bite, his phone rang. It turned out to be from Soo Bin. Her eyes wide, she checked in on him, asking, "Have you eaten anything yet?" Although he was being cared for, Jae-jun probably wasn't used to it and asked back, "Why do you ask?" So Soo Bin reluctantly had to tell the truth. "Well, I asked because it's dinner time, that's all." Truly straightforward like no other. He didn't hesitate to bluntly say, "Since when do you care so much?" Understanding the hidden intent behind her words, Jae-jun lowered his voice and demanded, "Tell me what you want." Being exposed, Soo Bin stopped beating around the bush and revealed the truth. I have a gathering today. Under those sparkling, expectant gazes, she felt quite pressured and tried to say, "They keep asking if they can meet you. So, they wanted to tell you to come here to introduce you," making the other end of the line quite surprised and exclaim, That exact reaction made Soo Bin immediately guess, I guess not, right? But that wasn't all. Jae-jun didn't ask anything in return, but just got annoyed and scolded her. "Can you stop bothering me?" Just as he irritably yelled, "Don't call back because I won't." Suddenly a voice interrupted from the other end of the line. "Soo Bin, hang up and come here with me." Moreover, the environment on the other side was also very noisy. Even though he was feeling grumpy, hearing that, Jae-jun didn't ignore it. He held his phone still and speculated, a man's voice? Calling her Soo Bin? But that wasn't all. From her end, continuous sounds of joking and laughing emerged. "Wahaha, sit here. Let me warm up the seat for you." "Park Sungo, then I'll sit here." feeling that the words just now were somewhat wrong and unbelievable. Jae-jun's face darkened as he cast a suspicious glance. What, warm up the seat? Is this something you should say to a married woman? And she happily accepted it? Then, until Soo-bin realized she hadn't hung up yet and said, I'll hang up now. In a moment of extreme panic, he asked continuously, address what? Standing up abruptly, he asked in a stern voice, where are you? She thought that being so dismissive meant Jae-jun would stay home, but no. Little did she know that every single word from earlier had been heard clearly by him, leaving her in shock. Yeah, so he's really coming? Catching the news, her colleagues' eyes lit up as they exclaimed, hey, assistant, is your husband coming? Wow. Honestly, when I first saw him, I thought he was a celebrity. Then the whole group revolved around the topic of Soo-bin and her husband, saying, I still remember the day he came to our hotel and everyone went crazy. Like, who is he? Me too. When I saw him at Soo-young's wedding, it was the first time I felt so jealous. Wow, you get to see him every day, Soo-bin, right? And someone even joked, just hide him away to be safe. Haha, don't exaggerate. However, this cheerful atmosphere didn't put her mind at ease, as she fully understood the problem. If Jae-jun heard this, his ego would pierce the sky. I shouldn't have called him. And in the restaurant, at the moment she was sitting, she suddenly turned her head to observe. Outside the door, a footstep appeared, stepping inside, clack. Oh my God, it was Jae-jun. Like a gust of wind, he rushed in and brightly greeted, good evening, leaving everyone in shock because of his dashing appearance and handsome face, nodding captivatingly. While everyone was mesmerized and gossiping, oh my God, he quickly stood up, placed his hand on his chest, and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you. I am Park Sung-go, Soo-bin's college friend. This made Jae-jun startled as he realized he's calling her Soo-bin again. Are you so close to her that you don't even bother using her last name? Seeing this overly casual attitude, he didn't ignore it, but replied with a hostile tone, I am Jae-jun, Shin Soo-bin's husband, while tightly gripping Sung-go's hand. Next, Soo-bin proactively scooted over, pointed to the empty seat next to Soo-bin, and said, please sit here. Given the opportunity opened by her, Jae-jun didn't hesitate to take off his outer coat and replied, excuse me then, making Soo-bin laugh happily. Haha. But who would have thought? He stubbornly and calmly said, let me squeeze in the middle, and then pressed closer to Soo-bin. Suddenly seeing Jae-jun dressed as if going to work, she felt it was unnecessary and whispered, hey, you could have just worn your home clothes here. Why bother dressing up? Why are you trying to polish your appearance? Hearing Soo-bin's bizarre request, he was surprised and exclaimed, were what I was wearing at home? I was only wearing my underwear, making her freeze. What? She asked, giving an easy-to-understand example. You mean wearing boxers to come here? But Jae-jun's strange expression made Soo-bin disbelieve and retort, nonsense. Normally you dress properly. Then he shifted his legs and gave an excuse. I was home alone today. So, without any hesitation, Jae-jun smirked and said, is there any other way than dressing up since you are here? Or would you rather I go home and you run to my place? Hearing those words, Soo-bin imagined him butt naked at home and grabbed her head in panic. Please shut up. You lunatic, stop thinking about it, my precious head. Having been talking privately and forgetting they were in a crowded place, they were quickly teased by the group of friends. Oh ho, do you like it that much? You see each other every day, yet you still come here to be all lovey-dovey, making her stop and feel awkward. Finally, she gave a critical remark, stop it, that sounds horrifying, and received a reply, come on, no we don't. And then, blending into the drinking atmosphere, everyone cheered, come on, this is a gathering. So let's drink till we forget our way home. Raise your glasses and bottoms up. 3 drunk rounds, and we're just getting started. Let's see who can chug the most. Opening the scene was Soo-bin, who took a refreshing first gulp and then exclaimed, I don't think I can drink anymore. Seeing everyone drinking beer, while Jae-jun seemed different, Sung-go suggested to Soo-bin's husband, would you like to try a glass? And ultimately received a rejection, I'm fine. Meanwhile, she looked a bit tipsy, giggling, I might get high blood pressure. Seemingly disliking the noise, Jae-jun took a light sip of water and wondered, why did I even come here? They're just Soo-bin's colleagues anyway. However, seeing her just keep drinking, he asked with a bit of concern, why do you have to drink every single glass others hand you? Seeing Soo-bin's husband worrying about her, Sung-go seized the chance to set Jae-jun up, saying, if you can't drink anymore, ask your Black Knight. Why worry when your husband is right here? Making him a bit irritated, noting in his mind him again. While glaring at him, a voice called from his right, oh, darling, making Jae-jun startle and turn around. Feeling an ominous premonition, don't tell me you're going to do that in front of all these people, Shin Soo-bin. With a seductive face, slightly flushed cheeks looking sexy, and sparkling eyes, she pleaded, "Be my Black Knight." Gently touching her husband's earlobe, she adorably pleaded, "Please?" Giving Jae-jun a feeling of embarrassment and shyness as he whispered, "Can we just go home?" It seemed consuming a large amount of alcohol made Subin a bit drunk. Her face was flushed as she gently stroked his ear to flirt. Hearing Sungo's words, the whole group of friends roared wildly. Wow, a Black Knight is so cool. And then he added a condition. But if he refuses, you'll have to drink 2 glasses Subin. That revelation shocked the whole group as they just found out, hey, really? Why would you guys increase the number of glasses to drink? Hearing that made Subin panic and exclaim, "What? That's too much, guys. How could she handle it?" Rolling her eyes and opening her mouth to plead. "So you're not going to drink for me?" But Jae-jun ruthlessly replied, "I'm in no condition to help anyone right now." While everyone there was watching and smiling, only Subin was in agony, scolding him, "You heartless, stubborn bastard." Therefore, taking matters into her own hands, she bluntly raised the beer glass and chugged it in one go amidst the amazed gasps. "Oh my, Jae-jun is so cool. It's like you're on a whole different level." Jae-jun, wah, making Subin annoyed and secretly threatening, "You're dead when we get home." But before she could finish one glass, she started getting drowsy, her face drooping with signs of being dead drunk, as she called out. Husband Doug, having drunk way too much and about to cross the limit. Subin felt sick and warned, "I think I'm going to throw up," making Jae-jun quite scared. Seeing her condition wasn't good, he decided to snatch the beer glass from her hand, holding it back to prevent Subin from reaching it, and revealed, "Haha, actually I don't drink alcohol very often." However, pushing it to the end, Sungo laughed gleefully and assured, "Ahaha, if you get drunk, I'll just carry you home." Faced with that challenge, Jae-jun didn't refuse anymore, but surprisingly accepted. "Haha, I'm fine. While mentally challenging, just try touching me and see if I don't kick your ass." Just as he lifted the beer glass, a strange smell hit his nose, making him grimace and swallow his saliva, gulp, sniffing and judging. "This isn't Somek. It just smells like pure soju." But whatever, Jae-jun wanted to save Subin, so he endured and chugged it down amidst the energetic cheers. "Drink more, drink more." Seeing him finish just one glass, the whole group is already amazed and praised. "Wow, your husband is pretty good at this," making Subin smile with wide eyes. At first, she was smiling brightly, but later, as the beer kept going down amidst the group's screams, "Another glass. Drink more." "Wah, drink mine too." It made her terrified, sweating, and speechless before whispering loudly, "Hey, wait. Don't drink anymore. Let me be your Black Rose Knight," accompanied by continuous tugging at his shirt. But the tough guy Jae-jun steadily replied, "It's fine. Let me drink." However, Subin had never seen him drink alcohol before. With a concerned face, she revealed, "You've drunk too much. Let me help." "You can't," when suddenly Jae-jun's hand slipped out. Then he held hers intimately and told her, It's better if you don't drink anymore." Continuing to witness these affectionate scenes, the nosy friends couldn't help but gasp, "Oh wow." Leaning close to each other, blooming with admiration inside. Why does the phrase, "you can't," suddenly sound so sexy? "Sister, you are not alone." Outwardly saying that, Subin wasn't much more reassured and asked, "Are you okay?" So Jae-jun replied, "Actually, no." It was time for the beer to take effect. His cheeks flushed red very quickly, his eyes looking sluggish as he silently said, so dizzy, along with the thought, "Is there any other way to put an end to this drinking?" Pursing his lips, Jae-jun thought of something else I'm sure Subin is used to. But before he could finish his sentence, his hand slipped, and he crashed onto the table with a thud, panicking everyone, especially her, who widened her eyes and screamed, Jae-oop's husband, making the whole pub feel like it was going to jump up and explode. Having been drinking for a long time until late at night, with only the streetlights glowing, they had to leave, saying goodbye to each other, get home safely, everyone. Everyone thought Jae-jun came to rescue Subin, but unexpectedly, he became a burden, heavy as a dumbbell, making both of them stagger. Then she said, I'm the assistant, so you guys go ahead. But that sight made them worry and ask, "Are you sure you can handle this?" "Well, I'll head back first." So she had to affirm, "I'm fine, really. Just reminding Jae-jun a bit. Sober up a little, please, man." Hearing that, he slightly shivered and replied. Then Subin had to turn around to catch a ride. Yes, we are standing at the intersection right now. if you come from the alley by the center. Who knows what Sungo's intentions were at this moment when he ran over and proactively said, "Let me help." It looked as if Subin was about to fall over, making Jae-jun hear it, and despite being very sluggish and dizzy, he still gave him a terrifying glare. Not giving Sungo a chance to touch them, he pulled his arm back forcefully and ruthlessly refused. No need, leaving him in utter shock. What? And while Subin was busy giving directions to the driver, Jae-jun also threw in a few words to assert his dominance. "The only person who can touch me is my wife. The same goes for my wife," making Sungo freeze and fall silent upon hearing it. He had been holding back fiercely all this time, and now, taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Jae-jun slightly turned to correct his behavior. "You're very nice, but don't be too nice to married people." For example, bringing his face close to Sungo, his voice deep and terrifyingly emphatic. Sitting in the same seat with them is a bit vulgar. And then he just gave an unfriendly smile, gently reminding him, "I heard you say that over the phone, and I don't like it one bit." However, he looked quite shameless, smirking. Seeing that his help wasn't needed, Sungo turned his back and walked away, angrily exhaling heavily. Meanwhile, Jae-jun, already drunk, kept trying to poke his head out and leaned all his weight on Subin, making her scold. "Oh my god, please stand up straight." Unable to take it anymore, it was now time to piggyback him. Unexpectedly, he whined and made an excuse, "I can't walk by myself." However, Subin couldn't bear it. Rolling her eyes, she pleaded, "At least try to walk to the car," but it was hopeless against his answer, "I can't." With everything being a lost cause, she could only ask, "Then what should I do?" And Jae-jun stayed silent for a long time. After thinking it over, he decided to ask, "I want a piggyback ride." Then, remembering the previous times in his head, I had to go through that suffering too, which made Jae-jun cling even tighter to Subin's neck, making her gasp for air. Ugh. Finally, after struggling for a while, they made it home. Unable to endure it any longer, she dropped him straight onto the sofa with a thud and scolded a few times. "Damn it, I should have just thrown you in the middle of the road." Acting like they were two men or something, making Subin carry him, causing her body to ache so much that her limbs went weak and she cried out in pain, "Oh, my shoulders." As for Jae-jun, he was sprawled out on the sofa, left to fend for himself. Quickly heading into the bathroom, she turned on the shower, enjoying the warm water while thinking about what just happened. "I drank quite a lot, but Jae-jun drank like crazy. What a mess." Stepping out of the bathroom door slowly, Subin staggered a bit and realized, I'm still so dizzy. However, there was a problem. Jae-jun had once declared, "My back will hurt if I don't sleep on a bed. Don't you ever set foot in my room," making her so annoyed that her face turned redder than a tomato as she calculated. "Then what should I do?" Then she simply noticed that Subin had just dried her hair with a towel, walked down to the living room, frowned, and called out, "Look at this Jae-jun." With his disheveled appearance, his outer jacket nearly coming undone, he seemed to be in a daze at this point, even though she shouted at him, "Change your clothes and get back to bed already." However, as always, Jae-jun continued to lie there stiffly, his godlike handsome face unaffected by sleep, breathing evenly, which made Subin sigh. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deal with him, she rushed in and pinched the young man's cheek hard, pulling it like slime and cursing, "Damn it, I really hate you. Hey, are you really asleep?" Since there was no reaction, it was self-explanatory. Subin had to rely on her own body, struggling to carry the drunkard Jae-jun until she trembled all over, only able to exclaim, "So heavy." Before going far, she was already gasping for air. "Pant will help you get there, pant." She also gently reminded him to excuse herself. "I'm not invading your privacy, okay?" Unexpectedly resorting to this method, she spoke while acting, pant, "I'm knocking with my foot now. If you wake up and get mad at me, you're truly ungrateful. You hear me?" At this moment, seemingly affected too much, Jae-jun also somewhat sobered up, opening his eyes but not scolding her. Because he was too sleepy and drunk, he just ignored everything and didn't care. "Hey, stop it." At that moment, for some reason, Jae-jun's gaze glanced at that spot, and he muttered about a bathrobe. Upon reaching his bedroom, hauling him up felt like heavy labor, leaving Subin sweating profusely and panting heavily, complaining, "I'm tired to death." Having woken up but not wanting to expose himself, Jae-jun pretended to toss and turn, while thinking in his head, "If you're done, please get lost." But after waiting for a while without hearing the door open, he was quite confused and slightly opened his eyes in suspicion. Why hasn't she left yet? Then, 5 minutes later, a hand suddenly and quietly rested on Jae-jun's shoulder. Sensing something was wrong, he decided to flip over forcefully, brushing past her shoulder. At this moment, Jae-jun's entire body was flipped onto his back, and Soo-bin used her hands to unbutton his shirt. Her gentle and skillful movements managed to undo the second one with a sound. Thud! Then she pulled it lightly to reveal the firm flesh inside. Right at that moment, Jae-jun took the initiative to turn over and pin her down amidst her cry, "Hey ah!" Hearing him call her name, Shin Soo-bin, she reacted with wide eyes and whispered, "Heck." Not understanding the intention behind her actions, Jae-jun asked with groggy eyes, "What the hell are you doing?" Hearing the question, Soo-bin merely denied it. You looked uncomfortable, so I just wanted to," making him quite shocked as he glared at her. At this point, she started to feel shy. Soo-bin only said a few words, "Help you undress," then glanced at him. Pausing for about 5 seconds, both of them froze, locking eyes, and only uttered, "Ah." Soo-bin herself let out a panic scream. "Ah, where are you looking, you pervert?" Accompanied by a flying kick straight to Jae-jun's stomach with a smack, causing him to lose his balance. And then, even more shockingly, he face-planted right into Soo-bin's fruit basket. Thump, That culture shock incident made Jae-jun unable to react and pull back in time. At this point, it was a total explosion as Soo-bin screamed loudly, "You sick bastard." After the severe culture shock of Jae-jun face-planting right in her fruit garden, Soo-bin screamed furiously, "Hey, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" The volume was so loud that it even panicked the birds outside. Hearing that, unwilling to accept such an ugly title, Jae-jun frowned and yelled back in a deep voice to defend himself, "Why are you acting like I'm a real pervert? Why did you suddenly go and undress a drunk man in the first place?" Feeling more wronged than a tragic heroine, Soo-bin glared back angrily and said with helplessness, "Because that was the only way I could think of. You looked uncomfortable, didn't you?" Earlier, both were quite drunk and had headaches, but now the two of them were annoyed and turned away, refusing to look at each other. However, Soo-bin seemed to back down first. Well, if I think about it, maybe it was just an accident. Yet, Soo-bin herself suddenly snapped awake and immediately rejected the thought. No, anyway, he still. So she rolled her eyes, pointed her finger, and emphasized, "Then why did you pretend to be drunk? Answer me if you dare. Were you tricking me?" But he was also angry. Jae-jun's judgmental gaze turned towards her as he irritably exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sure you've never been like that. What, you weren't drunk?" Thinking about that made him so annoyed that he exuded a blazing, murderous aura, while Soo-bin got scared and only dared to stay silent. Then Jae-jun decided to gently remind her, "Besides, you're married now. Behave properly. Don't make your husband a laughingstock for everyone." Hearing this, Soo-bin was confused and said, "What are you talking about?" Then she immediately understood, her face stiffening in culture shock, opening her eyes wide to correct him. "What do you mean? He's just my friend." But seeing and hearing it for himself, Jae-jun didn't think so and bitterly reacted, asking, "How the hell can men and women be just pure friends?" This made Soo-bin argue back, "Why not? You and I are even enemies." Because it resembled their current relationship, he had to stay silent, shrinking back into the sofa and saying bitterly, though still resentful inside, "Fine, friends. Even if he is a friend, please be careful." However, Soo-bin also had her reasoning, crossing her arms and questioning. "And who was the one who said I could freely get to know other people? And then we would divorce so I could have a real, happy family?" Next, it was Jae-jun's turn to glare back and reply, "That's only after my family's issues are resolved. Even if you're not satisfied, don't make any mistakes while I'm still your husband." After those words were spoken, Soo-bin couldn't believe it and yelled harshly, "Oh my god, really? So what did I do wrong?" The unresolved argument made Jae-jun annoyed too, forcing him to shout loudly. "You happily accepted it." That left her a bit confused, widening one eye and raising an eyebrow, not knowing how to respond. But the person in question was still bewildered in her head, that to the point of turning dumbfounded and darkening her face. What the hell did I accept? And then, in the young man's mind, he found the sticking point. This was what Jae-jun was referring to during the phone call moment. Peekaboo, Park Sung-go. Hearing it made him disappointed because she was happily sitting next to someone else. As for Soo-bin, who had been clueless all this time, she confusingly shouted, "Accepted what?" Being too tired, Jae-jun just sighed, turned away, and said, "Whatever. I'm not talking to you anymore." Receiving this cold shoulder, she could only try to yell, "Hey, wait, tell me. Hey, tell me." Having taken the trouble to carry him home, only to be driven crazy, Soo-bin was so angry that she repeatedly punched the pillow on the sofa, cursing inwardly, "That bastard, I should have thrown him out in the middle of the street." As for Jae-jun, after the argument earlier, he decided to take a shower. Under the warm water, while scrubbing himself, he thought, because of my uncle. Jae-jun was seen sighing and pondering. I can't believe I lost my temper over such a trivial thing. However, something more specific came to mind. The moment he face-planted into the fruit basket brought back that feeling. But no, he had to suppress the animalistic instinct inside him. Jae-jun punched the wall hard, reasoning it's just a youthful accident. Youth, everyone makes mistakes. It was only one night, yet two people were tossing and turning, feeling tormented and unable to sleep, constantly frowning. Time eventually moved on to the next morning, amidst the gentle chirping of birds. Subin slowly walked down to the living room, looking quite tired, yawning sluggishly because she was too angry to sleep. First, she had to open the fridge to solve the eternal problem. What should I eat this morning? Let's see. Sure enough, a dozen ideas popped up, making Subin all confused. No rice, but tuna with curry sauce and canned food. Rummaging through, she looked with disdain. What, does he only eat these things? Putting that aside, her eyes suddenly widened as she discovered. Oh, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe, wow, look at this fancy piece of cheese. Whoa, so you had this to eat all by yourself, huh? Exactly to her liking. Subin was so thrilled she smiled openly and said softly, later if I run out of snacks, let me have a piece, okay? But she had no idea of its origin, which was from Jae-jun, even though he had said, really, it's not like me at all, yet his hand still decided to buy it. Since rummaging through his fridge yielded nothing, Subin had to make a trip to the supermarket, picking out breakfast ingredients along with a few bags of snacks. By the time she returned home, she quickly cooked a healthy-looking and delicious breakfast bubbling away. While scooping a bowl of rice, Subin's compassion suddenly arose as she hesitated. What happened yesterday was really annoying, but if I only cook for myself, it's a bit mean, isn't it? And right at that moment, the house emitted the beep-beep sound of the electronic door lock. Oh my god, Jae-jun's figure slowly approaching made Subin quite surprised. I thought he was sleeping. Turns out he went out to exercise. Until he entered the kitchen, their eyes met in surprise. And because they were still mad at each other, he decided not to wait, turning away abruptly, making her call out, hey, wait. Even though she was still angry, Subin couldn't help but call out, change your clothes and come down to eat together. Hearing that made Jae-jun a bit surprised, widening his eyes and exclaiming, you cooked for me? I don't want to be petty about food like that. So after changing clothes, although Jae-jun looked quite cold on the outside, he had to admit, smells good, and Subin quickly served this special customer, saying here, as a matter of courtesy, the guy immediately spoke up, thanks for the meal. Acting normally, he lightly picked up some food and put it in his mouth while she replied, you're welcome. While eating, thoughts kept popping into Jae-jun's head. I've always been used to eating alone in the morning, and now I'm sitting here having a meal with her. All his normal habits have been changed. Chewing lightly on a piece of rolled omelet, Jae-jun felt it feels so strange. At this time, on Subin's side, her eyes widened sharply, glancing forward. Who would have thought that while eating, Jae-jun accidentally dropped a drop of water onto the collar of his t-shirt? Watching it gradually seep into the shirt, Subin herself said nothing. But that fiery scene suddenly popped in her head, making her panic. Wait, why am I suddenly recalling that scene? However, at this moment, it wasn't just one person but both of them. He and she blushed furiously and had to look down. In her head, Subin was annoyed. Damn it, I must be really crazy. Then, for some reason, she was able to casually start a conversation. Ahem, what are you planning to do today? But was met with Jae-jun's blunt reply, why do you ask? So, she had to explain, later, I want to drop by to visit your grandmother. Do you have time to go together? Hearing this proposal, Jae-jun himself was quite hesitant at Subin's words. I think she would probably be happier if she saw both of us coming together. Eating like that, he suddenly stopped, sitting blankly and staring straight ahead without saying a word. This made her confused, having to ask, what is it? Is there something on my face? Touching her face. This is the first time you had a day off since we got married, you know? The proposal hadn't received an answer, so Subin widened her eyes and tilted her head. That action stimulated Jae-jun, making him somewhat bewildered and questioning. And yet you still want to go visit my grandmother, even though you already see her every day? Sensing the disapproval in his voice, Subin just wanted to clarify, can I? You were the one who told me to treat your grandmother well. Then came Jae-jun's sincere words. I'm very grateful that you've been doing exactly what you've done so far. I didn't mean for you to go out of your way, just out of obligation. You've done well enough, so just take a day off today. Just as this thought popped into her head, what if I'm overstepping by doing what your family couldn't? It was interrupted by Subin's own disappointed question. Resting her chin on her hand, she asked, so you don't want to see your grandmother? but that wasn't it. Jae-jun quickly shook his head, saying, "That's not what I meant." That single confirmation was all she needed to seize the chance to visit the old lady. Overjoyed, her eyes lit up as she happily exclaimed, Then what's the problem?" "No problem. I'm going because I want to." All this time, he thought Subin was saying that out of her responsibility as a contract wife. Realizing it was actually her personal preference left Jae-jun so shocked he cursed under his breath. What the fuck? He then simply gave her a cool reminder. In that case, have a safe trip. Thrilled to get his approval, Subin excitedly changed the subject. "Okay, so how's the taste?" But Jae-jun gave a completely deadpan response. "It tastes like it was marinated." Because of that, teacher Subin had to spell it out and ask, "So, is it edible?" But true to form, he only had one answer. "It seems to have been marinated with spices." They continued bickering. "If you find it bland or something, why don't you add some more seasoning to it? I never said it wasn't good." After finishing breakfast, Jae-jun took the initiative to wash the dishes, surprising Subin. "Leave it, let me do it," she called out. But taking charge, he firmly insisted, "It's fine. Didn't you say you were going to visit my grandmother? Besides, you already cooked for me," which made her let out an O of realization. Then, there was one more task Subin had to point out. "All right, but, let's just let yesterday's past rest in peace. We can't skip the max step, though. Let's do it." The familiar ritual made Jae-jun freeze in realization. "You and your ridiculous Mac." Noticing something, she then asked, "Aren't you going to wear gloves while washing the dishes?" To which he replied, "I'm fine. My hands are busy washing right now, so we can't hold hands." Unfazed, knowing there was always another way, Subin casually replied, "That's okay. It's your turn to go first today anyway." Oh, and even though he looked annoyed, Jae-jun actually did it, saying, "Thank you for the meal, wifey." Watching that goofy scene, she couldn't help but laugh. Beaming, she replied, "My pleasure. Thanks for washing the dishes, hubby," accompanying it with a gentle, affectionate pat on his butt. Receiving that gift, Jae-jun's brain practically short-circuited. He jolted up and yelled, "What the fuck?" Acting as if nothing had happened, Subin just let out a goofy laugh. Hee hee. Having his first time stolen like that, Jae-jun gritted his teeth in frustration. Hey, knowing she'd be dead meat if she stayed, she quickly made her escape, sticking her tongue out at him. "You face-planted right into my chest last night, too," implying that he secretly enjoyed it. She struck a nerve, causing him to stutter in a panic. Hey. Having successfully gotten her tit for tat, Subin was extremely pleased. Rolling her eyes with a teasing smile, she shot back, "As if you didn't." Just returning the favor. It turned out that after Subin hurried upstairs, it only took her 5 minutes before her excited voice rang out again. "I'm heading out now." No wonder she had been changing clothes. Transforming into an elegant office outfit, her eyes sparkled as she promised, "I'll try to get back early before dinner, so let's eat together later." After trying so hard to stop her, seeing Subin still insisting on going made Jae-jun annoyed. He grumbled with a dark aura, "I don't want to." Hearing that made her feel a bit disappointed. Pouting, she complained, "Am I supposed to eat alone then?" However, still in a grumpy mood, he ruthlessly shot back, "Why are you asking me that? Since when do we eat together anyway?" Taken aback by his harsh words, Subin corrected him, "There's no need to eat separately when we're living under the same roof." Just to piss her off, Jae-jun crossed his legs, rested his chin on his hand, and retorted, "Then just make sure we don't eat at the same time." What a pain. That was the last straw, making her frown and roll her eyes in disdain. Damn, talking to you is drier than the Sahara. However, with her sharp mind and quick wit, Subin quickly connected the dots regarding his behavior. A wicked, mischievous, and thoroughly gloating smile slowly crept onto her face. "Here I come, baby," she thought, immediately bringing up the earlier incident with a sarcastic tone. "Oh my, Jae-jun, are you mad because I touched your precious golden butt?" The sheer impact of her words made him slip down the sofa. Like an arrow striking right at his bruised ego, Subin continued to provoke her fake husband. Is the little baby really mad about that? Ho ho ho. Hearing this, Jae-jun gritted his teeth and muttered, "My butt." Calm down, it's no big deal," she said, giving a gentle, chill shrug. "Well, it's just an everyday occurrence for married couples, anyway." Suddenly, he shot up from the couch. Each of his intense, heavy footsteps echoed, making Subin's eyes widen in fear as she cried out, "Hey, Ak." But the more she spoke, the harder Jae-jun advanced, getting so close that she stumbled back, stammering, Hey? Just like a scene with a domineering CEO, he slammed his hand hard against the wall, trapping Soo-bin tightly in place. His voice was slow, sounding like a challenging sugar daddy. Say that again, I dare you. But she wasn't scared. Narrowing her eyes in suspicion, she asked, say what? To make himself perfectly clear, Jae-jun leaned in, his face brushing dangerously close to hers as he asked, what everyday occurrence? His face was full of determination to know. Between married couples? In that moment, Soo-bin could only hold her breath, puffing her cheeks in endurance. Looking genuinely intimidated now, she tried to explain, no, I was just joking around to liven up the mood. However, speaking for himself, he replied with dead honesty, well, I'm not. Gripping her shoulders tightly with both hands, Jae-jun emphasized, I can't tell the difference between what's a joke and what's real. Looking closely, she was clearly uncomfortable, scrunching up her face and pleading, don't, because his body was practically pinning her against the wall, leaving her with no room to breathe or struggle. Soo-bin was forced to yell, don't come any closer. Ugh. Her trembling hands were helpless against his tight grip. Looking as if he had already secured his victory, Jae-jun raised his voice and asked, what's the matter? My butt has been touched, and my face has even been buried in your chest. Is there really anything else we can't do? Seizing the moment, Jae-jun lowered his voice to a deep, warning tone. If you do that again, then I'll show you. His eyes were incredibly sharp. There was no hint of joking around like before. With absolute certainty, he declared what a real marriage is like. This left Soo-bin utterly shocked, her eyes widening in sheer, unbelievable disbelief. While they stood there in silence, Jae-jun gently caressed her soft hair for a long moment. Deeply affected by his serious words, Soo-bin was so shocked that she began to stutter. Why you? You crazy bastard. I might be shocked, but I'm not an easy target. Gathering all her strength, she viciously stomped right onto Jae-jun's foot and protested. You think you can threaten me with words like that? You crazy jerk, you're crossing the line. Her anger pushed to its peak. Soo-bin panted heavily like a man. With a twisted scowl and rolling her eyes, she cursed at him, you've got a lot of nerve. On the other side, instantly turning from a fierce tiger into a whimpering cat, Jae-jun trembled in pain, clutching his foot. He quickly retreated to his room, throwing the door open while thinking to himself, I just wanted to joke around a bit to clear up the awkwardness from yesterday. Then, as soon as her door closed, just 1 second after stepping inside, Soo-bin's expression and emotions did a complete 180. Sliding down the wall to the floor, her face flushed red. Still stunned and trying to process it, she thought, but that was way too crazy. Her heart was racing so fast, she had to gulp for air. Slowly trying to calm herself down, Soo-bin rationalized, maybe because we've gotten closer lately, I let my guard down a bit. That scary jerk. My heart is still pounding so hard. I'm never joking around with him again. It was just a mental threat, but the one who suffered the most physical damage was Jae-jun. His shoulder was swollen, red, and throbbing with pain as he reflected. Ever since I started living with that woman named Shin Soo-bin, I should have seen this coming. Sitting on the floor with his knees pulled up, he had to admit that every moment spent with her was wildly unpredictable. But what surprised him more was that he didn't just take one hit. He received a whole combo. He then reached around to the back of his neck to check for any injuries, clicking his tongue as he muttered, TSK. Well, she's pretty amusing at least. And with that, their chaotic morning settled down. The scene then transitioned to a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Over in the G family's garden, Grandpa was currently pushing Grandmother in her wheelchair, while housekeeper No was using a hose to water the plants. Suddenly, that peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a loud cry. Ta-da! Everyone's eyes widened in confusion. It was Soo-bin. Having quickly bounced back to her usual cheerful self, she threw her hands up to surprise the elders and greeted them. Surprise. Did everyone sleep well? Her sudden appearance left Grandpa bewildered as he asked, It's been a long time since you had a day off. Why did you come all the way here? Grandmother echoed her husband's sentiment, adding, That's right, shouldn't you be resting? But Soo-bin, beaming with joy, brightly replied to them both, I just came because I miss you two so much. She then insisted, If I don't get to see you every day, it feels like something is missing. Next, she didn't forget to greet the person tending to the plants. Good morning, housekeeper No, prompting the housekeeper to bow happily in response. Sensing the sincerity from her granddaughter-in-law, Grandmother happily said, "Oh my, thank you for saying that." Subin then stepped closer, gently crouching down to check on her health. "How have you been doing? Are you feeling all right?" She quickly received a reassuring answer accompanied by a gentle gaze. "I'm doing just fine." Hearing that put Subin at ease, and she let out a cheerful ho-ho. Noticing that it was only the three of them, Subin grew a bit curious and asked, "Where is everyone else?" At this, Grandpa's expression darkened with concern, while Grandmother simply replied in a relaxed, cheerful tone, "They all went out to find their own entertainment." It was Grandpa's turn. With an annoyed sigh, he grumbled, "Probably company business or some social gatherings. None of them bothered to tell me where they're going anymore." Understanding the dynamic of the G family, Subin could only nod sympathetically, letting out a soft, "Oh, I see." In her heart, she realized that with just the two of them and the housekeeper in this massive mansion, it was no wonder the place felt so lonely. But Subin's mission today was to come here and hang out with Grandmother. Ready to unleash 100 of her bright, vibrant energy, she exclaimed, "Well, that won't do. Let the four of us have some fun together then." Her suggestion took Grandmother quite by surprise. With Captain Granddaughter-in-law at the helm, Subin skipped along happily as she pushed Grandmother's wheelchair. This made the elderly woman quite curious, prompting her to ask, "Where are you planning to take a frail old lady like me?" "But where there's a will, there's a way." Subin simply replied, "Hee, there's a park nearby. I thought it would be nice to go out and get some fresh air," right in the middle of her cheerful mood. However, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Wait a minute." Her goofy smile faltered as she started doing the math. "Just barging in here without calling ahead. Isn't that basically asking for conflict with my in-laws? Even though I'm already here, this still feels super awkward." But just as she was worried about showing signs of a rift in their relationship, Grandmother laughed comfortably and said, "Wow, let's just go with it then. Where are we going?" "All." The elder's joy was Subin's top priority, and seeing the old lady's eager reaction made her think more openly. Why worry when she's enjoying it this much? Putting aside all her fears and worries, she gently pushed Grandmother's wheelchair and announced their departure. "Let's go." It seemed Housekeeper No and Grandpa were very reassured, saying nothing as they let her take his wife away. A wonderful morning with a blue butterfly gently landing on a petal in the scenery. It only took a few minutes for Subin to bring Grandmother to the planned location. The old lady felt like she was in a race car, so she got a bit scared and warned, "Oh my, go slowly, dear," making her laugh happily in response. Hee. Then, whatever she did, she waved and informed the person in charge. "Housekeeper No, I'll just be wandering around here with Grandmother, so don't worry." With high trust in their granddaughter-in-law and not much concern, she received the reply, "Haha, all right." While she was resting on a wooden bench, Subin's phone suddenly started ringing. It was unknown who it was until the housekeeper picked up her phone first and answered in a very familiar tone. Yes, right now I'm at." Amidst the blowing wind and the rustling of leaves came the call. Young Master Jae-jun, who she thought would just ignore her, suddenly appeared at the park. Even though he wasn't going to work, he still looked very dashing in a coat. While the three of them were busy playing together near the fountain, Grandpa holding firmly onto his wife's wheelchair, and Subin quickly running to pick up the old lady's hat on the other side. The housekeeper was quite surprised and expressed her admiration. "You got here so fast." He then replied, "Good morning, Housekeeper No." The conversation between the two generations officially began with her words. She smiled gently, looking at him, and then asked quite surprised, "It's been a long time since you had a chance to rest like this, yet you're not staying at home?" Hearing that, Jae-jun replied, "It's a bit stuffy at home, so I wanted to go out to clear my mind." No matter what he said, the housekeeper saw right through it, smiled gently, and revealed, "Oh my, you came here because of your beautiful wife, didn't you?" "All." And since it was indeed the truth, Jae-jun felt a bit shy. Then he quickly changed the subject by complimenting, "That bottle of juice looks really delicious, doesn't it?" Making her hold in her hand and comment, "Right?" Before revealing, "It's a refreshment your wife bought for me." Hearing that, Jae-jun was very surprised and asked back in astonishment, "My wife?" So, hitting a nail on the head, the housekeeper gently nodded. After that, she also expressed her own feelings about Subin. "I'm so glad you came here for her. Your wife is not only beautiful, but also has a good character." Those very words touched Jae-jun's feelings for her. His gaze looked very passionate and captivated. The sight of Subin standing behind Grandmother's wheelchair, giving the old couple plenty of free time to look at each other, made Jae-jun feel deeply enchanted, thinking that the more he looked, the more incredibly beautiful she was. Then, realizing that if he had decided to stay home, he would have missed a rare, special sight, he questioned in awe, "Grandpa can actually smile like that too?" Then, turning around to take advantage of this opportunity, Jae-jun asked a bit about the past. I heard that when she was young, my grandmother wasn't like she is now, right? As a companion who witnessed their love leading to marriage, housekeeper No smiled, covering her mouth, and confirmed it's true that she wasn't like she is now. Back then, your grandfather was like a goblin, and she was no different from Tiger. After getting married, the two of them changed a lot. It's hard to believe that she's the one who made both their hearts change once again, isn't it? I'm so glad that it was her, and not anyone else, who entered this family. Under the rustling of leaves, every genuine feeling and word from housekeeper No was a testament that even if it was a contract, Jae-jun's choice wasn't wrong at all. He felt happy to have met Subin and replied yes. But with his hard-to-break habit of confidence, he had to praise himself by saying, "It's probably because I have a pretty good eye for people." Having accompanied the G family for a long time, perhaps she understood better than anyone this long unseen feeling of comfort. Feeling happy for them, she smiled very brightly. Meanwhile, in her mind, she silently revealed as she looked at his fresh and handsome appearance. "Young master, you are changing too." Finally getting to hang out with Grandpa and Grandmother. While in the park holding tightly onto the old lady's wheelchair with both hands, Subin suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in awe. "Oh." It seemed she had recognized Jae-jun's appearance, smiling brightly as if meeting the love of her life, waving her arm to welcome him. Having just smiled a moment ago, his attitude was now truly strange, his face freezing, stiffly waving his hand as if in disdain while the housekeeper smiled gently beside him. Not just one but two people at once. Grandmother saw Jae-jun's silhouette and smiled, so wide her eyes squinted, exclaiming, "Oh my grandson came here too?" Hearing that, he approached them and replied in a warm voice, "Yes, grandmother." Finding it strange, Grandpa, out of habit, just closed his eyes and grumbled, "Since when did you know how to care about your grandparents?" Facing the elder's reaction, Jae-jun wasn't too intimidated and calmly asked, "You don't seem happy to see me, do you? Now that you have a granddaughter-in-law to care for you, you're happy, right?" However, in response to his grandson's joke, Grandpa still looked quite annoyed, frowning and emphasizing, "Even if I get run over by a truck, I won't change my mind," seeing the situation getting a bit tense. Subin had to clasp her hands together and call out affectionately, "Grandpa, huh?" With his coldness, she also didn't hold back, glaring at him. Jae-jun continued to throw out some extremely sharp, sarcastic remarks. "Then you just have fun with your granddaughter-in-law. I came here to visit grandmother anyway." This made the old man, despite his age, want to lunge forward and smack his grandson. Not knowing how to resolve this, Subin tried to follow behind and thought to herself, "Too far. He's going too far." Having observed them all this time, grandmother had to speak up in awe. "Oh my, is the sun rising in the west today? I never thought my grandson could joke around with his grandfather." The housekeeper, who also witnessed this, was infected by the joy and smiled brightly, replying, "Yes, it's wonderful to see them so close." Hearing this, Jae-jun received a whole ice-cool combo, freezing in place for many seconds. Not only him, but Grandpa also suddenly remembered to be cold, restraining himself with a light cough. Ahem, ahem. Under Subin's naive gaze, Jae-jun had a positive feeling. "It seems we've gotten closer." Recalling the past when the old man was younger, back then he also had that scary side eye as he interrogated, "Since when have you been standing there? Filming at school?" Jae-jun's father at that time was harshly scolded by the old man. "I don't need it. Don't get in the way of adults working. Get out." It was exactly this that created a lingering doubt that followed him as he grew up. Even if it wasn't to the extent of his father, his grandfather didn't like him very much either. To the point where, when he became too exhausted with that indifference, he chose to ignore it to live his life. Then, those negative thoughts suddenly vanished, leaving Jae-jun with a quite surprised look in his eyes. Sensing that he wasn't okay, Subin took the initiative to interlock her fingers with his, holding on tightly to create a sense of security. Slowly, she gently rubbed his sleeve and sweetly asked, "You must have missed me a lot, right, honey?" However, it was only then that Subin turned slightly towards Jae-jun, shocking him to the point his eyes went wide. "This girl, she just gave me a few blows this morning, and now she's still acting crazy?" Then, with full expression, she whisper-yelled, "Mission! Execute the mission!" Hearing those reminders, Jae-jun noticed grandmother's face blooming like a flower right in front of him and understood, "All right, time to serve some PDA." Immediately, he switched into actor mode, his eyes gentle as he replied to Subin, "Of course I missed you. I came here because I missed you." He faked it so realistically that she was shocked stiff, pretending to reply first. "Unbelievable. really? But inside her head at that moment, she wanted to explode. Just this morning, he acted like he wanted to eat me alive. Soo-bin had to acknowledge him as the founding father of acting, a master of creation. To make it look exactly like any normal couple, she quickly acted coquettish, leaning lightly on Jae-jun's shoulder and smiling brightly as she said, "Hee, I didn't wake you up because you looked so tired. Do you like me that much? Ah, you just like me too much." Then, afraid it was getting too cheesy, he had to handle it by covering her mouth with his hand and warning, "Don't overdo it, lady. Don't you see what situation this is?" Jae-jun covered the girl's mouth with such intense force that Soo-bin, despite trying to protest, could only let out muffled sounds. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Not stopping there, he added another move, changing his style from covering her whole mouth to squeezing her lips together, laughing in his head. So smooth, while she was shocked, her lips squished like a Shinbran carp. Perhaps Soo-bin's appearance made the relationship between the grandfather and grandson of the Ji family somewhat better. The atmosphere also became joyful and comfortable because of it, and most importantly, the old lady laughed a lot. But then, every party must come to an end. Standing to one side with Soo-bin, Jae-jun took the initiative to speak up. "Then we will take our leave." This caused the old man to suddenly ask, "Why don't you leave after having lunch?" So he quickly came up with an excuse to explain, "Our family eats together every day anyway, and we're newlyweds, so please understand, we want to spend some time with each other." Seeing the two grandchildren being so sweet and her husband ruining the mood, grandmother just found it funny and scolded affectionately, "You silly old man," making the old man shyly fake a cough. Ahem, ahem. Not forcing the two of them to stay for a meal, the old lady brightly waved her hand in farewell and didn't forget to remind them, "All right, be careful on your way home." And Soo-bin, always ready, enthusiastically replied, "Yes, let's go get some fresh air again next time," to which she immediately received the response, "Next time?" Then, having pulled off the act smoothly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jae-jun just walked with a blank face, thinking about something. Since the act was over, it was time to break character. It was too scary, causing him to yank his hand away forcefully and say indifferently, "How long are you planning to hold my arm?" But because it was so sudden, Soo-bin had no time to prepare, losing her balance and stumbling, yelling out in startle. Ack! With a temper like the weather, Jae-jun looked genuinely displeased and just asked blankly, "Why did you have to overact like that? Keep it in moderation." But before she could even regain her stable posture, she was so angry that Soo-bin had to correct him. "TSK, I was about to let go anyway." Since both of them hadn't eaten anything all morning, after regaining her momentum, she ran quickly and suggested, "Wait, there's a really good sandwich shop nearby. Want to go together?" But she was ruthlessly rejected by him. "I don't want to," because she really wanted to drag Jae-jun along. Soo-bin tried to persuade him and asked, "Why? How about going for K-barbecue and drinking soju then?" Finally, she was still snapped at by him, calling her full name, Shin Soo-bin. That attitude seemed unhappy, making her lose her earlier enthusiasm, and she just said in confusion, "Yeah, I haven't done anything out of line so far." But Jae-jun very coldly demanded, "Don't be like that anymore. It's very annoying." Asking him out for breakfast, why was he so tense? It made Soo-bin naively want to explain, "No, I just..." However, Jae-jun didn't want to hear anything more and simply announced, "I have an appointment. I'm leaving first." That path doesn't lead to the parking garage. The confused girl eagerly probed and asked, "Where are you going? Aren't you driving?" But he didn't want to answer any further and said absent-mindedly, "Mind your own business. I don't need to report everything to you." And only a weary sigh was heard. Just like normal friends hanging out. Soo-bin thought teasing him a bit would lighten the mood. "Hey, are you going on a date? Don't tell me you're having an affair." Then, ending it abruptly, Jae-jun gave her the silent treatment and walked away, leaving her happily calling his name despite receiving no response at all. Well, being alone was no problem. That situation made Soo-bin a bit confused before she told herself, "Anyway, you boring guy." After deciding to go their separate ways, Jae-jun chose to go see a movie at the theater. Since the screening seemed early, the theater was quite empty. He sat alone, his gaze fixed on one spot. But it wasn't for the movie. Jae-jun sat there, but his mind was elsewhere. It turned out that despite his coldness, he was thinking about that moment again when he scolded Soo-bin. The movie was almost over, so Jae-jun planned ahead. "I'll go to my parents' house later." But it didn't stop there. Having just scolded her earlier, he suddenly felt concerned and wondered, but isn't it a bit too much to let her eat alone until evening? Wait, why should I care about that? Rubbing his chin, Jae-jun thought again. The reason I'm avoiding her and making up these fake appointments is because it's genuinely uncomfortable. It's not that I couldn't foresee it. It's just that we've gotten too close to the point where I feel pressured by it. While watching a loud and explosive action movie, Jae-joon almost sneezed and remarked, "It feels like I'm becoming an idiot myself." Not understanding how he was feeling, he gripped the armrest tightly and affirmed, "I'm going crazy too." He thought it was still early, but it was already late afternoon, the space bathed in the orange hue of the sunset. As soon as Jae-joon stepped into the house, he announced, "I'm home." In his mind, he even imagined the words Subin would say. "Didn't you say you had an appointment? Why are you back so early? You got stood up, didn't you? I can't believe myself." But those self-imagined words suddenly vanished when he looked at the quiet atmosphere in the house. Jae-joon was quite confused and wondered, where is she? Her shoes are here. Then he started looking around the house. First, he stopped by the kitchen and accidentally discovered on the dining table that a full tray of food appeared, making Jae-joon think, "I should remind her to clean up after eating." But then he suddenly felt confused. But why does it look like she hasn't touched the food at all? Sensing something unusual, he sped up his search, ran to the laundry room, and called out, "Shin Subin," but there was no response. Next was the living room. The same call and the same empty result, Shin Subin. After rushing around the house with no sign of her, Jae-joon finally made a guess. "The only place I haven't checked is her room." Standing in front of the room door, he was still quite hesitant, thinking, what if she's asleep because she's tired? Wait, why do I have to do this? So reason immediately pulled him downstairs to the living room, ignoring Subin altogether, simply saying, "Enough, just let it be." But at this moment, a sound suddenly appeared. Click. That very sound made Jae-joon immediately look back to see what was going on. And yes, the person he was looking for appeared. Subin opened the door with a flushed face and asked, "Oh, when did you get back?" Hearing her question, Jae-joon didn't answer, but interjected with a question. "Did you sleep after eating?" However, Subin, walking and rubbing her head at the time, answered, About that, I didn't feel much like eating, and I felt a bit nauseous too. So I lay down to rest for a bit, but it seems I fell asleep." In that extremely exhausted state, she sluggishly trembled, unable to even lift a bowl, and said regretfully, "Sorry, I should have cleaned them up earlier." Not being as heartless as a devil, Jae-joon actively approached and told her, "Leave it, I'll clean them up." But with her stubbornness, Subin insisted, "It's fine, I was the one who ate, so I can do it." While clearing the dishes on the table, somehow their hands accidentally touched. By this point, Jae-joon and her bodies were very close to each other. She was able to walk just a moment ago, but now Subin's face was flushed, her eyes sluggish, and she was breathing heavily, making him ask worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Then Jae-joon had to gently place his hand on her forehead to check. Seeing that her condition wasn't very good, after Jae-joon checked her forehead and asked how she was, Subin guessed the reason. "I must have a stomachache. I had a sandwich for lunch, but maybe I ate it too fast." Hearing her say that, he continued to ask worriedly, "Where did you eat it? Did you eat something bad?" However, probably because she was too exhausted, Subin could hardly answer further. "I don't know." Not getting the answer he needed, Jae-joon looked quite harsh, frowned, and demanded in a stern voice, "Give me the address of that shop." Then the burning heat in her body didn't subside, but continued to affect her, making Subin's eyes dreamy and unfocused. To her, it was simply a normal illness, but he was reacting too intensely. Subin walked and waved her hand dismissively, simply saying, "What's the big deal? What are you going to do when you know where the shop is anyway?" Although her voice seemed normal, her gait was sluggish and staggering as she said, "I'm going to take a bath first, then we'll talk." Then she didn't forget to turn her face slightly back, giving a smile to reassure him, saying, "Thanks, Jae-joon." Just 5 minutes later, Subin was soaking in the bathtub. Perhaps due to the illness, the sensation was very strange, making her exclaim, "It's so hot. I thought taking a hot bath would make me feel better." Soaking felt like torture. Subin sighed, thinking as her body turned red like it was being boiled, "I don't want to stay here long. I really want to get out, but I have no strength left." But understanding that if she lay still in there, she would become boiled meat, she forced herself to emphasize in her mind, "This won't do. I can't take it anymore." Then she tried to push her hands hard to stand up. Because her body was almost falling apart, she couldn't bear it, staggered, and fell heavily into the tub, crying out, "Eek, eek," from down in the living room. That strange sound could still be clearly heard, making Jae-joon turn his head back in confusion. Back to Subin at this moment, she was leaning against the edge of the tub, her hair disheveled. Try to cry out, being already exhausted, and then falling made the pain worse than ever. But unable to do anything, Subin was completely helpless, groaning in pain, "Ouch, my body, Ouch, my head too. It hurts so much and throbs intensely. Hearing that sound, it seemed something bad had happened. Jae-jun rushed up very fast, banged on the door loudly, and yelled anxiously, "Shin Subin, are you okay?" And then he only heard her weak, breathy voice, "Ah, I'm fine." That made him even more scared, saying, "Hey, are you really okay?" Shin Subin. Then in that moment, she suddenly covered her head with her hands and shouted back, "I told you I'm fine. You crazy guy? Don't be so loud when my head is already banging like a gong." But after that, it was unknown whether it was because Jae-jun went silent or Subin was gradually losing consciousness. Her vision darkened as she told herself, "It's quieter now, isn't it? I'm so dizzy, I'll probably get out a bit later." And right at that moment, he couldn't stand still and ignore it. A clicking sound appeared outside the bathroom. It was Jae-jun inserting the key to unlock it and announcing, "I'm coming in." What a shock. Subin thought she would be left alone, but quickly turned grim, turning pale in panic. Wait, what the heck? While the clicking sound was still there. By the time she realized and screamed in reaction, "Hey, no, you can't know." It was too late. Jae-jun had thrown the door wide open and rushed in. Moving step by step, he pushed the glass partition aside to the bathtub where Subin was slumped face down. Jae-jun reached out his hand and said, "Lift your head up, let me see." But she was too exhausted, her cheeks red, breathing heavily. Ha ha. Just touching her cheek made him startle. Her body kept getting hotter, even though the water was only lukewarm. Then, seeing Jae-jun's appearance, she coughed and asked, "Hey, are you sure you want to do this? You don't even see me as a woman. Why did you suddenly come in here?" But no matter how much she spoke, he quickly grabbed a towel and asked, "Can you stand up?" But who would dare to? Subin frowned, groaned, and refused. "No, it's so embarrassing, my butt hurts to death." To the point of losing sensation and doubting life itself. "Pelvis, are you still there?" Then Jae-jun gestured with his hand and said, "Wait a minute." She tightened her grip, intending to stay. By the time Jae-jun firmly grasped her small wrist, getting ready, he gave a pull, causing Subin to panic and resist. Hey, what are you doing? "I'm completely naked." However, he remained stubborn and resolute, questioning, "So you plan to just stay like this?" "Let me remind you, you have a fever." No matter how much Jae-jun tried to persuade her, she wouldn't change her mind. Subin firmly shook her head and said, "Even so." Unlucky for her, she met a hot-tempered guy who forcefully yanked her, thinking, "I don't want to clean up a corpse later." "Get up you go," making Subin scream, "Damn it." Then, subtly understanding the other's psychology, Jae-jun quickly draped a long towel over her entire body as fast as lightning. Next, he gently carried Subin princess style out of the bathroom. Up until this moment, the girl herself couldn't bear it anymore and teared up. Oh my god, how wonderful was Jae-jun's action of turning his head the other way and saying, "I didn't see anything." That made Subin feel less embarrassed and relieved. Pouting, cough, cough. How? Is this any different from a newborn baby? She was just helped out and would handle the rest herself, warning him in advance, "Don't you dare change my clothes or peek at me if you still find this life beautiful." Then, as he walked away, Jae-jun replied with a very disdainful tone, "Even if you offered, I wouldn't want to. My eyes are precious to me too." Defeated, Subin was speechless at him and said, "You meanie, yeah sure, your eyes are more precious." Escorted all the way to her room. After a few rustling sounds, he felt temporarily at ease because I've given her medicine and her hair is dried. Because she said we would talk after she bathed, so I thought she would be fine. But the actual situation made Jae-jun so distressed that he sighed. Lying on the bed, Subin trembled and groaned, my butt, it hurts so much." She was so feverish that she talked in her sleep, shedding tears and calling out, "Mom." It hurts so much it hurts. Standing up from the chair and touching her forehead to check, he decided if she doesn't get better in a bit, I'll probably take her to the hospital. As time ticked by, checking with the thermometer showed some positive signs. The fever is starting to go down. But the relief didn't last long. Subin showed another sign, trembling and whispering weakly, "So cold," taking care of her to the fullest. But Jae-jun couldn't bear to see her in such pain. He sighed helplessly and thought, anyway, she absolutely won't let me take off that wet towel, even if she passes out. So I have to leave it like this. Now the situation is even worse as the towel absorbs her body heat. And being a man of action, Jae-jun proactively asked, "Where do you keep your underwear?" But Subin quickly refused. "I'm fine, get lost," making him reply in annoyance, "Stop being stubborn." Therefore, she silently endured it, covering herself tightly and not saying anything else. That was on the outside, but in her mind, Subin was praying hard, even though there are many regrets in life. "Please take me away because of this humiliation. Oh God, even 10 pairs of pants couldn't save me." Then she reluctantly said, "Bottom drawer." "Hey, it was really embarrassing. The set Jae-joon took out was the Amum frilly lace one. Looks like you have a good eye. I hid this one the deepest in that pile. Pulling it out was the limit. The rest was up to her, so Subin emphasized, no peeking, I'll change myself. Then Jae-joon also followed her wish, gently instructing, take your time changing, I'll go back to my room. Call me if the pain gets worse. I'll take you to the hospital. She quickly agreed, saying, all right. Then he quickly returned to his own room and closed the door with a click. Jae-joon sat on the bed after a period of struggling, rubbing his eyes and muttering to himself, time to rest, phew. But just as he planned to lie down and relax, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up, and then 5 minutes later, Jae-joon returned to the room, making Subin ask in confusion, hey, didn't I tell you to just go back and rest? Then he firmly demanded, let's go to the emergency room. You need to get an injection, but was immediately scolded by a harsh voice. I'm still fine. Then like a robot, 5 minutes later, Jae-joon pushed again, hey, why won't you go to the hospital? Are you that scared of getting an injection? But she had to act tough and said, no, I'm not. Whoever is more persistent wins. For the next 5 minutes, he still resolutely called out, let's go get an injection. And as a result, he was ruthlessly answered by Subin, are you deaf? The fever has gone down. I'm fine now. I'll be better after a sleep. Leaving Jae-joon speechless, he sighed and judged, you're really stubborn. Seeing that he had been working hard all this time, she advised him, you're tired too, go back and sleep. Just as the contract husband was about to leave, he gently reminded her, then remember to call me if you need anything. But suddenly, Subin gently reached out her fingers. Subin's whole hand tightly grasped Jae-joon's pinky finger and tugged gently. Her face also softly and affectionately called out, are you just going to leave like that? Having just been chased away and now being held back, he was confused and said, what is it? What should I do? And finally, she pleaded, stay for another 5 minutes, please. In the dark room, Jae-joon tossed and turned on his bed, his eyes full of sadness. He remembered Subin's expression when she told him, I'm sure you'll like it. Morning came. Jae-joon walked to the door, saying as he walked, see you later. A hand tried to hold him back, wait. Subin followed and asked Jae-joon, what about the rehearsal? You didn't do it last night. At Subin's words, Jae-joon just looked at her coldly. He shook off Subin's hand and replied, I think we should stop. We practiced more than enough. Subin asked in confusion why. Jae-joon repeated once again, we've practiced enough to not make any mistakes in front of my family. But Subin was still stubborn. No, this is to help our relationship look. Jae-joon turned his back, interrupting Subin's words. That's enough. No. Subin fell silent and didn't say anything else. Jae-joon continued, it's too much. After saying that, Jae-joon opened the door and went out. The door slammed shut. Subin still stood there, completely confused. She went inside, running the water while focusing on her thoughts. What's suddenly wrong with him? Subin brushed her teeth while thinking about Jae-joon. Did I do something wrong last night? Even as she put on her shoes to go out, she couldn't stop thinking about it. I don't think there's any problem here. She caught a bus to go somewhere, wondering, or is he angry because I told him to buy cake after working overtime? She got on the bus and swiped her card. If that's the case, why didn't he refuse? If it were me, I would have done that. The stream of thoughts kept flowing in Subin's head. Or is he annoyed because I made him eat the cake? I don't think that's the reason. If so, he would have made his usual disdainful face. Another reason popped in her head. Oh, or is it because I said I wish to meet an absolutely wonderful guy? But Subin quickly denied this reason. Impossible. Someone like him would never be swayed by such things. Subin rested her chin on her hand, wondering then why. She thought of Jae-joon. Why does he have to build up such a wall when we can't even treat each other well for a year? After finishing her work, Subin left immediately. You've worked hard today. Everyone, see you later. The others also greeted her back. Have a safe trip home. Subin was walking and tapping on her phone, thinking about Jae-joon again. What will we eat tonight? What will Jae-joon be doing? She opened her phone and received a message from Jae-joon saying he would work overtime. She was surprised to see the second line, a business trip to Hong Kong the day after tomorrow. Subin's face immediately fell. Why so sudden? But still, I'm jealous that you get to go abroad. So what should I eat? I haven't seen grandmother this morning. Should I go see her now? Thinking so, Subin took out her phone and called, hello, yes, it's me, he, on Jae-joon's side. After sending that message, he kept staring at his phone. An employee walked over and asked him, Director, aren't you getting off work? Jae-joon bowed in greeting and replied, you go ahead first. I need to sort out a few things before the business trip. The employee continued to chat. Oh my, as a director, you must have a lot to worry about. It's even harder since you just got married. Jae-joon just smiled and didn't say anything. After that day, Subin continued to receive notifications from Jae-jun. What? Jae-jun has to work overtime again, right after the business trip? Overtime again. The next notification was a business trip to Jeju Island? So jealous. The next time was still, you're always working overtime. Because Jae-jun worked overtime so much, Subin became suspicious. At this rate, we'll probably never see each other's faces again. Is he okay? Even though he can take care of himself. Oh, I forgot to tell him that today my mother-in-law and I are going to a cooking class. I'll tell him later. Subin enthusiastically introduced it to Jae-jun's mother. I looked this place up online, and it's highly recommended by everyone. Jae-jun's mother asked doubtfully, what can we learn? An hour later, the two of them finished the cooking class. Jae-jun's mother proudly held the bag of food. Your father will probably like this a lot. Subin saw her so happy and was in a very good mood, a complete success. The car started and drove away. Jae-jun's mother sat in the car and asked, is Jae-jun still working overtime every day? Subin replied, yes. It seems like he has quite a lot of work to take care of. Receiving the answer from Subin, she fell silent and didn't say anything else. She opened her handbag. Jae-jun's mother handed Subin an envelope. Take it. Subin asked her, what is it, mother? She told Subin, the weather is getting hotter. Just consider this an allowance. So you and Jae-jun can buy some herbal medicine to use. Subin could faintly see the numbers inside. The 11 million one? This isn't just an allowance, mother. Subin raised her hand to refuse but she shoved it into her hands. When an elder gives it to you, just say thank you and accept it. Now put away. After saying that, she turned her face to look out the window. Subin looked down at the envelope. She smiled happily and said, thank you, mother, for doing this for me and Jae-jun. She rested her hand on the window and said nonchalantly, a mother caring for her children is nothing extraordinary. I just don't know how to express it, since I myself don't know what shame is. Subin was a bit surprised by her words. She asked her again, has Jae-jun told you that he's disappointed in me? A small memory popped up. Sometimes, mother acts as if I don't exist in this world. She always introduces Jae-yun as the eldest son on any important occasion. Despite that, Subin still told her no, he hasn't. She calmly replied, is that so? Perhaps he has no interest in talking about it. He must feel very deprived living in someone else's house without sharing a drop of blood. The only way to help him live in this house is to treat him as if he doesn't exist. At Jae-jun's mother's words, Subin was surprised, mixed with pity. She continued, perhaps he has blamed me a lot. She recounted, ever since I left him all alone at such a young age. Jae-jun's mother silently recalled, I became a single mother when I was still so young, then had to endure domestic violence. I thought I couldn't survive anymore if things went on like that. I needed to escape from it. I needed to be tougher. Then I met him. She met a man, and he told her, the elders in my family pressured my ex-wife that she had to live to give birth to an eldest son, so she must have suffered a lot. She smiled slightly and thought to herself, if I could marry him and bear him children. And she married that man. I didn't care about being the second wife. As long as I gave him one, I could put an end to the story here forever. Then, when the time was right, she had always been watching Jae-jun from afar. But contrary to my expectations, the child came quite late. Day by day, that coldness gradually grew. During that time, mother discovered Jae-jun's existence. She advised me to quickly bring him back. I thought this was the right time to bring him back. However, no one in this house liked Jae-jun. Jae-jun's mother always gloomily remembered this matter. I didn't want him to be hated, and he probably didn't want that either. Jae-jun's mother rested her chin on her hand, looking out the car window, and said, no one in this family liked Jae-jun. She continued quietly. No matter how much his grandmother cared for Jae-jun, I could clearly realize it. I didn't want him to be hated, and he definitely didn't want that either. She recalled the past. Then when I had Yun-A and Jaeon, it was as if God had finally listened to my prayers. So I thought that maybe Jae-jun and I could finally put an end to everything in this house. Hearing this, the expression on Subin's face also sank. Jae-jun's mother's memories surfaced. Don't show yourself out there, understand? She had constantly restricted Jae-jun. That's the only way you can survive in this house. Jaeon was always introduced as the eldest son at every event. I thought that everything would be fine as long as the two of us still had a place to return to. At least this way, he wouldn't starve or be beaten like before. I just wanted him to be able to grow up naturally and comfortably pursue his hobbies without having to endure anything anymore. Then when he grows up, he will be able to find his own life. She paused for a moment and continued, I don't ask anyone to understand my situation. She kept looking out the window. I know, I shouldn't have let him live a life like that. Subin turned to look at her as she said, it's embarrassing to say this, but I need you to take care of him. Subin clenched her hands and replied, please don't worry, mother. Both her and Jae-jun, this world had been too cruel to them. She looked at her and thought to herself, I'm glad she told me. She was worried about Jae-jun after all. She picked up her phone and typed something. On Jae-jun's side, he was driving when he received a call notification. He answered, and a voice rang out from the other end. Honey, it's me. Do you have to work overtime today too? Hearing this, Jae-jun thought to himself, honey? He asked Subin, are you with someone? Subin smiled brightly and replied, I'm with mother. Jae-jun on the other end told her, I'm on my way home. I'm almost there. Subin was extremely happy to hear that Jae-jun was coming home soon. Oh, really? Are you done with work early today? Jae-jun replied, yeah, finished faster than I thought. Subin then said goodbye to him. All right, see you at home. Jae-jun remained silent and said nothing, driving quickly back home. Subin happily turned to inform Jae-jun's mother. Mother, Jae-jun is almost home. She looked at her and said, is that so? Then you two can eat together today. Subin asked her back, is that okay? Jae-jun's mother looked at her, smiled, and said, you haven't seen him in a while, right? You two need to spend some time together. Hearing that, Subin became even happier. Hee, thank you, mother. She got out of the car and bid her farewell. Have a safe trip back, mother. The car quickly drove away. Subin walked out of the elevator, holding the bag of food. She looked at it and thought to herself, let's give this galbajim to him. It smells so good. Subin sighed, thinking about what she planned to tell Jae-jun. If he's in a good mood, I'll tell him. Yes, his mother is not that heartless. Hurry up. Subin opened the door and went inside. If those misunderstandings can be cleared up, will his emotional wounds be healed even just a little? The door opened with a click, and Jae-jun, who was sitting and reviewing documents, looked up. Subin excitedly held up the bag of food and asked him, Tada, guess what this is? Jae-jun didn't look very interested and asked, what is it? Subin smiled, her eyes turning into crescents, and showed off to him, it's galbajim. Jae-jun put down the documents. Did my mother give that to you? She still couldn't hold back her smile as she recounted today's events. Nope, I signed up for a cooking class with mother. Instead of preparing breakfast, I decided to cook dinner with her once a week. I sorted that out, didn't I? Subin looked at Jae-jun and kept talking. I decided that we'll go out to eat once a month. I think everyone likes a little change to eat something delicious anyway. What do you think? I completed the mission excellently, right? Jae-jun didn't answer her question, but replied formally. You don't need to push yourself too hard. Subin, who was smiling, stopped in confusion. Huh? Jae-jun explained to her, the reason I cut out breakfast is because you keep overdoing it. Subin said awkwardly, it's fine, I like doing it, but Jae-jun ruthlessly rejected her. It's annoying. He took the documents and left. You also don't need to get too close to my mother. So just keep it moderate. Subin stared blankly at Jae-jun's retreating back, whatever that might be. Subin sadly didn't say more. That's not it. Suddenly, Jae-jun stopped and reminded Subin, if you haven't had dinner yet, hurry up and eat. Subin asked him, what about you? Jae-jun replied, I already ate out. He added, if you don't want to eat alone, I will sit in front of you. Subin just sat there watching him leave. She called out to him, Jae-jun. Jae-jun turned around, and she stood up. Are you? Subin avoided his gaze and asked Jae-jun directly, mad at me? Jae-jun immediately denied it. No, of course not. Subin continued asking, then what's wrong with you? Jae-jun asked her back, what did I do? Subin said with full annoyance, why do you have to act so distant these past few days? I thought we'd gotten closer, so why do you suddenly have to be like this? Jae-jun's hand crumpled the documents he was holding. Jae-jun made an excuse because this is who I am. What? Subin asked. Jae-jun sighed and asked Subin, was there ever a time when I was nice to you? Subin seemed to freeze upon hearing those words. Just like you said, how scary it is when we have to get used to it. Jae-jun left again. I think you are the one misunderstanding things here. We are only bound by this one-year contract. You said it yourself that we are nothing more than business partners. Jae-jun repeated Subin's words. You were the one who raised your voice and asked what I was going to do during this 1 year. The past conversation Subin had with Jae-jun resurfaced, and he asked her, do you still think it's weird for me to keep my distance like this? Subin didn't know what to say to Jae-jun's words. He turned his head back and continued, I am not the one failing to keep that boundary. That person is you. Subin looked at him sadly. That person is you. She replied, you're right. She avoided Jae-jun's gaze and said, I must have completely misunderstood. Even if this marriage were real, I probably went a bit overboard with the role of a wife. Saying that, Subin turned and walked away. You must be tired. Go to sleep early. Before leaving, Subin added, but you're still very mean. Subin's eyes were filled with self-pity. She placed a bag of food on the table. Jae-jun remained standing there. Then he flopped down onto his bed. She patted her face to stay alert. Phew, so embarrassing, my hand is still shaking. Subin rested her chin on her hand and thought. I spoke without thinking at all, but it wasn't because of that guy Jae-jun. She recalled, Jae-jun's back. I know I shouldn't let my emotions overpower my reason. What he said wasn't wrong at all. If we become too close, it will only make saying goodbye harder. Subin reminded herself, enough, I need to pull myself together starting tomorrow. I can do it. No, I have to do it. But why does it hurt so much? Thinking of that, Subin's tears fell profusely down her face. Subin tried to wipe her tears, silently scolding herself. Ah, why are you crying, you idiot? She sniffled and crawled under the blanket. Suddenly, the fact that I'm deceiving everyone makes me feel so guilty. From tomorrow onwards, I'll just keep everything in moderation. Outside the door, a hand was placed on the doorknob. Jae-jun had been standing outside since who knows when, but he didn't knock. He just stood there hesitating, and then he decisively walked away. The next morning, Subin was about to go out when something happened, and she coincidentally bumped into Jae-jun at this moment. He stepped out the door and said, I'm leaving first. Subin was about to say, yeah, go ahead, but before she could finish, he had already left. Subin could only finish her words for herself to hear. Have a safe trip. She looked out the door and thought to herself, is it even appropriate to say have a safe trip? Outside, the sound of an engine starting rang out. Subin leaned her head against the glass window and sighed. Doing anything right now is really difficult. What do I have to do to call it in moderation? At this moment, Subin's phone chimed with a notification. She opened her inbox and received a message from Jae-jun's mother. Do you want to come over for dinner today? Subin happily typed back, hello mother. How did you know I haven't had dinner yet? But just as she was about to hit send, Subin paused. She sent a different message. I'm sorry, mother, maybe another time. Subin stared at her phone and thought, in order to keep my distance little by little, I probably shouldn't visit as much as before. Jae-jun's mother continuously texted to check on Subin. Looking at her caring messages, Subin's mood improved somewhat. Mother, it seems like the messages she sends me are getting longer and longer. Mother couldn't type this fast originally. She held her phone tightly, reading the messages. Jae-jun's mother then stopped asking her so many questions and instead mentioned her mother-in-law. Memories of the grandmother resurfaced. Ah, grandmother. Subin also sent a message thanking her. Subin got off the bus and walked somewhere. She walked while feeling troubled. I've never had to calculate anything for a relationship before. What if I make them worry? Subin's expression at this moment was extremely dismal. It's too hard. I guess even though it was just for a short time, we really became attached to each other. The scene shifted to Jae-jun, who was already home by this time. Jae-jun asked, you back? Subin had just returned home and bumped into him. Yeah, you're home early today, aren't you? She asked, what about dinner? Jae-jun's answer was the same as yesterday. I already ate. He walked past her and reminded her, don't get a stomachache eating alone again. Subin disappointedly turned around and watched Jae-jun's back. At night, the phone was placed on the table, and an incoming call appeared. Jae-jun reached for it, frowned, and wondered, why is father calling at this hour? He sat up and answered the phone. Yes, father, yes. Immediately after, Jae-jun's face darkened, looking extremely panicked. Grandmother has. Jae-jun went down to the basement to get his car. Behind him was Subin's voice calling out. She kept calling, but he couldn't hear her. Jae-jun, Dae-yoon. He reached out a trembling hand to the door handle, his whole body trembling as well. Subin walked up and grabbed his hand. Dae-yoon, calm down and listen to me. Her face was both worried and slightly angry. If you drive today, both you and I are definitely going to die. She squeezed his hand, noticing he was trembling intensely, and worried inwardly. Your hands are shaking so much. She said, let's take a taxi. After that, the two of them hailed a taxi and left. After getting in the car, she told the driver, please go to University Hospital 20 and please hurry up a bit. Jae-jun sat in the car, breathing heavily. He pressed his lips tightly together. His eyes also squeezed shut, silently calling out in his heart, grandmother. He recalled the phone call from his father just now. He had said, my mother, your grandmother, suddenly had a seizure. Now she is in the hospital. His hand resting on his thigh tightly gripped his pants, trembling. Subin placed her hand on his to comfort him. She said, it's okay. Nothing bad will happen, so don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. Her eyes lowered. Everything will be all right. He replied, you doing that doesn't reassure me at all. Huh? He looked at her. What if you are even more worried than I am? She bowed her head, hesitating because you suddenly left so fast. I'm not worried. She looked up at him. So you shouldn't worry too much either. Just think about positive things. He turned away, his eyes filled with thoughts. He thought about his grandmother again. It's not time yet. Grandmother, you can't just leave like this. There's still so many things I haven't been able to do. Hospital. Subin walked in, opening the door with a hurried and worried face. Father and grandfather were sitting in the room, next to grandmother's hospital bed. Subin spoke up. Grandmother, I'm here. Father replied to her. She has fallen asleep. What did the doctor say? He looked up and answered her. They said she has passed the critical stage, but she is too old and weak. Father rested his head on his hand wearily. So even if she passes away now, it wouldn't be anything strange. She sighed. Father. Subin gently held his hand to comfort him. Grandmother looks much better than what the doctors feared, so she will definitely get through this. She bowed her head, her eyes sad. Please don't worry too much. Father, she is a strong person. When grandmother wakes up, let's welcome her happily. He turned to her, his face full of exhaustion. All right, thank you. Subin turned to look at grandfather, sitting blankly in a corner on the sofa. Grandfather. She walked over to him, sat down to comfort him. Grandmother will definitely wake up soon. Please don't worry too much. Grandfather sighed. All right, I understand my granddaughter-in-law. She will probably miss you so much that she'll wake up soon. She turned her head to look at grandmother on the bed. Yeah, of course it's like that, right, grandmother? She recalled the image of mother sitting outside, and mother too, or younger sister and younger brother as well. The beeping sound echoed in the room. Grandmother lay comatose on the bed. Subin was still lost in thought. Everyone is worried, so please wake up soon. And also, she went outside and looked around for Jae-jun. I went in first because you told me to. But where are you now? She looked toward the emergency exit. Could it be? She opened the emergency exit door and went down the dark stairs. Jae-jun was sitting under the stairs, curling up with his arms around his knees and his head down. She walked over, looking down at him with deep pity. Subin gently reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. Jae-jun. He grabbed her hand, making her startle and let out an ah. Jae-jun suddenly pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Daeun. His trembling hands held Subin tightly against him. She choked up, her eyes wide and teary. Then her hand gently patted his back. Jae-jun, grandmother is fine now. They said she has passed the critical stage. She buried her head in his shoulder, reassuring him, so don't worry too much. She returned to the hospital room. Father was still sitting by the bed, looking at grandmother like that. She could only stand outside the door, quietly looking inside. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her sorrow. Subin and Jae-jun left the hospital. They walked side by side without saying a word. She spoke first. Hey, we. Hearing this, his footsteps halted. He turned his head to look at her. Subin continued. Let's talk for a bit. Both stood in front of the hospital gate, the wind rustling. Subin looked at Jae-jun. I've had to think about it a lot. She rested her chin on her hand, and I think maybe we both have our own standards for that, just enough moderation. She recounted the text message Mother sent yesterday. Yesterday, your mother asked me if I could drop by for dinner. In that text message, she had replied, "Thank you, Mother. I'll drop by next time." She said to him, at that time, I could only return home just to make it look just enough, as you said. She recalled the times she slept alone. Eating dinner alone really didn't give me any appetite, so much, so that even when lying in bed, I felt how heavy my body was. She was tired, resting her hand on her forehead. I don't want to imagine it at all, but suppose grandmother didn't make it today, then I would spend the rest of my life regretting that I didn't drop by to visit them yesterday. She recalled the times when the whole family happily reunited. I want to be able to do better and then be able to create many memories with them. Because of the fear of parting, I also kept it just enough, and I think doing so really makes no sense at all. The contract between us is for 1 year. In reality, it is valid until grandmother closes her eyes, right? He turned back to face her and asked, so what is it that you want to say after all? She stepped forward, brushing past him, that I would probably feel very guilty because of the feeling of deceiving everyone when leaving this house. I don't want to regret anything just because I didn't try my best. She walked while turning her head to look back at him. Even if you don't like it, you just have to deal with it because I've always been like this. He replied, you were the one who chose me. Hearing these words, she immediately got angry. Just try saying just enough again and see if I don't bite you to death. Jae-jun remained calm, his expression unchanged. Subin continued, that's what I want to say, don't stop me. He surprisingly answered, who said that, huh? He said as he walked away, do whatever you like, who's stopping you? She stared blankly at him, then also followed behind him. What? You're also treating my parents very well, aren't you? I won't tell you to do it just enough, but do your best and do it really well. It's not like it's the last time you'll see them. That's exactly why we should do really well, day by day. Let's not do anything that will make us regret later. He just listened to her without replying. In his heart, he thought, sure. She saw a taxi on the side of the road. Hey, that taxi seems empty, right? Jae-jun's mind was in turmoil. Grandmother told me not to do anything that I would regret, even if she passed away. If I told her to keep it just enough, well, how contradictory that sounds. In the end, things didn't go in the direction I thought. He recalled the sentence from earlier, "You were the one who chose me," and silently answered to himself, that's right. He remembered the moments when they were together, because I once thought I could push you away whenever I wanted. Therefore, obviously I also think that it's still not too late now. Subin went next to the taxi, waving to call him, "Hey Jae-jun." He looked at her, she smiled brightly at him, "Come here." His train of thought continued, "No matter what excuse I make, I can't push you away." Subin opened the car door. "Let's go home." Sometime later, when everything had passed, they both went to the house to visit grandmother. Subin waved brightly. "Today is an anniversary, so I came early." Grandmother laughed happily. "Oh my, what anniversary?" She smiled brightly in reply. "Yes, it is." She stepped forward to give the bouquet of flowers in her hand to her. "The anniversary celebrating 1 week since you were discharged from the hospital." Grandmother took the flowers. "Oh my, thank you so much." Grandmother received the bouquet, smiling happily. "Goodness, it's been a week, and you come to celebrate every day like this. This child really, thank you so much." She laughed happily, hee hee. "And to celebrate this big day, Jae-jun will go into the kitchen today." "Oh my, Jae-jun?" He shyly replied, "Yes." She happily told grandmother, "It's so surprising. Who would have thought my husband has golden hands in cooking? I absolutely loved it, so let's look forward to it." She recounted her feelings when she ate the dish he cooked. "Good heavens, you cooked this?" He sulked. "Quiet down and eat it." She continued talking to grandmother. "Such a hidden talent, yet he hasn't helped me make breakfast even once." Grandmother laughed. "Ho ho ho," while he stood behind her shyly. "That's enough, Subin." He gritted his teeth in resignation. "Because grandmother likes it, that's why I'm doing it." His mother spoke up. "What are you planning to cook? Is there anything I can help with?" "No, I'm fine, mother." Subin saw the two of them talking to each other. "Yes, there is. Having mother help would be absolutely wonderful. Then I'll go prepare little by little." Jae-jun trembled inwardly, thinking there's no need. Subin stood next to him, smiling mischievously. He was helpless and couldn't say anything. Grandfather came out and saw the two of them. "Subin, you're here?" She smiled in reply. Hee hee, yes. Did you sleep well last night?" Going inside the house, Subin carried a plate of fruit, feeling happy inside. "Ho ho ho, the atmosphere today is so great. Everyone seems to be eating very well." She thought to herself, the little sister probably really liked it too. She raised her hand to knock on the door. Younger brother. Jaeun pushed the door open slightly, his eyes probing. "What's the matter?" Seeing him like that, she thought to herself, isn't he just like a wild animal being wary of strangers? She said cheerfully, Mother told me to bring these to you. Eat them while studying to get some energy." Hearing that, he opened the door and took the plate of fruit. "Ah, thank you." "Ho ho, just eat leisurely while you study." She saw what was inside and was surprised. Oh. Jaeun anxiously leaned over to block her view. What is it? That she had seen the poster pasted on the wall in his room. "Don't tell me that's the poster of the Kingdom of the Red Moon that was published, and at the last event before that, only a few people got the poster signed by the author." Jaeun was also surprised. "Sister, you know Lee Manhwa?" Subin changed her attitude. She was extremely happy when mentioning it. "Of course, I absolutely love it. Back when I was in school, I was always blabbering about Lee Manhwa with my friends." She recounted some stories she used to tell her friends. Who's next? Kinta. Who else? Lizinta is the best. She was extremely excited. "I really wanted to find and read them again, but it was quite difficult, so I had to give up." Good heavens, I didn't expect to see it here. What's more, it's a signed poster. I'm really incredibly jealous. Seeing his sister-in-law so interested, Jaeun invited her. "Do you want to come in and take a look?" Subin beamed. "Can I?" He walked in. "Please come in." She also followed. "Oh my, then excuse me, younger brother." She walked past his desk. Her eyes stopped on the computer screen. "Oh, this?" Jaeun immediately panicked. Wait, hold on." On the screen was a segment of a webtoon. She read a segment and then said, "Brother-in-law, what's the name of this webtoon? Why is it so eye-catchingly beautiful? Oh my god." He immediately ran over and closed the laptop screen. She didn't know what to say for a moment. He lowered his face, trembling. "Please keep this a secret from my parents. I'll be good and study hard. If they find out I draw webtoons." "Wait, did you just..." Subin was a bit surprised. "Did you draw this, brother-in-law?" Hearing these words felt like a lightning bolt striking his ears. She continued, "Is this all of it, brother-in-law?" She still found it a bit hard to believe. "Did you really draw it?" Jaeun could only tremble and reply, "Why, yes." She asked again, "Really 100? He embarrassedly answered, "Yes, I drew it." Jaeun lowered his face, anxious. his heart pounding, while she stood beside him, continuously exclaiming, "Oh my God!" He worriedly thought about what people would say if they knew. TSK, TSK. I can't believe the second son of the family is drawing such nonsense. TSK. Yeah, I don't know what else I'd have to hear. Subin's heart bloomed. I can't believe you drew it all by yourself. You truly have golden hands in the drawing world. And the style is totally my taste too. Not to mention you're my brother-in-law. This is crazy. Hearing her say that, Jaeon opened his eyes wide in surprise. She continued, I don't have any artistic talent at all, so seeing someone draw this beautifully makes me incredibly full of admiration and jealousy. She grabbed his hands. This is so amazing, brother-in-law. Her action made him startle. She held his hands and shook them. Where can I read it? He stammered, that. Give me your autograph in a bit. I have to secure it before you become an official author. She kept chattering happily. When you debut, just leave the fan club creation to me. He was still trembling shyly. I am so embarrassed, but I've never had anyone react like this before. He replied embarrassedly, I haven't finished drawing it yet, so I'll let you know when it's done. Also, if you want to read The Kingdom of the Red Moon, I'll lend it to you anytime you want. Subin beamed. Really? Thank you so much, brother-in-law. I'm very grateful. She left the room. As she went out, she stood at the door and added a few more words. I guess I was a bit loud. Maybe I should go now. If you need anything, just give me a call. Good luck fighting. The door clicked shut, and the thudding footsteps outside gradually faded away. Jaeon stood there without saying anything. He opened his laptop, muttering to himself, well then, let's do my best. Outside in the living room, Jae-jun and Subin were preparing to leave. I guess we'll be heading home now. She stood behind him and bowed to everyone. The grandmother bid them goodbye. All right, have a safe trip back. She replied, I'll drop by again tomorrow. He turned his back, preparing to leave, when his grandmother called out, Jae-jun, even though I'm your grandmother, I can't do anything but receive from you. I'm sorry. You said you're very busy, right? Don't push yourself too hard. He bent down and said to her I didn't do much. He gently held her hand. I'll come back later. The younger sister, Yena, was sneaking behind their mother and was spotted by Subin. She popped her head out. Sister-in-law, have a safe trip home. Subin happily waved back. Yeah, get some rest, and let's meet at that intersection. Jae-jun was a bit surprised to hear that. They both waved goodbye to everyone and left. Jae-jun, curious about what just happened, asked, What's this? Since when did you and Yena get so close? She just replied, about that. There was just something I had to do. He asked what thing that thing is. She recalled that time she had accidentally seen Yena being bullied in an alley. Anxious, she hurriedly dialed a number on her phone, then yelled loudly while rushing over. Hello, Mr. Police Officer. The group bullying Yena heard it and immediately ran away. Subin's expression was a bit grim. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, I thought those kids wouldn't be scared and would rush in to beat me up too. Yena pulled her hand. Are you sure you called the police? She gave a wry smile and showed Yena her phone. It's my friend. He's a real police officer. I can still call him if needed. Yena shyly turned away. I thought you were really annoyed with me too. She lowered her head. I also know that stepping up at a time like this isn't easy, and you must have been very scared, yet you didn't hesitate at all. Subin smiled brightly at her, but after all, I'm still an adult, you know. I'm pretty badass, right? Yena was a bit stunned. She hesitated a little bit. Who even uses the word badass these days? It sounds cringe. Ugh. It seems like she was bullied by some bad friends. She recounted it to Jae-jun. I wonder if my reaction was a bit too much. I was quite nervous too. There are some things I want to observe carefully first, because ultimately, I want to become a bit closer to Yena. I told her that if she needs help, just tell me, because her older brother would be very worried too. But you know what she said? My brother doesn't care about me that much. There's no way he would be like that. If I were him, I'd feel sick living in this house too. She looked at him. You know, she also felt suffocated, right? His eyes were a bit thoughtful as he silently listened to Subin continue. Well, yeah, maybe you didn't know that. You too. I think it's just that you don't know how to express it outwardly, but you've actually always thought about your family. She hopes that the day when she can understand you a bit more will come. Well, I don't know what's going on in your head either, but she really likes her older brother, you know? She remembered Yena once telling her, he's handsome. She continued, she's your younger sister, so at least you two should get closer. He suddenly placed his hand on her head. His hand gently patted her head. Thank you. His action just now made Subin extremely panicked. She looked at him, not understanding anything, and raised her hand to touch her head. In her heart, she thought, what the heck, man? Now it's obviously so awkward. Well, I'll just keep walking. To lessen the awkwardness, she started, thanks for the meal. She asked, are you and your mother okay? He replied, I just asked my mother where to get the bowls and spices. He said one sentence, and then the atmosphere fell silent again. She asked helplessly, is that really it? I told your mother that you crossed oceans and thousands of roads to go to Ulsan to buy that cake. Hearing this, he suddenly startled. Did your mother not tell you? She smiled and said, when your mother heard me tell her that, she was like, oh my God, does my boy have this side to him too? Sure enough, in everyone's eyes, we still look like a pair of lovebirds that give everyone goosebumps, right? But why didn't she mention it to you even once? She walked behind him, talking and laughing happily. But no, isn't it hilarious that we look like a pair of lovebirds? She was still laughing haha behind him while he was getting more and more annoyed. When she saw him looking upset, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes immediately dropped. What, do you still hate being involved with me that much? He walked ahead and spoke up, I'm going home. She startled, Ack, hey, let's go together. She looked at his back walking ahead and recalled what his mother had said. Ha, you two really are so compatible. Please stay as such a lovely couple for a long, long time. In her heart, she thought, I really don't know anymore. He saw her standing still and called out, what's wrong? Why aren't you walking? Didn't you say we should go together? When she heard him, an indescribable look appeared in her eyes. She walked quickly to him. Yeah, well, we still have plenty of time. A few days later, Subin visited the grandmother's house again. When she said goodbye to everyone, then I'll take my leave, everyone also went to the door to see her off. Have a safe trip back. She happily replied, I'll come again tomorrow. The grandfather spoke up. It would be great if you could come and live here permanently, wouldn't it? The grandmother interrupted. Oh, this old man is at it again. She hurriedly waved her hands. I just got married, so please be a little understanding of me. Jae-jun's father spoke up. Subin needs to rest too, father. She turned around and saw him standing behind her, thinking to herself, is father waiting for me? He handed her an envelope and said, use this to buy something nutritious. She suddenly thought, this feels so much like deja vu. It was like something that had happened before, specifically like when Jae-jun's mother gave Subin money in the car. Subin hurriedly refused. No, it's fine, father. I just received money from mother not long ago. He shoved the money into her hand. My wife giving it to you is her business. Adults giving you money is just a way of saying thank you. So just accept it. She recalled when she received money from his mother in the car. Thank you. Father comforted her. You've worked hard. If you feel too tired, just tell me. I'll book you a vacation right away. Subin was stunned and didn't reply. She thought to herself, this is just a contract marriage. I thought he knew that too. I thought he wouldn't care about me at all. She spoke up, thank you so much, father. When she arrived back at the apartment building, she was a bit surprised to see Jae-jun waiting for her in the lobby. She was about to call him honey, but thought better of it. Wait, if I call him honey, I don't know how he'll react. She called him differently. Mr. G. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised and strode over. What the heck is Mr. G? What the heck is Mr. G? She startled Ack. She playfully replied, what? My dad always calls my mom MS. Jang too. It's just a nickname. They both stood waiting for the elevator, and she kept chattering. But why are you out here? Did you go to the supermarket? Don't tell me you were waiting for me. The elevator doors opened, and he answered as he walked in, I was waiting for you. She was so surprised her mouth hung open. What? What is this? Did I hear that right? Why would you go out there? I didn't think you'd actually worry about me. He opened the door and walked in. Stop talking nonsense. She continued, hell, what? What's going on? Why are you suddenly doing things you've never done before? He walked ahead. Where did you leave your phone that you didn't answer? I was really worried because my mother told me you were coming back alone at night. She explained, I accidentally muted it and forgot. However, she excitedly followed behind him. Were you really worried about me? You're too loud. Oh, she walked in and saw cake and wine on the table, as if they were waving hello to her. Oh my God, it's cake from Jaffly Berry. Her eyes sparkled. What day is it today? He let out a sigh. Seriously, it's not like it's essential carbohydrates or anything, right? He said shyly, I already bought it, so don't get too excited and just eat it. She smiled brightly and nudged his arm. Hee because I really like it. She picked up the wine bottle on the table to look. But what is this? He replied, I don't know. I think they said it's a 10-month anniversary or something. She said happily, oh, let's drink then. Aren't you still going to work tomorrow? I am. What about you? I don't have to go. Tomorrow is the weekend. He grabbed the glasses and continued, well, it's not that important to me anyway, so drinking is fine. She laughed, thinking to herself, you bastard, luckily there's the cake, so your life is guaranteed. She pointed at the glasses. Get 2 glasses. He smiled. I thought you couldn't handle it, Grandma. She poured wine into the glasses with a bright smile. Cheers. The 2 glasses clinked together, making a cheers sound. She took a sip and exclaimed, oh, it's really good, sweet too. He teased her. Is there any kind of alcohol you've ever complained about? She quickly explained, if it's really good, I have to praise it. You should drink more too. She looked at the cake with 2 slices cut out, thinking to herself, if I want to ask, now is probably a good time. She spoke up. Well, I have a question. He replied, speak. Why do you want to go abroad? Hearing her question, his hand holding the wine glass paused. He recalled what he had told her before. As soon as the contract period ends, I will move abroad. He put the wine glass down on the table. It's just because I want to be free. His answer made her face change. Free from what? He lowered his eyes. From negative thoughts about myself. There were times when I felt as if I was just a speck of dust that couldn't fit in anywhere. That my existence meant nothing to anyone. That was really difficult, so I had to turn a blind eye to it. He looked at his reflection in the wine glass. My birth was something no one wanted. My mother must have been unable to be happy because of my existence. In the end, she left me alone in that house to choose her own life. He swirled the wine glass. Grandfather told me I should be thankful because at least he didn't abandon me. Maybe because I was already bad-tempered, there was never a moment I felt grateful. The grandfather here refers to the previous grandfather, who was the former father-in-law of Jae-jun's mother, the one who beat him when he was little in the semi-basement. That's why I couldn't easily accept goodwill from others. Perhaps also because my nature has always been dark. He remembered the days when he was little and had to starve, sometimes getting sick and being too exhausted from being beaten so many times. There was no other way back then but to search for the reason why his mother had abandoned him. I don't want to understand. Listening to his story, her eyes were filled with sadness. He continued, instead, I felt grateful to my father, the person whose face I haven't even seen. I don't even know if he knows of my existence. He thought to himself, I really can't bring myself to like it. He continued, because it wasn't a very good memory. Now, every time I think about it, nothing changes. It only makes me feel dirtier. The atmosphere was a bit quiet, so he quickly waved it off. Why are you getting serious again? Just consider it as me having an inferiority complex about myself. Subin didn't reply, her mood dropping a little. He finished the wine in his glass and continued. Because I didn't have any good memories. That's why I'm always so sick of them. It's just because my childhood wasn't good. She was a bit flustered. I'm sorry. He was a little surprised. Huh. She clasped her hands and rested her chin on them. It just feels like I also played a big part in it. He glanced at her slightly. Forget it. I already made you pay enough, didn't I? She said, come to think of it. Oh, right, I indeed paid enough. Fine. Let me take back my apology. He laughed. Haha. She stood up to pour him more wine. He said, are you kidding me? Who said you could take it back? She poured and said, what do you mean? Drink up. As expected, your body lacks sweetness. The first time I bought the cake, the lady also complained that you were rude because you lacked sugar too much. There was no wine left in the bottle, only a few drops fell out, and both of them burst out laughing. Ah, is the wine already gone so soon? Both of them laughed very happily. Look at another bottle. Are you not planning to go to work tomorrow? He held up his wine glass. Last time, when we went to Jeju for the business trip, she didn't understand what he was going to say. He continued, I saw a pretty good place up for sale there. Her face lit up. Well then. The fork in Subin's hand had just touched the strawberry on the cake when it suddenly stopped as she heard him say, if you like for your father and mother, I want to buy them that place to open a small shop. He continued, of course, I will prepare the house there together with you. The first floor can be used to open the shop, and the second and third floors can be used as a house or for rent. It's both quiet because it's built right in front of the sea and convenient because it's near the city. She suddenly asked, are you serious? What's wrong? Don't you like it? She gently replied, no, how could I not like it? I'm just so surprised. She remembered her family. The fact that her parents could open a shop on Jeju Island had always been her lifelong dream. She still remembered that dream vividly, and even told herself that one day not far away she would make it come true. He put the wine glass on the table. Let's go to Jeju with your father and mother. She straightened her back a little. Together? He looked at her and replied, of course we have to go together. Her heart pounded. Of course we have to go together? The space suddenly fell silent after that sentence. He thought to himself, why the sudden silence? Does baby not like it? She quickly shook her head repeatedly. No, I like it. I super like it. She dropped her fork and put her hands on the table, a bit nervous. What should I do? I'm so happy. Even though I'm very grateful to him, I also feel guilty. I can't say that I like it as much as I've been looking forward to it, because it would look like nothing more than a snob who only knows how to expect things. And maybe he would be sad hearing that. So instead, she picked up the wine bottle and pointed it towards him. Here, drink some more. He held out his glass for her to pour, but still asked in confusion, why are you suddenly pouring more, Grandma? Are you planning to play some trick again? She smiled with her eyes crinkled. Probably some bad trick. He continued, don't make me turn into Enchantix and take you to confess. Think carefully. She burst out laughing. He took a bite of the cake, silently listening to her speak. You know, she also ate a piece of strawberry on the cake. Actually, I quite like the fact that we can become closer. Even though you said before that you've never been good to me, it's like, I mean, I don't hate you. She smiled brightly with her eyes crinkled and said, "If it's okay with you, I just want to say that I don't feel uncomfortable or anything. Instead, I feel more grateful." She continued to chatter happily. "You know, there's a saying that you have to look for a long time to know, and the closer you look, the more beautiful you see." He shyly turned his head away. "I'm already pretty enough at a glance." She laughed out loud and teased him. "I know that too. You're the most beautiful, beloved friend on earth, okay?" Hearing that, his face turned slightly red. She continued, "Anyway, I'm just saying that if I'm too friendly, you'll bristle up again. Expressing my feelings just a little bit is already so tiring." He exhaled and replied, "Am I that bad-tempered?" She smiled to make peace. "I'm just trying to get closer to you with all the sweetness I have." He didn't say anything, thinking to himself, "This ticklish atmosphere is always what I hate." He looked at her sitting in front of him. Why did it become so pleasant now? He thought, let's stop here. Then he immediately stood up. "It's late. Go back to your room and rest." She was surprised. "You want to go to sleep already?" Her phone placed nearby also vibrated. She picked up the phone. "Hello, Mom." "Daughter, Mom was so busy, so I could only call you now. Have you eaten seaweed soup yet?" She was a bit surprised. "Look at you. Today is your birthday." Jae-jun, who had walked a distance away, heard these words and instantly froze. The sound from the phone still echoed in the room. "Don't tell me you just let it pass by like that." Jae-jun turned around to look at Soo-bin, both of them looking at each other, not knowing what to say. She immediately laughed out loud to relieve the awkwardness, turning the phone camera towards Jae-jun and saying, about that of course I ate it. My in-laws even sent a bunch of money for me to buy delicious food to celebrate. Jae-jun even bought cake and wine, so we drank and ate our fill together." Her mother was surprised and happy. "Oh my, really? Maybe Mom accidentally bothered you too. Goodbye then." "All right, Mom is hanging up." She also said goodbye. Yes. Love you, Mom. I'll call you back tomorrow." After hanging up, she bowed her head and thought, even though I want to tell Mom about the Jae-jun matter, maybe today is not the right time. Jae-jun spoke up, "You." He questioned her, a bit angry. "Why didn't you tell me today is your birthday? Do you want me to look like a terrible son-in-law?" She smiled awkwardly. "I didn't know either. Besides, I'm not lying. Your father and mother really did send me money." She is the type of working person who only cares about the days off during the week. She asked, "By the way, when is your birthday?" He was a bit angry. "What? Are you suddenly changing the subject with me?" She kept pressing. "Just say it quickly. When is it?" He glanced lightly. "Why the sudden interest? What's the point of knowing?" She said, "What do you mean? Of course it's because I'm trying to care about you." He was a bit surprised hearing her say that. She crossed her arms over her chest, a slight look of anger on her face. "Don't think in your head about those catchphrases of yours like, 'Since when do we have to care about each other?' I said it's like that, so it's like that. This lady will no longer be threatened by you like before. Now, I don't even know what shame is anymore. I will try to become closer, so just prepare yourself." He covered his mouth with his hand, tried to hold back a laugh. What kind of determination is that? After laughing, he felt a bit embarrassed. "Let's put that aside for now. Tell me what you want for your birthday present." Hearing that, her eyes widened and sparkled. "Really?" In that case, he realized he might have made a slip of the tongue. Something didn't seem right. She brought the wine bottle forward, a sly look appearing on her face. "I don't want anything, except for you to drink with me till the end." He was immediately terrified. "Are you kidding? Till the end of what? Are you not planning to go to work tomorrow, Grandma?" She immediately switched to a pleading state. "Just until 1 a.m., please." He helplessly compromised. "Only until 1 a.m. She rejoiced. "Oh yeah, round 2 begins." He asked her, "Mixing beer with wine? Didn't you say you only paired it with bindiadik?" Seeing her keep drinking, he scolded, "You drunkard." She raised her beer can to him. "Thanks for the compliment." He was helpless. "If you end up sleeping like a log on the table later, I'll just leave you be." She was very confident. That's not important right now. The important thing is I just remembered something. Recently, little Yenna asked me how to make friends. She's so adorable. Yenna is getting cuter and cuter. I could faint. She must have felt very lonely too. Resting his chin on his hand, he listened to her and replied, "Peaceful, huh? Are you the sun or something? Do you want to save his entire family and make us bloom, or what?" She chuckled. "That's right." He was very surprised by this answer. She continued, "So you should bloom too." She looked at him, smiling with her eyes crinkled. "To me, you are the most beautiful flower." He looked at her, feeling a slight twinge in his heart. She called out, "Jeev Jae-jun." He turned away to hide his embarrassment. What now? His heart was in turmoil. Damn it, why am I suddenly swayed by her weird words again? What do you want to say now? He secretly resolved in his heart, this time, no matter what you say, I won't even blink. But at this moment, she asked, "Can I hug you?" He immediately refused. "No." But today is my birthday." He didn't dare to look straight at her. It's past midnight. He felt a bit scared inside. A drunk her is too scary. She still determinedly pleaded, just once, just once." Her eyes sparkled, bringing her hands up to her chin like a whining little kitten. Today is Sue Bean's birthday. Junny, indulge me a little. He started to be unable to watch anymore. Stop it. I just drank and now I want to throw it all up. He covered his face with his hand. My blood pressure is rising too high. I can't hold it in anymore. She sulked, clicking her tongue. TSK. He tried to hide his blushing face. And because of that, my heart is beating so fast like this. His heart was pounding nonstop. But why am I suddenly trembling? Jae-jun sat in a corner of the house, secretly terrified. A drunk her is too scary. Soo Bean's voice still echoed in his ears as she played around playfully. Just once. Her face was flushed from intoxication. She didn't forget to use a cute expression with sparkling eyes to plead with him. Today is Soo Bean's birthday. Junny, indulge me a little. He got annoyed with her overly whining expressions and criticized, Stop it, I just drank and now I want to throw it all up. Jae-jun covered his face with his hand, thinking in frustration, my blood pressure is rising too high. I can't look anymore. Seeing his evasive attitude made her dissatisfied, and she clicked her tongue, TSK. At this moment, his heart was beating strongly in his chest, making a nonstop thumping sound. His face turned red from embarrassment, tangled in his own emotions. And because of that, my heart is beating so fast like this. But why am I suddenly trembling? Not wanting her to see his emotions, he hurriedly stood up and left the dining table, not forgetting to remind her, it's late, go to sleep. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly jumped up to stop him wait. Soo Bean strode towards him, suddenly hugging him tightly from behind. She said chokingly, we've both worked hard. Let's keep trying like this. She hugged his body tightly and whined reproachfully, I thought doing those girly things would make us closer. Yet now you won't even let me do that. She was referring to her EGO earlier. Soo Bean's action was out of his expectations. Jae-jun couldn't react in time. What's wrong with you? Suddenly doing things you never normally do. He felt her attitude today was extremely strange. I really can't understand. He gently removed her hands that were tightly hugging his waist. As soon as he touched her hands, she quickly stepped backward. Her behavior made Jae-jun freeze. He didn't expect her to change so fast. Soo Bean's face flushed with embarrassment. She tried to reassure herself. Strange. That strange thing just now. It's normal, right? Between friends, it's just a hug anyway, right? The two of them, one stood still in a daze, while the other waved her hands around playing dumb. She realized, what is this atmosphere? Everything fell into chaos at this moment. To break this awkward atmosphere, Soo Bean laughed out loud and cheerfully said, Ahaha, well there's no problem with comrades hugging a bit, right buddy? Hearing her say that, Jae-jun's face stiffened. He was confused, comrades? Meanwhile, she smiled playing dumb, secretly thinking, we are more than friends, but less than lovers. Knowing that she was drunk, he frustratingly covered his face and sighed. Sigh, anyway, you really have a talent. Jae-jun showed a dissatisfied attitude and reproached, your talent for killing the mood is truly top-notch. Hearing that, Soo Bean burst out laughing. They returned to their usual state. She turned around and waved goodbye to him, then good night, I'll clean up and go to sleep too. He also turned to watch her. He walked up to her and said gently, why clean up alone when we both ate? She asked in surprise, you said you were going to sleep. He immediately retorted, forget it, let me clean up with you. Jae-jun picked up the beer can on the table. He curiously asked her, by the way, did my mom really give you money? Soo Bean answered honestly, yeah, mom told me to buy some herbal medicine to use. She put the leftover food in the fridge while recounting, I kept it, but I forgot to tell you. He stood by the dining table clearing the dishes and reminded her, that is a big deal. Soo Bean put each food container into the fridge and continued. But do you know what's even funnier? He asked back to prompt the story. What is it? She recounted everything. It's that your dad also gave me some money. And they both said the same thing. When adults give it to you, just accept it. She placed her hand on the fridge door, patted it a few times, let out a sigh, and forced a smile. Anyway, that's what happened. She felt a bit embarrassed inside. Wow, it's like I'm bragging about how much I'm loved. Suddenly, he stepped closer to her, patted her head, and praised, why are you paying so much attention to that? What happened just proves one thing, that you've done a very good job, making her freeze in astonishment. He went to the sink to rinse the dishes. The sound of objects clashing against each other made a clattering noise. He curiously asked her more, did you say anything else to my mom? Soo Bean was still in a daze because of his action just now. Jae-jun came up with an idea, just ramble on about everything you did at my house when I wasn't there. You look like you want to tell me every single detail. Getting his permission, she got so excited that her eyes lit up, not forgetting to confirm once more to be sure. Really? She stood closer to him and bragged, I went to a cooking class with your mom too. Jae-jun covered his mouth, smiling and secretly thinking, are you a puppy? They returned to the dining table. Subin picked up the beer can on the table, her mouth nonstop chattering, telling him, "We cooked seafood and even made bulgogi sauce. Ah, there's a little beer left here." Her tone of voice suddenly changed. She hesitantly said, "Your mom told me that." She suddenly remembered his mother when the two of them met. She had once expressed to her, "A mother caring for her children is nothing extraordinary. I just don't know how to express it because I never knew what shame was in the first place." Hearing this story from her maid, Jae-jun falls silent. He glanced away as if trying to avoid this topic. It had gotten darker. The clouds were no longer visible outside. Subin lay slumped on the table, snoring, murmuring, "I win again." Jae-jun looked at her passing out like that and scolded, "I knew this would happen when you drank that extra cup of beer. For you, throwing it away would be a waste of heaven's gift." He sat opposite her, sighing, both worried and scolding. "You didn't even listen to me when I told you to go to sleep instead of drinking it. You're in trouble now. How do you plan to go work tomorrow, huh?" Subin had truly fallen asleep. She was snoring soundly. He placed his hands on the table and stood up, the sound of chairs and tables clattering. He walked over and picked her up. Jae-jun stood in front of the room door and used his foot to push it open. Subin was now fast asleep, completely unconscious, unaware that she was being carried by him. He took slow steps toward the bed. Jae-jun used his hand to support her back and gently laid her down on the bed. Looking at the sleeping girl in front of him, her breathing steady, seemingly truly fast asleep, he fell silent. He gazed at her for a long time and whispered softly, "You still feel comfortable being around me, don't you?" Witnessing her dead-drunk state, he didn't forget to pinch her nose to tease her. How can you casually sleep so soundly in front of a man? Furthermore, just a contract husband, a nose pinch dedicated to your birthday. Subin, half asleep, whined in pain from being pinched. Jae-jun sat beside the bed and pulled the blanket over her to prevent her from catching a cold. He gently stroked the loose strands of hair on her forehead. Watching her so peaceful, he didn't want to say, "To me, you are the most beautiful flower." He chuckled at his own thought. Suddenly, Jae-jun's entire body paused for a moment. He unexpectedly leaned down, kissed her forehead, and whispered happy birthday. After finishing everything, he returned to his room to shower. Standing under the continuously running shower head, he kept muttering in his mind, "I am not a beast. Not a beast. I am a highly rational human being. I am not a beast." He felt annoyed at himself for no reason. Actually, at this moment, he was chanting in his head to stay calm, everyone. Meaning if he were an animal or a beast, he wouldn't be able to control his lust. Only humans can stay calm. He remembered when she called him comrade and trembled with anger. Tonight, inside a room, someone was screaming out of unknown anger, "Comrade, my foot. Be careful, Shin Subin." Meanwhile, the other person was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world. They only had 4 hours left before they had to go to work. The next morning, the chirping of birds welcomed a new day. Both had gotten ready for work. Seeing Subin still struggling to get up, he couldn't help but scold her. "Look at you. I knew this would happen." She lay limply on the sofa, groaning, still hung over, not forgetting to justify herself. "Why is this so weird? I was totally fine yesterday." Looking at her still drunk state, he pulled her along with him, deciding firmly, "Let me drive you." Subin had arrived at work and was changing her clothes. She cleared her throat to make it feel better, as the aftertaste of alcohol still lingered. She dreamily remembered when he dropped her off and left, not forgetting to instruct, "I'll swing by to pick you up after work this afternoon." A female employee standing behind her slowly approached. She suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Assistant manager, what were you doing so early in the morning?" She expressed her admiration. "I'm talking about that PDA-filled drop-off scene." Suddenly having someone appear behind her made Subin panic and reflexively scream, "Ah, you startled me." The girl blushed, feeling that Subin and her husband were very sweet, and voiced her thoughts. "I never had any intention of getting married, but wow. Honestly, seeing your husband dropping you off and picking you up like that, I'm extremely." Subin thought in astonishment. Since when did she see that? The girl stepped forward and reenacted the cheesy romantic scene, blocking the door with her arm, face to face with Subin. "I'm just like the assistant manager. Baby, I'll miss you so much. I love you a lot, honey. I want to be like that too." She embarrassedly replied, "Stop teasing me." The girl kept expressing her jealousy. "Now I want to get married too." Subin could only force a smile to brush it off, pondering. "So, do I look that happy in other people's eyes? Even though it's true that I'm very happy, is it really okay to be like this?" A day passed quickly, and it was now afternoon. time to get off work. After changing her clothes, Subin went out to the waiting lobby, secretly thinking that she felt like she was betraying everyone. Recalling earlier before getting off work, her colleagues had invited her. Let's all go for a drink today. She had refused them. My husband is coming to pick me up today, so I'll have to pass, and was immediately called out by everyone. Ah, you traitor. After saying those words, she had the feeling that she couldn't believe the day she would say such things had actually come. Looking from afar, she saw a shiny car exactly like Jae-jun's approaching. She was surprised. Oh, he's here so fast. The engine's sound got closer, and the silhouette of the person sitting in the car became clearer. The person braked the car and parked in front of her. Subin froze as she looked at him. He suddenly opened the door and stepped out. This person was Gun-ho, her ex-boyfriend. He proactively walked around the side, opened the car door, and called her, "Get in." Subin looked at him, nostalgically thinking about the past, that seemingly incredibly happy time. On the day Gun-ho proposed to her, she felt as if she had become the happiest woman in the world. At that time, she had thought about Gun-ho that, after all, he promised to quit drinking while working. Could she really be this happy? Unfortunately, a tragedy struck her. A while later, her father had an accident, and she was immediately forced to call off the engagement. They had thought their love could overcome anything. But in the time that followed, right after the incident occurred, Yun-young, Gun-ho's mother, sought her out and forced her to agree to break off the engagement. After meeting with her, she returned home to find Gun-ho dead drunk and angrily tried to stop him. "Are you drinking again? You promised you would quit drinking." He kept pouring and drinking continuously, ignoring Subin. He made excuses. "I just drank a little because I was feeling down." He hiccuped in his drunken stupor, constantly complaining, "My mom always opposed it. Her. I thought I could finally get married and live like everyone else. I wished your dad hadn't gotten into an accident. And why did you have to pay for his hospital bills?" The reason Gun-ho said that was because Subin's family was not well off to begin with, and Gun-ho's mother always looked down on that. So Gun-ho didn't want Subin to have to spend more money. He blamed everything on her parents. "It's all because of your parents that my future." Subin stood stunned by the bitter words. She hurriedly stepped forward and snatched the liquor bottle from his hand, offering a compromise. "Stop drinking. Whenever you drink, you turn into a completely different person. So I will pretend I didn't hear anything." Gun-ho shoved her hand away from him, showing an annoyed attitude. "Don't stop me. What's wrong with drinking?" She couldn't bear to see the person she loved fall into such a negative state. So she gently advised, "Think about it. What if you drink and cause trouble again?" Contrary to her accommodating attitude, he angrily shouted a command, "Ah, shut up." He raised his hand high, preparing to hit her, accompanied by curses. "It's all because of you." Subin was startled and couldn't react in time, taking a full slap to the cheek. The very next day, everything was as usual. When he sobered up, he fell to his knees to beg for forgiveness and cried. That was how their relationship ended. She remembered that time she lied to her parents to prevent them from worrying and getting sick. When Dad was still in the hospital, I had to lie that I was going on a trip somewhere with my friends. Fortunately, it didn't leave a scar. During that time, Subin often huddled in the house, sitting on the bed and crying. She felt miserable. Happiness turned out to be just a distant illusion. How much I regretted meeting someone like him. And she felt how stupid and pathetic she had been for years. I don't want to remember it, nor do I want to go through it ever again. Returning to the present, Gun-ho was in front of her, standing and waiting for her to get in the car, calling out, "Get in." Subin's whole body unconsciously stepped back. She frowned, showing her displeasure, and coldly replied, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" He ordered again, "Get in the car." She ignored Gun-ho and turned to leave, not forgetting to draw a clear line with him. "There's nothing left to talk about between you and me." Suddenly, he lunged forward, grabbed her arm, and aggressively said, "I told you to get in the car, and then we'll talk." His actions startled and frightened her. Subin hid her fear and snapped, "Oh, stop it. Have you lost your mind? Let go of me." He didn't let go, but instead tightened his grip on her arm. His face was flushed red, and he smirked threateningly. "Why don't you listen while I'm still talking nicely?" Standing at such a close distance, she realized he smelled of alcohol. Subin felt extremely annoyed. "You're really crazy." She was not afraid of his threat and even threatened him back. "If you don't let go, I'll scream and call the police." Gun-ho seemed to have lost his mind. He wouldn't let her go and insisted, "If you don't want things to get worse, keep quiet and follow me." His hand applied more force, squeezing her arm tightly. Subin struggled to break free from him, not believing he would dare to do so, and asked back, "Huh? What?" He remembered her wedding party with Jae-jun, and his voice became more hateful. "Your mouth kept blabbering about wanting to marry me. Yet right after that, you could get into a wedding car with another guy." Gun-ho narrowed his eyes, staring at her, gritting his teeth, and used insulting words. "You filthy girl." Hearing him insult her like that, Subin flew into a rage, tightly gripping the handbag in her hand, and hit him straight on the head. He took the full blow, panicking and trembling all over, unable to speak. You. Seeing him at a disadvantage, she raised her voice and shouted, "I'm not a filthy girl. You're the filthy one, you bastard." Even though she was scolding Gun-ho, she was so heartbroken that she shed tears, sobbing. "You're the filthy trash. You can't be recycled, and you can't be used either. You know that?" Subin couldn't control her emotions. She held her bag and continuously hit him, not forgetting to lecture him. "Who do you think you were to talk to me like that? Who do you think you were to hurt me like that? Who do you think you were to inflict that memory on me?" She cried louder and louder, expressing the resentment she had endured for so long. "Who do you think you are?" He looked at her and snorted coldly. "You really are." His face became distorted, baring his teeth very fiercely, raising his hand to prepare to hit her again. He ordered, "Shut your mouth, will you?" Subin tightly closed her eyes, resigning herself to take the slap. Suddenly, a hitting sound rang out, but it wasn't her being hit, it was Gun-ho. A figure appeared and knocked him down. He fell flat on the ground, crying out in pain. The man panted heavily out of anger. Subin was extremely surprised by this person's appearance. She looked at that person and called out, Jae-jun." Jae-jun clenched his fists tightly, looking at Gun-ho lying on the ground groaning from the painful beating. His face darkened, and he coldly snorted, asking him, "Do you want to die that badly?" He stepped closer to him. Gun-ho panicked, gulping nervously, and struggled to back away. Subin, standing by, saw him bend down to threaten Gun-ho. "If being alive makes you regret it so much." Jae-jun grabbed his collar tightly, raising his fist high, about to punch him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then just die for me." He panicked and sobbed. Subin was shocked by his actions and hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait. He didn't hear her, still throwing punches at Gun-ho, making her terrified as she screamed loudly. Jae-jun. Gun-ho fainted, his face already bleeding, but Jae-jun still didn't let go, tightly gripping his collar to drag him up. The more he hit, the more aggressive he became, panting heavily from using too much force. The sounds of the beating rang out, thud, incessantly. Subin froze, standing motionless. Realizing things were about to go wrong, she hurriedly rushed over and hugged him to stop him. "No, please stop." Jae-jun ignored her and growled in response. "You, let go of me." He was haunted by his past, when he was beaten by his grandfather every time he got drunk as a child. His voice became desolate, that joy of beating up those weaker than yourself. Jae-jun's hands trembled, and he gritted his teeth. "I will make them taste enough of it." Subin leaned against his back, her arms wrapping tightly around him, tried her best to calm him down. "Stop, please stop. I'm begging you." The back of his hand was bleeding. He was about to hit again when he heard her say, "I'm so scared, so please, I'm begging you, stop," and he immediately halted. Subin tightly held his hand, her whole body trembling as she burst into tears, choking up as she pleaded. "Okay, I beg you." She cried louder, desperately imploring, "Please stop, let's just go home," which made him calmer. Jae-jun let go, and his entire body flopped onto the ground. They went to the police station together. Yeon-young hurriedly ran in, throwing the door open and shouting loudly, "Oh my goodness, Gun-ho." She held her son's face, heartbroken, my son's precious face. Gun-ho painfully tried to sit up and called, "Mom." She got angry, turned around, and yelled in Subin's face, You, how could this be? How dare you do this?" Yeon-young continuously shouted, causing a scene. "What the hell did you do?" Jae-jun stood glaring at her, while she, startled and afraid, cowered behind his back. He frowned, showing an annoyed attitude, and reasoned, "If you think your son is that precious, you should also know one thing. Other people's daughters are just as precious to them." She disregarded everything and argued back loudly. "My son is more precious. How dare you turn his precious face into a bloody mess like this? Do you guys think this is the end of it?" Jae-jun refused to back down and retorted, "So do you think everything will just end like this after bothering my wife? Just like you said, if your son is that precious to you." Subin stayed silent, too timid to speak up. He sternly affirmed, "Then you should also know that my wife is incredibly important to me." His words surprised her immensely. Jae-jun looked at the mother and son, pointing his finger at Gun-ho's face, and declared, "This is a warning. Never appear in front of Subin ever again. If you disrupt her life again." His face darkened, and his eyes became cold and threatening. At that time, things won't just stop at this. Yeon was startled by the threat, and Gunho also had a shiver along. Subin gently pulled his sleeve from behind. He turned to look at her, as if inquiring. She walked ahead, pulling him along, and said softly, "Let's go." The two of them left the police station together, ignoring Gunho and his mother making a scene, as Yeon's mouth nonstop cried out, "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness." It was already dark. Jae-jun's car drove on the road, with streetlights shining everywhere. Inside the car, the two of them sat next to each other, but said nothing. Subin sniffled and cried. Her tears kept falling, drop by drop, soaking her entire face. Hearing her cry, he didn't know how to comfort her, his mind in turmoil. I've never been this angry in my entire life. In the moment he saw Gunho rush forward to hit Subin, his anger flared up, sparking the thought of wanting to protect her, wanting to beat that awful man to death. Subin felt aggrieved, but didn't dare to cry out loud, only sniffing a few times, while he kept thinking but couldn't understand why. Even when he was beaten up so badly back then, he had never been this angry. The wound on Jae-jun's hand had stopped bleeding. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, doubting himself, wondering if that was really the case. Then what about him and Subin? The two of them returned home, and the automatic sensor door opened. Subin held onto his bleeding arm and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Just as she stopped crying, her tears suddenly flowed again. She was heartbroken seeing him injured because of her. Hearing her cry, Jae-jun asked, "Why are you crying again?" He glanced in the direction she was looking, and only then did he notice his bleeding knuckles. She sniffled as tears welled up. He wiped them away with his hand and comforted her. "Don't cry." Reassured by him, she gradually stabilized her emotions, remembered his injury, and instructed, "I'll go get the first aid kit now. I need to quickly disinfect and apply medicine for you." Jae-jun, intending to return to his room, refused. "Let it go. Don't make a big deal out of nothing." She angrily grabbed his shirt tightly and yelled, "It is a big deal because it's all my fault." Saying that, she hurried to find the medical kit, not forgetting to remind him, "Go sit still on that chair for me." He silently watched her walk away. After finding the first aid kit, the two of them went to sit on the sofa. Subin used small tweezers to carefully pick up a cotton ball soaked in medicine and dab it onto his wound. He silently watched her every move. To break this stifling atmosphere, he spoke up, "You must be very disappointed in me, right?" She was focused on treating his wound, so she didn't hear clearly and asked back, "What?" Jae-jun lowered his head, his hair covering half of his face, and whispered, "Because I used violence." She quickly replied, "It was self-defense." He explained, "I used more violence than necessary, so it wasn't self-defense." She showed annoyance and gritted her teeth. "If I say it's self-defense, then it's self-defense." Jae-jun found her hard to understand. He was clearly right, but why was she yelling loudly? "Why do you keep insisting on such nonsense, stubbornly calling it self-defense even though?" Subin replied softly, "You try to protect me." She continued cleaning his wound and gently expressed, "That's why I will also protect you." Her words made him flustered, forcing him to stay silent, not knowing what to say. His hand had been cleaned and bandaged by her to prevent infection. Looking at the band-aids of various shapes and colors, even featuring animal patterns, Jae-jun wiggled his hand, which looked incredibly cute and lovely. He chuckled at this cuteness, secretly wondering who was actually protecting whom now. After finishing everything, she cleaned up and closed the kit, reassuring him, "Anyway, don't worry, he can't sue you. If he sues you and makes you face a penalty or something, I'll give him a taste of a living hell." She dared to assure him so firmly because she remembered that back then, she had gathered enough evidence to secure everything, and she only left because she didn't want to be involved with those two anymore. It was just that they might actually be needed for a day like today. Subin patted her chest and boldly declared, "Anyway, just trust me. With me here, there's no way you'll get sued." Seeing her heroic demeanor, he chuckled, patted her head, and teased, "You're short and petite, yet you're surprisingly reliable." Her whole body froze. Feeling that things were starting to get weird between them, Subin quickly dodged and yelled, "Stop doing that, man." Jae-jun smiled happily and asked, "What's wrong?" She turned her face away, her cheeks already flushed, feeling embarrassed inside. Thinking, "What do you mean what's wrong? It's because it makes people feel weird." She looked at him, showing no unusual expression, and reminded herself, "I don't want to keep getting fluttery every time like this." Then, Glancing at the hand that had just patted her head, Subin hesitantly expressed, "You know," she avoided making direct eye contact with him and advised, "We should live without letting ourselves get hurt anymore." She rubbed her hands together and poured her heart out. "This life is too short for us to fully enjoy it anyway. So from now on, let's not let ourselves suffer any more hurt." Remembering the past, when the two of them always gave each other a hard time, she suggested, "Let's stop that period and just live a happy life." Subin turned to look at him and strongly affirmed, "And if anyone insults you, I will stand by your side." Jae-jun, after hearing that, fell into silent thought. His injured hand clenched tightly, and he worriedly asked, "Until when?" Looking at the person in front of him made his mood worsen. He kept going around in circles in his thoughts. "Until when can you do that?" Jae-jun remained silent like that for a long time. Afraid that Subin would notice his unusual emotions, he quickly dodged the topic and deflected. "From tomorrow onwards, I will pick you up every time you get off work." She hesitated and expressed concern, "But you work overtime a lot." Time passed quickly, it was getting late, and they were still chatting together. He explained, "Then I'll just bring work home." She asked further, "What about business trips?" He offered a solution, "Then I'll drag you along. If that's impossible, I'll ask driver Kim to pick you up and drop you off." Hearing him say that, Subin burst into laughter and waved her hand. "What do you mean? How can I follow you around all the time?" Jae-jun's face immediately turned serious. Her hands stiffened. Her heart pounded as she fearfully thought, "What? Are you serious?" Seeing his determination, her heart uncontrollably beat wildly. She felt, this attentiveness is too unfamiliar. Afraid they would fall into an embarrassing state again, she quickly raised her voice to tease, "Hey, sure, who was the one who always wanted to bully people to the point of fainting before?" He crossed his arms, showing dissatisfaction. "Why do you always have to kill the mood when talking?" Subin laughed louder, teasing him. Suddenly, he grabbed the bag next to him, searching for something inside, and said, "Ah, right." Jae-jun took out a small black box, handed it to her, and recounted, "Actually, I arrived a bit late at that time because I went to buy this." Subin took it, her heart pounding, and asked out of natural reflex, "What is this?" Then opened the box. Inside was a laurel wreath necklace adorned with a teardrop-shaped crystal. Jae-jun answered, "Your birthday present." She was so amazed that she shouted, "Oh my God!" Meanwhile, sitting next to her, he was nervous, not knowing if she liked the gift, and anxiously asked, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" She was so happy that she raised her voice. "I super like it." In her heart, she was screaming, so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. "This is awesome, man." He also felt helpless with her. This girl scared him so much his heart almost burst. Subin took the necklace out, admired it carefully, and praised, "It's really beautiful." His mood brightened along with hers, and he said gently, "I'm glad you like it." She used both hands to reach behind her neck to put it on herself. Subin fumbled for a long time, but still couldn't put it on, unable to find a clasp. "Wait, where's the clasp?" Jae-jun sat there looking at her blankly. He took the initiative to step closer and hold the necklace. Jae-jun leaned in and meticulously put it on for her, while Subin, feeling flustered, kept squirming. The distance between the two of them was too close, so close that she could feel his breath. It made her endlessly shy, her heart beating rapidly. Jae-jun, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He considered this as helping a friend. As he slipped his fingers through the clasp, his hand accidentally touched her neck. Seeing her constantly moving, making it impossible to fasten the necklace, he reminded her, "Hey, stop squirming, Grandma." Subin smiled shyly and replied, "Because it tickles. I'm very ticklish." They kept struggling like that for a while, one intently trying to fasten the clasp, the other constantly twisting and turning because it tickled. Suddenly, he grabbed her shoulder, lowered his head, and whispered, "Even so, please sit still," which made Subin blush stiffly. Startled, she rubbed her ear with her hand and scolded angrily, "Damn it, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Jae-jun found it amusing. He once again leaned closer to her and blew gently on the back of her neck. Subin felt both embarrassed and tickled when he blew on such a sensitive spot. Her face turned as red as a boiled lobster as she yelled, "Damn, hey." Her words became uncontrollable, stuttering, You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right?" He laughed excitedly looking at her like that. After putting on the necklace, he sat down opposite her, held the pendant, and said, "There, it's done." Subin caressed the pendant, continuously exclaiming, "Wow, it's really beautiful." Her face smiled brightly like a blooming flower, continuously asking him, "Is it pretty? Is it pretty? I look absolutely gorgeous, right?" He just replied indifferently, "Yep, pretty." Seeing him so superficial, she questioned, "Really? Seeing how hesitant you look, big guy, I don't think you mean it." Jae-jun indulged her and said sincerely, Really? He stroked his chin, looked at her intently, and praised, "You're overly beautiful." His expression and attitude made Subin feel a bit unfamiliar. Pondering over every word he just said, her face turned red again. His words were like an arrow piercing straight into her heart, making it beat strongly once more. She unconsciously blurted out, "Huh?" She touched her chest with her hand, feeling her heart pounding, and tried to hypnotize herself. No, he must definitely be praising the necklace. Subin convinced herself. That must be it, right? Jae-jun watched her attitude all this time. Her flushed face looked very charming. His heart also beat in the same pounding rhythm. She shyly stood up abruptly and hurriedly said, "It's late, it's late. Let's go to sleep." Saying that, she ran off, taking her leave from him, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you so much for the necklace. Good night." As soon as she entered the bedroom, she quickly closed the door. Subin leaned against the door and slid down to sit on the floor. Blushing, she used her hands to soothe this embarrassment, her thoughts becoming chaotic. "I can't understand it." Subin remembered when they were in close contact. She felt as if they were about to. Not daring to think about the next part, she quickly brushed those thoughts away. "What are you thinking? Really, how did things turn out like this?" According to the terms of the contract they both agreed on, we were just perfectly acting out a given script and then going our separate ways. She buried her head in her pillow with countless messy thoughts in her heart. Deep down in my heart, if it really is like that, then Subin huddled in the corner, worried. What if I'm the only one who feels this way? What if it's all just a misunderstanding on my part? Haunted by the painful memories of Gun-ho from before, she always harbored a fear. I'm truly terrified that after finishing this final act, I'll be left behind again, struggling in pain, all alone. What if the only things that exist here are memories I don't want to remember? Deep down, she really wanted to ask him, Jae-jun, what about you? Are we really okay leaving things like this? Outside, Jae-jun was still sitting motionless in the living room. He leaned back against the chair and sighed. He recalled the moment he touched her neck earlier. He also remembered when she wore the necklace he gave her and asked, "Is it pretty?" Jae-jun's face turned red as he muttered to himself, "I'm in trouble now." The next morning at Jae-jun's family villa, he stood in a corner, wondering, how on earth did this happen? Looking at the bustling group of people in front of him, excitedly preparing to go out, he couldn't understand. How did things end up like this? Everyone was incredibly enthusiastic, dressed up in fancy clothes. Baffled, he asked his family, "Is our family planning to travel abroad or something?" His mother, adjusting her glasses, happily replied, "This is your first family trip, after all." Jae-jun retorted, "What trip? We're just going to eat somewhere nearby and come back, Mom." She immediately waved her hand and explained, "Still, it's the first time our whole family is going out together." Seeing the whole family so excited surprised him quite a bit. According to his original plan, it had just been a long time since the two of them had a day off, so he asked Subin if she wanted to go somewhere. At that time, they were at home, and she asked him with a disdainful attitude, "Since when do we have to go out together on our days off?" Hearing that, he just went back to his room to rest. If she didn't want to, then forget it. Seeing Jae-jun sulking, she called after him, pleading, "Hey, let's go, let's go. Let's just go and try it out, mister." She proposed a plan. "In that case, how about going somewhere with your family? I heard everyone is free today." Upon hearing this, Jae-jun realized something was off. Why does it feel like we've swapped roles? This was the cause of everything happening this morning. And so, the current situation was like this. Fortunately, Grandma was in a good mood today too. He didn't expect everyone to be gathered so fully today. Even his dad was here. Seeing his grandma happy made him happy too. Seeing the whole family gathered like this, he took out his phone to look up and book a car. He figured they would have to rent a car big enough to carry everyone. The whole family went to a Chinese restaurant together. Everyone sitting at the dining table was talking and laughing happily. Afterward, they decided to visit a flower garden. The tour guide was Jae-jun. The family walked around until late afternoon. Subin, feeling worried, took out her phone and texted him, "It's time to go back. If Grandma stays out too long, she'll get tired." Jae-jun, standing next to her, stole a glance at her. She waved her hand and suggested, "Everyone, let's take a family photo." Jae-jun's mother, standing nearby, agreed with the idea. A family photo? Right? Our family doesn't have one together yet. Jae-jun's mother also praised her. "Oh my, that's a great idea, dear." Subin ran over, patted Jae-jun on the shoulder, and offered, "Let me take the picture. You go stand in there too." Startled, she politely replied, "Ah yes." Hearing this, Grandpa waved his hand and said, "It's a family photo. How can we leave our lovely granddaughter-in-law out?" Prompted by Grandpa, Jae-jun also called out to her, "Hurry up and come over here." Jae-jun's mother beside him also enthusiastically called out, "That's right, come here, dear." Hearing that, Grandma laughed happily. Seeing everyone warmly welcoming her like that made Subin a bit self-conscious. Meanwhile, Jae-joon proactively took his phone and asked a visitor in the garden, "Excuse me, could you please take a picture for us?" After asking, he walked over, took her hand, and led her to the family. "Let's go," causing her to gasp in surprise. She worriedly said, but the person they asked held up the phone, getting ready to take the picture, and signaled, "All right, I'm taking it." Subin looked at him in a daze, thinking, on a beautiful day like this is truly a wonderful memory. Can I really be here? Later, when we break up this photo, Jae-joon suddenly grabbed her shoulder, pulled her closer, and reminded her, "Smile." Seeing no reaction from her, he poked her waist to tease her. "I told you to smile, but you're not smiling." Tickled, Subin let out a sound, ugh. The whole family watched them playing around and laughed along in delight. Blushing and smiling, she thought to herself, "Suddenly, I really missed that honeymoon trip." She didn't know someone was quietly watching her every expression. He whispered, "As expected, when you smile." He looked straight into the lens and praised, "Is when you're the most beautiful." His words left her both surprised and embarrassed. The girl helping them take the photo saw Subin fidgeting and reminded her, "Miss over there, could you please look here?" She shyly replied, Yes. I'm sorry." Seeing that they had finished posing, the girl praised, That's right, it looks great." "All right then, I'm taking it." Subin's fingers touched his hand at that moment. A wish blossomed in her heart. "That's right, so that every time I look back, I won't forget that such a beautiful memory once existed." The girl counted down to signal them. "All right, 1, 2, 3. Subin's wish was, "So that whenever I look back, my heart will feel more at peace. So let's smile together. At least for right now, we are all happy." In the photo, their whole family was smiling radiantly together. At the hotel where Subin was working, the female colleague, with a worried face, yelled out to her, "Assistant manager, were you okay the day before yesterday?" She felt angry on Subin's behalf. "I heard you were almost in danger in front of the hotel." Hearing this, she immediately thought, someone must have seen it. The female colleague tearfully exclaimed, "You weren't hurt, were you?" Subin chuckled out loud. She patted her shoulder to comfort her. "No, I wasn't hurt at all. I'm fine." Hearing her say that, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, that was really lucky. "It's a good thing your husband arrived just in time." Subin nodded thoughtfully, realizing she knew everything. Remembering something, the female colleague asked, "All right, assistant manager." She raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at her. "When are you going to invite me over to your house?" Upon hearing that, Subin felt a twinge of guilt and broke into a cold sweat. She had completely forgotten about it. When they found out she had a new house, her colleagues had teased her. "You traitor, we'll let it slide this time, but remember to throw a housewarming party soon. You absolutely have to." Subin had also happily replied, "Yes." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Subin immediately tried to slip away. She laughed nervously and told her, I'll let you know sometime this week. I'm heading out first." She giggled and replied, "Okay." Subin told herself, "I need to tell him before it slips my mind again." Then she took out her phone and texted Jae-joon, "Hey Jae-joon, I'm really sorry, but I accidentally caused a little trouble. Can we just close our eyes and pretend everything's fine to host a housewarming party?" After writing it, Subin suddenly imagined his annoyed face saying, "Are you kidding me?" She reassured herself, "Even if I get scolded or something, I still have to let him know." Her phone buzzed with a notification from Jae-joon. He said, "If possible, pick a weekend for it." Subin couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? She couldn't believe her eyes. Subin thought to herself, "You cosplayed as the sweet guy you hate. So I thought that sweetness would have faded by now. You even bought a strawberry cake. Why hasn't it faded yet?" Ding! Another sound came as Jae-joon sent another message. "Also, do that girly act again." Subin smirked in surprise. "What's this? I thought this guy didn't like it." Then she pouted and teased him. "You complained so much about it. Why are you suddenly asking me to do it now?" Jae-joon shrugged and argued back. "Just do it if you want, as long as you don't call me Mr. Jae-joon anymore." Subin happily replied, "Then you can also call me Miss Shin." After sending the text, she secretly let out a sigh, recalling that her parents also addressed each other like that. Is this really okay? After all, that's the nickname Dad used to use. A moment later, Jae-joon angrily texted back, "You don't want to throw a housewarming party, do you?" Subin sent a heart to provoke him. "Then how about Friday, my darling?" In his office, Jae-joon held his phone, so annoyed that he burst into laughter. He typed out a message saying, "I'll make time." You've worked hard, honey. But Jae-jun hesitated, not knowing whether he should send it to her or not. Finally, he gathered his courage and sent it. As soon as she saw the message, Subin replied immediately, "You too," adding a giant heart. Jae-jun frowned and stared at the message, unable to believe it. Then he smiled helplessly. "Anyway, I don't know if this is even appropriate." A few days later, on a morning in the bustling city, Subin's colleagues all showed up together. The girl in the yellow shirt cheered, "Hello." Subin and Jae-jun went to the door to welcome everyone inside. He smiled politely and said, "Welcome." The young man wearing glasses was Sung-ho. As soon as he saw the two of them, he nodded in greeting. "Long time no see, huh?" Jae-jun suddenly remembered that he was the guy Subin had been talking to on the phone the other day, and she had very cheerfully called his name, Park Sung-ho. He had replied on the phone, "I've kept the seat warm for you." Jae-jun couldn't help but squeeze her waist tighter as he cursed inwardly. This annoying guy. "Welcome." The female colleague and Sung-ho, seeing the two of them being so affectionate, couldn't help but exclaim, "Park Sung-ho is down by 1 point." After that, everyone moved into the kitchen. A table full of food appeared before the female colleague's eyes, making her cheer happily. "Did you make all this yourself, assistant manager?" Subin beamed with pride and said, "The side dishes were cooked by our mothers, and my darling husband helped with the main dishes." She said that, but while Jae-jun was cooking, Subin had intentionally teased him. "You look like a hot chef." He thought she was complimenting him, so he played along. "A sexy one?" She casually shook her head. "No, you look like you could beat me up at any moment." Next, when everyone was sitting neatly at the table, the female colleague politely exclaimed, "Thank you for the meal." Subin immediately smiled and said, "Eat a lot." The girl in the yellow shirt covered her mouth while eating and said admiringly, "He really loves his wife, huh? He insists on coming by to pick you up every day." The girl in the brown shirt winked at her. "Even though I'm already married, I'm still so jealous." The face of the female colleague sitting between the two of them also turned red with embarrassment. "Right? It makes me want to get married, too." She stretched her shoulders and sighed. "I guess I'll have to go on a blind date." Suddenly, her phone dropped, startling her. "My phone." The female colleague immediately ducked under the table to pick up her phone. With a quick glance, she saw Jae-jun stealthily pulling Subin's hand under the table. Not only that, but he was also fondling each of her fair fingers. Seeing their hands tightly intertwined, the female colleague couldn't help but feel like getting a nosebleed. Just as planned, Jae-jun saw her expression and broke into a satisfied smile. The female colleague pretended to be jealous, making a fuss and exposing them. "Those two are flirting under the table. I'm so jealous." She pointed straight at her and yelled, "There, right there. You keep fondling each other." Subin, embarrassed to the point of anger, stood up and retorted, "Hey, when did we ever do that?" The young man who had been quiet until now, Sung-ho, suddenly opened his mouth, pretending to be in awe. "It's true that when you two are together, it's no joke, huh?" Jae-jun winked and put him in his place. "Because we're newlyweds, it would be very uncomfortable if we didn't do that." As soon as he finished, everyone immediately burst out laughing, jealous of the two. Sung-ho pushed his glasses to cover his face, losing another round. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already dark. Her colleagues waved goodbye to her and him as they left. "We had a great meal and a lot of fun. We're heading back now. Remember to check the gifts later." The exhaustion finally passed, and Subin subconsciously leaned on his shoulder, sighing in relief. It's finally over. Under Jae-jun's burning gaze, Subin realized something was wrong, so she suddenly pushed him away and yelled, "Sorry." Subin was embarrassed, so she made an excuse for herself. "I guess we were too immersed in it, the acting part." Jae-jun looked at her nonchalantly, his voice mixed with a bit of teasing. "I know, yet it still feels a bit uncoordinated." After saying that, Jae-jun pointed at the two gift baskets on the sofa, housewarming gifts. "That blue bag was prepared by the staff." Subin felt curious and said, "But the black bag was prepared by the girls. Let's open them." Inside the blue bag was a sparkling moon globe. Subin gasped in awe and exclaimed, "So beautiful." She couldn't control her mouth. Drop-dead gorgeous, mind-blowingly beautiful. Jae-jun looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. "How many times are you going to repeat that?" Subin suddenly noticed the black gift basket. She picked it up and wondered, "And what is this?" She opened the gift inside as quick as a flash. A piece of sparkling white fabric caught her eye. "What is this?" "This." She frowned, looking at it in confusion. "A white onion mesh bag? A fishing net?" Jae-jun called her silly. "You don't even understand that?" He picked it up, trying to hold back his laughter, and said, "It's lingerie. See-through." Subin exclaimed in disbelief. "Lingerie?" Jae-jun held the white see-through top in his hand and laughed in amusement. "A type of mesh lingerie." "What is this? Women's panties?" "Of course, women's panties, huh?" He wasn't shy at all, and even praised it profusely. Wow, so sexy. Usually, white is the sexiest color, right? Subin, unlike him, suddenly snatched the lingerie from his hand. Give it here. He looked dumbfounded. Why? Try it on. Subin glared at him in disgust. If I wear it, are you gonna look? Just waiting for that. Jae-jun immediately flashed a wicked smile. Should I? Smack. Subin punched him hard, making Jae-jun curse in surprise. Fuck. After hitting him, Subin quickly ran away, not forgetting to scold him. You pervert. What's wrong with you? Jae-jun held his arm and angrily shouted back. The ones who bought this are the perverts. Why me? Then Subin, embarrassed to the point of anger, went to wash the dishes. She thought bitterly, I don't understand him anymore. Seriously, what do you mean you're gonna look? Jae-jun suddenly appeared behind her, his voice gently suggesting, I'll wash them. You go rest. You worked hard cooking. Subin frowned and pushed him away. You're just embarrassed because your true nature was exposed, right? After she spoke, Jae-jun just shrugged casually and walked away. Then I'll leave it to you. Subin, realizing she dug her own grave, laughed out loud and called it back. Hey, just kidding. Let me take that back, Jay. In the end, one person happily said, let's do it together, while the other grumbled in annoyance while working. Shortly after, the clean dishes and chopsticks were neatly placed on the rack. Jae-jun and Subin lay exhausted on the sofa. He said breathlessly, I've done what I could. She absentmindedly praised him. Yeah, good job. Suddenly, Jae-jun sat bolt upright and said to her, so now, it's your turn. Subin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Huh? Jae-jun's warm hand wrapped around Subin's wrist, his eyes full of warmth. There's a place I need you to go with me. A fresh morning at the city airport. Subin and Jae-jun were waiting for their flight when she suddenly cheered happily. I've really wanted to go to Jeju. I'm so excited. Jae-jun looked at her in surprise and asked curiously, is this your first time going to Jeju? She chirped back with a smile. According to my mom, I went there when I was 4. But I was too young then, so my memory lost the data. Hawaii was my first trip, you know. Subin continued excitedly. Thanks to your friend's wedding, I get to go now. I really wanted to visit Jeju. Seeing her cute expression, Jae-jun couldn't help but think to himself, from now on, I have to drag you along on business trips whenever you can go. Suddenly remembering something, he asked her, there's no problem with your parents coming tomorrow, right? Subin immediately nodded happily. Yeah. Jae-jun, acting out of professional habit, took out his phone and rambled on. I'll show them where to go. They need to get some fresh air to relax. I'll pick them up tomorrow morning, then we'll have lunch. After that, I'll take them to the hotel I've booked. Then we'll take the afternoon flight back. Subin narrowed her eyes at him and thought to herself, is he the founding father of the tourism industry, or what? All right, he works in this field. Suddenly, she fell silent, frowning thoughtfully. Her parents wanted to spend the rest of their days on Jeju Island had always been a dream she wanted to make come true. Subin recalled when she and he gave the gift to her parents. She was even scolded by her mother, Mrs. Jang. Why did you buy a whole store for us? Her father smiled awkwardly and said, no, I can't accept something so big from my son-in-law. She and he were helpless. We didn't do much, really. Jae-jun was different. With a calm expression and a gentle voice, he persuaded her parents. I've already discussed everything with Subin, so for my sake, please go there. Subin shyly stayed silent, listening to him converse with her family. You don't need to pay me back anything. Just consider this as me repaying you for letting me marry Subin. The old couple looked at each other, oh my. Thinking of this, the handsome Jae-jun suddenly crossed his arms and said smugly, I think I'm pretty good. A one-of-a-kind son-in-law, right? Subin sneered at his words. You mean you're too loved by your wife's family, right? Subin competitively pulled out her phone and typed, I can't lose like this. I want to make a call too. Jae-jun raised an eyebrow, looked over, and asked who? My grandma. She immediately shook her head, no. Subin winked at him with a delighted smile, the best dad in the world. He was startled and blurted out, Dad? She nodded, then sighed and said, come to think of it, I've never called him personally. Jae-jun fell silent. I've never called Dad personally either. The phone started ringing, with the words calling father-in-law on the screen. A few seconds later, he picked up, yes, Dad is listening. What's the matter? Subin's face lit up, and she excitedly and politely said, hello, Dad. Can you guess who I am? Jae-jun didn't expect her to call his dad. His jaw dropped in shock. Is this girl in her right mind? Jae-jun's dad didn't answer. He just coughed twice. He and she immediately fell silent. She broke into a cold sweat in fear. Did I go overboard because I was too excited? Should I apologize? Who would have thought that Jae-jun's dad would play along with her joke? What do you mean, who is who? It's Subin, my daughter-in-law, who else? At his response, Jae-jun and Soo-bin were both dumbfounded. At the same time, he wonderingly asked them, "All right, so why did you call?" Soo-bin wanted to win his favor, so she said gently and dutifully, "We're going to Jeju to attend a wedding. Is there any food there that you'd like to eat?" His dad thought for a moment and replied, "Can you buy me some rice cakes?" Soo-bin curled her lips and probed, "Do you want to eat omiji tiak?" He shook his head and softly added, "Don't buy it for me, buy it for my wife." Jae-jun was stunned upon hearing that Dad is actually caring about Mom. I've never seen that before. On the other side, Soo-bin quickly agreed, "Yes, I'll buy omiji tiak back." "Also, Dad." He nodded, "Yeah." Soo-bin unexpectedly mentioned him. "Jae-jun wants to talk to you too." This made his face darken. Jae-jun's dad was momentarily taken aback. "Jae-jun too?" She excitedly replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." After saying that, she turned around and decisively shoved the phone into his hand, despite Jae-jun shaking his head vigorously. The two of them seemed to be struggling silently. Finally defeated, Jae-jun smiled awkwardly and spoke into the phone, "Yes, Dad." He asked his son in confusion, "All right, so what do you want to say?" For a moment, he was silent, not knowing what to say, and both fell into an awkward situation. Jae-jun frowned, pursed his lips, and thought to himself, "I was forced to listen too. So freaking unfair." Not hearing him say anything, his dad reluctantly said, "Well, have a safe flight then." Suddenly, he unexpectedly praised Jae-jun and Soo-bin. "You look great together. You too." Jae-jun looked at the phone, his deep, warm voice echoing, "It's all thanks to Soo-bin." Jae-jun's dad sounded a bit melancholy as he continued, "What I want you two to do is, but I guess that's just my ambition." Jae-jun nodded as if it were obvious. "Yes, it is your ambition." Soo-bin felt a pang in her heart hearing that. His dad seemed a bit afraid of bothering the two of them. "All right, did I make the atmosphere weird?" Jae-jun lazily said, "Since when did you care about that?" After hearing that, he sighed, "You're right, maybe it just suddenly became like this recently." After saying that, he suddenly mentioned her. "Anyway, pass my thanks to Soo-bin." Deo nodded obediently. Yes. He was about to hang up, but suddenly his dad called his name. Also, Jae-jun. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. "I've never been called like that by Dad before, have I?" Then he sighed inwardly. "Go ahead, Dad." He was silent for a long time, then reminded his son and daughter-in-law. "Nothing. Have a safe flight." Jae-jun politely nodded. "Yes, I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Jae-jun flicked her forehead with a thwack, making her startle and cry out, "Ouch." He threatened angrily, "Do that again, and you're dead meat." After saying that, he stood up and rushed her. "We're late. Let's go." Soo-bin immediately replied, "Yeah." A grand and magnificent wedding party was held by the sea. Soo-bin gazed at the dazzlingly beautiful scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful. I've always dreamed of having an outdoor wedding, you know." Hearing her say that, he immediately felt bitter and thought to himself, "I should have organized an outdoor wedding." The young man wearing glasses saw him and immediately waved, shouting, "Jae-jun is here." The guy in the pink shirt happily added, "Jae-jun, you're here?" He turned and gave a slight nod to the two of them. "Yeah." Soo-bin, beside him, also greeted them happily. "Hello." The two of them gasped in surprise. "It's the first time seeing you attend a wedding." His classmates were loud and boisterous, making Soo-bin curl her lips into a secret smile. "Even though they came to the party before, I still can't remember who is who, even though it was my own wedding." While deep in thought, suddenly a man approached from behind. He suddenly exclaimed, making Soo-bin jump in surprise, "Hello, Jae-jun." As soon as Jae-jun saw him, he got annoyed. "Where are your eyes that you can't even see your friend, huh? You G1. He laughed out loud twice. His eyes were glued to Soo-bin. "Of course I see you. I'm even happier to see you than you are to see me." A friend standing at the party suddenly waved at him. "G1, did you just arrive?" G1 nodded friendly and replied, "Yeah, my flight was delayed a bit." A woman stepped forward and teased him. "Hey, if you couldn't make it, we would have been so sad." G1 burst out laughing. "Am I really that popular?" She immediately nodded and exclaimed, "Of course." Meanwhile, Jae-jun spoke in a low voice to Soo-bin. "That guy attending the wedding studied art in the U.S. He's a longtime friend of mine." Soo-bin immediately used her radar-like eyes to evaluate him. "Really? How come I didn't notice such a handsome guy?" Jae-jun pouted and corrected her. "Back then, I was the most handsome one. How could you notice someone like him?" Soo-bin chuckled and teased him. "I think he's much more handsome than you." Jae-jun scoffed and scolded her. "Are your eyes on your feet?" On the other side, Ji-won was silently peeking at the two of them. The wedding party began. To the sound of singing and everyone's blessings, the groom Nam-soo and his beautiful bride walked down the aisle arm in arm. Next was the reading of the vows. Namsu raised his voice to read a love letter to his bride. Subin exclaimed emotionally. Listening to Kim Namsu's letter brings tears to my eyes. This was followed by a round of applause. Jae-jun couldn't help but peek at her face, full of admiration. And so, the young man in the black suit, Namsu, slowly walked with his bride amidst thousands of happy blessings. Night fell on the beach with the murmuring waves. The guy in the pink shirt continuously poured alcohol into Namsu's glass. Congratulations, groom. Drink up. He forced a helpless smile. I knew you guys would be like this, so I reserved a separate place for the older folks. Hearing this, everyone at the party immediately burst into laughter. Someone said loudly, "Good job, good job. I heard the groom here is a smooth talker, so I'm really looking forward to it." Namsuim berasli shouted. Are you crazy? When was I ever like that? Everyone actively shouted and joked around. Subin couldn't help but smile at the scene in front of her. The atmosphere is so nice. Suddenly, Ji-won's eyes kept sneaking glances at her. That made Jae-jun unable to ignore his unusual behavior. Subin innocently didn't know about Ji-won's staring eyes. Jae-jun glared at him in annoyance. Why does this guy keep looking? In the guest house, cheerful laughter rang out loudly. Drink up. Subin mysteriously held up her wine glass. They're all scary people. After that, Namsu carried his drunk, newlywed wife on his back. I can't drink anymore. The friends there laughed out loud. Drink more. Keep drinking. Jae-jun frowned and complained inwardly. They're newlyweds, yet they packed up and went home in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Subin smiled brightly and said, "Thank God we didn't have any party after our wedding." Suddenly, Ji-won turned to look at her and asked, "Miss Subin, does this guy named Jae-jun treat you well?" He's naturally rude to death. Seeing himself being exposed by his friend, he immediately turned around and frowned in protest. "I am rude. If you're going to talk nonsense, please go somewhere else." Seeing that, Subin covered her mouth with her hand and laughed shyly. At the same time, he also teased, There, look at that." Suddenly, a thought popped in her mind. "Let me save your face." No sooner said than done. Subin answered cheerfully, "Jae-jun is rude? Not all. He is extremely sweet and thoughtful." Hearing that, the young man wearing glasses was surprised. "Really? Liar. Where's that face sweet?" Jae-jun scowled and grumbled. "Please stop it." Then a series of questions were asked. Jae-jun is sweet and thoughtful too? She smiled in agreement. "He is very thoughtful, especially toward my parents." Everyone was in an uproar. "Oh my, really?" They joked around. How unbelievable. To think Jae-jun has this side to him. He didn't like it and furrowed his brows. "What's wrong with you guys today? You're plotting something again, aren't you?" The blonde friend mediated. "It's just jealousy, just a little jealous." The black-haired female friend next to him turned and asked, "What about you, Ji-won? Aren't you planning to get married? What about a girlfriend?" He replied, "Not yet. When the time comes, it will come." Saying that, Ji-won turned to Subin cheerfully. "Once I meet a good girl like Namsu's or Jae-jun's wife." She covered her mouth shyly. "Thank you for the compliment. I think you'll meet someone good eventually." He was quick to say, "Nothing would be better than that. I bring a feast right over." Seeing the two chatting happily, Jae-jun was so angry he could vomit blood and raised his voice. "Are these things really that ha-ha-ha worthy?" Suddenly, the black-haired female friend awkwardly scratched her ear and spoke up. "Ji-won, what about me?" "Actually, I." He froze her out and bluntly replied, "Come on, we're just in the family zone." She smacked her lips. "TSK," Ji-won spoke up. "If there's anyone good around you that you know, remember to introduce her to me, Jae-jun." This made Subin freeze and look at him vaguely. At that moment, he replied ruthlessly, "In your dreams." Ji-won was surprised. "What?" Jae-jun said calmly. "If you're so great, try going on 100 blind dates. Do you think it's easy to meet a wife like this?" He added, "If you saved the country about 10 million times in your past life, it might be possible." Ji-won retorted, "Are you saying you save it?" Jae-jun gently pulled Subin towards him nonchalantly. "Of course, that's why I'm married now." Ji-won gave a wry smile. "Wow, you sound just like an 80-year-old with a lot of life experience, don't you?" At the same time, the blonde and black-haired friends awkwardly cried out because it was too sweet. "Oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps." At the same time, Namsu also returned. He stepped out the door and looked excited. "What's going on that's so lively?" The young man wearing glasses was quick to answer. "We're having fun arguing with each other." After that, they happily ate and drank together. "Wow, you couples should drink more. If you're feeling sad, you should drink more too." "Oh my God." They chatted happily. "Wow, good lord, and then what?" "And so that's my junior. Daeyun pleased. Your secret technique to quickly blend in is really top-notch, isn't it?" Having said that, he frowned and looked at Subin, who was smiling blankly. "Haven't you drunk a bit too much?" Then, Jae-jun gently nudged her arm caringly. "Are you okay?" Subin said softly, "Yeah." I'm fine. A voice interrupted. What could possibly not be fine? She agreed, grinning widely. Everything is fine. Daeun looked at her affectionately. Suddenly, Subin stood up and asked, "Where's the restroom?" Nam-Su friendly pointed the way. "Just go straight in this direction, to a detached house. There will be a restroom there." He added, "Today, Miss Subin can just sleep there with Jae-jun and use the restroom there." She froze in doubt. What? But the girls' group has already decided to sleep together? Namsu said, "Hey, how can we separate you two lovebirds?" Then he smiled brightly. "Just sleep comfortably together and don't worry about the others." Seeing that, the two of them froze and denied it. "No, it's not like that." Jae-jun stood up, pulled her hand, and reminded her, "Let's go to the restroom first." Subin was embarrassed. Yeah, everyone laughed and teased. As expected, you're dying of happiness. In the small room, the sound of flushing water echoed very clearly. Inside, Subin panicked. "What should we do? It seems like there's only exactly one bedroom in that house." Jae-jun was calm. "It would be weird to sleep separately, so let's just sleep together for now." Subin hugged herself protectively and exclaimed, "Huh," he sighed. "Why the surprise? It's not like I'm going to eat you, so don't be scared." She stammered, "That's because I've never slept with you before." Jae-jun recalled the bed scene and wondered, why haven't we ever slept together? We even opened our eyes to look at each other early one morning in a hotel before getting married. Hearing this, Subin quickly covered his mouth and snapped, "Shut up, please shut up. Why are you suddenly bringing up the past?" Jae-jun was straightforward. "Anyway, let's just sleep together in the detached house. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." She replied, "But you can't sleep on the floor. What if you go back on your word?" Jae-yoon sighed. "If you're that worried, then just stay by my side and help me sleep." Subin scratched her ear nervously. "No, that's a bit," he said calmly. "Anyway, just sleep with me, unless you want to let the whole outside world know that we're acting." She hesitated and then agreed. "All right, I got it." Then, Subin said, "Well then, let's just get married for today." Jae-jun frowned in doubt. "What do you mean?" She scowled. "Whatever it is, it's definitely not what you're thinking." That expression and those words made him laugh out loud. Jae-jun said nonchalantly, "Well, what if it's not just today? You don't know what else will happen, do you?" Hearing that, she froze. "Ugh." Jae-jun stepped forward, patted her head, and said, "Anyway, we just have to avoid crowded places. I'm not very good at lying." Subin was annoyed. "Right? Let's just endure it for the remaining 1 year of the contract." Suddenly, behind the wall, a familiar figure appeared. The couple discussing matters were startled when they heard a rustling sound. A pair of leather shoes and a familiar figure stepped out. Jae-yoon asked, "What's this?" "You." Ji-won scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I was wandering around looking for a place to smoke and couldn't find a suitable time to step out." He asked, "How long have you been there?" He answered naively, "Probably for a while now." Ji-won spoke up, "Sorry." Jae-jun was surprised about what? He scratched his face awkwardly. "I heard everything about you two." Hearing that, he felt a chill and looked at him in fear. Jae-jun muttered, "He is quite perceptive, so it would be hard to fool him by making up a silly excuse." Having said that, he reminded, "Keep it a secret from everyone." Ji-won quickly said, "I won't say a word." Jae-jun placed his hand on Subin's shoulder caringly. "Go back first. I'll talk to Ji-won for a bit and come back later." She was stunned. "Yeah, I got it." After that, Subin awkwardly walked away. The scene there began to turn dark as she walked away. Ji-won took out a pack of cigarettes and asked, "Want to smoke?" Jae-yoon replied, "I quit." He smiled, "Is that so?" "In that case, it wouldn't be very polite of me to smoke now, would it?" He observed and asked, "Are you surprised?" He put away the cigarette pack and answered, very surprised. Ji-won added, "There's absolutely zero lack of harmony at all. You two are so compatible. If it's really an act, then it's really terrible." Then he put his hand on his head and sighed, indicating, "But you don't need to worry. Things like this happen around me all the time." Then Ji-won smiled gently. After that, he spoke up. "So you're also a flower without an owner, huh?" Ji-won said bluntly, "But no." Her gentle figure, Ms. Subin. Jae-yoon perceptively repeated. "Ms. Subin." Ji-won mocked. "How strange. Why are you getting so angry? What? Is there a problem?" Jae-jun replied, "Whether there are real feelings or not, she is currently my wife." He said, "But you said you two would end it after a year." The blunt question made Jae-jun frown slightly in annoyance. Ji-hwan asked Jae-jun straightforwardly, "Do you like Subin?" He frowned in annoyance. "Why do you need to know?" He stroked his chin and smiled. It's hard to explain, looking at that expression. Jae-jun thought to himself, "Honestly, I felt relieved when he was the one who discovered this secret earlier, because he is quite tight-lipped, and I also thought we were close friends." He asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you today? Did you eat something wrong?" He laughed in denial. No, nothing's wrong with me. I'm completely normal. Seeing this, Jae-jun wondered. Then why are you suddenly paying attention to someone else's wife? Ji-hwan replied. Of course, if she were your real wife, I wouldn't pay attention, but she isn't, right? You said you two are just business partners. He added, anyway, I don't think you have any feelings for her. Hearing this, Jae-jun froze, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Ji-hwan sighed in relief. If I could find someone as good as her now, I'd be so happy. It's not easy to find a good person. Saying this, he turned away. I'll go back first. Jae-jun frowned at his retreating figure and recalled the profound question from earlier. Do you like Subin? This made him ponder. Why couldn't I answer that question? Jae-jun looked down at his feet and blamed himself. If I just answered yes, wouldn't things be so much easier? In the quiet space, he silently asked, is it because my heart still hasn't accepted it? Jae-jun remembered Subin's beautiful figure and radiant smile and thought, she is too good for me. He recalled the wedding day. Besides realizing these feelings, there was the act of loving and being loved, the fact that our hearts will always be like that. Jae-jun was confused. The things that others can do so naturally, I don't have enough confidence to do them. He clenched his fists in disappointment. Now that I don't know anything, I can't even care anymore. Jae-jun silently blamed himself. I haven't even seen it before, and I grew up without that kind of love. Jae-jun recalled that faint smile and the words, it's hard to explain, feeling uneasy in his heart. He felt lost. What do I want for myself now? But no, Jae-jun asked himself, what should I do? After thinking for a while, he also went back, opened the door, and walked in. The guy in the pink shirt turned around with a bright smile. Oh, you're back? You punk. How could you just leave your wife here and be gone for so long? Jae-jun frowned and gave him a sharp, cold look. He stepped lightly and said, you won't see tomorrow. At the same time, Jae-jun approached Subin, gently stroking her cheek with care. Are you okay? She was shy. Huh, what is it? He said, your face is all red. If you feel tired, just go get some rest. Seeing this, the others immediately spoke up. Hey, who said you could just make her do that? We've all been hanging out and having a great time, right, Subin? Jae-jun didn't listen to a word they said and remained gentle. Ignore those extras. If you feel tired, just tell me. Everyone looked at them, admiring this display of affection. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Subin was flustered. Hubby, no, I'm really fine. Suddenly, Ji-hwan laughed mockingly, making the couple stop. The two of them cast worried glances in that direction. Seeing this, he laughed it off. Sorry, it's just that you two look so good together. Jae-jun was annoyed. This crazy guy. Did you eat something wrong today that you're so hot-headed? Then he added, his personality isn't usually like this all the time, is it? The young man wearing glasses smiled brightly to mediate. Come on, forget about that. No one is going home now. He continued to hold up a cup with small wooden sticks inside. Since the atmosphere is so fun, and it's been a while since we played the king game, let's play it today. Basically, it's a game of drawing lots. There will be sticks in the cup to decide the king. The person who becomes the king can give orders to the others. For example, number 3 and number 1 have to do a rap battle. Subin was intrigued. King game? Seeing her overly excited expression, Jae-jun was suspicious. What nonsense are you thinking about now? He explained, don't worry, it's not like the king game, you know. After that, Jae-jun frowned and reminded Ji-hwan, you two, stop staring at someone else's wife. He acted clueless. What did I do? He said sternly, I'm scared of those dirty looks, okay? So why don't you get rid of that annoying face of yours? Ji-hwan laughed out loud. Are you getting ready for a rap battle with me? The two guys gave him a deep look, but then he spoke up. What's this? What's going on here? Whoever wins is fine. After that, the young man wearing glasses held out the cup and reminded them, quiet down and let's start the game here, everyone pick one. At the same time, someone's excited voice rang out. Hatada, you guys are dead meat with me. Who are number 3 and number 5? Jae-jun was a bit worried and glanced at Subin, saying, we have a rule when playing the king game together. Whoever draws the king has the right to give a penalty to the others. He added, the purpose of the game is to create a history that the chosen person won't even dare to look back on for the rest of their lives. The black-haired girl was thrilled with her stick. Wow, let's wrestle, my friends. Whoever loses has to buy coffee tomorrow morning. Namsu and the guy in the pink shirt were strong, neither willing to yield. They were full of energy. Don't expect me to go easy. After that, he collapsed, trembling and clenching his fists. I'm so tired, Mom. The guy in the pink shirt laughed excitedly and declared, the winner of the coffee bet. Seeing this scene, Subin thought worriedly, they're actually wrestling. not arm wrestling. It turns out they're playing for real. Then it was the winning guy's turn to be the king, and he ordered, "Wow, it's my turn to be the king. Number 2 and number 4, go pick that leaf on the tree for his majesty." Then, one by one, each person who became the king would give orders. Whoever loses will be gifted this pile of dishes to wash. Everyone had fun playing into the night. Afterwards, everyone was exhausted. Namsu was drooping but still asked excitedly, "Who is the next king?" Ji-hwan smiled brightly, raising the stick with a red mark, and said, "It's me." He exclaimed, "All right, here we go." Namsu frowned. The guy who always gives the most terrible penalties with such a calm look. The young man wearing glasses agreed. "The penalties are extremely disgusting too." He just smiled brightly without answering. Seeing this, the guy in the pink shirt spoke up, "But it's fun that way." The two of them smirked. "Let's see if you can still say it's fun when you get chosen." Then they argued. "You bastard, who asked you to speak?" Ji-hwan waved the stick and began, "Number 5 and number 6. Subin looked at her stick and flinched. He looked at that expression with interest. Everyone asked in astonishment, "Hey, who are number 5 and number 6? Yehavan smiled calmly. "Hi, ma'am." He gently made his request. "Kiss each other." Right after that, Ji-hwan added, "You have to kiss for 3 seconds." Hearing this, everyone started to murmur, "Why a kiss? What's wrong with this guy Ji-hwan? Is he too lonely? Who are number 5 and number 6? Show yourselves." Subin was flustered. Wait a minute." Her stick fell down, and seeing that, everyone excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, here's number 6. The young man wearing glasses was surprised. "Huh? Subin has number 6? Hey, that won't do. After this, Jae-jun will bury them alive." Someone said angrily, "Ji-hwan, are you crazy?" But obviously, Jae-jun is holding number 5, right? At the same time, Subin turned pale with fear, sweating profusely. Both of them fell into an awkward situation. However, everyone was still carefree. Do we need to look away so they can get down to business? Oh, Ji-hwan quickly grabbed 2 bottles of liquor, poured them into his cup, and calmly said, "If you can't do it, then don't force yourselves. Instead, I'll give you 2 a lighter penalty." Seeing this, they wondered, "Hey, isn't that penalty just a kiss?" The young man wearing glasses said, "Anyway, they won't accept the penalty." Another person agreed, "They're married. What's the big deal with a little kiss?" Jae-jun frowned and retorted, "How can we do that? It's very impolite." But at that moment, Subin felt a sense of shyness. She covered her mouth with her hand and didn't say a word. The young man wearing glasses smiled brightly. "What's impolite about it? You're married, so just get to it, man." Jae-jun froze and said, "Well, why should I do that?" Namsu was excited. "Wow, what is it?" Jae-jun doesn't like it. Suddenly, Subin stopped when someone asked, "Do you dislike Subin that much?" Daeun litolsit hino. Then the 2 girls immediately clapped their hands in delight. "Kiss, kiss," and everyone cheered in unison. "Kiss." He was annoyed. These guys, seriously. Jae-jun angrily grabbed a glass of liquor to threaten him. "Lee Jae-won, let's meet up later." But before he could say anything else, a small hand grabbed his collar and pulled him towards her, leaving Jae-jun unable to react in time. He was surprised, Subin accidentally pulled too hard and lost her balance, causing Jae-jun to be caught off guard and cry out, "Ugh." He looked at her in shock, and soon their lips touched each other, to Jae-jun's astonishment. Everyone was thrilled with this sight. They excitedly went, "Oh," and counted at the same time. 1. The sweet kiss made his expression change a bit. Their hearts beat intensely in sync under endless time. 2. When the word 3 was uttered, they let go of each other, but still exchanged a look of intense affection. Jae-jun vaguely doubted to himself, "Are 3 seconds always this long?" Everyone shyly covered their mouths and smiled in admiration of the adorable couple. They playfully teased, "So passionate, man, that was really something." Meanwhile, Subin also gently pushed him to one side. Her face turned bright red when everyone mentioned, "Subin is so bold, isn't she? Really cool." Along with a crisp laughter, Jae-jun slipped his hand behind Subin's back. "I shouldn't have looked. Now my heart hurts so much." He pulled her close to him in a gentle, loving embrace. Jae-jun hugged her tightly, and the sound of his wildly beating heart left her stunned. Seeing this, everyone joked, "Oh ho, I thought the big guy didn't like it." Ignoring the lively chatter around them, Subin gently immersed herself in the sound of her and his wildly beating hearts. After that, Jae-jun turned to look at Jae-won, making him suspicious. He smugly hugged her even tighter and asked charmingly, "This should be enough, right?" Jae-won raised an eyebrow and gave a wry smile. "Oh," Jae-jun said disdainfully. "What are you ONG about? If you feel uncomfortable, just chug that pile of alcohol you mixed earlier." Jae-won gave a sideways look of disgust. Good lord. He picked up the cup and said, "Right, since I mixed it, I should just drink it and pack up to go sleep, huh?" The young man wearing glasses gave a faint smile and looked confused. "Ugh, are you really going to drink all of that?" Jae-won happily raised his glass. To these two people, wishing you 100 years of happiness. The couple intently watched his action, while everyone cheered. Wow, Lee Jae-won. They all had fun together. Cheers, cheers. After that, sounds of delightful, crisp laughter rang out. Finally, the party ended. Everyone urged each other, let's rest, see you tomorrow morning. In the small room, a slight rustling sound suddenly echoed. Subin moved slightly. She recalled the sweet kiss from earlier and shyly touched her lips. Subin sat up, peeked to the side, and wondered. He's probably not asleep yet, right? She spoke up to ask, does your back hurt? Subin cheerfully said, if you're uncomfortable, just come up here and sleep. After all, even if we sleep together, nothing will happen between us, right? She added, just like you said, that when I woke up at the hotel that day, after drinking a ton of alcohol, nothing happened. Jae-jun, lying there, was a bit surprised. Then he seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Jae-jun jumped up, propping his arms to pin Subin beneath him. He said, of course, there will be times when nothing happens. However, Jae-jun frowned and affirmed, from now on, that won't be the case anymore. He asked, tell me, was that really a mistake to you? So that you would apologize and pretend nothing ever happened? She replied indifferently, so that means? Subin doubtfully recalled the previous incident and the words about it being a mistake, right? At that time, she had an evasive attitude and said, that was a mistake, huh? But now Jae-jun forced her to speak out what was on her mind. He wondered, why is it so different now compared to back then? But then he gently reminded her, answer me. Subin moved her lips, about to answer. She evaded, if you felt offended, I apologize. Hearing that, he clenched his fists and said, I'm not trying to hear your apology. But then Jae-jun relaxed his fists. He thought, now who is blaming whom? At the same time, Subin explained, it's just me. Her action made Jae-jun confused. It's really pathetic. She denied, no, it's because I was too cowardly. He agreed, you must have been as scared as I was. Jae-jun frankly confessed, I hid these feelings and always made you urge me. He told himself, you must have suffered as much as I did. Thinking so, he raised his hand to gently stroke her long, smooth hair and silently marveled. Even so, you still always shine just like that warm sunlight. Jae-jun gently kissed the lock of hair in his hand. I'm sorry. He reached out to touch her cheek and said, you've already answered me everything, haven't you? Subin was stunned by his bold action today. Jae-jun continued, I was the one who didn't listen to all of that. He vaguely said, perhaps, and remembered past memories that had happened a long time ago, even before I could realize it. Suddenly, Jae-jun denied it himself. No, perhaps. He remembered and then told himself, more than just a long time ago, it was a very, very long time ago. Subin's angelic smile and beautiful appearance from their high school days appeared in his mind. She happily reached out her hand and started, hello. This was deeply engraved in Jae-jun's heart. I have. He closed the distance while confessing. Ever since then, I have. Subin confessed with sparkling eyes. I also wanted to prove it. She gently touched his chin and said, the time when you heard our conversation and thought there was nothing between us. Maybe I wanted to prove that it's not like nothing exists between us. Subin continued, no, you probably don't know, at least for me it wasn't like that, so I wanted to prove it. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, that's why. Daeun replied, yeah. He gently called, Shin Subin. She also softly replied, yes. Jae-jun gave her a deep kiss and confessed, I like you. Jae-jun and Subin, with their faces close together, smiled happily. Subin nestled into his arms and whispered, I have so many things I want to say. Jae-jun chuckled upon hearing that. Suddenly he heard her say, so? He was confused, so? Subin said in a sleepy voice, but I'm so sleepy, I think I'm going to pass out right here. Jae-jun was stunned hearing that, huh? Just a moment later, he heard her steady breathing. It was her first time drinking on Jeju Island, so she felt extremely relaxed. He bewilderingly called her name, Shin Subin. She replied perfunctorily, yes. Jae-jun poked Subin's cheek, trying to wake her up. Are you just going to fall asleep like this? You should say how much you like me, and then go to sleep. Subin replied to him in a tired voice, hee, you know it well. She said while slowly falling asleep, let's just sleep for now, and tomorrow we will. Jae-jun moved closer and hugged her tightly. All right, let's just sleep for today. He gently tucked Subin's long hair behind her ear. He looked at her with eyes full of tenderness. Jae-jun whispered to the sleeping person, good night. The next morning on the island, sunlight filtered into the room. Jae-jun slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Not seeing her in the room, he was surprised. Subin? Jae-jun went out to the gate to look for her. Subin was standing and talking to a guy. Seeing them laughing and talking happily, he felt annoyed, huh? Jae-jun shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the jealous thoughts in his heart. No, it's not like that. A deep voice rang out behind Subin. Did you sleep well? She startled and turned around to see him. Jae-jun wrapped his arm around her waist. When did you wake up and get ready to look this pretty? Subin seemed a bit unnatural seeing him. What is it? Does my makeup look good today? Jae-jun felt the atmosphere and thought to himself, something is definitely not right. He immediately asked, what is this? Don't you remember what happened yesterday? She answered without hesitation. Did something happen? Didn't we just go to sleep right after returning to the room last night? Hearing her say that, Jae-jun was stunned. Subin continued innocently. Probably because I drank too much. I can't remember anything at all. Hearing this, he flared up, wait you. As if remembering something, Subin pointed at the man next to her while speaking. Alright, before we go back, I'm gonna drop by this place with Ji-won for a bit. There's a store in Jeju that I really want to visit, and Ji-won said he knows the place very well, so he'll take me there. Without waiting for Jae-jun to answer, the other two ran quickly outside. She even turned back and waved at him. I'll be right back. He could only shout, what? Wait, Jae-jun still didn't know what had just happened to him. What in the world is going on? At a somewhat vintage house, Jae-jun held a book in his hand, intently observing the two people below. Feeling annoyed, he had still followed them. The two people below were laughing and talking happily, looking just like they were on a date. Jae-jun quietly observed from above. Everything was definitely settled yesterday. Thinking of this, he fell silent. Am I really that jealous? A while later, Jae-jun got out of the car from another section of the road. He unhappily slammed the car door. Jae-jun felt confused. Where should I even start over? He looked at Subin's back as she walked ahead. Did she really lose her memory of the previous part? Jae-jun could only sigh helplessly. I don't know what to do anymore. Subin stood on the second-floor balcony and called out, Jae-jun. She called him sweetly. Hurry and come inside to drink coffee together. Seeing him not budging, she was a bit annoyed. Hey, hurry up, I really like this place. Jae-jun could only comply. He stepped up to where she was standing. Rose petals began to fall before his eyes. When he looked up, Jae-jun's eyes were filled with astonishment. Rose petals and candles were arranged all around. Subin stood in the middle of the room looking at him. Seeing him, she smiled. Surprised? Subin walked step by step towards Jae-jun, and a bouquet of flowers was presented in front of him. She earnestly confessed, I like you, Jae-jun. Subin scratched her cheek. Yesterday I was a little tipsy, hee. She was a bit shy. I wanted to tell you that truth. Jae-jun couldn't utter a word. You. Subin gently held his hand. From now on, and forever after, let's live happily together. Jae-jun moved his lips. You really. She listened attentively to his words. Suddenly he could only bow his head, and then, seemingly very moved, shed tears. Amidst the romantic atmosphere, the voices of a couple playing with each other rang out. Is the baby crying? No, I'm not. Let me take a look. No, don't look. Subin began to explain about the trip earlier. Of course, I also asked for your friend's help. And when I went with Ji-won, you followed us too, didn't you? Friends nearby kept teasing. Such a loving couple. Coming all the way here to organize an entire event. What a sweet couple, right? Ji-won was standing downstairs smoking when he heard a call. You Ji-won. Jae-jun went down and questioned. Be honest with me. Were you messing with me yesterday? Hearing that, he just smirked. Then Ji-won replied, because I was curious. Jae-jun recalled his actions from yesterday. I knew something was wrong. Ji-won continued talking. I must admit, teasing you is incredibly fun. He looked at the angry Jae-jun and reminded him. Acting what? Don't make your wife tired anymore. Try to be happy together, okay? He didn't quickly respond. As if you're any better, you jerk. Ji-won suddenly stared at him, making him uncomfortable. What is it now? He still smiled. I'm really jealous of you. You look so visibly happy. It must be because you met a good person, right? Jae-jun was a bit surprised hearing that. Ji-won added a sentence that made him furious. Treat Subin well, okay? There's a bunch of guys out there aiming for her, not just me. A car was driving on the highway next to the beach. Subin looked up at the rearview mirror and saw Jae-jun stealthily looking at her. She spoke up to remind him, what is it? Why are you looking at my face? Focus on driving. He was muttering to himself. This isn't a dream, is it? Jae-jun started to probe. What we did last night, I'll stop the car. Do you want to do it some more? She replied without hesitation, right away. Jae-jun was surprised by that, and the car swerved slightly on the road. Inside, laughter rang out. You answered right away like that? Were you waiting for me to ask? Look at the road. The waves from afar crashed onto the white sand. The two walked together on the fine sand, their hands tightly clasped. The two shared a happy kiss. Both had the same thought, so it really isn't a dream. At the spacious airport, Subin's parents came out from inside, happily calling out loud, Subin, son-in-law. The four met and chatted very happily. The old couple looked at the scenery here and couldn't help but exclaim, oh my goodness. They stood in front of a luxurious villa. Is this really built just for us? In the evening, standing on the balcony looking down at the scenery below, Mrs. Zhang excitedly said to her daughter, "Oh my God, Subin, this place is so beautiful, my dear." Her husband gently hugged her shoulders. It's as if we're dreaming. Seeing her parents so happy, Subin was very moved. The pieces of beef were sizzling on the grill. She spoke up to urge, "Mom, eat a lot." Jae-jun picked up some food for his father-in-law. "Please eat more, father." He felt a bit shy. "All right, thank you, my son-in-law. You eat a lot, too," he replied in a witty tone. "Just watching Subin eat makes me full." She picked up a piece of meat wrapped in vegetables and brought it to his mouth. "I will eat a lot, so my lovely husband should eat a lot, too. Come on, Sam." Seeing the young couple feeding each other made the old couple very happy. Suddenly, one of the elders spoke up, "Son-in-law Jay." Even though he was chewing, he still answered, "Yes." Mrs. Zhang started to bring up a story. "Do you know why your father-in-law's leg was injured?" Jae-jun answered honestly, "No, I don't know the reason." She was a bit embarrassed. "It was because of me." He knew what his wife was going to say. "Zhang, don't say that." Her eyes clearly showed heartbreak when thinking about the past. At that time, the pedestrian traffic light was green. The two of them were standing opposite each other on both sides of the road. Mrs. Zhang started walking to the other side, but another car was rushing toward her from distance. Mrs. Zhang was terrified at that moment. A sneaker was thrown into the air. She was sitting on the pavement. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Her voice was deep and sad as she recounted the story. "Thanks to him, I only got a few bruises. He was the one who took the hit from that car instead of me. He had to undergo major surgery and years of rehabilitation, and was told that for the rest of his life, he would have great difficulty walking." At that time, she collapsed by his hospital bed and cried. "I felt extremely guilty. It was only because of me that he had to go through that. Yet this man felt guilty because I had to take care of him like that." Their hands tightly held each other at that moment. So we promised each other not to feel sorry for one another anymore. Returning to the present, the old couple felt very satisfied with their reality. Let's just live by cherishing, loving, and being happy for the time we have. The sky outside was covered in a mysterious purple hue. The voice in the room continued. "If time could turn back, Mom and Dad would still make the same choice. That will never change." Mrs. Zhang kindly advised, "We will live to enjoy the rest of this inherently short life with a whole heart, just like the things that never change. That's how we are to each other, my precious son-in-law and my beloved daughter." Subin and Jae-jun listened attentively. After knowing everything, he thought to himself, "So that's how it is? Thanks to receiving such love from her parents like this." He looked at the girl beside him. "That it made you the person you are today, huh?" Her hand gently rested on Jae-jun's hand. He looked straight into Subin's eyes. The two of them smiled together. The leaves on the trees began to change from green to deep red. Looking at the leaves, Subin said to herself, "Autumn is here. Time flies so fast. A lot of things have changed. So many things have changed." She thought of her parents, who were preparing to move to Jeju. Mrs. John even called her. "I have to be away from my daughter. What should I do?" Subin reassured her, "I will visit often." Subin also thought of Inna. Inna's social life seemed to be going much smoother, and she had cheered up a lot. The girl held up her phone. "Yuni, let's go watch this movie. My friend said it's really good." She also thought of Jae-won. Jae-won started studying at an art academy, and the boy often drew in the living room. He was still somewhat awkward. "Thank you so much for helping me persuade my parents." Do I really have to practice my signature? I'm not even famous. Do I really have to sign?" There are also a few things that haven't changed. Jae-jun's parents each held out an envelope forward. "If an elder gives this to you, just say thank you and accept it immediately, got it? Take it if you like it, and take it even if you don't." Subin thought of his grandmother. Sitting up started to become more difficult for her, and she had to lie in a hospital bed for a long time. But every time she visited, her grandmother always welcomed her with a smile. After a while of thinking, Subin arrived at the front gate of her house. All right, today everyone said that her grandmother's condition seemed to be better. Thank goodness. She went inside and greeted. "I'm here." Everyone in the house saw her and replied, "Subin is here? Yuni, today was a special day." A moment later, a clicking sound came from the door. Jae-jun walked into the house. "I'm home." Suddenly, the sound of party poppers startled him. Everyone in the house happily welcomed him. Applause rang out. "All right, let's start." The candles on the cake were lit, and the birthday song began to play. Happy birthday to a flower. Happy birthday to a song. A beautiful and radiant flower. He was surrounded by everyone's congratulations. Jae-jun, Hyung, Appa, my lovely husband, happy birthday. He blew out the candles on the cake. Subin happily said, happy birthday. Looking at this birthday party, Jae-jun was a bit moved. He had never celebrated a birthday like this before. He remembered the first time he came home on his first birthday since setting foot in this place. The atmosphere back then was extremely uncomfortable. It was strangely gloomy, and everyone just reluctantly sat at the table. His wish at that time was for this birthday to just disappear. His grandmother looked at her grandson and smiled affectionately. My grandson, in your next life, you must remember to be reincarnated as my grandson again. You hear? His grandfather also praised him. It's been a while since you got married, hasn't it? I'm glad you're handling the role of the eldest son so well. His father heard that and humbly replied, well, the kids have similar personalities, so their relationship is good too. Yeonam mischievously looked at her older brother. Appa, the cake I made is the absolute best. Jae-jun also shyly took out his gift. Hyung, I also have this. The girl saw the gift and exclaimed, oh, a postcard, that's awesome. His mother was fiddling with the back of her hand. She didn't dare to look straight into her son's eyes. I don't know if the braised short ribs suit your taste. I practiced a lot to cook it because it's your favorite. Although Jae-jun was still a bit cool, he praised his mother. Your cooking skills have gotten much better. It's very delicious, mother. Subin looked at the atmosphere between the two of them and felt secretly happy. So, the relationship has leveled up. She didn't want the atmosphere between mother and son to get more awkward, so she spoke up. Me too. Happy birthday, my love. The space echoed with the family's chatter. Appa, I also helped prepare the meal, and this rice too. Dad also prepared it with me, right, Dad? Dad? Ahem. After the party ended, in the couple's private room, Subin excitedly took out a bottle of wine and placed it on the table. This is a gift from my workplace. It's a limited edition, super expensive. She spun the bottle and declared with a serious look on her face, today, after you drink this, you're going to get it from me. Jae-jun also looked at his wife with a provocative smile. Get in what way? Just like that, the second half of Jae-jun's birthday began. The room echoed with the clinking of 2 wine glasses. Just drink first. Subin and Jae-jun held their wine glasses and toasted together. Cheers. She was a bit surprised. Is it okay to drink a little today? I told you that once you finish drinking, you're dead meat. Suddenly, Jae-jun seductively licked his finger and called her, honey, because I'm so curious to see how you'll kill me. I can't wait any longer. Unexpectedly, just one sentence from him could hit her weak spot so perfectly. Whatever, now I have to play the role of a dangerous beast. You're really curious about what I'll give you, aren't you? Jae-jun put his wine glass down on the table. I'm just curious why you haven't given me anything yet. Let's just drink this much. That's probably enough for you. My husband is so cute. Then Subin slammed the table, stood up, and said, wait a minute. Walking somewhere, she said. Just a little warning, but remember to tell your heart to stay calm in any situation, okay? In this moment, Subin radiated an amazing charm. Just her gentle smile was enough to melt his heart. Then his heart will definitely pop out. Looking at his wife's adorable figure made him burst into laughter. So cute. Inside the room, Subin was preparing a secret for him. Jae-jun, today is your lucky day. She put a cute headband in her hair and put on the white dress that was a housewarming gift from everyone. So in just a moment, she transformed into a beautiful white bunny. Here is your gift. Suddenly, she looked in the mirror and found herself too strange. But this thing, Subin seemed embarrassed wearing such an outfit. Truly, you can't even function as normal clothes, huh? If I move even a little, it might just rip apart, especially this chest part. However, she brushed it off, pulled the door handle, and stepped into the kitchen. I'm coming to kill you right now, Jae-jun. Yet, in a split second, she became shy and didn't know what to do. Subin contemplated her life choices. Then she went back to the mirror. Is it too sexy? As expected, it's a bit too much. What if wearing this just makes me want to dig a hole and hide later? It seemed because he had waited too long. Jae-jun went to check on her himself. What's wrong? Why aren't you coming out? Seeing him walk in, she suddenly turned her head in embarrassment. The two of them locked eyes, truly not knowing what to say. Subin, shy and embarrassed, hurriedly used her hands to cover the exposed parts and immediately scolded him profusely. What is this? Why did you just walk in without asking me? However, that scolding seemed to give him a strong motivation to stride towards her. Wait a minute, mister. What's wrong with you? She was so embarrassed that she stepped back. You have to let me mentally prepare first. Unexpectedly, because of that, she fell backward. Fortunately, this warm action made her blush. So that matter was, Never mind. He boldly expressed his true feelings. I just need to know that I've held back long enough. Jae-jun gently touched the back of her neck and lifted her face. Then he gave her a passionate kiss. Their lips intertwined, unable to separate. Truly, holy heavens, the kissing master is right here. As a next step, Subin pulled Jae-jun's tie down. He forcefully lifted her into the air. Oh my god. Then he walked quickly towards the bed. She shyly hugged him tight. Hey, wait a minute. The view is too high now. Jae-jun placed her down on the bed. He continued to give her sweet and warm kisses. The feelings between the two were indescribably thrilling. He touched the bow on her head and gently asked, "So this is the gift, huh?" Subin gently touched his hand and pulled the ribbon down. "Don't you like it?" Jae-jun burst into laughter. "Of course I don't like it." He started unbuttoning his shirt. "I absolutely love it, hee." He began to strip off his tight shirt, revealing his broad, muscular shoulders. While taking off his shirt, he flirted. "It's really hot, isn't it? Right? Stripping like this makes it fair, since you're only wearing a sheer piece of fabric right now." Jae-jun threw his shirt far away and continued to kiss her passionately. He also asked her, "How long have we held back?" "I don't even know. I just know one thing for sure. I must be going crazy. How could things be this good? No. Why do we have to hold back and miss out on such wonderful things all this time?" Then he quickly took off everything. "I can't take it anymore, honey." The two kissed passionately again, as if it were their last time together. This kiss was so sweet that it actually made Subin so shy she burst into laughter. The two of them spent such a sweet night together. The next morning, sunlight began to flood into the couple's room. Subin slowly opened her eyes and woke up after last night's sweetness. Her body was aching all over. Jae-jun was breathing softly as she sat up. Subin looked at her soundly sleeping husband and thought to herself, if someone carried him away right now, he probably wouldn't even notice, right? Looking at the room with clothes scattered everywhere, she felt a bit embarrassed, which was understandable because right now it was really quiet. Looking at him, Subin lovingly scolded, "It's all your fault, you jerk. I never thought you would be that skilled." Suddenly, Jae-jun woke up and powerfully pinned her down on the bed. "Why is it my fault?" Jae-jun hugged her tightly, leaning close to her cheek. "Did you sleep well?" He also kissed her forehead warmly, playing with her beautiful long hair. "About yesterday." "What about yesterday?" He said something that made her blush with embarrassment. 1,000 likes for my wife. You were absolutely amazing." Yet she waved her hand and praised him back. "On a scale of greatness. You are the one. You really are. Anyway, it turns out you got to experience my amazingness, huh?" "It's an honor, sir." She smiled sweetly and teased him. "So you finally look at me as a woman now, huh? You said you had your own type, didn't you?" Jae-jun's arms still held Subin tightly. "My type has always been you, since a long time ago." He affectionately held her in his arms. "I couldn't change in the blink of an eye, so please be a little understanding with me." "I'm sorry." The couple exchanged another sweet kiss. How strange. She suddenly looked at him passionately and asked, "Dune, I'm listening. We used to be sworn enemies, and now we like each other this much. I love you." He blinked softly and stared at her. "Is this a dream?" She gently replied, "It's not a dream." He caressed her cheek affectionately. "Me too." Jae-jun gave her a sweet kiss and replied, "I love you too. I think I fell for you a long time ago. I really wanted to say those words out loud. I'm sorry that I didn't have enough courage to do so, wondering if I could ever love someone. Whenever there are things I can't do, you can always do them. They are wonderful in countless different ways. I surrender." Suddenly, he wanted the two of them to be closer. As expected, calling you honey or darling sounds much better, doesn't it? She shyly replied, "Even though calling my name isn't bad. If you prefer calling me that, I agree, darling." Suddenly, he stood up, and then he asked her, "Should we skip work and stay home today?" "To do what?" Jae-jun moved close to her face again. "To do it until we're tired and exhausted." "Until we're tired and exhausted?" He gently kissed Subin's cheeks sweetly. These loving things. And so, the atmosphere in the couple's room began to turn intimate again. Outside, autumn had begun to set in, leaves rustling against each other. It's much colder today, isn't it? I wonder what the weather is like in Europe. It's been 5 days since we last saw each other. Before leaving, Jae-jun reminded Subin, "It would be great if my wife could come with me. I heard that you'll have to stop by many places with quite a long schedule. And I have to go to work too. So have a safe trip." She went to work while missing him. "I miss you so much. But anyway, he's coming back this week, huh? We definitely need to celebrate." Ine went to meet her friends. Zun has to go to the art academy. "No matter what, I still like you the most. So you don't need to be jealous at all. See you later." Mom and Dad went on a date by themselves. So today it'll just be Grandpa, Grandma, and the housekeeper at home, right? Subin gently greeted the housekeeper. "Hello, Mom. You're here." Subin rattled the door open and stepped into her grandparents' room. The two of them are in that room. "Grandma, I'm here." Yet at this moment, her grandparents were also sitting in the room. watching the sunset together, full of warmth and happiness. Seeing this happy scene, Subin silently marveled in her heart. It's best if I stay quiet, huh? Her grandmother spoke up. Oh, Subin, you're here. Yes. The grandmother and granddaughter chatted again. I brought some sweets. Do you want to try them? My mom made them herself and sent them to me. Oh my, thank you so much. Then I'll go make some tea. The old lady enjoyed the pastries with a happy expression. Seeing her grandmother eating so deliciously made Subin feel pleased as well. She began to confide in her. Grandma, yes. She held her grandmother's hand tightly. You have to stay with us for a really long time, okay? The old lady also comforted her. My dear, yes, I'm listening. Her grandmother confided. Thank you for coming to us. Subin felt shy. Not all, Grandma. I'm the one who is grateful for everything everyone has done for me. What gratitude are you talking about? I mean it sincerely. If you hadn't reached out to help me back then, I probably wouldn't be here right now. And above all, the room was now filled with sympathy and warmth. Thank you for loving Jae-jun. She gently bowed her head in respect. Thank you very much. The old lady also smiled. A grandmother loving her grandson isn't something you need to thank me for. From now on, please share that love with him for me, okay? Night had also begun to fall. Subin's phone received a message. Daughter, your dad has found his hidden talent. Wow, Dad, you're amazing. She replied, Dad's skills are improving day by day, huh? I'm so looking forward to the opening day of the cafe. The interior is also unquestionable. If they open for business now, the shop might become super famous. My husband put his heart and soul into it. Blessings are knocking on our door. Her dad messaged back, remember to come with your husband, and also pass on our thanks to our son-in-law. I'm so excited. I have to go to Jae-jun soon. Subin leaned back on the sofa. I have to take a shower too, but I just feel so tired. Why am I so tired today? Suddenly she thought, is it time yet? Huh. Unexpectedly, she unconsciously thought about it. What day is it today? I didn't pay attention because I've been so busy lately. My period has never been late for more than a day. Yet upon checking, her expected period was 31 days ago. This was truly strange. Don't tell me no if so then. She started to go test it. If so then. Unexpectedly, when she tested it, it actually showed 2 bright lines. So she was pregnant. The pregnancy test showed 2 red lines in the silent space. Subin's mood at this moment was extremely surprised, mixed with a bit of indescribable confusion. I'm pregnant. This happened so suddenly that it made her so panicked she lost her balance, slumping down to the floor, her face pale. No way. Her mind was now filled with doubts. She tried to search her memory for the last time they were intimate. I've always used protection all this time. It hasn't even been that long since we did it. I still remember it clearly in my head. As if realizing something, Shin Subin hurriedly grabbed the calendar. The day she was intimate with him was right after her ovulation day, making her extremely surprised, mixed with a bit of shock and perhaps even anxiety. Could it be that morning? Her eyes followed the gently swaying curtains, and memories rushed back. There was exactly one time that we didn't use protection. So now, at this moment, how could I suddenly be pregnant? After a while of panic and anxiety, Shin Subin's hand gently placed her phone on the floor, trying to suppress her chaotic and exhausted emotions to focus on finding a way to resolve this situation. Calm down. Tomorrow I'll go to the hospital to get checked again, just to be sure. Time flew by. Right the next morning, when the sky was clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds gently drifting, Shin Subin carried a heavy and nervous mood to the hospital for a checkup. After an ultrasound and checking the fetus's condition, the obstetrician, with a radiant and warm smile on her lips and gentle eyes, announced the good news to her. Congratulations, you are pregnant. The fetus is already 6 weeks old. Shin Subin's vague doubts had become increasingly clear. Her face turned slightly pale. Next time you come here for a checkup, you'll get to hear the baby's heartbeat. After leaving the hospital, her footsteps were heavy, aimless amidst the blurred scenery. Her eyes were cast down. Why is my head such a tangled mess right now? With a soft sigh, her eyelids drooped, carrying with them an unshaped future. I thought I already understood Jae-jun's heart, but we have never discussed what our future will be like. Everything is still going very well, but even so, the contract we wrote is still in that drawer. Up until now, saying this relationship is a business partnership wouldn't be an exaggeration. It seemed the memories of her confession that day rushed back, bringing with them both shyness and a bit of bitterness. Shin Subin's passionate gaze was entirely devoted to him at that time, her tone extremely extremely affectionate and sincere. Jae-jun, I love you. Responding to that confession was a silent space. He didn't say anything more, but his eyes were still as warm and caring as usual. Along with that was a slight smile full of pampering. It was that silence that made her think to herself, I couldn't hear a verbal reply from him, but I'm sure he feels the same way as I do. Outside, dry leaves felt like her mood. Why am I feeling so anxious right now? Holding the test results in her hand, her eyes were gentle and full of love. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up into a happy smile. Hello, my little baby. Realizing she had been immersed in negative thoughts, she began to change her mindset. A soft smile, even though this should be a cause for celebration. Mommy is sorry for letting her mind wander. Looking far away, a hint of sadness lingered on Shin Soo-bin's eyelashes, her hand tightly gripping the ultrasound picture. I know exactly how my heart feels now. The sunlight gently swayed through the space, enveloping it in a peaceful and warm scene. In that space, the emotions in her heart were only determination and a love strong enough to paint the days ahead. I love that person. First, I need to talk to him, and then we will figure out our future together. By the time she returned home, dusk was beginning to fall. After enjoying the cool water to wash away a sluggish and stressful day, she gently sat down on the sofa. One hand softly dried her still damp, flowing hair, while the other held her phone, her fingers swiping lightly across the screen. As soon as she unlocked the phone, her fingers suddenly paused upon seeing a missed call notification from her darling on the screen. She couldn't help but feel surprised and amazed at the coincidence. I was just about to call you. Seeing that Jae-jun had called her, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. She smiled softly, her eyes looking at the phone screen with tenderness. Getting ready to call him back. I guess I'll just tell him today. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside in the direction of the door. Beep, beep, beep. Then the door creaked open, revealing a familiar pair of feet. The soft sound of footsteps echoed without any rush. Click-clack. Realizing someone else's presence, she looked up and her eyes met Jae-jun, who had just walked in, a flash of surprise clearly showing on her face. Meanwhile, he smiled brightly, holding his phone in one hand and carrying his briefcase in the other, happily greeting her. Hello. A feeling of surprise washed over Shin Soo-bin, her eyes slightly startled. What is this? A sigh of relief softly escaped, followed by a smile hiding a secret joy. Why are you back already? I thought you said you'd be back this weekend. He immediately replied with an amused tone. So, aren't you happy? At his teasing question, she immediately denied it. No, of course I'm happy to see you. It's just that I didn't expect this. Her adorable reaction made Jae-jun unable to hold back his emotions. He let out a soft sigh. Actually, seeing him hesitate a bit like that, her face showed clear suspicion. What is it? What's wrong? Mustering all his courage, he slightly bowed his head, his eyes avoiding hers, not daring to look straight. I missed you. The words were so quiet that she couldn't hear them clearly. I didn't hear you. Left with no other choice, he tried to speak his mind while gently scratching the back of his neck. He took a light breath, his face showing a shy yet sincere expression. Because I missed you. That's why I came back early like this. After those softly spoken sweet words, a silence enveloped the room. Shin Soo-bin sat still on the sofa, looking at him with surprise and confusion in her eyes. Their eyes met, and a brief moment of shyness spread between them. He spoke up, trying to break the silence. I guess my brain short-circuited somewhere. This silly reason actually made her believe it, and she smiled playfully, immediately agreeing. Right? Hee hee. At her reaction, his hand gently pinched her cheek to Shin Soo-bin's surprise. His expression still showed a hint of embarrassment. This girl, how could you agree so quickly? Who do you think made me like this? Jae-jun's arms closed around her, gently embracing her head as she leaned against his chest. He leaned down, planting a soft kiss as if to silence all their shyness, containing complete love and cherishment. After the gentle kiss, Shin Soo-bin slowly opened her eyes. A soft smile, like a passing breeze, bloomed on her lips. Her cheeks flushed a pale pink, radiating coyness and happiness. A soft chuckle escaped like a sweet confession. Both of them burst into happy laughter. She looked up at her husband, her eyes sparkling with joy. A bright smile still lingered on the corners of her mouth. Why are you laughing? He couldn't hide the radiant smile on his lips either. He looked at her with affectionate and loving eyes. Because my wife is adorable. At that compliment, she kept a bright smile on her face, but her eyes were a bit timid, not daring to look straight at him. my charm is really something, isn't it? He gently sat down on the sofa next to his wife. His eyes looked at her tenderly and attentively. Thanks to that charm, it's like I have a motor attached, running around everywhere, right? After the shyness passed, she gently raised her hand. Her soft fingers lightly stroked his cheek. Her eyes were gentle and full of concern. Are you tired? As for Jae-jun, he enjoyed the gentleness of her hand, looking at her with affectionate and loving eyes. Well, even if I were tired. His large hand gently held hers, placing a soft kiss on the back of Shin Soo-bin's hand. The previous shyness was gone, replaced by a charming mischievousness, as if hiding a playful intent. I'm still willing to take you mountain climbing 3 times. Then he slightly bowed his head, placing a soft kiss on her fingers. The corners of his lips curved into a sweet smile that made her cheeks flush. First, you should go change your clothes. Listening to Shin Soo-bin, he was about to leave to change out of his work clothes when her sudden words caught his attention. I have something to tell you, but it's good news. Her words made him surprised and curious. What is it? But she had no intention of revealing it right away, so she urged him. I'll tell you when you're done. At her words, he had to suppress his curiosity and stood up, not forgetting to press her. Is it really important? Answering his question was a gentle smile mixed with happiness, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Yeah, very important. Understanding her thoughts, he rubbed his chin lightly, his face extremely serious. He pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, I get it. And the reason she didn't want to reveal it right away was that this matter couldn't be rushed. I want to show you the ultrasound while telling you. Shin Soo-bin's subtle hints and hesitation made him unable to delay any longer out of curiosity, immediately dashing upstairs to change clothes. His face looked extremely urgent and hurried. I'll be right back. His urgency surprised her, but also made her incredibly happy, unable to hold back a radiant smile. Jae-jun's adorable sight made her heart melt. She looked up at the second floor, her face showing helplessness and indulgence, thinking to herself, why do I feel like he's turning into a beast day by day? Then suddenly, a ding sound came from Jae-jun's phone on the table. The continuous ringing of the phone caught her attention. She looked thoughtfully at the vibrating phone. Then she decided to grab it and bring it to him. I should probably bring it to the bathroom for him. But before she could take it upstairs, she suddenly saw the messages sent to him with content she had never expected. Jae-jun, is it true you're going to Australia next year? Everyone is waiting for the day you arrive. Good thing everything is already set up. Are you still planning to settle in Sydney? The cold phone lay in the palm of her hand. Her fingers trembled, tightly gripping the device. A flurry of chaotic thoughts flooded her mind, intertwining shock, disappointment, and a dull ache. She thought to herself, what is this? He's going to Australia next year. So he has already arranged everything? The image of the contract flashed through her mind once again. A sense of disappointment spread, gradually eroding her trust and originally beautiful hopes. A bitter pain choked her chest. Before, it was true that when the contract ended, we would divorce and he would move abroad. But what about now? Is he still thinking about that? As if wanting to hear an explanation from Jae-jun himself, she tried to calm down, opening the bedroom door with a gloomy mood. A long creak echoed. I haven't heard anything from his own mouth yet. I'll just keep this brief as a precaution and try not to worry too much for now. The small ultrasound picture, a blurry image of a growing life, was tightly gripped in Shin Soo-bin's palm. Even though she was trying to stay calm, the coldness had seeped deep into her flesh, a dull ache spreading. Let's just hear him out first. In the silent space, she sat in a daze on the bed. Her face showed no specific emotion, exuding an indescribable heaviness. What should I do now? After sitting quietly on the bed for a while, her blank eyes stared at the ultrasound picture held loosely in her hand, conveying a lingering sadness and deep disappointment. Suddenly, there was a click of the door opening. She was startled when he suddenly walked into the room with his hair still wet, wearing only a towel around his waist. Seeing her sitting dazedly on the bed with the lights off, he asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? You didn't even turn on the lights." Her eyes showed a hint of panic as she clumsily hid the ultrasound picture behind her back. Well, it seemed that this strangeness wasn't enough to catch his attention as Jae-jun approached her. He leaned his hands on the edge of the bed, bending down with a face full of desire. Meanwhile, Shin Soo-bin remained silent, looking up at the man in front of her with surprise and slight confusion when she heard him speak. We could talk about that later. Immediately, he wrapped his arms around her head, gently but firmly pulling her closer. Jae-jun leaned down, planting a passionate kiss on her lips. At this sudden action, her eyes widened in surprise. A flash of shock appeared on her face. By the time she gathered her bearings, she immediately pushed her hands hard against his chest. Her tone was tense, even a bit panicked. No. Seeing that, he stopped, his eyes wide in surprise and confusion. The expression on his face was disappointed, not understanding what had just happened. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the situation, freezing in place, his body stiff, his tone revealing clear astonishment. What's wrong? She immediately turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, not wanting to face him. No, nothing's wrong. No just means no. I feel tired, so let's just sleep for tonight. At that blunt rejection, he looked at her with mild reproach, but still full of love. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, as if he were sulking. Is this how you treat the guy who rushed all the way back here just to see you? Maintaining a sad and troubled expression, she said sluggishly. It's not like that. Despite receiving a very superficial answer, he still tried to reply. It's not. The incident just now seemed to drain all her energy. She looked down, her eyes holding a deep sadness accompanied by a soft voice. I just don't feel well. Hearing that, the teasing look on his face instantly vanished, replaced by clear worry and concern. His eyes were full of care and panic. What? What do you feel unwell? Should I take you to the hospital? It seemed Shin Soo-bin was trying to hide her emotions. She turned her face to the side again, her mood sinking lower and lower. I already went. He anxiously sat down next to her on the bed, his eyes never leaving her. His face showed deep concern and a hint of helplessness. He asked softly, by yourself? Why didn't you tell me? What do you feel unwell? Faced with her evasion, he continued to ask, his voice full of worry and concern. I thought you caught a cold again. But she kept her face turned away. Then she spoke softly, her voice hesitating and slightly choked up. Seeing Shin Soo-bin so hesitant, he looked at her with anxious eyes and let out a soft sigh. His eyes held deep concern and helplessness in the face of his loved one's silence. What on earth is going on that makes you hesitate so much? Ji Jae-jun's words made her come to her senses. She thought to herself, that's right, why should I hesitate about this? It's not something to run away from. Those thoughts made her even more determined to confess to him, carrying with her the reluctance and difficulty of facing the truth. Hey, her gaze was steady, her face turning serious as if she had gathered all her courage to say something important. She looked straight into his eyes and said, I'm pregnant. Faced with his stunned and bewildered expression, the atmosphere grew tense, and at that moment, Shin Soo-bin decided to tell him, I'm pregnant. I didn't think I would announce it in such an atmosphere. She looked down and sobbed. It's the worst situation ever, isn't it? I never wanted to shed tears, no matter what his answer would be. Seeing her tears falling drop by drop, Jae-un panicked, not understanding why, and asked, Wait, Shin Soo-bin, why are you crying? Please don't cry. He hugged her, patted her head, and said, You. Before Jae-un could say anything, she quickly pushed him away and asked, What should I do now? He was dumbfounded, not understanding why she asked that. Seeing her crying bitterly, he asked in confusion, What do you mean? What do you mean by what to do? She cried and said, What will happen to this child? I feel so sorry for our baby. He was startled and asked her again, What do you mean by that? Jae-un couldn't take it anymore. He stood up abruptly and asked her, Stop crying and answer me. He raised his voice. Answer me. Why would you ask that? Seeing him raise his voice at her, she yelled back. What are you shouting for? Who on earth raises a child alone? He froze and asked her, What do you mean, raise a child alone? Hearing him speak as if he didn't understand anything, she screamed, You're about to pack up and move to Australia. He didn't understand what she was saying and retorted, What? What are you talking about? Who's packing up and moving there? At this moment, Soo-bin cried and said bitterly, But I saw the text messages. Because you left your phone, I was going to bring it to you. But I accidentally read everything. You're planning to pack up and fly to another country right after I become a single mother, aren't you? After saying exactly what she wanted to say, she was out of breath, panting. Jae-un reached out his hand to her and said, Look here, Shin Soo-bin, what the hell are you thinking about me? He hugged her gently and said, Am I that crazy? Who has the time to do such things? Why would you think that? She squirmed and asked him back, Then what were those text messages about? He hugged her tighter and said, It's true that I'm going to Australia, but I'm only planning to go on a vacation. He continued, Before we got married, I planned to move to Australia, and I told my friend there about it. Recently, I told them I was going to Sydney, but maybe they only remembered what I said before, so that's how it turned out. Hearing that, She muttered in his ear, "Is it really just for travel? You really won't move there to live?" He gently answered her, "Yeah, I was planning to go with you." Looking back at our honeymoon in Hawaii back then, there were a lot of things that troubled me. He comforted her, "That's why I wanted to go with you to celebrate our 1-year wedding anniversary, instead of saying goodbye like the contract stated. I just wanted to take a trip to clear my head with you, and then start everything over." Her eyes welled with tears, choking up as she listened to him. He held her tight. "Maybe because I haven't given you enough of what is called trust, it made you worry like this, right?" He said to her, "You are here. Where else could I go?" He let go of her, looked at her face, and said, "I couldn't tell you before because it was so sudden and I don't have much experience. You probably understand how hard it is for me to express my feelings. Because I've never tried it before, I couldn't say it, and even now, it's still very difficult for me." So, he firmly said to her, "Honestly, I don't even know what to do to be considered a good father, but I will try." She was very surprised to hear him say that, as if she had never seen this side of him before. He said, "I don't know how, because I've never received that kind of love before. But no, whatever I don't know, I will learn. And once I learn, I'll probably be able to become a good father, right?" He touched his forehead to hers, lifted her chin to look at her, and with a warm voice said to her, "I will try harder from now on for you and for us. What is called living a happy life is truly very short. So I don't want to worry anymore about what it takes to be considered a good father or a good husband. I will just try my best to become one." His hands gripped her shoulders tightly as he thought to himself, "I have changed." He looked straight into her eyes and said, "Shin Subin, I love you." She grabbed his shirt and said, "When I found out, I was more happy than scared. Then suddenly I wondered, am I allowed to be this happy? I was so sad that I couldn't just joyfully welcome our baby." She burst into tears again like a child. He kissed her forehead and said, "Yeah, I'm very happy too. I thought that now there was no place left on this earth that could accept my existence. Every time I looked at my family, my heart ached. I thought that, after grandmother passed away, I wouldn't be able to stay here a moment longer. I used to think like that, but now I want to stay. To live, to love, and to be loved. No matter how short this happy life is, to be able to enjoy the joy given by others, we have to try our best. Because you taught me that. So I want to stay here and become a real family with you." Yana, after hearing the news that she was having a baby, exclaimed in immense surprise, "I'm becoming an aunt now? Good Lord in heaven." She joked with Subin, "If the baby looks like you too, they will be so beautiful. We have to celebrate. Let's celebrate." Hearing her being so loud, Jaeun said, "Shoo, keep your voice down. Talking like that isn't good for the fetus." Realizing her mistake, she quickly said, "Annie is sorry, little one." Jaeun and Subin were quite surprised seeing the two of them like that. They were quite happy, thinking to themselves, Yana is actually listening to Jaeun. Jaeun held the ultrasound picture of her niece/nephew in her hand and asked her, "Yuni, is this the baby's ultrasound picture?" She replied, "Yeah, in 2 weeks when I go for a checkup, I'll be able to hear the baby's heartbeat." Yana was also very excited looking at the baby's ultrasound image. Oh my, how magical. At this moment, the sound of a door opening was heard. It was Jaeun's mother. It seemed she had heard the good news. She appeared to have run very fast, panting as she said, "Oh my God, Subin, my dear." She ran over and hugged her tightly. "You did very well. It's been hard on you. If you want to eat anything, just tell Mom, and tell me about anything you find difficult too." Seeing her mother-in-law like that, she was very touched and said, "Mom." She turned to look at Jaeun, smiled softly, and said to him, "Congratulations on becoming a father, my son." He looked at her and replied, "Thank you, Mom." He also said to her, "Congratulations on becoming a grandmother, Mom." Hearing that, she burst out laughing. Subin said to him, "Our mom is still very young, honey. If Mom carries her grandchild outside, no one will think she's old at all. I didn't think grandfather would be happy to hear he's having a grandchild, right?" At this moment, Jaeun's father appeared. With a stern expression, he said, "You too, come see me for a moment." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Subin seemed a bit worried. He wrapped his arm around her back to encourage her, saying, "It will be fine, don't overthink it." She looked at him with trust, smiled, and said, "Yeah, I won't think about anything." He replied to her, "All right." The two of them then held hands and went to see his father. In Jaeun's father's private room, he asked them, "You two, weren't you just planning to pretend until grandmother recovered?" Jaeun looked at him and said seriously, "Yes, that's indeed what we planned." He looked displeased and said, "But getting pregnant on top of that is really..." The quiet atmosphere was a bit tense. He seemed angry but still maintained his stern composure and said to them, "What the hell were you two thinking? What exactly are you planning to do?" Hearing his father say that, Jaeun tightly held Subin's hand and said firmly, "We are not going to break up. This child was not born out of a mistake because we are sincere in this love." At this moment, he remained silent, deep in thought for a long time. Suddenly, he said to them, "I'm glad to hear that." Both he and she were very surprised to hear this. He asked his father again, "Excuse me?" He repeated, "I'm very glad. I was worried that my greed would ruin both of your lives. I didn't even realize how guilty I felt." In the torment of past events, he continued, "The person most at fault in this house might actually be me. My life only revolved around work and my parents. I was too obsessed with work because I felt the need to shoulder some of the burden for my sick mother. To me, marriage was just a personal necessity. My previous marriage was merely a temporary arrangement. It didn't last long because I put neither affection nor effort into it. Then I remarried your mother, but somehow it was difficult for her to get pregnant. And with the strong support of your grandmother, who knew of your existence there, I adopted you, making you feel so guilty, like that was truly not something I was happy about. I was too busy trying to sort out this mess of emotions." His hands clenched tightly as if he felt incredibly guilty towards him. "I have never been a good father, not only to you, but also to Jaeun and Yuna. And of course, being a good husband was far beyond me." He felt disappointed in himself, his hands gradually loosening. "Looking back now, I was very proud to see you become such a filial son. Yet, I knew nothing about your situation these days. Making the excuse that I was busy, that I was giving my all for the family. I lived while ignoring everything like that. I lived just because I was existing and life meant nothing to me. But now this house is filled with such a warm feeling, all of which happened after you came, Subin." Hearing his words about her, she looked at him blankly. It seemed she had never expected him to say these words. He shared, "There's no longer that itchy feeling every time I spend time with my family. We have been able to talk to each other more. We have things to laugh about together. People who used to avoid each other are now starting to talk privately with each other. That was when I realized how much my selfishness and indifference had hurt my loved ones. My contract daughter-in-law, the source of all these changes, is truly someone radiant and full of compassion. Of course, even if you say it was part of the job, your sincerity has touched our hearts. I tried to suppress my greed because of my past mistakes, but I kept thinking about how much I wished you would become my real daughter-in-law." Hearing his words, she was very happy, her face turning completely red as she said, "You flatter me too much, father." At this moment, she blushed deeply and rejoiced inwardly. Being suddenly praised like this, it'd be strange if I wasn't shy, father. June laughed and said to him, "How could my eye for people be wrong?" Hearing that, he asked back, "Then what kind of person is this father in your eyes?" He didn't hesitate to answer immediately, "Good at digging graves for others." He burst out laughing and said, "What?" He bowed his head and said seriously to him, "When I heard what you said, it's just that over the past few days, you must have been very lonely, just like me." His expression became gloomy as he thought, "That might be true. Sometimes when I look at you, I feel like I'm looking at my younger self." Feeling both apologetic and sad, he said to Sejun, "I couldn't fulfill my role as a father. I'm so sorry, Sejun." He looked at his father, perhaps very surprised by his words today, as it was a side of him he had never seen before. He continued speaking to Subin, "I'm sorry to you too, Subin. There's so many things you've done that make me feel grateful." She smiled brightly and replied, "It's nothing, father." Outside, Sejun's grandmother was already waiting. He gently bent down to hand her the baby's ultrasound picture. Holding the picture in her hands, she said to him emotionally, "Sejun, what I want isn't for you to get married. I just want you to be happy." Hearing her say that, Sejun froze for a moment. With tears in her eyes, she looked at her grandson and said, "This is so wonderful. Our Sejun is this happy." She hugged him tightly and said, "I'm so glad. I'd be content even if I passed away now, my beloved grandson." She continued, "I'm sorry that my love for you couldn't be any greater." Now, like a child lying in her warm embrace, he happily said, "That's not true, Grandma. You've loved me enough." He recalled when he was little, the image of his grandmother when she was younger, able to walk, holding his hand, and laughing together. He said emotionally, "If it wasn't for you, Grandma, I wouldn't be here today, so please stay strong." His hands gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly. She gently pushed his shoulders back, her voice choking up as she said, "Sejun, my child." He buried his face in her shoulder, his voice tearful like a child. "You still have to see your great-grandchild's face." He cried louder and louder. It seemed that because she always treated him like a child, she was always his pillar of support whenever he needed one. She patted him and comforted him. "Don't cry, my grandson. Your grandmother is still alive and well." He stood up, tears streaming down his face, looked into her eyes, and said, "Promise me, Grandma." She placed her hand on his chest and said, "Until this old body sees the face of my great-grandchild, I will live well, so don't cry anymore." She wiped his tears, smiled, and said, "Today is a happy day, my child." Everyone standing around witnessing this was also deeply moved. His father even turned his face away to cry. "I hope a smile will always bloom on your lips every day from now on. I truly hope so." Scene change. Subin got ready and asked him, "Honey, are you done getting ready?" "Seun Hudiranoa. I'm coming." "Today is the day we go to the hospital to hear the baby's heartbeat." His hand tightly squeezed hers, and she could even feel his hand full of sweat. She turned to ask him, "Are you nervous?" He stiffly replied to her, "Yeah." She asked further, "To what extent?" He looked at her and answered, "To the point like the day I transferred schools and was seated next to an incredibly beautiful girl." She burst out laughing and said to him, "You really know how to make a pregnant mom bloom with joy inside. Truly a national husband." The atmosphere was much improved compared to earlier. They happily held hands and walked on. At the clinic, the doctor said, "With this size, it seems the baby is still growing healthily." It seemed both of them were still very tense and expectantly looking up at the ultrasound screen. The doctor said to the baby, "Little one, are you ready? It's time for us to hear your heartbeat." A thumping sound echoed out. This sound, oh my, it sounds really loud. Even though your heart is so small, the sound is this loud, our little one. It seemed that not only the baby, but the hearts of both Sejun and Subin were also pounding with nervousness. He looked up at the ultrasound screen, choked with emotion, "The things I thought I would never be able to do. After meeting you, they all materialized to the point I thought it was just a nightmare." Subin looked at him and reached her hand out to him. He held her hand tightly and said, "Thank you." He looked up at the screen, smiling, and said, "Hello there, I'm your dad." He gently kissed her cheek, an incredibly sweet scene, and that was how he fell in love. In the house at this moment, Subin's voice rang out. She was leaning against the sofa, eating fruit, and wearing earphones to talk with her mother. With a gloomy expression, she asked her, "When you were pregnant with me, did you also have morning sickness like this?" On the other end of the line, her mother worriedly said, "Oh my." She continued, "I'm so exhausted." Seeing her daughter so tired, she worriedly said, "What should we do? How come you even take after me in having morning sickness?" Back then, I also had to live on tangerines all day to fight off the terrible smell of rice for 2 whole months. Hearing this, her father felt very sorry for his daughter, standing to the side and sniffing. "Is Daddy's princess that exhausted? What should Daddy do?" Her mother asked her, "What have you eaten?" "I couldn't swallow a single spoonful of rice, so I've only been able to eat fruit. My in-laws send me a lot of fruits." Hearing that, her mother was very happy and said, "Oh my, they are so nice." "What do you mean nice or not? It's only natural for parents-in-law." Her mother encouraged her spirit. Becoming a mother is truly no ordinary feat, isn't it? But that also means the baby is growing very healthily. "Hang in there, my daughter. I'll come visit you around next week." She thought to herself, "You're so busy. Why would you say you're coming to visit me?" was what she wanted to say. But in the end, she teared up, sniffled, and said to her mom, "Please come quickly. I miss you so much." Her mother replied immediately, all right, my daughter." A beep beep sound rang out. The call was ended. She continued eating fruit when a slice of apple was offered to her. It was Sejun handing it to her. He asked, "Honey, do you want another piece?" She shook her head and replied, "No, thanks." He worriedly asked her, "Are you still having bad morning sickness?" She held her stomach and replied. He panicked and asked further, "What kind of sickness? Does it hurt? Or is it like the feeling of wanting to throw up, like motion sickness?" Seeing him ask a barrage of questions, she said, It's like after chugging a bunch of alcohol and then being completely wasted the next day. It's like having to ride a roller coaster and a Viking ship all day long." As she spoke, she thought of the image of riding a roller coaster, a gloomy feeling as if she was about to throw up right then and there. Like chugging all that alcohol in one day and not being able to step off those roller coaster rides. Honestly, there's no right answer to describe this. Looking at his wife looking like she had lost her soul, he confusingly said, "I don't understand at all, honey, but it must be really hard." It was only natural that he didn't understand, because he had never been hungover, nor had he ever ridden a roller coaster. At this moment, Sejun turned away and said to her, "Wait for me a bit." Seeing that, Subin was very touched. He can't sit still and always wants to do everything for me. After returning, he hurriedly went to her, still holding a wet wipe in his hand, and said, "Subin, here, I got a wet wipe for you. Who knows, putting it on your nose might make you feel better." She looked at him unblinkingly and didn't say anything, while he stood frozen, puzzled, not knowing that in her heart she was thinking, "He's so adorable." She said to him, "Honey." He hurriedly replied to her, "Yes. Do you need anything else?" She looked at him happily and said, "No, it's just thank you so much." She gently held his hand and said, I just wanted to say that. Having said that, she pulled him down and kissed him on the lips with a smack, much to his bewilderment. Sejun blushed and looked at her, and she kept smiling and continued, Thank you, I love you. Hearing his wife's sweet words, he was very happy. Then he lifted her chin, face to face, and said, I love you too. Sejun's mother said to her, What do you want to eat today? When you figure it out, tell Mom. His father held a black card, coughing slightly, and said, If you need anything, tell Dad right away. Jaeyoon and Yeona also cared a lot about their niece/nephew. Yeona bought baby shoes and said to her, Yeoni, they look so adorable, so I bought some again. June bought a book for her. I heard this book is very good for prenatal care, and the pictures inside are beautiful too. His grandmother was still lying in the hospital, with his grandfather always by her side. She said, I'm fine. I promised you, didn't I? Soon enough, Subin's belly grew big. She lay on the bed, sniffling, and said to Sejun, What should I do? I'm probably going to weigh more than you soon. He put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her. It's fine. Even so, you're still very beautiful, honey. She worriedly turned away and said, People also say that after giving birth, you lose weight and lose a ton of hair. He spared no compliments for her, saying, Even so, you'll still be absolutely gorgeous, honey. At this moment, she both blushed and angrily shouted, Hey, you can't just compliment me as beautiful no matter how I look. He replied calmly, Well, because I think you'll still be absolutely gorgeous no matter what. Hearing him answer like that, she froze and couldn't say anything. But he affirmed to her, I mean it. Hearing these cheesy words, she told him, At times like this, stop bringing the word beautiful into it all the time. He rubbed her belly and said to the baby, Blessing, don't make your mom suffer too much and come out quickly. You hear me? He then gently said to her, We're going to Jeju again next week. Is it okay if we stick to the plan? She excitedly replied to him, Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Getting out of bed, he said to her, I got it. Then today, I'll read you a fairy tale, the book June gave you. Subin smiled and said, Okay. She rubbed her belly and said to the baby, Blessing, Dad is going to read a story to the two of us. Sejun at this moment seemed to be calculating something. He went to get the book, turned his head to look at her, and thought, It seems you still don't know anything. Let's just stick to the plan then. At Subin's mother's cafe, the wind blew, making the tree branches rustle against each other. It was truly a beautiful day. Two female customers approached and said with a bit of disappointment, All right, I forgot the cafe is closed today. The brunch here is so good. What a pity. They must have seen the sign hanging on the door that Red Blessing Cafe is closed today. At another location, Subin said to her mother, Because of me, you guys had to close the cafe today. What's going on? Are we just taking pictures? Her mother replied, It's just for one day, so it's fine. She clasped her hands and emotionally said to her, How can our daughter be so beautiful? It's as if you're a newlywed bride. Subin shyly said, My belly is this big. What kind of bride am I? She turned her back and urged, Son-in-law Jae-jun must be waiting. Hurry up and go inside to show your husband this beauty. Not knowing what was happening, she replied, Honestly, why so sudden? She took slow steps forward, the path on both sides covered with flowers. At this moment, Jae-jun was waiting in the wedding hall he had prepared for her. A voice called out, The bride is entering. The rustling sound of falling leaves. Our groom had prepared this as a surprise for her. He reached his hand out to her. Subin was truly beautiful today. From the wedding dress to the veil, even the bouquet she was holding, everything was perfect. She placed her hand on his, emotions surging as she recalled he had asked her about taking a photo for the end of the year, but she never thought he would prepare something like this. She remembered a past moment when she looked at another couple's outdoor wedding and told him, So beautiful. Having an outdoor wedding has always been my dream. She looked at him happily. He still remembered what she had said. At this time, Jae-jun also looked at her passionately, unable to take his eyes off her. Then, the officiant said, Well, let's take a moment to listen to the groom read his handwritten letter. Hearing this, she exclaimed, What on earth? If I had known this would happen, I would have written a letter too. Jae-jun said, We have to promise each other. The scene was incredibly romantic. She hugged him tightly. Indeed, they looked extremely happy. At her parents' cafe, the two were cheerfully showing off the picture hanging on the wall that she and Jae-jun had just taken. Her mom said, So beautiful, our daughter and son-in-law. She nervously said to them, It's so big, I love it, but don't hang it so prominently in the cafe like this. They immediately replied, Can't we? It's so beautiful. At Jae-jun's house, in her in-laws' living room, a flawless full HD picture of me. His parents were both admiring the picture. His mom said, "It's a beautiful shot, dear." His dad kept his eyes on the picture and replied, "It's very beautiful, indeed." She stood aside, feeling embarrassed. Every passing day was filled with happiness. Everyone was looking forward to it, and in response to that love, a blessing came. Our baby was born, an incredibly adorable baby girl. The child looking out the window suddenly heard a call, Sirena. It was her parents, Subin and Jaejun. He said to the little girl, "Let's all put on our coats and go outside," while handing the coat toward her. Siren turned her face, as expected of their child. She looked incredibly adorable. The little girl grumbled to him, "I don't want to." Jaejun gently coaxed her, "It's very cold outside, dear, so you can't go out dressed like that. What should we do? Do you want to stay here and not wear a coat? Or do you want to put on and go outside?" After successfully coaxing Siren, he held the little girl's hand as she toddled along. Subin followed behind, thinking to herself, "She's so easy to coax, so cute." He held her hand and played with her, his eyes always glued to her. The energetic little girl looked here and ran there, telling him, "Here, over here, Dad." Subin looked at her little family, feeling so happy. Jaejun picked the little girl up to touch the snow on the trees. She seemed to be having a lot of fun playing with her dad. The little girl looked over at her mom and called, "Mommy." She poked Siren's cheek and said, "Sirena, even though you are my daughter, you still make me so jealous. Having a dad like this is really the best, isn't it? You think so too, right?" Upon arriving, both he and she were surprised because the whole family was standing at the door. Sirena. Everyone ran to the little girl, laughing and joking. Subin asked, "Why is everyone out here? It's so cold." Jaejun's mom replied, "I heard you guys were on the way, so I wanted to see Siren's face quickly." The little girl babbled, "Grandma." She smiled and said, "That's right. So did our Siren miss Grandma? You must have missed Grandma, right?" Jaejun's grandpa also cheerfully leaned in to get a clear look at the little girl. Everyone took turns going to the house. "You guys must be cold. Hurry inside, dear." Laughter rang out. At this moment, Jaejun and Subin suddenly stopped and looked outside. It was Grandpa. She spoke up and asked him, "Grandpa, aren't you going in?" He calmly said, "It's so good to see the little girl like this." He continued, "I wish she was also here at this moment." Hearing him say that, Subin tightly held Jaejun's hand as if comforting him. Grandma, the image of her promising Jaejun appeared. The person who was diagnosed with only 6 months left in this world lived with her family for more than a year. The moment she lay next to her great-grandchild, Sirena. "That's right. Can you see your great-grandma?" Subin held the little girl in her arms and said to her, "Great-grandma, get well soon." At that moment, she was extremely content. After Jaejun's family left, his grandpa asked her, "Are you okay? Is it okay to sit up like this?" She leaned on his shoulder and mumbled, "Dear, if I go, please don't cry and don't follow me right away. Just enjoy your life slowly. Because now I have no regrets left in this world. Live the rest of your life with love, my dear." Not long after, Grandma passed away with a contented smile on her lips. She said that she had no more regrets. "But I do about what she had to go through when she was young, that at that time I didn't know how she felt." Why didn't we realize our importance to each other a little sooner? Why did we let our youth slip away as if thinking this life is eternal? He looked at the two of them and said, "But you kids, right? How fortunate that you two don't have to regret like I do." At this time, his mom led Siren out. The little girl called out, "Daddy, Daddy." His mom said, "I came out to get you too because I hadn't seen her parents come inside." She bent down and smiled at Siren, saying, "Aha, Mommy knows." She asked the little girl, "Sirena, do you still remember your great-grandma?" The little girl looked at her mom in confusion. She continued, "The person who liked you so much and always sang lullabies to put you to sleep. Our Siren growing up so healthy is all thanks to the love that great-grandma entrusted to you." The little girl blinked, listening to her mom. So even if Siren doesn't remember who great-grandma is, or even though great-grandma is no longer here, the love she had for you will always remain here. When spring comes, the flowers she liked will bloom in the yard, then the next spring, and the spring after that. When the flowers bloom, let's go look at them together. Siren, who was confused a second ago, grinned broadly the next, looking incredibly adorable. Grandpa turned away, seemingly to wipe away the tears he didn't want his children and grandchildren to see. "Well, let's go back inside to play, dear." Siren said that great-grandpa should also come inside. He replied, all right, I will go in. Let's all go in together." Inside the house, after Siren came to play, it became noisy. It seemed everyone liked the little girl, Sirena. "Do you want me to read this picture book to you? Siren will play with you, right?" It was break time now. The little girl was fast asleep after playing with the whole family. Yene said to her, "Sister, let the family take care of Siren, so you can just go out on a date with my brother." His mom patted the little girl and added, "Make sure to dress warmly. You too. Jae-jun, always in a ready state, placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Ah, let's go, honey." The little girl suddenly twitched, and they urged her, "Hurry up and go before Siren wakes up." Outside, the snow was still falling. She and he held hands walking. Suddenly, she let out a puff of breath. He turned to ask her, "Are you cold? Should we go back?" She answered him, "No." She linked her arm with his, leaned on his shoulder, and said, "Hugging you like this, I won't be cold anymore." He blushed, looked at her, and said, "Subin." She answered him, "Yes." Then he said, "I just wanted to call you a name like that." He made her burst out laughing. She said to him, "It makes me remember last winter. Back then our family couldn't go out like this yet, right? It's really been a while, huh? At that time, I thought you were no longer in your right mind. Because of Siren, you lacked sleep and were so sleepy. Yet you kept smiling like a fool, and every day you tried to talk to a baby who couldn't even babble a single word until she fell asleep, you know?" He asked back, "So you didn't like me like that?" She replied, "Not at all. Even if you went from a man smelling of perfume and lotion to a diaper-changing dad, you're still very sexy." He started to act cocky to the sky. "I'm a bit sexy, right? The day we took photos on Jeju Island before Siren was born. Do you remember what we promised?" He answered her, "Yeah." She continued asking, "So do you think we're keeping that promise well?" He confidently answered her, "Yes, at least I am doing so." She smiled and said, "Me too. The promise we made to each other for the rest of our lives, to live very happily. Let's not let ourselves be hurt by anyone anymore. And let's not live foolishly as if this life will last forever. Day by day, the cherishing we have for each other will always be present here. Let's live with gratitude, with the love we have for each other throughout this life." Under the streetlight, he hugged her waist. The two of them kissed. This scene was truly so romantic. Going back to the time when Ji Jae-jun was in high school, a girl's voice called out, "Hello." It was Shin Soo-bin. She handed him a carton of milk and asked, "Do you want to drink this?" if he thought about it now. It was from that moment. The image of her grabbing his shirt appeared. He yelled at her, "What is this? Why don't you let go?" Perhaps he had always repeated over and over how much he hated her, right? The time she sneaked into school because she was late. He was always standing ready waiting for her. Shin Soo-bin minus 5 points for being late, minus another 10 points for improper uniform. Seeing him, she jumped in surprise. She shouted, "Hey, even the teachers are in class already. What are you still doing here? Intentionally waiting to catch my faults, right?" Adding the offense of being annoying, minus another 10 points. She angrily yelled, "Hey, this isn't fair at all." Hearing her haggle, he deducted again 15 points. One day, he waited a long time, but didn't see her come, feeling a bit uneasy thinking, Shin Soo-bin is nowhere to be seen today. Whenever he felt that she was gradually drifting away from him, he walked past the teacher's office, accidentally hearing the conversation between her and the teacher. "Oh my, your dad. Hurry back." Soo-bin sniffled and replied yes. He heard everything, stood looking for a long time, then left. The next day, he went to ring the doorbell of a certain house, holding a stack of papers in his hand, wanting to give it to the person opening the door. He held on to her even more fiercely. Returning to the present, Ji Se-rin. "Hurry up, dear. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for you." Soo-bin was calling Se-rin, not knowing where the little girl was. She helplessly continued, "We can't be late, dear." At this moment, the little girl was giggling, hiding under the table. Under the table was Ji Se-rin. She is already 4 years old, and she is also a princess. Jae-jun also helped her look for the little girl. He called out, "Se-rin, where's my daughter? At this rate, I won't be able to find my little golden aureole." He started hearing a rattling sound coming from under the table. He bent down. "Peekaboo, found you." The little girl smiled brightly when she saw her dad. He picked her up, and Se-rin asked him, "Dad, you'd be sad if you couldn't find Se-rin, right?" He looked at her and replied, "Of course. You cry too, right?" He affirmed to the little girl, "Naturally, I cry my eyes out." The little girl whispered in her dad's ear, "That's why I purposely made a sound, so you could find me." The little girl kissed Jae-jun's cheek. Watching this scene, Soo-bin thought to herself, "This girl, she's doing it again." On the way to his father's house, Se-rin looked outside and saw the falling autumn leaves. She excitedly called out, "Dad, Mom, look. The trees are changing leaves." Soo-bin smiled gently and said to the little girl, "That's right. Today the trees are bringing us a beautiful red color, aren't they?" Se-rin whined cutely to her mom. Se-rin wants to wear red tomorrow too." Soo-bin smiled and said, "Is that so? Should we dress you in the red dress that Dad bought last time?" The little girl immediately replied, I'd love that." The little girl turned to look at her dad and said, "Tomorrow, Mom and Dad should wear red like Se-rin too." He happily replied to the little girl, "All right, tomorrow Dad will wear a wine-colored shirt to work for you to see." Hearing her dad say that, Se-rin said, "Not wine color, but red." He gave in to the little girl's words and said, "Dad knows," while thinking to himself, "Good heavens, I just realized purple, red, and red are different. The culprit must be that you J one. Wow, look, this one is named PC922. It's a purple red, and this is PC925 Crimson Lake. If you mix these two colors together, you could draw a maple leaf." Seirin stood nearby and listened with great admiration, but that set of colors was 150 colors meant only for professionals. He thought to himself, forcing a slight smile, "Doesn't this mean my child is a genius? I knew my daughter was smart, but is she a genius in the field of art too?" Subin unbuckled the little girl's seatbelt and said, "We're here. Let's get out, sweetie." Seirin called him Appa. He looked at the little girl and replied, "Yes." The little girl made a heart shape with her arms for her dad to see and excitedly said, "I love you so much, Dad." This adorable scene truly melts the reader's heart. How could Jae-jun, as a father, withstand that? He slumped over the steering wheel, trembling, and said, "Ah, Seirin." The little girl looked confused, pointed at her dad, and said to her mom, "Mom, Dad is crying." Seeing this, Subin just laughed, haha. She thought to herself, his expressions are so fun to watch every day. She looked at Seirin and said, "Maybe Dad is just a bit too moved." Hearing that, the little girl giggled, hee. Then she blinked in confusion and asked her, but what does being moved mean?" At this moment, she looked at Seirin and blinked as well. She placed a hand on her chest, using 100 of her brain power to explain it to the little girl. Listen, Seirin. Being moved is when a person feels so happy that their heart goes thump-thump. The little girl looked at her mom in confusion and asked, "Goes what?" She continued, so it's like she suddenly remembered a fairy tale she read recently. When we feel moved, it's like we feel a meteor shower falling into our hearts. That's why that person shines so brightly when they are moved. Hearing her mom's explanation, Seirin listened very attentively. Perhaps the little girl also wanted to feel that sensation. The little girl asked further, "Isn't that really wonderful, Mom?" She agreed with the little girl. "Yes, it's very wonderful, isn't it?" That's why Seirin's love has turned into a meteor shower falling into Dad's heart. At this moment, the little girl realized, so the reason Dad is smiling is because he's happy. The little girl innocently raised both hands and said to her dad, "Dad, me too." Seeing his little princess say that, he was moved and said, "Dad loves baby Seirin and Mom Subin very, very much too." The little girl laughed out loud. Dad looked at Mom and called her Subin. After laughing loudly, Seirin ran out of breath, panted phew, and said, "I'm so happy that so many stars are falling. I'm so full now, so I can't eat anything else." Both Jae-jun and Subin stared at the little girl. The small family burst into laughter, Seirin. At Subin's husband's house, his grandfather reached out his hands to welcome Seirin. The little girl rushed over to him, and he said, "Hagu, my little puppy is here." The little girl excitedly replied, "Great grandpa." He picked the little girl up and smiled, saying, "My beautiful little baby, just looking at you is enough to satisfy me." Watching this scene, both Subin and Jae-jun thought he really learned that from Dad. When it was time to say goodbye, he said to them, "Jae-jun, Subin, have a safe trip. You too." Seirin also waved at them and said, "Dad, Mom, bye-bye." Sitting in the car, she said to him, "If it weren't for having to work on the weekend, our family would have gone out together. It's really a bummer." He replied to her, "But thankfully, since we have to work on the weekend like this, there's still someone to look after her, right?" Suddenly, she received a message and said to him, "Is the picture sent to the group chat taken by you of our Seirin?" It was a message from Grandpa. He had sent a family photo in the flower garden, including Seirin, and he also added a message. "I can't even tell the difference between the people and the flowers." She burst out laughing. "Haha, maybe our dad took it, honey." Seirin probably came up with this pose. She glanced at him and said, "The flowers in Grandma's garden are also blooming brilliantly this year, aren't they, hubby?" He replied to her, "Yeah, they really are." She laughed again and said, "Thinking back, it's funny. Now she's like number one in the hearts of the whole family." He replied to her, "She's practically a mini Shin Subin, huh? She's my daughter, but how can you say you love her that much?" She casually asked him, "Then what about a second Jae-jun?" Hearing her say that, he was slightly shocked and asked back, "Huh?" The photo sent to Subin earlier was indeed the little girl's entire process. "Great grandpa, like this? You have to put your hands like this." Great grandpa said, "Like this?" Laughter echoed throughout the garden. At night, after putting the little girl to sleep, Subin kissed her on the forehead. Breathing evenly like this, the little girl was probably sleeping very soundly. The sound of a door opening was heard. She walked in, seemingly surprised, and said, "Oh, you're not asleep yet?" Jae-jun, propped up on his arm on the bed, said to her, "Have you ever seen me go to sleep first?" He patted the side of the bed next to him and said, "Come here." Seeing this, Subin thought, "It's like I'm raising two kids." He pulled her into his arms and said, "Phew, I'm dying from waiting here." He looked in her eyes and said, "We're still a newlywed couple, you know?" She asked him in surprise, "Even though our daughter is already 4 years old?" He replied to her, "MHM, even so." He kissed her lips and pulled the blanket up. Subin blushed shyly. Tonight would probably be a very long night. In Jae-jun and Subin's private room, a sound was heard. Their clothes were disheveled, and Subin said, "Wait, Jae-jun." She burst out laughing. "Don't. Hey, it tickles, I'm telling the truth." He tickled her and said, "This is your punishment for coming back to the room late to your husband." Seeing him speak loudly, she put a hand over his mouth and said, "Shuh. Say-rin is sleeping. If she wakes up now, we won't be able to do anything, you know?" He kissed her cheek and said, "I know." "Yes." Subin smiled shyly. He propped himself up and asked her, "What book did my wife read?" She told him the story of the wolf and the 7 little goats. He sat up straight and asked her the story about the wolf eating them, huh? He leaned down close to her, and Subin shyly turned her face away, saying, "Yeah, well, 6 of them are eaten, but the youngest one managed to escape." He looked at her, acting surprised, and said, "Oh my, the youngest one seems quite cunning, huh?" She replied, "Probably." He used the tone of a sly person to tease her. "As cunning as my wife?" She struggled in annoyance and said, "What does that have to do with me?" He replied, "Our Subin is just as cunning." At this moment, he suddenly bit her nose and said, "You are." Then he licked his lips and said, "Just being able to eat you makes me very happy." Her heart pounded thump-thump, as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. What should she do? Her heart felt like it was going to jump out, and her face was all red. How could this person make her heart flutter in every single moment like this? He said to her, "Subin." She replied, "Yes." He continued about the second thing I mentioned this morning. As he spoke, he caressed her body. He gave her a signal. "What do you think? If you're okay with it, I want to have another baby." At this moment, she suddenly kissed his lips and said, "I have my own greed too." She pulled him down into a hug and excitedly said, "Another baby it is. It's a beautiful day to increase production." The debut work of the author Pharaoh became a hit. With its delicacy, beautiful drawing lines, and a story filled with sorrow, that work has gained a new fan base. That published book is also currently a top bestseller, and that comic artist Pharaoh is currently on a hiatus. John was doing something rustle in his room at this time. Yene walked in and called, "Oi, Mr. Otaku," making him jump in surprise. She said coldly, "Give her little sister an autograph. My classmate is a fan of yours." He turned to her and asked, "That thing, so you go everywhere bragging about your older brother, huh?" She quickly replied, "No, I don't. I just walked by when they were talking, so it coincidentally entered my ears. Okay?" He said to her thoughtfully, "I thought it was because back in high school you always acted like you didn't know me. I thought you were embarrassed by your older brother liking webtoons, so you had to pretend like that." Yane looked at him in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" The image of her talking to him during their high school years appeared. She had told him, "Don't act like you know me at school." She suddenly realized, so you misunderstood. She explained to him, "It was for another reason. Do you remember the group that bullied me in high school? They noticed you and they liked you." She recalled the image of them laughing and joking, saying, "My face looks pretty decent too, right? I have to try hitting on him. What the heck? Rumor has it his family is quite wealthy." She flopped down on the bed and said, "Even though I tried to ignore it, it was better to act like I wasn't related to you. So I was willing to be bullied a little. Thinking back on it gives me goosebumps." He widened his eyes in shock and said, "What? Wait, so that was the reason?" She frowned and replied, "Yeah, you idiot. After getting help from Subin, they didn't bother me much anymore. However, on the way to school and on the way home, they still persistently came to harass me when there was no one around me." The image of those bullies appeared. They called her, "Hey, Jian, ignoring us? If we just talk to you a little, are you going to tattle or something?" Suddenly, at this moment, someone came and grabbed her hand, saying, "Let's go home, Yune." It was John who had arrived. Yun-A hadn't had time to say anything before she was pulled away by him. He also said to the bullies, "As for you guys, stop coming to harass my little sister." The bullies looked confused and asked each other, "What the heck, they are siblings." "John, we were just joking around a little, just between friends." He just coldly said to them, "If you were really friends, she would have said so." Yun-A continued, saying that since then, he really did pay more attention to her and always went to school with her. Hearing her say that, he looked at her with a hint of sadness. Resting her chin on her hand, she continued, "I'm really grateful for everything you did for me. Seeing you so successful now is truly cool." John had never seen this side of her before, shrinking back a bit in fear and asking, "Are you sick somewhere?" She got annoyed and yelled, "Such a pretty mouth, but can't say a single nice thing." He took a signed book and handed it to her, saying, "Here, this signature." Then he used it to hit her hard on the head, saying, "Get into the habit of saying what's on your mind instead of keeping it all to yourself." He further advised, "What you think doesn't have a definite form, but words are different." She held her head, glaring at John, and thought to herself, now that he's a webtoon artist, does he even know his own personality? She muttered to him, "Yeah, what a brilliant philosopher. Now that you're successful, it seems your life has really taken off, huh?" He looked at her and laughed out loud, haha. Seeing her brother in a good mood, Yun-A added, "Since you're in such a good mood, do you want to meet my college friend?" She said she fell in love with your drawing style immediately. He just calmly replied, "Forgive me, but no can do." She asked in confusion, "Why? Are you still that busy?" He turned to answer her, "I already have a girlfriend." Shocked, her jaw dropped and her eyes widened as she asked, "What? Since when?" Seeing her reaction, he was startled and replied, "Since last winter." Then, reminiscing, he told her, "Even now, I still can't get the lingering feeling that Jian left me out of my mind." Trembling with anger, she screamed, "What?" She slammed the table and yelled, "Why am I the only one left to wallow in this loneliness?" At this moment, the person sitting across from her was Subin. It seemed the two had met at a cafe to talk. She asked Yun-A, "Is that your recent worry?" She just replied, "No, it's just that guy Keeps." Then thought to herself, "You're also part of couple." The frown was evident on her face, but she still said to Subin, "It's nothing. I'd rather not talk about it." Subin looked at her, smiled gently, and said, "It seems our Yun-A is a bit complicated." Hearing her sister-in-law say that, she fell into deep thought. "My mood is a bit complicated." After thinking it over, she decided to tell Subin, "My recent worry is that I don't want to do anything at all. There's truly nothing that interests me. I tried my best to get into college, only to find it boring to death. I don't even know what my strengths are anymore. I thought that if I just persevered a little, I would figure it out, but now I'm not sure anymore. I'm just stuck in one place, while the outside world is busy racing against time." Subin suddenly brought a piece of cake to Yun-A's mouth and said, "Eat first. Our Yun-A needs something sweet to recharge." She listened to her sister-in-law and opened her mouth to eat the cake. She said, In that case, since it's summer break, why don't you plan a trip somewhere?" Yun-A asked while chewing the cake. "Traveling?" Subin continued, "Yeah, my parents are in Jeju right now. Let me ask them, wouldn't taking about a month for yourself make you feel better? If you want, I'll help you find a part-time job too. Let's try all the things we've never done before. Then you'll find what you want to do in a place you never even thought of." At this moment, Yun-A gripped her arm tightly. She looked up at Subin and said, "I want to go." Subin looked at Yun-A, smiled, and said, "All right, this will be an unforgettable vacation on a lush green island full of sunshine." Yun-A looked at everything and silently marveled. It's really Jeju Island. As she dragged her luggage down the street, she wondered to herself, now that I'm here, can I even be happy? While my future is as pitch black as a messy drawing paper, the sky is so clear and blue. At the same time, she also acknowledged the truth in Subin's words. Well, what Subin said was right. She had said this before. It's just because our little Yun-A has too many thoughts in her head right now. It didn't stop there. Subin's parents also lifted her spirits. They welcomed me so warmly, which makes me somewhat happy. They greeted her with open arms as soon as they saw her. "Welcome. Let's get you something to eat first." Their personalities made her conclude Subin's personality must have been shaped by them. Furthermore, Subin's mother pointed her to her destination, the cafe with the yellow sign right next door. The general's probably waiting for you there. A little later, Yun-A arrived. She opened the gate, walked in, and wandered here. Suddenly, a dog wagging its tail came out to greet her, making her assume, "Are you the general here? Nice to meet you. I'm Yun-A." Answering her was the dog's bright smile and a voice that rang out, "Hello, Yun-A." Seeing that the dog could actually talk, her eyes and mouth went wide with astonishment. Then she fell backward and screamed, "The dog can talk." Unexpectedly, a voice came from behind her, "Egu." A kind guy immediately asked when he saw her so startled, "Are you okay?" A young man with a bright smile introduced himself to Yun-A. "I'm the general the bosses mentioned." He smiled and revealed his name. "My name is Kong Hyun-jun." At the same time, he introduced the dog's name, and this dog's name is Charlie, not the general. Yun-A was currently distracted by his smile, those dimples. After helping her up, he suggested, "Let's help each other out for this 1 month." At the same time, Subin at home smiled in anticipation. It will surely be a memorable vacation. Ma-ina also agreed that this was a memorable vacation. Also, as soon as she learned Hyunjun's name, She exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, is that your name?" This was a vacation that made In-Ah wonder, has it already begun? In the family group chat, she sent a picture of the cake she made along with a message. "I made this today. Senior Hyun-jun taught me how, so the freshly baked cake is really delicious." Seeing this, her mother immediately replied with a text of praise. "Omona, does our daughter have such a talent for cooking?" As for her father, he just sent a like reaction. Jae-hoon, after reading those messages, chuckled and thought to himself, "You've been mentioning that senior a lot lately, huh? I smell something suspicious." He knew full well what In-ah was going through, as she had been overthinking all sorts of things lately. She even complained to him, "It's so good that you were able to find what you like doing." But now, seeing her regain her vitality, he thought, "I'm so glad to see you this happy." Suddenly, he looked at his phone screen and muttered, "The thing I like doing." Deep down, he proudly thought, "Of course I like doing this, but the reason I can continue doing it is because..." Time flashed back to last autumn, when Jae-hoon was on his way to meet a collaborator from a publishing company. "I can't believe my webtoon is being published as a book. It's my first time meeting this publisher. I wonder if it will go smoothly." Suddenly, out of the noisy crowd, a girl popped her head out and called loudly, "Mr. Author, are you the author, Pharaoh?" "I'm over here, over here." The girl ran up to him and happily introduced herself. "Please take care of me. I'm Soo-yeon, the person in charge." Soo-yeon shook Jae-hoon's hand, then laughed and said, "Because I'm so small, you probably couldn't see me, right?" Upon seeing her, he politely replied, "Please take care of me." In his heart, he marveled at her appearance. She looks just like a squirrel. Meanwhile, she chattered away with him excitedly. "Meeting you is like a dream. I'm a huge fan of reincarnated as the villainess of a novel." Her compliments touch him a bit. "Because you draw the fantasy romance genre, I thought you were a woman, so I was really surprised to find out you're a man." Suddenly, he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think it's a bit weird for a guy to draw this genre?" Soo-yeon burst out laughing and answered sincerely, "Not at all. It's just hard to believe, because you have your own unique delicacy, so it's absolutely amazing." Then she proudly stated, "Even though I already wrote it in the email, I could spend all day talking about reincarnated as the villainess of a novel." Her enthusiastic admiration for Jae-hoon amazed him, making him think to himself, "Is there really someone who likes my webtoon this much?" He simultaneously recalled the admiration Soo-bin had for him back then. "You're amazing, little brother." Now, he didn't expect that besides her, there would be someone else who liked the stories he drew. This is probably the first time since that time with her, huh? Realizing she had been talking too much without him responding, Soo-yeon got flustered and said, "I'm sorry. It seems I've been holding your hand for a bit too long." "Huh? It's just because I'm so happy to meet you." And then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled shyly. Then, Soo-yeon suggested, "Shall we go? I'll drive you to a super delicious cafe." Since that meeting with her, Jae-hoon had formed his own impression of her. "Soo-yeon, someone who leaves a huge impression on me, just like a brave little squirrel, and also someone incredibly strong." While sitting in the car with her, this squirrel-like girl pointed at herself and proudly said, "My previous dream was to be a J singer." From their subsequent interactions, he gradually understood more about her through their working sessions together. "I can also feel her passion and dedication to this job." With a beaming face, she chatted with him a lot about the story he created. Especially if we look at it from the male lead's perspective, that's truly a wonderful prologue. At the same time, he noticed something else. She had a lot in common with him. Once, when she found out he liked eating pastries just like her, she suggested, "You like pastries, but you've never tried the ones from that bakery. That won't do. I have to take you there." It could be said that Jae-hoon didn't reject the feeling of being around Soo-yeon at all. "I really like it when I get to talk to her." And before they even realized it, his feelings for her had changed. It was no longer just a mere business relationship. He remembered the times he received negative comments, the times he got malicious comments, and the times he had breakdowns. During those moments, his phone would ring, and it would be Soo-yeon calling to encourage him. "Mr. Jae-hoon, you've worked really hard. As for me, I have a lot I want to say, so let's meet and talk at the cafe later." She also expressed her love for his work. "I really like it." Her actions made him so happy that he asked himself, "Just hearing her voice makes me so much happier. If that person wasn't Soo-yeon, would I be able to continue this line of work?" And then one day, while sitting and drawing, Jae-hoon suddenly looked out the window and realized the snow is really falling heavily. His mind was filled with thoughts of Soo-yeon, wondering if she got home safely by herself today. What's she doing right now? They just met yesterday, but he missed her so much. Without hesitating for another second, he picked up the phone and called her. From the other end of the line, a voice rang out, "I'm listening, Mr. Author." As soon as he heard her voice, he hurriedly asked, "Ms. Manager, do you have any plans for tonight?" Innocently, she honestly replied, "I'm probably going on a blind date." No matter what she said next, Jae-hoon was still immersed in shock and didn't hear a thing because before that, "I had to, so." In his mind now, there were only a few words. A blind date? He sat motionless on his chair for a moment and then abruptly stood up and left. Later, at Soo-yeon's company, she looked at the sky and exclaimed, "The snow is really falling heavily today." While she was wondering if she could even get home, she unexpectedly bumped into Jae-hoon, who was standing frozen outside her workplace. His presence surprised her, and she called out loudly, "Mr. Jae-hoon." Seeing him covered in snow, Soo-yeon worriedly ran up to him and asked, "What are you doing here when it's so cold?" As soon as he saw her, he softly called out, "Ms. Soo-jeon." Suddenly, he sweetly suggested, "Please don't go on that blind date. Go on a date with me instead." His sudden invitation left her stunned in amazement. Just as she was about to answer him, he suddenly sneezed multiple times, making her call out in concern, "Mr. Jae-hoon." Seeing him shivering from the cold, she worriedly suggested, "You'll catch a cold. Let's go into the office for a bit." Later, inside Soo-yeon's office, she poured Jae-hoon a cup of warm water and offered, "Would you like some old wine?" He softly replied, "Yes." She now looked at him with eyes full of confusion, and then she mentioned the blind date, which startled him. About that blind date, she revealed the truth. "I was only going there as the organizer of the blind date." Naturally, her words made him startle and exclaim, "What?" Soo-yeon proudly bragged, You didn't listen to everything I said, did you? I was planning to set up a friend of mine with a senior I know, but the two of them were too shy, so I had to tag along. That's why I went to help." She also recalled their expressions when they begged her. "Soo-yeon, please, I'm begging you." Remembering that made her amused as she said, "Because they were so embarrassed, they kept begging me to stay." Right at that moment, her phone rang. While she kept rambling about her two friends, unaware that Jae-hoon was looking at her with a strange gaze. Those two must be made for each other. Today has already become their first day of dating. That was fast, what on earth? If that's the case, then maybe I don't have to go there anymore. Suddenly, he spoke up. "If that's the case, let's do the same." His words made Soo-yeon gasp in surprise. "Huh?" He hugged her tightly, kissed her hair, and suggested, "Let's make today our first day as well." His action made her shyly reply, "Who would want to do that?" Hearing her say that, he whined and pleaded, "Let's do it." He just held her tightly and acted cute. Suddenly, Soo-yeon gently stroked Jae-hoon's hair. She took off her glasses, laughed, and said, "Well then." She gave him a kiss and said, "Let's just go with it." Seeing that she had agreed to date him, he suddenly asked, "But did you really not know I had a crush on you? I thought you had a crush on me too." Hearing that, she felt like teasing him. "I knew, but it seemed like you were the only one trying to hit on me." Her words made him confused and utter. His expression made her burst into laughter and say, "I'm just kidding, just kidding." The two men stepped out of the house together and exclaimed, "Wow, well then." Jae-joon and his father said goodbye to their wives. "See you later." Soo-bin and his mother each had their own expression as they saw off their husbands. "Have a good trip, you too." After seeing her husband get in the car, she turned to her and said, "Let's go too, dear." She politely replied, "Yes, let's go see the concert." Later in the car, she cleared her throat and exclaimed, "Ahem, those two going sea fishing together feels a bit strange, honestly. They must be really close lately." Hearing that, she laughed and replied, "I know, right?" Suddenly, her voice softened as she said, "They aren't even biological father and son, yet they look so much alike." She recounted the first time she met her husband. "When I first met him, I was extremely surprised because he looked exactly like my ex-husband." In her story, Soo-bin noticed the words ex-husband, so she was about to ask, "Could it be that your ex-husband?" Jae-un's mother seemed to understand what she wanted to ask. She pondered for a moment and then revealed, even before Jae-un was born, he was in a car accident. She recounted her happy memories with her ex-husband. "He was the first good person I ever met, the one who taught me what a normal and happy life is like." Then misfortune struck her. "So when that person suddenly disappeared from this world, I thought I would never be able to love anyone else or taste the feeling called happiness ever again." When her ex-husband passed away, she was pregnant. Therefore, in her heart, there was only determination. "At that time, I just thought I absolutely had to protect a child." At this point, she smiled and continued. "And then, once again, happiness came to me." Next, Jaeun's mother expressed her gratitude to Soo-bin. "If you hadn't come into this family, I probably wouldn't have been able to see the two of them as close as they are now." She held her hand and said, "You and Jaeun are the blessings of this family, my dear." Her hand squeezed hers tightly. A harmonious scene along with the thought, "That's right, truly the blessings of this house." At the same time, at the quiet sea where Jaeun and his father were fishing, he spoke up and asked him, "Dad, have you ever been fishing before?" He coldly replied, "I tried it once." Hearing that, he asked again, "Did you catch anything?" He proudly boasted, "I caught a big one." His words made him admire and eagerly want to know, "Oh, what kind of fish?" So instead of saying the name of the fish he caught, he said his wife's name, Eom Sojong. As soon as this name was uttered, it made him a bit surprised, and he asked back, Mom? He bluntly confirmed, exactly. After hearing his dad say that, Jaeon helplessly wondered to himself, how could someone who never jokes like Dad? Suddenly he asked him, you also caught Subin, didn't you? Hearing his question, he immediately laughed and replied, yes, but Subin isn't a fish. Though I'm also grateful that my wife obediently let me catch her. Seeing him say that, he said with a straight face, you brat, don't act like that everywhere you go. I smell a doting husband here. Being teased by him, he didn't hold back and retorted, I didn't think someone like you would say that, Dad. He naturally didn't avoid the tease and bluntly admitted, I'm getting old, so I don't really care. What's wrong with being a bit of a doting husband? These words of his left him helplessly exclaiming, these past few days, you keep showing some unbelievable sides of yourself. The sea waves still gently lapped against the side of the boat. The two of them fell into deep thought again. Jaeon confusedly told himself, this is so awkward. Honey, I miss you so much. He suddenly took a beer out of his bag and was bewildered about what to do. Should I take it out now? Our Subin's secret weapon. Before leaving, Subin had instructed him, darling, whenever it gets awkward, just hit him with some alcohol. But he didn't have the guts to invite his dad to drink beer, so he could only invite him to eat. Shall we eat something? He was really confused inside. Where would he find the courage to ask his dad for a drink? Suddenly, he himself also rummaged for something in his bag. He took out a bottle of liquor and invited him. Do you want to have a drink? His action surprised him a bit, but then he agreed to drink with him. Yes. Then he spoke up and asked, why did you bring liquor with you? He also honestly replied, your mother gave it to me. Hearing that, he also took out the beer and said, Subin gave me beer too. The two of them clinked glasses and enjoyed their drinks on the sea. Jaeon spoke up and said, to your health, Dad. His dad smiled and replied, all right, to yours too. And so, the two of them happily drank together. A while later, they had emptied the two bottles. Suddenly, his dad spoke up and said, your mother taught me how to drink. Then he asked him, and why do you like drinking so much? He laughed and replied, Subin taught me. We also drink together occasionally. Probably because he was already drunk, he suddenly said, when I drink, my mood gets so lighthearted that I even want to sing. It really reminds me of the first time I met your mother. He recounted the first time he met his wife. I saw her singing at a bar. Then I fell in love with her at first sight. I also asked her out on a date. Hearing this, Jaeon could only exclaim inwardly, good Lord, Dad must be completely wasted to be saying these things now. Meanwhile, his dad was still immersed in his story, your mother didn't want anything from me. She just quietly endured this marriage. I spent all my time taking care of my sick, elderly mother. He expressed his love for her. I feel both guilty and grateful to your mother. She is a precious person to me. To him, this family was priceless. Thank heavens that I was able to meet her and meet you. Meeting Jaeon and Seara too, and Subin as well, and our granddaughter Seirin. The sound of the waves blended with his voice. These destined connections that come to me are all precious, my son. His words full of love made Jaeon feel happy. Suddenly, he suggested, should we open another bottle of soju, Dad? His dad agreed and replied, sure, open another bottle, son. Then, while pouring the liquor, he suggested, why don't we go to the sauna together next time? He naturally agreed, sure. After that, he asked him, is there anything else you want to do? He pondered for a moment and then said, I always wanted to learn how to ride a bicycle from you, Dad. Hearing that, he laughed and said, it's a bit late to learn now, isn't it? However, he replied, it's not late at all. He expressed his wish, I haven't learned how to ride a bicycle yet, because I still want to learn it from my dad. Hearing that, he rubbed the glass of liquor in his hand and agreed to teach him. All right, so he clinked glasses with him and said, I will teach you how to ride a bicycle. But he also warned him beforehand, but my riding posture might be a bit funny. Hearing that, he eagerly replied, that's perfectly fine. A while later, the car carrying the father and son returned home. Both were drunk and dozed off leaning against each other. Shortly after they arrived, Jaeon's mother received his father and exclaimed, oh my, are you two drunk? As soon as he saw her, he teased, I heard Dad say you gave him soju to bring along. Hearing that, she could only sigh. How did it end up like this? At this moment, he noticed her face seemed red and guessed. It looks like you have some alcohol in you too, Mom. Caught by him, she shyly confessed, is it that obvious? Subin and I had a little drink. Hearing that, he laughed and asked, where is Subin? She quickly replied, I sent her home. You should hurry back too. Right then, Seirin's voice rang out, Dad. Jaeon picked the little girl up in his arms. As soon as he saw her, Jaeon asked affectionately, Seirin, did you have fun playing with your uncle and aunt? The little girl replied to him in her milky voice, Yeah. Then he announced that they needed to go home, but the little girl shook her head in refusal. Should I change your clothes? It's time to go home now. The little girl hugged the teddy bear tightly in her arms and said, I want to sleep here today. Grandpa said he would buy me something super delicious later. He naturally didn't force his child but smiled and asked, Is that so? So you want to sleep here tonight, right? The little girl happily replied, Yeah. Hearing this, his heart was more joyful than a festival. Yes, finally a wild night with his beloved wife. At the same time at Subin's house, she was getting her clothes ready to take a shower. I drank a lot of good wine with Mom today. I guess I'll take a shower first and then wait for my beloved husband to bring Saren back. While getting her clothes, she accidentally noticed something in the corner of the closet. She took out that red thing and wondered, right? Sooner or later, should I take this off? On the way back home, Jaehyun was hesitating. It's been a while since I bought a lovely berry cake. I'll buy it at the place near home this time. But suddenly he remembered something and wanted to call Subin to check. Ugh, Subin hasn't fallen asleep, has she? How long has it been since we spent a weekend together? Each ring of the phone went off along with his earnest prayer. Please, honey. Then Subin answered on the other end of the line and asked him affectionately, My love, where are you? He smiled and replied, I'm on my way back. Her voice amused him as he thought to himself, My wife must have drunk a lot of alcohol with Mom earlier, right? Then she asked about their little daughter. What about Saren? He immediately informed her. Saren said she wanted to sleep at her grandparents' house today, so I came home alone. He recalled the time the little girl lay in Jaehyun's arms and waved to him, Daddy bye-bye. He also imagined how Subin would react to this news. Yes, he smugly asserted, obviously my wife will look like this. On the other end of the line, Subin urged Jaehyun, Come back quickly, hubby. Hearing that, he immediately asked for her opinion. I'll buy a cake, a strawberry cake. She naturally didn't refuse the cake he offered to buy. Yeah, if you can buy one. However, she also reminded him not to go too far, making him laugh. Don't go all the way to Ulsan again. A while later, he managed to buy a strawberry cake for her. Luckily, there was one left. Right at this moment, a message arrived on his phone. It was a picture Subin sent him of her wearing sexy lingerie. That image made him freeze as if lightning had struck his mind. A while later, the sound of heavy footsteps running echoed in front of Subin's house. Jaehyun enthusiastically threw the door open and shouted, Honey, I'm home, like a speed demon. He put the cake on a plate and dashed into the bathroom. Seeing him like that, Subin didn't understand what the heck was wrong with him. So she asked, What on earth? Why didn't you even look at me? You just came home, ignored your wife, and ran straight into the bathroom. He replied from inside the bathroom, Because I was in a hurry. While scrubbing his body, he shouted loudly to the outside, My whole body is covered in the smell of sweat right now. I went fishing with Dad this morning, remember? If I looked at your face, I might not have been able to make it into the bathroom. Hearing him say that, Subin chuckled and said, Then I'll go eat the cake. A while later, the bathroom door opened. Jaehyun stepped out feeling refreshed. Seeing Subin eating the cake alone, he asked sulkily, You're already eating the cake? She casually ate the cake and replied, Are you done? Didn't you buy the cake for your wife to eat? Hearing her say that, he sulked and argued, Aren't you challenging my patience? He sighed, approached her, and hesitated to speak, or else. A bit of anxiety about his looks appeared in his heart. It can't be that my charm has faded. However, he still tried to deny it. No, impossible. I always work out and take great care of this body. Right at that moment, Subin called out to Jaehyun, She smiled mischievously and said, Teasing Jaehyun is always what makes me the happiest. Hearing her say that, he pouted and asked back, so now you're even playing with my patience, huh? Suddenly, he sighed and called her, Subin. Hearing him call her, she answered gently, yes. A devilish smile bloomed on his lips along with a warning. If I catch you, you're dead meat. She naturally wasn't scared at all and teased him back, Kill me if you can. After saying that, she immediately turned around and ran away. As she ran, she looked back at him and secretly felt smug. Take that trick, Jaehyun. But little did she know he would turn on full speed to chase her, making her scream in terror. The two ran in circles dozens of times. Jaehyun demanded loudly, Subin, please, will you stop? Subin wasn't one to give in and replied loudly, If you were me, would you stop? Stop so I can offer up this body? Right then, she immediately dashed upstairs at breakneck speed, making him stand below and anxiously warn her, Run slowly. He ran upstairs after her and saw her run into the room. He didn't forget to show his concern, You're going to fall. So he stepped closer to the room's door one step at a time. He gently pushed the room door open. Then he sighed helplessly when he saw her peeking from behind the curtains. Is this the best place you can hide after turning the house upside down? At that moment, Subin gently stepped out with a sexy nightgown on her body. She said softly, "I surrender." This scene made Jaehyun freeze. He stepped closer to the curtains and asked, "Do you want to see me go crazy?" Subin, hiding behind the curtains, heard that and affectionately asked back why. Without answering her, with a sinister look on his face, he stepped closer to the curtains. "Subin, if you get caught by me today, you're dead meat." I thought my wife had already fallen asleep at home. But when he opened the curtains, he only saw her outer robe scattered on the floor, while she was nowhere to be seen. So, while he was busy picking up her outer robe, someone secretly locked the door, trapping him. The sound of the door locking startled Jaehyun, making him turn around and exclaim, "What?" The person who locked the door was, of course, Subin. She even stood inside the house and teased him, "Are you mad yet? Now you're the one who's caught." Being teased by her, he wasn't annoyed at all, but just gently called her name, Subin. He warned her, "Open the door while I'm still being nice." But of course, she still wasn't afraid and continued to tease him, I don't want to." At this moment, he wrapped her outer robe around his hand and said, "I'll count to 3. This action of his scared her, and she hurriedly asked, wait a minute, what are you going to do?" He calmly replied, "What do you think I'm going to do?" She bewilderedly assumed, "You're not going to smash the door with that, are you?" Regardless of what she said, he just started counting. 1. Seeing that scene, she was terrified and loudly stopped him, "Stop it." But he still ignored her and kept counting 2. She was frightened by this attitude of his and screamed, "Stop, I told you to stop." This time he had counted to the final number and prepared to smash the door. 3. Seeing him actually about to smash it, she hurriedly opened the door for him. "First of all, let me open the door." After opening the door, Subin quickly dashed away. Jaehyun les ourlis Strodin. He opened the bathroom door and asked, "Why did you scream like that?" He also teased, "If anyone heard that, they would think you were about to be eaten." Hearing that, Subin yelled loudly, "Aren't you going to eat me?" Hit right on the mark by her words, he didn't feel guilty at all, but even praised her. "My wife is so observant." He looked down at her in the bathtub and asked, "You're not hiding a stick in the bathtub, are you?" She answered honestly with a hint of sulking, "Well, I was planning to hide behind the door and hit you on the head with a water dipper, but I suddenly realized that person is my husband, so I didn't." Her answer made him exclaim, "Ego, I'm so honored." Being mocked by him, she angrily questioned him, "Can't you be gentler with me?" With a gloomy mood, he flared up and replied to her, "Then what about the person who locked her husband out on the balcony in this weather? Do you know how easily your husband gets cold?" Put on the spot by his question, she felt a bit guilty and answered, "I know, but..." Suddenly, Jaehyun repeated Subin's question, "You asked if I should be gentler with you, right?" As he spoke, he untied the belt of his bathrobe. "I'm sorry, however." His outer robe fell onto the floor, and then he leaned down close to Subin and whispered in her ear, "I can't do that, honey." Then he turned on the shower, causing the water to fall and soak both him and Subin. Inside the bathroom, steam began to rise. Subin sat in the bathtub, looking at her wet nightgown, and complained, "It's wet because of you." Jaehyun pouted and replied to her, "What's wrong with it being a little wet? You're still beautiful, honey. It's because of you that I got cold in the dead of night, so I had to run the warm water. It's been really cold these days." Then he vaguely added, "Besides, whether you wear clothes or not doesn't really matter. Even if you wear it to bed, it'll eventually end up on the floor anyway." His words made her shyly pinch him and scold, "Pervert." Not stopping there, he nibbled on her ear and whispered softly, "So, do you hate me like this?" She blushed and replied, "Who said I hate it?" Hearing that, he immediately requested, "If you don't hate it, let me look at your face." Following Jaehyun's words, Subin slowly turned her head to look at him. She gently placed her hand on his body, and the two looked at each other without blinking. Suddenly, she let out a sigh. Then she also said, "It seems like the more time passes, the more handsome my husband gets." She complained, "Age is truly an illness, isn't it? It's so tiring. You've completely transformed." Chuckling at her words, Jaehyun asked, "Do you know how much hardship I had to go through to keep this body? Is that why you're still so shy?" His question made her nod shyly in admission. "Yeah." Her adorable shyness brought a smile to his face. The water in the bathtub made splashing sounds due to their movements. The two of them were sharing a sweet kiss. They smiled at each other and then kissed again. Jaehyun even kissed Subin on the cheek, making her laugh. He also gently placed a kiss on her shoulder. Then he hugged her tightly. As the warmth in the tub rose, they continued to kiss passionately. Suddenly, Subin pushed Jaehyun away and said, "Let's get out." Hearing that, he gently asked, "Does my wife want to get out now?" He then teased her, "We should do a round before getting out, shouldn't we?" Startled by his words, she yelled, "What nonsense are you saying, you pervert?" He still wouldn't stop and continued to tease her, making her so shy that she covered his mouth. "What? Last time you said you liked it." Suddenly, he stood up and said, "Wait a minute." He grabbed a bath towel He gently wrapped her in the towel and picked her up. This image reminded her of something this way a long time ago. Subin remembered the first time he also wrapped her in a towel and carried her out of the bathroom. Remembering that made her laugh. Then she giggled and teased Jaeon. Be honest with me. You were totally head over heels for me back then, weren't you? He, of course, pretended to deny it. No way. Hearing that, she happily pressed on. Really? Only then did he honestly confess. I've been crazy about you since way before that. Later, he dried her hair. The sound of the hairdryer made her drowsy, as if she was about to fall asleep. Seeing that, he poked her head and reminded her, and we don't nod off. She whined in reply, but I'm so sleepy. Suddenly, Jaeon leaned in close to Subin and said in a low voice, You've already made me hot and bothered, and now you're trying to sneak away? You need a little more suspense in you, honey. He gently stroked her cheek and said in a deep, warm voice, We were planning to produce our second baby. The night is still long, and we've only just begun. With a warm hug and an ambiguous remark, he added, and to do that, we need to love each other passionately. He even emphasized the phrase, D-Day. We have to love each other so passionately until the rooster crows. Seeing him ready to devour her, Subin blushed and stammered, Wait, hubby, hold on a second. Saying that is a bit. No, isn't that kind of warning a bit scary? Hearing that, Jaeon gave a sly smile and affirmed, So, are you looking forward to it? I will do my best to please my lovely wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked her up and happily shouted, To the soft bed we go. He even hummed a little song, Happy, 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 we are so happy. A little later, blush-inducing sounds echoed from their bedroom. Wait, seriously. Their love spread everywhere. A long while later, Subin lay limply on the bed and playfully complained, We still have to go pick up Saren tomorrow. I just saw it somewhere. Apart from my neck, you just left a mark, didn't you? Jun, full of energy, put his clothes back on and replied, I didn't leave any. Then, he lay back down next to her and teasingly asked, Are you sure? Provoked by his teasing, she angrily hit and scolded him. Seriously. A moment later, he smiled and asked her, Are you done hitting? Seeing him smiling like nothing happened, she angrily questioned him, What are you smiling at? Suddenly, his eyes and voice became affectionate as he coaxingly replied, Because I'm happy. After that, he hugged her tightly, while she helplessly told herself this was definitely a wrong move. Subin's eyes became drowsy. She hugged Jaeon tightly and softly called out, Honey, Jaeon. Hearing her call, he gently replied, Yeah. Before he could hear what she had to say, he heard her steady breathing as she had fallen asleep. What did you say? Seeing her sleeping so soundly, he suddenly chuckled. Then he also fell asleep. In another scene, Jaeon was walking and chatting with his grandmother by the river. He told the old lady about the daily life of his lovely daughter, Seirin. That's what Seirin said at the time. I'm full so I can't eat anymore. Hearing that, the old lady smiled proudly and said, My great-granddaughter is so smart. Their laughter echoed along the riverbank. Suddenly, Jaeon's grandmother took out a basket and smiled, asking him, Jaeon, take this with you. He didn't refuse but took it and asked, What is this? In his heart, he wondered, where did it come from? A breeze blew by, lifting the cloth covering the basket to reveal a pair of adorable tiger cubs inside. His grandmother instructed him, It's a lucky charm. Remember to raise them well, my child. Before leaving, the old lady didn't forget to remind the two tiger cubs, Don't wander around and go straight home. You hear? Jaeon kept looking at his grandmother and wondered, Where is she going that so far? The two tiger cubs were now standing on the ground, waving goodbye to the old lady. Yes, great-grandmother Bibibi Bibbo. Their cuteness made him like them a bit, but also startled him slightly. Suddenly, the two tiger cubs turned to look at him. Both gave a sly smile and let out a cute growl. Right at that moment, Jaeon woke up from his dream. He sat up in bed, dazed, which disturbed Subin lying next to him. So he quickly coaxed her. I'm sorry, just sleep a little more. Suddenly, she called out to him, Honey. Hearing her call him, he gently pulled the blanket over her and replied, Yes. In her sleep-talking, she smiled and said she loved him. I love you. Her words of love made him incredibly happy. Then she hugged him and kept calling out, Honey, Jaeon. As for him, he was just thinking, so that's what you wanted to say earlier. He looked at her with gentle eyes, and then he kissed her forehead, softly saying, I love you too. In his heart, Jaeon thought to himself, I was so happy to see my grandmother again in my dream. My happiness didn't stop there, and I am even happier waking up to see you by my side, Subin. He had imagined what it would be like if he hadn't met Subin, if I hadn't met you that day, if she hadn't started a conversation with him. Hello? He remembered the day he coincidentally met her on a lightly rainy evening. If I hadn't caught you. At that time, he had held her and proposed, Will you marry me or not? He remembered her arrogant demeanor. And what if you? She had bluntly told him, this is just the way I am. He thought about the scenario where she didn't hold on to him. On that day, she grabbed him by the collar and then gave him a kiss. He kept thinking about that moment and wondered, how would things have turned out? He couldn't imagine what his life would be like without her in it. Subin's beautiful appearance, the love her family brought, you made me, her parents welcoming him with affection. Son-in-law. At the same time, her appearance made his family happier, allowing him to live a life just like a dream. Every time he went home, they would welcome him. Is Jaehyun here? Moreover, he had his beautiful and sweet daughter Seirin calling him Daddy. Jaehyun's family had a beautiful wife and an obedient daughter. That made him happy. The happiness Subin brought made him constantly remind himself, and I pray that I can make you feel the same way too. He always hugged her and told her he loved her. Thank you. I love you. I'm looking forward to when you wake up tomorrow morning. I'll tell you about the dream I just had and also tell you about our future. He always told himself that he must love her and make her happy. And so, today as well, I will do my best to love you and to receive such love in return, to be by your side every day.